My wife took out 10 million and smashed it on my head, just to divorce me, and I turned around and gave the money to a beggar. She even declared that I have no interest in money. Although I've been married for 3 years, I've been freeloading for 4 years. Yet I feel not a shred of guilt, because this is a test for her from me. Yein sat in front of his grandfather's tombstone, watching a love war film on his phone, and sighed, "Grandfather, today is your death anniversary. Grandson knows this was your favorite before you passed away, so I came specially to let you appreciate it. Please bless me under the 9 springs for being so filial." As the sound of high heels approached, Yein quickly exited the playback interface. Looking up, he saw a beautiful woman in a professional short skirt, her legs wrapped in black stockings, walking towards him. Yein discreetly put away his gun, stood up, and asked, "Assistant Sun, why are you here?" Assistant Sun disdainfully threw an agreement at Yein, urging him to sign the divorce agreement prepared by Xiao. "Why divorce?" Assistant Sun sneered, "Why? Don't you have any sense? Our Xiao is the most dazzling female CEO in Jiangnan City, worth billions, a top figure at the pinnacle of the pyramid, with countless suitors. Take a good look at yourself. Besides having an empty shell, no money, no ability, don't hold her back." Yi Tian's eyes are clear and deep. 3 years ago, he returned to Jiangnan City from that place to fulfill the marriage contract his grandfather made with the Xiao family. At that time, the Xiao family was on the brink of collapse. Over these 3 years, he secretly supported the Xiao family, turning Xiao Qingcheng into the most dazzling female CEO in Jiangnan City. However, it all ended with a divorce agreement. Assistant Sun continued, "As compensation for the divorce, Mr. Xiao promised to give you 10 million. You owe Mr. Xiao so much in this marriage, yet he has been so kind to you. You need to learn to be grateful. Hurry up and sign the papers." Yi Tianzi said coldly, "Grateful my foot. If you want me to sign, ask Xiao Qingcheng to come and talk to me." Assistant Sun frowned and said, "Mr. Xiao, what kind of identity would make you think you can see him whenever you want, you useless person? He has countless ways to divorce you given his status and position. Letting me contact you privately is already taking your feelings into consideration. Don't be ungrateful." Yi Tianzi said coldly, in his eyes, "Choosing the anniversary of my family's death to propose divorce in front of them, and then having you come to mock me, is his way of considering my feelings." At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman with a cold and elegant demeanor and an excellent figure, wearing a black tight skirt, hurried over holding a bouquet of flowers. She placed the flowers in front of one of the graves. She softly said, "Grandpa Yi, something came up suddenly, so I'm late in visiting you." As Yi Tianzi looked at the icy woman in front of his grandfather's grave, he felt a mix of emotions. Due to the friendship between their grandfathers, he and Xiao Qingcheng had been engaged since childhood. But 15 years ago, the Yi family suddenly encountered a big fire. Except for himself, who was luckily saved by his master and escaped from outside Jiangnan City, the rest of the family perished in the fire. It was Master Xiao who helped take care of the family's affairs. The debt of gratitude cannot be underestimated. 3 years ago, he mastered all his skills and was already at the top of the world. He came to Jiangnan City to fulfill the engagement, afraid of adding pressure to Xiao Qingcheng. So, he interacted with him as an ordinary person, secretly helping the Xiao family. Originally, he had planned to instruct the Tianlong group to hold a bidding conference tomorrow, announcing the sole winner of the development project in the new district of Jiao City. By winning the 10 billion worth of orders, he propelled Xiao Qingcheng to the top of Jiangnan City in one go. At that time, he no longer needed to hide his identity and planned to reveal everything to Xiao Qingcheng. However, the day before, Xiao Qingcheng walked up to Yi Tianzi, his expression very cold, and said, "I heard what you just said. Choosing this time and place to ask for a divorce, it's because I neglected your feelings. It's really because I was too busy and forgot about it. That's why I had Assistant Sun handle this matter," interrupted Yi Tianzi. "Yes, Mr. Xiao even has to entrust someone else with asking for a divorce. Of course, he's busy, almost heartless." Xiao Qingcheng could sense his complaints, but he believed he was not at fault because he was busy preparing for tomorrow's bidding. The association would secure the Tianlong Group's bid and win the 10 billion worth of orders. Moreover, there have been rumors. The chairman of the Tianlong Group, Zhao Hailong, achieving his current status, actually couldn't have done it without a mysterious figure behind him. There are few rumors that this figure will appear at the conference tomorrow. Such a precious opportunity for networking, he will definitely not miss it. He won't share these thoughts with Yi Tianzi because even if he did, Yi Tianzi wouldn't understand. He said coldly, "Since we've come to this point, we must face this outcome. At least for me. I've tried my best to maintain this marriage. Whether I say it in front of you or in front of your family's graves, I have a clear conscience. I hope you can understand my difficulties." "What about your difficulties?" Is money and status really that important? It's useless to talk to you because you will never understand what I'm really thinking. Yi Tianzi self-deprecatingly said, yes, I really don't understand you, so I'll only pour you water when you're thirsty, cook for you when you're hungry, and comfort you when you're sad. Xincheng furrowed his brows and said, is saying these things meaningful? What I need has never been your so-called thoughtfulness because what I want, you can't provide. At this moment, a voice from afar echoed, Xincheng is right. What he wants, someone like you can never afford. A young man in a white suit walked over. This person is Jibo, the young master of the Jiangnan Ji family, who has been getting close to Xiao Qingqing recently. Jibo softly said to Xiao Qingqing, didn't we agree to have dinner together later? My car is already parked outside the cemetery. Yi Tianzi sneered, so this is the reason for your divorce. The result of 3 years of silent dedication. It chilled his heart completely at that moment, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. I agree to sign. I hope you won't regret it. With a clean cut, he signed the divorce agreement. Jibo sneered, do you know? Insider information has leaked out. Xincheng will win the bid for the Tianlong Group, securing a 10 billion order. When the bidding results are announced tomorrow night at the Chamber of Commerce, he will not only be the most dazzling female CEO in Jiangnan City, but in the entire Tiannan province. He pointed at Yi Tianzi's chest with his finger, looking arrogant. And you, a useless person who can't even enter the Chamber of Commerce, dare to make Xincheng regret? Yi Tianzi pushed away Buwan's hand. The bidding at the Chamber of Commerce was organized by me, the chairman of the Tianlong Group, and I also ordered Xiao Qingqing to win the bid. Buwan laughed out loud. Why don't you say that the chairman of the Tianlong Group, Zhao Hailong, known as the king of Jiangnan, even listens to your orders? Yi Tianzi calmly replied, indeed, he does follow my orders. Buwan sneered, you're quite good at boasting. Let me tell you the truth. Xincheng being able to win the bid from the Tianlong Group this time was all thanks to my arrangements in Jiangnan. It's none of your business. Yi Tianzi was about to retort. Xiao Qingqing impatiently interrupted, this is a 10 million compensation. After the Chamber of Commerce ends tomorrow night, I'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau the day after to get the divorce certificate. As he spoke, he handed over a bank card, which Yi Tianzi didn't even look at. I don't want a single cent of the money. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau the day after tomorrow. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Although his words were calm, his tone was strangely unfamiliar. Since being a bootlicker for 3 years didn't bring back any rewards, he decided to let go and liberate himself completely. Xiao Qingqing bit her lip, wanting to say something but ultimately couldn't. She turned around, left with assistant Sun, got into Buwan's car, and Buwan politely asked if she had agreed to have dinner together. Forget about where to eat, just take me back to the company. Xiao Qingqing looked out the car window. Yi Tianzi stood alone in front of the tomb in the distance. The car started, and his figure gradually disappeared from view. For some reason, he felt as if a significant presence in his heart was also gradually disappearing at this moment. In front of his grandfather's grave, Yi Tianzi smiled bitterly and said, Grandpa, you don't need to bless me this time. Xiao Qingqing and I are entering the battlefield of love. It's okay. Without the burden of marriage in the future, I can do whatever I want. Losing one crooked tree, isn't there still a vast forest? Moreover, I have more energy to investigate the truth behind the fire at the Yi family years ago. In fact, over the years, Yi Tianzi has always suspected that the fire at the Yi family was not accidental, but orchestrated by someone. Therefore, after returning to Jiangnan City 3 years ago, he has been secretly investigating, and recently, he has finally made some progress. Buzzing at that moment, his phone vibrated. Answering the call, a sinister voice of Zhao Hailong came from the other end. Mr. Yi, the invitations for tomorrow night's bidding conference have all been sent out. The proposal for the 10 billion investment contract designated for President Xiao is also ready. Hello, please take a look. Yi Tianzi calmly said, I have divorced him. Apologies for the divorce, it was not intentional. Zhao Hailong seemed a bit flustered. Despite being the chairman of the Tianlong Group and known as the King of Jiangnan, anyone who sees him must respectfully address him as Lord Dragon. But he understood that all of this was arranged by Yi Tianzi 3 years ago in secret. It only takes one word to retract it. Yi Tianzi didn't want to say much about this matter, instead asking, how is the investigation you were arranged for going? Zhao Hailong quickly said to his subordinates, investigate the fire at the Yi family back then, there may be some connection with the Jiangnan Ji family. As for the Jiangnan Ji family, Yi Tianzi's pupils contracted, a cold light flickering. Zhao Hailong continued, I have sorted out the relevant information and would like to present it to you in person. I am at the Yi family cemetery, come over. Yi Tianzi just hung up the phone, and in the distance, 2 footsteps could be heard. As the footsteps approached, a middle-aged woman dressed gorgeously and a young man walked over. These two were respectively Xiao Qingqing's mother, Zhang Huilan, and his younger brother, Xiao Nan. Over the 3 years of marriage, this mother and son duo had been targeting him. Zhang Huilan walked up, frowned, and asked, "Dedicated Qingqing asked you for a divorce?" Yi Tianzi nodded, "Just signed the divorce agreement." Zhang Huilan breathed a sigh of relief, "That's great. My Qingqing marrying you these 3 years was like a spell of bad luck. Finally getting rid of you, useless one," Xiaonan smirked. "Once my sister is single again, she can be with Master Jibo. When we join the Bidding Business Association this time, we will definitely secure a 10 billion order." "Enraging you, useless one." Yi Tianzi frowned, "If you two are here to speak ill, please find another place. Don't disturb my family's rest here." Xiaonan sneered, "What's the rush? You divorced my sister, we naturally have some scores to settle." Xiaonan pulled out an old black satchel. 3 years ago, when you sought refuge with our Xiao family, you had nothing but this tattered bag. Now that we're divorced, take this junk away and stop dirtying my home. But I am curious, what's inside that's worth keeping for 3 years? Xiaonan couldn't resist and opened the backpack, only to find a stack of marriage certificates inside, a total of 9. He randomly flipped open the top one. It was written on top that Li Tong was in charge of the rebellion between two families, Li Jiayin from the Yi family, a perfect match for 100 years. The man was Yi Chen, and the woman was Han Ruan. Xiaonan was completely surprised. Han Ruan, isn't she the daughter of the richest man in Jiangnan City? Jiangnan is one of the two beauties. How did you get her marriage certificate? Yi Chen said coldly that it had nothing to do with you. Give it back along with the backpack. In fact, these 9 marriage certificates were prepared for him by the master a long time ago. He even said that these 9 fiancées were carefully selected by him, with hot figures, rare and stunning beauties. He wanted to keep them all, unlocking 81 unique poses, reveling night after night. Yi Chen didn't take the master's inappropriate words to heart. After returning to Jiangnan City and marrying Xiao Qingqing, he completely forgot about these 9 marriage certificates. If Xiaonan hadn't brought them out now, he wouldn't have remembered. Xiaonan smirked at the marriage certificates and said, "Humph, I bet you heard about the recent marriage proposal for Han Ruan from the Han family, so you made up a marriage certificate to try and deceive her. If you succeed, I'll call you ancestor." He stuffed the marriage certificate into the bag, then threw the bag directly at Yi Tianzi's feet. Zhang Huilan angrily said, "I heard that Qingqing is divorcing you and giving you 10 million. What right does a useless person like you have to accept it? Quickly return it to us." Yi Tianzi truthfully replied, "I didn't ask for the money." Zhang Huilan scoffed, "I don't believe your nonsense. I'll search you now. The bank card must be on you." She then went forward and rummaged through Yi Tianzi's pockets. Yi Tianzi suppressed his anger and said, "Enough." However, Zhang Huilan paid no attention and continued to search carefully. She found nothing. Puzzled, she couldn't believe that this useless person truly didn't want the money, and Zhang Huilan looked unwilling to give up. Xiaonan's eyes narrowed as he said, "Even if you didn't want the money, shouldn't you return the money owed to our Xiao family? What's the meaning of this?" Xiaonan pointed a finger and continued, "You freeloaded at my Xiao family's expense for 3 years. After the divorce, shouldn't you return it to our Xiao family? Not to mention, at least 1 million. Zhang Huilan added, "It's not just that. You wasted 3 years of my daughter Qingqing's youth. At least compensate with 3 million. And after divorcing you, if Qingqing remarries, it will be a second marriage, damaging his reputation. He also needs to compensate with 3 million. In total, it's 7 million. Quickly hand over the money. If you can't, go sell your blood and kidney." Zhang Huilan and her daughter's aggressive stance was beyond shameless. Yi Tianzi's expression turned cold as he said, "The divorce is between me and Xiao Qingqing, none of your business. I won't give a penny. Get lost." Xiaonan arrogantly replied, "Who do you think you are to order us around? Get lost. If you don't return the money today, I'll dig up your Yi family ancestors' graves." After saying that, he actually lifted his foot and viciously kicked on Yi Tianzi's grandfather's tombstone, leaving a dirty footprint on it. "Put your foot down, Xiaonan, pay up quickly." Before I finished talking, Yi Tianzi suddenly slapped him hard on the cheek, with a loud smack. The immense force made Xiaonan spin in place twice, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. "You uncultured little beast, I've tolerated you for a long time." Yi Tianzi's eyes were ice cold as he grabbed Xiaonan's hair, pressed his cheek onto the footprint on his grandfather's tombstone, vigorously rubbed it back and forth twice, wiped the footprint dry, then added another one, kicking Xiaonan to the ground with one foot. Xiaonan, in pain, writhed on the ground. "Ouch, it hurts so much. Please help me out." Zhang Huilan scolded angrily, "You useless thing, I'll fight you to the end." As she spoke, she reached for Yi Tianzi's face. "You uncultured old animal, I've also tolerated you for a long time." Yi Tianzi kicked him in the stomach, causing Zhang Huilan to fall with her legs up in the air, like a flipped turtle. "Ouch, you're killing me!" Zhang Huilan wailed, holding her stomach, tears and snot streaming down. Seeing his mother being hit, Xiaonan, enraged, shouted, "You dare hit me? I'll kill you today." He stood up, grabbed a rock, and was about to smash it towards Yi Tianzi. At that moment, a loud shout from afar commanded everyone to stop. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses quickly approached, followed by over 10 imposing bodyguards dressed in black. Zhao Hailong sternly reprimanded, "What do you think you're doing?" Xiaonan was immediately intimidated, took 2 steps back, dropped the stone on the ground, and found the man in front of him somewhat familiar but couldn't recall who he was at the moment. Zhao Hailong turned respectfully to ask Yichen, "Are you okay?" Yichen shook his head to indicate he was fine, then exchanged a glance with Zhao Hailong, who understood the message. Ordering the men, Zhao Hailong commanded, "Throw them out." Several bodyguards approached, restraining Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan. Xiaonan struggled violently, shouting, "Hey, what are you trying to do? My sister is Xiao Qingcheng of the Xiao group. Can you afford to provoke us?" Zhang Huilan also threatened Zhao Hailong, saying, "Fatso, I'm the mother of Xiao Qingcheng. Release your people quickly." Zhao Hailong's face darkened. "Xiao Qingcheng is nothing. If it weren't for her being Mr. Ye's ex-wife, I wouldn't even spare her a glance," Zhao Hailong coldly stated. "I don't care who you are, just stay away from the Lin Garden." The bodyguards wasted no time and promptly escorted the individuals to the entrance of the cemetery. Due to yesterday's rain, there were puddles of dirty water everywhere. Without hesitation, the bodyguards threw them in. In an instant, he turned into a dirty, soaked chicken. Yi Tianzi asked, "Do you have the information ready regarding the fire at the Yi family back then, related to the Ji family in Jiangnan?" Zhao Hailong quickly handed over a file. As he read through the contents of the file, Yi Tianzi's expression gradually turned cold. 2 days later, the head of the Ji family, Ji Wuli, also known as Ji Baden's father, is preparing to celebrate his 60th birthday. At the birthday banquet, there is a plan to hold a small auction to celebrate. Among the items up for auction is a tiger-shaped jade pendant, which was once worn by Yi Tianzi's grandfather. It was thought to have been buried in the fire together. Unexpectedly, it ended up in the hands of the Ji family. Zhao Hailong explained, "I investigated this information based on the clues you provided. As for how the Ji family obtained the jade pendant, it's unclear." Yi Tianzi ordered, "Arrange for me to attend Ji Wuli's birthday banquet 2 days later." Yi Tianzi picked up the backpack containing the wedding gown on the ground, sorted out some information about the Han family's Han Ruan, and sent it to me. Some of it needs to be settled one by one. The failure of his 3-year marriage has made him realize a truth: marriage is simply a partnership, there's no need to make it look like love. Therefore, he decided that he would never marry another woman in the future. He will return all 9 marriage proposals left by his master, and then embark on a carefree life of dating without responsibilities. This is more appealing to him than marriage. Zhao Hailong asked, "Will you be attending the business meeting tomorrow night, Mr. Yi?" "No, you handle the rest." Yi Tianzi left directly, leaving Zhao Hailong pondering in place for a moment. Taking out his phone, he made a call and ordered, "Inform the Xiao family to cancel their qualification to attend the business meeting tomorrow night." No need to explain the reason. The list of the 10 billion order winners needs to be revised. In the top office of the Xiao family group, Xiao Qingcheng sat on the office chair, feeling restless. Although divorcing Yi Tianzi should be a good thing, he couldn't find joy in it. Assistant Sun asked with concern, "Mr. Xiao, do you have something on your mind?" "Ah, it's nothing." Xiao Qingcheng regained his composure and said, "I was just thinking about the mysterious figure behind the Dragon Lord at the business meeting tomorrow night." Ji Buwan walked over to Xiao Qingcheng. Slightly boasting, Ji Buwan said, "Qingcheng, that distinguished figure is revered by all, with a noble status. Luckily, I have a close relationship with him. I'll introduce you at the meeting. If you can win his favor, your future will be limitless." Xiao Qingcheng eagerly said, "In that case, I'll trouble Ji Dashaopan." Suddenly, the office door was pushed open, and Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan rushed in, looking dirty. Zhang Huilan cried out to Qingcheng, "You must help us, mother and I." Severely scolding that damn bastard, Xiao Qingcheng hurriedly asked, "Mom, what happened?" Zhang Huilan said with grievance, "We were beaten by that contemptible Yi Tianzi." Xiao Qingcheng couldn't believe it. How is that possible? He must have made a mistake. After a 3-year marriage, although not entirely satisfied with Yi Tianzi, I still understand his temper. He wouldn't easily resort to violence, Zhang Huilan insisted. "We kindly went with your brother to pay respects at his family's grave, But who would have thought he suddenly got angry and started hitting us, even throwing us into a dirty water pit? Xiao Qingcheng hesitated. He knew well that his mother and brother had their faults, so he always had some doubts about their words. Jibo solemnly said, Qingcheng, I believe Xyang must be that useless person, unable to accept being divorced, not daring to act out in front of you, so venting anger on Xyang and the others. Young Master Ji is right. Zhang Huilan felt grateful, glanced at Jibo, exaggeratedly said when that useless person was hitting someone, complaining that you got less money from the divorce, even forged marriage documents to participate in the matchmaking event at the Han family in Jiangnan, the rich lady will make you regret it. Xiao Qingcheng's expression darkened. When he previously proposed divorce, Yi Tianzi refused 10 million. His carefree attitude made Xiao Qingcheng somewhat admire him, but he didn't expect him to be this kind of person behind the scenes. He took out his phone and dialed Yi Tianzi directly. At this moment Yi Tianzi was on his way to the Han family in Jiangnan, preparing to cancel the engagement with Han Ruan. The buzzing of the phone vibrating, hesitated slightly when seeing the caller ID, but still answered. Xiao Qingcheng dissatisfiedly said to Yi Tianzi, what gives you the right to do this? Yi Tianzi puzzled. What did I do? Why not admit it? Is it true that you hit my mother and brother? It's true that I hit them, but Xiao Qingcheng interrupted. If you are unhappy with the divorce terms, you can confront me directly instead of directing your fists at my family. This is incompetence. You are too much. Yi Tianzi frowned. Is Xiao Qingcheng so biased towards his family that he doesn't care about right and wrong? Seeing Yi Tianzi silent, Xiao Qingcheng continued asking, where are you now? Yi Tianzi truthfully replied that he was on his way to the Han family in Jiangnan. Xiao Qingcheng's pupils contracted. Indeed, he really is going to find her, joining the matchmaking event at the Han family. Couldn't wait right after being proposed for divorce. He was so serious that Yi Chen, I command you to apologize to my mother and my brother. If you do this, it will be over. Otherwise, you are sick in the head. Yi Chen, dissatisfied, muttered and hung up the phone. How dare he say I'm crazy? After being married for 3 years, Yi Chen has never cursed at him. Less than an hour after filing for divorce, he first hit his family, then cursed at him. The usually aloof and calm Xiao Qingcheng was caught off guard and almost dropped his phone. Just then, the phone rang. Seeing that it was someone from the Tianlong group calling, after answering, Xiao Qingcheng trembled and almost fell to the ground. Assistant's son quickly supported him. Worried, he asked, Xiao, what's wrong? Xiao Qingcheng, pale and distraught, said, the Tianlong group has cancelled our qualification to participate in the bidding chamber tomorrow night. It's an order from Lord Long himself. Ah! Everyone present was shocked. Everything was going smoothly, so why suddenly revoke the qualification to participate in the Chamber of Commerce? Does that mean the 10 billion worth bid is also going down the drain? Buwan furrowed his brows and asked, to make Lord Long personally issue the order, did any of you offend him? Xiao Qingcheng shook her head. Faced with the Tianlong group, she had always been cautious. How could she dare to offend? It was Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan who exchanged a glance, instantly thinking of something. The middle-aged man with golden-rimmed glasses they insulted in the cemetery earlier seemed to be Zhao Hailong. After all, his commercial photos were everywhere in Jiangnan City. No wonder he looked familiar at the time. Could it be that, because of this, Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan's expressions changed instantly, sweating profusely? Xiao Qingcheng saw the two of them acting strangely and asked, what's wrong with you? Xiao Nan didn't dare to tell the truth, so he said, Sis, I remembered seeing Yi Chen insulting Lord Long in the cemetery just now. It must be because of this, causing Lord Long to retaliate against our Xiao family. Xiao Qingcheng didn't believe it at all. How could Yi Chen have the guts to insult Lord Long? Zhang Huilan helped explain, that waste wouldn't dare to insult Lord Long under normal circumstances. By doing so, he must have resented being divorced and deliberately dragged our Xiao family down. Anyway, he has nothing to lose. Don't worry about these details for now. This Chamber of Commerce is crucial to our Xiao family. We must quickly regain our qualification, or we'll lose the 10 billion order. Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip fiercely. She never expected Yi Chen to be so narrow-minded, using such despicable means just to retaliate against her. Taking a deep breath, she helplessly said, I also want to regain it, but if Lord Long personally issued the order, what can I do? Assistant Sun reminded, President Xiao, didn't young Master Ji say that this tender is all about the Ji family seeking Lord Long's mediation? He will definitely help. Everyone immediately looked at Ji Buwan. The latter's face turned awkward, and he said with a stiff smile, although that's the case, I'm not very clear about the specific situation. I'll go to the Tianlong group to ask Lord Long about it. Xiao Qingcheng thanked him, thank you. After Ji Buwan left, Assistant Sun comforted, President Xiao, with the help of young Master Ji, you can rest assured. Xiao Qingcheng shook her head. Although the Ji family was one of the 3 major families in Jiangnan City, It might not necessarily be effective in front of Lord Long. She had to figure out a way herself. She said, the Han family is not only one of the 3 major families, but the family head, Han Tianzhang, is also the richest man in Jiangcheng. It is said that he has a good relationship with Lord Long. I had business cooperation with him before, so maybe he will help me. Zhang Huilan gritted her teeth and reminded, coincidentally, that Hypocrite is also going to the Han family for a marriage proposal. When you meet him there, make sure to seek justice for me and your brother. Wulong Manor, covering an area of 10,000 square meters, with beautiful scenery and fresh air. This is one of the 3 major families in Jiangnan City, the home of the richest man, Han Tianzhang. On the way here, Yi Chen finished reading the information Zhao Hailong sent him about Han Ruan. This woman is 25 years old this year and is known as one of the 2 beauties of Jiangnan City alongside Xiao Qingcheng. Not only is she beautiful, but her figure is also extremely perfect, especially her chest, which is said to be an exaggerated E-cup. She has countless suitors. 2.5 months ago, after attending her grandfather's 3rd anniversary memorial ceremony, Han Ruoyun suddenly fell ill. At first, her body temperature dropped, she often had palpitations and fainting spells, and then she fell into a coma and has been unconscious for over half a month now, with major hospitals unable to do anything. Han Tianzhang announced that he would find a spouse for Han Ruoyun, with the condition that the person must cure her illness. Unfortunately, numerous attempts have been made, but all have failed. Yi Chen arrived at the living room door. Seeing the family head, Han Tianzhang, sitting on the sofa looking exhausted. There were 2 other people in the living room. One was a proud young man in a branded suit. He was the 2nd son of the Ji family, Jibo. The other was an old man in a yellow robe with a goat beard and a dignified and ethereal demeanor. Jibo introduced Uncle Han. This is the famous Master Gongsun, who is renowned far and wide. With him here to treat Yun, success is guaranteed. Master Gongsun stroked his beard and pretended to be profound. I have studied for over 60 years on Kunlun Mountain, observing Yin and Yang, determining feng shui, understanding destiny, and mastering medical skills. Curing lovesickness is too simple. Han Tianzhang stood up respectfully and asked, may I ask, Master, what exactly is my daughter's illness? Master Gongsun explained lightly, after attending her grandfather's 3rd death anniversary ceremony, lovesickness appeared. The reason is that her father's lingering attachment after death has caused her to be possessed. Simply resolving her father's attachment will cure her completely. Han Tianzhang frowned, I don't even know what my father's attachment is. Master Gongsun smiled, I know. Your father's attachment is actually not seeing Miss Han get married. So, all we need to do is have Miss Han get married, dispel the attachment, and she will recover completely. Han Tianzhang hesitated, getting married is fine, but I heard that dispelling the attachment will harm the groom's fate and even shorten his lifespan. Who would be willing to help with the wedding? Ji Buxiao stepped forward, patting his chest, Uncle Han, for Yun's sake, I am willing to help. Han Tianzhang had no other choice but to take a risk. Alright then, let's proceed with the wedding. Before he could finish his sentence, laughter suddenly burst out at the living room entrance. Everyone turned to see a handsome young man stepping into the room. Han Tianzhang frowned unhappily, who are you? Why are you laughing? The young man replied, I am Yi Chen. I'm not laughing to offend, but to warn you not to be deceived by them. The 3 in the room's expressions changed. Ji Buxiao scolded, where did you come from, kid? Stop talking nonsense. Master Gongsun is highly skilled, how could he be a fraud? Master Gongsun, displeased, asked, young man, do you have any evidence to call me a fraud? Yi Chen calmly said, as the saying goes, when a person dies, their attachments vanish. If there were any, why would he be so obsessed with his granddaughter and allow her to be possessed? This reason is simply untenable. Han Tianzhang nodded slightly. There was some truth in his words. A hint of panic flashed in Master Gongsun's eyes as he explained, Master Han, do not believe this boy's nonsense. Matters of life and death attachments are mysterious and cannot be explained by common sense. Please arrange the wedding as soon as possible. The longer it is delayed, the more harmful it will be for Miss Han. Han Tianzhang hesitated. Just then, Yi Chen spoke up, Master Han, I can cure Miss Han. Han Tianzhang skeptically asked, is that true? Yi Chen nodded earnestly. Having studied under his master for over 10 years, he had reached the pinnacle in martial arts, medical skills, and other fields. There was no illness he couldn't cure. His offer to treat Han Ruoyun was not out of arrogance but a necessity for her to know about the cancellation of the engagement. Of course, he also wanted to see if Han Ruoyun was as extraordinary as rumored, not just beautiful but also with an E-cup size? After pondering for 2 seconds, Han Tianzhang said, I will give you a chance to try. If you fail, I will have to proceed with the wedding. Upon hearing this, Ji Buxiao became anxious and was about to speak but was stopped by Master Gongsun. It's okay. This ignorant boy doesn't understand anything. He probably can't cure her either. Let him try, and we'll just watch the show. Alright, Ji Buxiao nodded. Subsequently, Han Tianjiang led a few people to the second floor to Han Ruan's sick room. A beautiful girl lay on the sickbed. Her face was finely sculpted like jade, with a straight nose, distinct jawline, and slightly seductive lips that made one's heart race. Sitting beside the bed was a beautiful woman, her eyes red from crying, clearly Han Ruan's mother, Li Xiuqin. Han Tianjiang explained the situation to Li Xiuqin. She warily asked, "Can this young kid really do it?" Han Tianjiang helplessly said, "At this point, we can only give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll have to proceed with the wedding for Buxiao's nephew." Alright. Li Xiuqin stood up to make room for Yichen. Yichen sat by the bedside, grabbed Han Ruan's wrist to check her pulse. After a moment, he let go of her wrist. Han Tianjiang hurriedly asked, "Any diagnosis? What illness does my daughter have?" Yichen replied, "Ling Ai's illness is quite rare, known as gradual cold syndrome." The people present exchanged glances. None of them had heard of such an illness before. Ji Buxiao sneered, "Huh? What a fabrication, gradual cold syndrome. I've never heard of it." Yichen glanced at him. "Instead of questioning me, you should take care of your own health, go out and indulge yourself when you have nothing to do. Your thing will rot sooner or later." Ji Buxiao's face changed, subconsciously scratching his crotch, feeling itchy. How did he know about this? Han Tianjiang noticed Ji Buxiao's change in expression and brightened up. "Can you cure my daughter's illness?" Yichen nodded. "I said I can, then I definitely can, but Miss Han needs to take off her clothes." "Ah," Han Tianjiang warily said, "Wait, why do you need to undress to treat an illness?" Yichen explained, "Because I need to give Miss Han acupuncture to dispel the cold qi in her body, which can't be done through clothes." Han Tianjiang frowned. "Isn't there any other way? After all, my daughter still has a marriage contract, it wouldn't be good if she's seen naked." Yichen continued, "Wearing clothes will trap the cold qi and cause future problems when it returns to the body. Rest assured, as a doctor, I have no other intentions. If you're worried, you can have Auntie stay and watch." "Well," Li Xiuqin hesitated, nodding, "Okay, let's give it a try." Then Han Tianjiang led the others out of the room, leaving Li Xiuqin to slowly remove Han Ruan's clothes. A fair and delicate figure appeared before Yichen. "My goodness! This fair skin, this figure is truly one of a kind. Wow! Truly a formidable E-cup, absolutely terrifying." There was a time when this level of cup size could only be seen in Japanese adult films. It was extremely rare. Now witnessing it firsthand, it's truly astonishing. Seeing Yichen in a daze, Li Xiuqin reminded him somewhat displeased, "Ahem. If you're not treating the illness, why are you staring?" "Ah, I was just thinking about the treatment method, not staring." Yichen responded somewhat guiltily. He forcefully pushed away his distractions, picked up a silver needle and inserted it into Han Ruan's acupoints. The first needle, Renzhong acupoint. The second needle, Tanqi acupoint. The third needle, Zhongwan acupoint. Soon, Yichen's seventh silver needle was inserted into Han Ruan's breast acupoint. It's worth noting that Yichen was using the Xianyuan 7-star needle technique. This was one of the secret medical skills passed down by his master. After 10 years of hard practice, he finally mastered it. Dealing with gradual cold syndrome was a piece of cake. As expected, shortly after Yichen administered the acupuncture, a miraculous scene unfolded. Cold white mist slowly emanated from Han Ruan's body. "Is this the cold qi?" Li Xiuqin standing beside her widened her eyes, finding it unbelievable. 10 minutes later, the cold mist stopped emanating from Han Ruan's body, and Yichen removed the silver needles from her skin. A few seconds later, Han Ruan, who was previously unconscious, let out a soft moan. Slowly opening her eyes, she looked confused. "What's happening to me? But when she saw a man sitting by the bedside, her eyes widened instantly. Shocked and scared, she exclaimed, "Ah, pervert!" Saying that, she grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Yichen quickly dodged. Li Xiuqin hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Yun, don't be agitated. This is the doctor who treated your illness," she explained while quickly standing between Yichen and Han Ruan, helping her daughter put her clothes back on. At that moment, Han Tianjiang, who heard the scream from outside, rushed in. When he saw Han Ruan awake, his face lit up with joy. He ran to the bedside, tears streaming down his face. "My dear daughter, you finally woke up. Dad was so worried about you." The Taoist priest and Ji Buxiao at the door exchanged a shocked look. My goodness, Han Ruan was actually healed by this kid? They realized that staying here would only be embarrassing. Without even daring to make a sound, they quickly slipped away. Meanwhile, Han Tianjiang and his wife Li Xiuqin had already explained to Han Ruan how Yi Chen had treated and saved her. Yun, if you don't mind, I will fulfill the promise of arranging a marriage for you and let you marry this Yi nephew, Han Tianjing said. At this moment, Han Ruan's cheeks were still a bit red. She was 26 years old this year and had never been in a relationship. She was suddenly exposed like this. Although the other party had helped her with her illness, this was still. She bit her lip and looked at Yi Chen. He was young and handsome, quite to her liking, especially since he had been half-naked in front of her. It seemed unreasonable to refuse both emotionally and logically. However, she suddenly remembered something. Over 3 years ago, when her grandfather was on his deathbed, he said he had arranged a marriage for her, and her future husband would come with a marriage certificate to marry her. Unfortunately, he couldn't say the name or any information about the future husband before he passed away. Now that the future husband hadn't shown up yet, would it be going against her grandfather's arranged marriage to marry someone else first? As she pondered over this dilemma, Steward Wang hurried into the room. He reported to Han Tianjiang, Master, Miss Xiao Qingcheng from the Xiao family is here to see you urgently. Han Tianjiang asked, what is she here for? Steward Wang replied, Miss Xiao said she has an urgent matter to discuss with the master. She also mentioned that if a certain Yi Chen is here, she would like to meet him. Han Tianjing turned to Yi Chen and asked, Nephew, do you know Xiao Qingcheng? Yi Chen nodded and said, she is my wife, but she asked for a divorce this morning. We have already signed the divorce agreement, we just need to register it. Upon hearing this, Han Tianjiang and his family were all stunned. Li Xiuqin exclaimed, what? You are the useless son-in-law of the Xiao family? The Xiao family was quite well known in Jiangnan City. 3 years ago, Xiao Qingqing suddenly got married to a worthless man, causing quite a stir. Li Xiuqin hesitated, Old Han, do you think this marriage proposal is appropriate? She had thought Yi Chen came from a respectable background, but she didn't expect him to be the infamous son-in-law of the Xiao family. If he married her daughter, it just didn't seem right. Han Tianjing said sternly, once I've made a decision, I won't go back on my word. Besides, with Yi nephew's extraordinary medical skills, how can he be considered useless? It seems like the Xiao family is blind not to recognize such talent. If they don't want him, I do. He patted Yi Chen on the shoulder and said earnestly, Nephew, rest assured, uncle doesn't mind your past. I support your marriage with Yun. Come and be my son-in-law in the Han family. Master Han, Yi Chen wanted to explain that he wasn't here for a marriage proposal but to cancel the engagement. Han Tianjiang interrupted, Xiao Qingcheng wants to see you, right? I'll go with you. With me there, let's see what she can do to you. Let's go. He grabbed Yi Chen and followed Steward Wang downstairs. In the living room on the first floor, Xiao Qingqing sat on the sofa, with assistant son standing behind her complaining, Miss Xiao, if that Yi Chen is really here, you can't let him off. I heard Master Han hates evil and will definitely help you teach him a lesson. Xiao Qingqing nodded. Thinking about how Yi Chen had unreasonably attacked her mother and brother, she was filled with anger. At that moment, Han Tianjiang and the others came downstairs. Xiao Qingqing quickly stood up, respectfully greeted, Master Han. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Yi Chen following behind and couldn't help narrowing her eyes. This guy was indeed here. He asked for a divorce in the morning and now came to participate in the marriage proposal, right? He really had no bottom line. Han Tianjiang glanced at Xiao Qingcheng and snorted, Miss Xiao, what brings you to see me? Xiao Qingcheng is delicate in mind, faintly feeling that Han Tianjing's attitude today seems a bit off. However, she didn't dwell on it. Instead, she respectfully said, Master Han, Qingcheng came today to ask for your help in contacting Lord Long, please. Before she could finish, Han Tianjing directly refused in a cold voice, I am powerless, you should seek help elsewhere. Gah! Xiao Qingcheng was stunned, and assistant son was also stunned. Why did he reject them before they even finished speaking? Xiao Qingcheng was unwilling to give up and said, Master Han, this matter is very important to me, please consider our past cooperation and lend a hand. Han Tianjing coldly snorted, Humph. If it weren't for our past cooperation, I would have kicked you out long ago. Do you still have the audacity to continue blabbering? Xiao Qingqing's eyelids twitched. She thought that coming to ask Han Tianjing for help this time, she would at least have a good chance if not a surefire one. She didn't expect to be rejected so thoroughly. Master Han, did I offend you in any way? Please explain. What? Do I, Han, need to explain my actions to someone like you? Are you even worthy? Boom! Xiao Qingcheng was overwhelmed by the pressure released by Han Tianjiang, trembling in fear. Despite being the top female CEO in Jiangnan City, her entire wealth was only around 1 billion, while Han Tianjiang, as the richest man in Jiangnan City, had a wealth exceeding 100 billion. Both in terms of status and position, they were worlds apart. She started to panic. Having just offended Lord Long, now she was about to offend the Han family as well. The future of the Xiao family seemed bleak. Assistant Sun seemed to have figured something out. She pointed at Yi Chen and scolded, "You hypocrite, did you badmouth President Xiao in front of Master Han? Is that why Master Han has misunderstood President Xiao?" Yi Chen furrowed his brows. "I'm not that bored," Assistant Sun angrily said, still pretending to be clueless. "Everyone knows you, Yi Chen, are a despicable person. If you hadn't insulted Lord Zhao Hai Long, would the Xiao family be blamed by Lord Long? You can't even talk about that. When did I insult Zhao Hai Long?" "You." Assistant Sun wanted to say more but was stopped by Xiao Qingcheng. Xiao Qingcheng looked at Yi Chen, this familiar yet unfamiliar man. She asked coldly, "Put everything else aside, I ask you, why did you hit my mother and my brother?" Yi Chen replied calmly, "Because they deserved it. Is this answer satisfactory? Please tell President Xiao to pass on a message. If they provoke me again, I will be even harsher." This attitude infuriated Xiao Qingcheng. Not only was hitting wrong, but he was also so arrogant about it. "Yi Chen, you are out of line." Before she could finish, an unhappy voice suddenly came from the stairs. "The one out of line is you." Everyone turned to look. Han Ruan and Li Xiuqin, mother and daughter, were walking down the stairs. By now, Han Ruan had changed out of her nightgown, with a light and beautiful makeup on her face. She was wearing a white long dress that outlined her elegant figure, making her look even taller and more slender, with her deep and alluring cleavage swaying, sparking imagination. Han Ruan walked straight to Xiao Qingcheng. "Chin up," she said coldly, "you are the one out of line. Yi Chen is my man from today onwards, to be precise, he is this lady's fiancé. By scolding him, you are scolding me. Do you understand now?" Boom! Xiao Qingcheng was struck as if by lightning. Less than 2 hours after she had asked Yi Chen for a divorce, he had suddenly become Han Ruoyun's fiancé? What was going on? Wait! Han Ruoyun's mysterious illness was cured. Could it be that Yi Chen treated her, so the engagement was successful? But he was clearly useless. How could he have treated Han Ruoyun? Xiao Qingcheng stood there, completely bewildered, unable to wrap her head around it. Assistant Sun couldn't stand it and said, "Miss Han, are you mistaken? Yi Chen is just a waste, trash, a despicable person. It's only right for Xiao to scold him. Why do you have the right to accuse Xiao?" Before the words had even settled, Han Ruoyun, without warning, raised her hand and slapped Assistant Sun across the face. Smack! The slap made Assistant Sun see stars, with a large red mark swelling on her cheek. Assistant Sun widened her eyes, not understanding why Han Ruoyun had hit her. Han Ruoyun stared at Assistant Sun. In a cold voice, she said, "Is my fiancé someone a small role like you can insult? If you dare to say another word, I will have someone cut out your tongue." Assistant Sun was scared pale, not daring to say a word. It is well known that Han Ruoyun is not only one of the two beauties in Jiangnan City but also known for her domineering and arrogant personality. Backed by the Han family, she was untouchable in Jiangnan City, and her word was law. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect Han Ruoyun to stand up for him. This fiancé with E-cup breasts is quite interesting. Xiao Qingcheng frowned and said, "Miss Han, why do you hit people?" Han Ruoyun crossed her arms in front of her E-cup breasts. With an air of entitlement, she said, "I like to protect those close to me. She insulted my fiancé, so I had to hit back. Of course, even if you, Xiao Qingcheng, insult him, I will hit back." "What, you got a problem with that? You?" Xiao Qingcheng's chest heaved with anger. Having been in the business world for many years, she had never seen such a domineering woman. Han Ruoyun glanced at Xiao Qingcheng's chest and sneered, "Ha, just a measly C-cup. No wonder your heart is so narrow as to ask for a divorce, but I still thank you for giving up such an excellent man to me." Xiao Qingcheng subconsciously looked down. She had always been confident in her figure, and her chest size was better than most women. But now, with Han Ruoyun's words, the comparison made her feel inferior and ashamed. However, with her strong self-esteem, Xiao Qingcheng was not willing to accept it. Whether Yi Chen is outstanding or not is not for you to define. Don't be deceived by his appearance. Humph! Who are you to care? Han Ruoyun coldly snorted, "Let me remind you, hurry up and get the divorce certificate. If you do it on the same day, I will marry Yi Chen on the same day. Now, don't disturb our family of four. Someone, show them out." Steward Wang stepped forward, making a cold gesture to Xiao Qingcheng, "Let's go. What are you still thinking about?" Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip tightly, her eyes slightly red. She had never felt so humiliated and wronged in her life. And all of this was thanks to Yi Chen. She glanced at Yi Chen with a complex look, and both she and Assistant Sun were sent out by Steward Wang in a sorry state. After they left, Xiao Qingcheng's eyes were dazed, still not coming out of the shock. She had just mentioned divorce, and Yi Chen had already found another woman to marry. Moreover, the other party, whether in family background or figure, was more outstanding than her. Assistant Sun turned to look at the entrance of the Han family's gate. Annoyed, she complained, "Miss Xiao, don't think too much. That bastard Yi Chen must have used some method to deceive the Han family. There's no way he could marry Miss Han. Is that so?" Xiao Qingcheng self-mockingly smiled, feeling like a piece of her heart had been ruthlessly dug out. Ding-a-ling, suddenly, her phone rang. It was Xiao Nan calling. As soon as she answered, his panicked voice came through. "Sis, something's wrong." "What do we do?" Xiao Qingcheng furrowed her brow. "Calm down, tell me slowly." The news of the cancellation of the Xiao family's participation leaked out, and the business community in Jiangnan City is spreading rumors that Tianlong Group wants to suppress the Xiao family. All partners are terminating contracts one after another. Not only that, but also, with each piece of heavy news that came in, Xiao Qingcheng's face grew paler and paler. Xiao Nan continued, "Also, Grandpa found out about the trouble in the group. He's rushing back from out of town to hold a family meeting and wants us all to attend. You need to come back quickly. Buzz." Xiao Qingcheng felt her head spinning, her heart pounding with anxiety. This is the first time she has felt so flustered in so many years. Just 2 hours after she mentioned divorce, so many major events happened one after another, each one worse than the last. Why is this happening? What did I, Xiao Qingcheng, do wrong? Han's living room. Sitting separately on the sofa are Yi Chen, Han Ruan, and her family of 3. Han Tianjing smiled and said, "Nephew Yi, you know mine and Yun's attitude. If you have no doubts, let's settle the marriage now. After you divorce Xiao Qingcheng, we'll get the marriage certificate." Before Yi Chen could answer, Li Xiuqin hesitated and said, "Old Han, should we reconsider this matter?" Han Tianjing waved his hand and said, "What's there to reconsider? Nephew Yi is handsome and talented, our daughter is beautiful and wealthy, it's a perfect match. Besides, I heard that Nephew Yi has been married to Xiao Qingcheng for 3 years without any physical relationship, pure and innocent, no harm done." "I understand all of this," Li Xiuqin reminded, "but have you forgotten that our father arranged a marriage for Yun in the past? She has a fiancé, and he will come with the marriage certificate. Now you are arranging a new marriage for her. Isn't this a mess?" Slap. Han Tianjing slapped his forehead. "Oh, I completely forgot about this. What should we do?" On one hand, he had announced the marriage conditions, and it's hard to retract his words. On the other hand, it was his father's dying wish. Going against it would be unfilial. It wouldn't make sense to agree to both marriage arrangements and have our daughter marry 2 men, right? Is this the marriage certificate you were talking about? At that moment, Yi Chen took out a marriage certificate and handed it to Han Tianjing and his family. Marriage certificate? Han Tianjing opened it and read, "With the same values, the union of 2 families, poetry and harmony, a peaceful 100 years. Groom, Yi Chen. Bride, Han Ruan." His face lit up. How coincidental. So Nephew Yi is the fiancé my father arranged for Yun. It's fate, a heaven-sent match. Wife, what do you say now? Li Xiuqin carefully examined the marriage certificate and the grandfather's signature on it. She nodded. The marriage certificate is indeed real. If this is heaven's arrangement, then I have no objections. Yun, what do you think? At this moment, Han Ruoyun's expression was a bit off. She frowned and asked Yi Chen, "If you had the marriage certificate with me, why didn't you come earlier, and instead married Xiao Qingcheng 3 years ago?" Yi Chen truthfully replied, "Due to certain reasons, I forgot about this marriage. It wasn't until today that I suddenly remembered this engagement." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of Han Tianjing and his family changed. How could someone forget such a significant engagement? Was it accidental or intentional? Han Ruoyun sneered, "Ha. In that case, let's forget about the engagement, including the marriage just arranged. I won't agree to it." She had thought Yi Chen was quite good, but now, she realized she was just his leftover choice. He remembered me, his fiancé, only after getting divorced? Why? How am I inferior to Xiao Qingcheng? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Han Tianjing was stunned. Yun, didn't you just say that Nephew Yi is your fiancé? Han Ruoyan displeasedly said, "I said that just to thank him for saving my life and helping him regain some face in front of Xiao Qingcheng. Besides, I already have a man I admire." Han Tianjing and his wife were puzzled. Their daughter had always been picky. When did she have a man she admired? Was she just saying it out of anger? Unexpectedly, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "That's fine. I actually came here specifically to cancel the engagement." Gasped Han Tianjing, and his family widened their eyes, once again confused. Han Ruoyan looked displeased. "Logically, shouldn't you, Yi Chen, explain the situation to me properly and apologize, so I can take back what I said earlier? Instead, you, this guy, are talking about canceling the engagement? Humph. I understand now. It must be that you couldn't handle being rejected by me, so you had to pretend to call off the engagement to save face. Thinking about this, Han Ruan became even more displeased. Especially after Yein saw her upper body, she was filled with anger. Dad, Mom, I still feel a bit dizzy, I'll go rest first. Han Ruan got up, dropped this sentence, and left directly. This child. Han Tianjing looked frustrated, then comforted Yein. Shia, my daughter has this temper, don't take it to heart, don't be impulsive and talk about canceling the engagement. I think you two are quite compatible. Yein smiled bitterly, I'm not being impulsive, I'm serious. This. Han Tianjing's face stiffened. He knew that the situation in Jiangnan City was turbulent nowadays. Even as the head of the Han family, he had to be cautious. Finally encountering someone like Yein who somewhat satisfied him, why cancel the engagement? Li Xiuqin said, Old Han, since Xiaoyi is willing to cancel the engagement, just agree to it. But? What but? Have you thought about him being a son-in-law kicked out by the Xiao family, and our Han family accepting him, turning into a joke in Jiangnan City? Haven't you heard that Xia Qingqing said he hit her mother and brother? It seems he has a violent tendency. What if he ends up with Yun? What about domestic violence? Also, he just got divorced and brought the marriage certificate to our house, saying it's to cancel the engagement. Who knows if it's a trick to get close and eyeing our family property? Nowadays, there are all kinds of people. This. Han Tianjing nodded subconsciously, these words made some sense. Yein, who heard this, frowned and said, Auntie, I came to the Han family just to cancel the engagement, not for money. Don't think of people so vulgarly. Li Xiuqin said coldly, Humph, I've seen many stubborn men like you. Then she threw a bank card on the coffee table. Take this 3 million as a token of gratitude for saving my daughter, take it and leave, so it won't be said that our Han family doesn't know how to be grateful. Steward Wang, see the guest out. Steward Wang stepped forward, gesturing for Yein to leave. Yein stood up, indifferent. He had seen many narrow-minded women like her. He didn't even glance at the bank card. Coldly, he said, keep this 3 million for your retirement, you narrow-minded person. With that, he left in big strides without looking back. You brat! Who are you calling narrow-minded? Li Xiuqin was furious. Han Tianjing frowned, are you going too far? After all, he saved Yun. Li Xiuqin sneered, just a few needles, who knows if it was a trick? Instead, the Xiao family kicked him out, there must be a reason, maybe he's just a useless waste. Sigh, maybe. Han Tianjing sighed and didn't continue discussing this topic. Instead, he said to Li Xiuqin, go upstairs and tell our daughter that the big shot behind the Dragon Lord of the Bidding Business Association will appear tonight. We must find a way to please that person, it's crucial. Let her prepare early and come with me. After Li Xiuqin went upstairs, Han Tianjing's phone rang, it was Zhao Hailong calling. He didn't dare to neglect it and quickly answered the call. Lord Dragon, what instructions do you have in your call? Zhao Hailong smiled, I heard that Ling Ai's strange illness has been cured, congratulations. How's the engagement going? I'm still waiting to toast at the wedding. Don't mention it. Han Tianjing first complained about today's events, saying, before leaving, Yein even arrogantly called us narrow-minded, it's ridiculous. Hey, Lord Dragon, why aren't you speaking? Unexpectedly, Zhao Hailong's attitude suddenly turned cold. Humph, the ridiculous ones are you, narrow-minded people, take care of yourselves. Beep beep beep, the call was hung up. Ha? What does that mean? Han Tianjing was puzzled, subconsciously called back Zhao Hailong, but found out he was blocked. I didn't offend him in any way, why is he angry? Wait, Yein, could it be related to him? Yun, Dad needs to discuss something urgent with you. He immediately got up and went upstairs to find Han Ruan. Yein had not walked a few steps away from the Han family when he received a call from Grandpa Xiao. Hello, Grandpa, is there something you need? For 3 years, Xiao Hongming had treated Yein as his own, taking care of him in every way. Yein also treated Xiao Hongming as his own grandfather, showing great filial piety. Xiao Hongming anxiously said, Tiance, there's a meeting at home, come back quickly, there are some things I want to talk to you about. Yein actually didn't want to have any more involvement with the Xiao family, but he thought that after he and Xiao Qingqing finalized their divorce, he probably wouldn't go to the Xiao family again in the future. This time, let's just see Grandpa for the last time. So he agreed, okay, I'll go back now. As soon as Yein left, a thug emerged from behind a tree. He took out his phone and made a call. Xiao, I saw the person you asked me to keep an eye on. He was kicked out by Steward Wang, looks like the marriage proposal wasn't successful. A satisfied voice came from the other end of the phone, got it. Xiao family villa. At this time, many executives of the Xiao group and Xiao family friends had gathered. The atmosphere in the living room was exceptionally tense, you could hear a pin drop. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Hongming frowned and asked Xiao Nan, "Are you sure Tiance insulted Lord Long, leading to his retaliation against the Xiao family?" Xiao Nan quickly nodded, "Absolutely, my mom and I saw it together." Xiao Hongming slammed the table and scolded, "Nonsense! Tiance couldn't be that kind of person, there must be more to this." He turned to Xiao Qingcheng, "Grandpa trusts you more, so tell me what really happened." Xiao Hongming had only one son who passed away early, and his grandson Xiao Nan was unreliable, so he had always seen Xiao Qingcheng as the successor. Xiao Qingcheng's head was still a bit muddled. "Grandpa, my mind is a bit confused, I'm not very clear." Xiao Hongming frowned and asked, "What do you mean not clear?" The assistant grandson complained, "Family head, you must stand up for General Xiao. That scoundrel Yi Chen actually participated in the Han family's marriage proposal and became Miss Han's fiancée." She recounted what had just happened at the Han family, emphasizing Yi Chen's heartlessness, Han Ruan's dominance, and Xiao Qingcheng's grievances. The Xiao family and friends present were immediately indignant. The Han family is really going too far. That despicable Yi Chen, he's simply a wolf in sheep's clothing, daring to bully Qingcheng in front of outsiders. Family head, this matter is not over, you must ensure justice for Qingcheng, and teach that heartless Yi Chen a lesson. All of you, shut up. Xiao Hongming's face darkened, interrupting the discussion. Everyone immediately fell silent, feeling a chill down their spines. Oh no, Grandpa is angry, Yi Chen is in trouble now. But to their surprise, Xiao Hongming coldly ordered Xiao Qingcheng, kneel down for me. The shocking words left everyone puzzled. Clearly, it was Yi Chen who had wronged Xiao Qingcheng, so why was Grandpa making her kneel down? Xiao Nan couldn't help but complain, "Grandpa, are you mistaken? It was clearly that useless Yi Chen who did wrong." Xiao Hongming stood up and slapped Xiao Nan directly. Smack! Xiao Nan saw stars in his eyes. Xiao Hongming said in a deep voice, "I'll say it again, Tiance is your brother-in-law, not useless. From now on, mind your manners, or I'll kick you out of the Xiao family." Xiao Nan trembled in fear and quickly shut up. Xiao Hongming coldly said to Xiao Qingcheng, "What, didn't you hear Grandpa's words?" Xiao Qingcheng's body trembled. Grandpa had always been very indulgent towards her, and for the first time in her life, he was making her kneel in public. Reluctant as she was, she had to obey Grandpa's words. She bit her lip, unwillingly knelt down on both knees. Xiao Hongming angrily said, "You were so bold, you actually privately discussed divorce with Tiance while I was away. Do you know how foolish you've been? Do you know how much loss this will bring to you and the Xiao family?" Xiao Qingcheng couldn't accept it and said, "Grandfather, I am clearly not suitable for Yi Chen. I have had enough of this 3-year marriage. Why do you insist on me continuing this marriage with him? Just for the engagement you and Ye's grandfather agreed on in the past? Why should the agreement of your generation restrict my personal choices?" She vented years of accumulated grievances. She felt so wronged. Xiao Hongming, feeling frustrated, said, "Do you know? Tiansu was the proud son of heaven, a person with great luck. Without him, could our Xiao family have risen so rapidly in these 3 short years?" Back in the day, he heard from a mysterious expert that Yi Chen was the proud son of heaven, a person with great luck, with limitless potential in the future. So, he pleaded with Yi Chen's grandfather, took the initiative to set the engagement, all for the sake of the Xiao family and Xiao Qingcheng. 3 years ago, when Yi Chen suddenly returned to Jiangnan City, Xiao Hongming immediately started preparing for the wedding. As expected, since then, the Xiao family has risen to its former glory. Although he didn't understand the reasons behind it, he firmly believed that it was all due to Yi Chen's luck and was determined to maintain their marriage. He never expected that Xiao Qingcheng would hide the fact and ask for a divorce, even signing a divorce agreement. This was like pushing the Xiao family into a pit of fire. Xiao Qingcheng simply didn't believe these words. Proud as she was, she retorted, the Xiao family's achievements in these 3 years are the result of everyone's efforts. What does it have to do with Yi Chen? With these words, the people of the Xiao family also began to support her. Yes, it's everyone's credit. What does Yi Chen have to do with it? Family head, since the divorce is settled, just go ahead with it. It's not a big deal. He has gone to the Han family to be a son-in-law. Why should we even consider him? In their eyes, Xiao Hongming must have been confused, illogically favoring Yi Chen. Xiao Hongming trembled with anger. You fools! Do you have to ruin the Xiao family before you stop? Xiao Qingcheng confidently said, with me around, the Xiao family will never be ruined, only thrive. Grandfather, 3 years ago, you entrusted the power of the Xiao family to me. Please believe in Qingcheng this once. Xiao Hongming shook his head in anger and said, alright, leaving aside everything else, what can you do about the Tianlong group canceling the Xiao family's participation? This. Xiao Qingcheng was at a loss for words at this moment. Zhang Huilan intervened, Dad, aren't you making it difficult for Qingcheng? This matter was ordered by Lord Long himself. How could Qingcheng have a solution? Xiaonan sneered, you keep saying you believe in Yichen. Does he have a solution? If he can help restore the Xiao family's participation, I'll kneel down and eat shit. Before he could finish speaking, a familiar voice came from the crowd behind. If you want to deceive for food and drink, just say it directly, don't beat around the bush. Yichen pushed through the crowd to the front. In fact, he had been present for some time and heard the whole story. Yichen politely greeted Xiao Hongming, grandfather. Xiao Hongming said solemnly, Tiance, grandfather knows everything. With grandfather here, Xingchang and you will not divorce. Yichen smiled bitterly, grandfather, at this point, you don't have to force it. I think divorce is fine. Xiao Hongming was puzzled. Why? Yichen shook his head without answering. The onlookers of the Xiao family and friends all rolled their eyes. Isn't it simple? He must have latched onto the Han family's thigh, so he doesn't need to maintain the marriage with Qingcheng anymore. Heh, looking at both sides of the fence, scumbag. Xiao Hongming scolded with a frown. Shut up. Tiance is not that kind of person. Everyone closed their mouths, but their expressions were full of discontent. Xiao Hongming probably guessed that the reason Yichen agreed to the divorce was that he had endured too much injustice and unfairness over the past 3 years, feeling tired and disappointed. He sighed deeply and said with a heavy heart, Tiance, your grandfather and I are sworn brothers who have faced life and death together countless times. In my eyes, you are as important as my own grandson. I can't bear to see you wronged. Today, your grandfather will definitely get justice for you. He ordered Xiao Qingcheng, apologize to Tiance. Xiao Qingcheng widened her eyes, unable to accept it. Why should I apologize to him? Xiao Hongming said sternly, by asking for a divorce, you are letting Tiance down. You haven't cared enough for him in these 3 years, haven't understood him enough. Aren't these reasons enough? Xiao Qingcheng chuckled bitterly, grandfather, through everything that happened today, I have understood his true nature enough. It's you who don't understand him enough. Today, even if you hit me or scold me, I won't apologize to him. If you insist on forcing me, then just kick me out of the house. Thinking of the grievances and humiliation she had just experienced at the Han family, Xiao Qingcheng was full of anger, not to mention that Yichen had even hit her mother and brother. How could she, proud as she was, lower her head and apologize to Yichen? You! Xiao Hongming was so angry that his finger kept trembling as he pointed at Xiao Qingcheng. In an instant, a surge of anger rose to his head, causing Xiao Hongming to stagger and almost fall to the ground. Yichen hurriedly supported him, worriedly asking, grandfather, are you okay? Xiao Hongming grabbed Yichen's hand and pleaded, Tiance, I beg you to reconsider, please don't impulsively divorce, otherwise the Xiao family will be completely finished. After speaking, Xiao Hongming's eyes went black and he fainted on the spot. Family head. Grandfather. Everyone was shocked and quickly went forward. Xiao Hongming, who had a heart condition, was quickly given emergency heart pills by the others. Although there was no serious problem, he was still sent to his bedroom to rest and recuperate. Xiao Qingcheng looked at Yichen and frowned, saying, you can go now. I won't regret the divorce. I will explain to him when he wakes up. You don't need to remind me. I agree to the divorce. Thank you for giving me freedom. Don't let me hang myself on a crooked tree. You! Xiao Qingcheng's chest heaved with anger. What, am I just a crooked tree in your eyes? Ding-a-ling-a-ling, Yichen's phone rang, showing that it was a call from Zhao Hailong. He answered the call. Immediately, Zhao Hailong's anxious voice came through. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. It was my own decision to cancel the Xiao family's participation, which led to misunderstandings on your side. I am now restoring all of Xiao family's qualifications, including the prearranged 10 billion order. Zhao Hailong had just called Han Tianzhang, learned about the conflict between Yichen and Xiao Qingcheng from him, and immediately called to apologize. Yichen said calmly, reselect the 10 billion order, no need to give it to the Xiao family by default. Thinking of Xiao Hongming's care for him over the past 3 years, Yichen didn't want to be too harsh, as the old man might not be able to bear it. So he added, the participation quota can be restored, as for those who insulted you, you figure out a way to make them apologize. He hung up the phone. Looking up, he saw everyone staring at him in disbelief. Although Yichen didn't hear clearly on the phone, from what he said, it seemed like he was ordering someone to do something. Zhang Huilan couldn't help but ask, who called you? Yichen answered truthfully, Zhao Hailong. What? Zhao Hailong. Everyone present was shocked. Zhao Hailong actually called Yichen on his own. How did he have the authority? Xiao Qingcheng immediately questioned, at this point, can you stop being mysterious in public, is this fun for you? But before she could finish her sentence, the phone rang again, showing that it was Zhao Hailong calling. What? The Dragon Lord actually called for real? Xiao Qingcheng quickly answered the call. After a moment, she hung up the phone, standing still in place, silent for a long time. Sun assistant asked in confusion, Miss Xiao, what's wrong? Xiao Qingqing's voice sounded absent-mindedly. Lord Long notified us that the Xiao family has regained its qualification to participate in the Chamber of Commerce. Someone will come later to deliver the invitation. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the living room was filled with shock. Can Yi Chen really command Zhao Hailong? This is bad. Did the Xiao family really make a mistake and drive away a hidden big shot? Among those present, Xiao Qingqiang was the most horrified. Her eyes widened, filled with incredulity. Why? The man she looked down upon the most had suddenly transformed into someone who could command Lord Long. This couldn't be true. Unwillingly, she asked, Yi Chen, can you really command Lord Long? Yi Chen nodded. At this point, he had no need to continue hiding the truth. Boom! Xiao Qingqing's delicate body trembled, her emotions in turmoil. The reason she had asked for a divorce was because she felt Yi Chen was not worthy of her. Who would have thought that in the end, the biggest joke was herself? What exactly is Yi Chen's identity? Why can he command Zhao Hailong? Could he be that legendary figure? But then, Assistant Sun suddenly reminded, President Xiao, don't be deceived by Yi Chen. This matter has nothing to do with him. Lord Long must have called to restore the participation qualification because of the Han family's face. Xiao Qingqiang was puzzled. Why do you say that? Assistant Sun explained, in my opinion, Miss Han wants Yi Chen to be her fiancé. After learning about him insulting Lord Long, she would naturally have her father come forward to resolve this conflict. After the conflict is resolved, it's Miss Han who pleads with Lord Long to restore the Xiao family's participation qualification. Yi Chen is just a messenger in front of us. Xiao Qingqiang didn't understand. Why would Han Ruan help the Xiao family regain their participation qualification? After all, they had just been ridiculed at the Han family and almost ended up in the mud. Assistant Sun sneered, how is she helping? Clearly, she's helping Yi Chen embarrass you. By proving that she can do what you can't, she's showing off. Didn't she target you everywhere in the Han family before? Xiao Qingqing's eyes trembled slightly, suddenly realizing. So that's how it is. Judging from her recent dealings with Han Ruan, the other party's character would indeed do such a thing. The rest of the Xiao family present all nodded in agreement, finding the explanation reasonable. Only Yi Chen helplessly sneered. This matter has nothing to do with the Han family, let alone with Han Ruan. Xiao Qingqiang, who was already biased, simply didn't believe it. She said coldly, Yi Chen, I never expected you to be so narrow-minded. In the end, aren't you just deliberately trying to make fun of me? Yi Chen helplessly shrugged, if you insist on thinking that way, I can't help it. This response made Xiao Qingqiang almost explode with anger. Today, I, Xiao Qingqiang, will make it clear. I won't accept the hypocritical charity from you and Han Ruan. Even if Lord Long restores the participation qualification, I won't attend tomorrow night. As soon as these words were spoken, the people of the Xiao family were in a panic. Qingqiang, what are you saying? The Xiao family must participate in the Chamber of Commerce bidding. It's a matter of great importance, don't act impulsively. Xiao Qingqiang gritted her teeth, I have made up my mind, you don't need to persuade me. Before anyone could respond, a familiar voice sounded from outside the door, Qingqiang, you must attend the Chamber of Commerce tomorrow night, and you don't need to worry, because the Xiao family's regaining of the participation qualification has nothing to do with Yi Chen or the Han family, but it's something I helped achieve. Swish! Everyone looked towards the door, where three people entered the living room, Buwan, Jibo Xiao, and Master Gongsun. Seeing the three of them, Zhang Huilan hurried forward and asked, Young Master Ji, is what you just said true? Buwan put his hands in his pockets, looking confident. Of course it's true. I just had a meal with Lord Long, and this matter was mentioned at the dinner table. He gave face and agreed. Xiao Qingqiang frowned, questioning, but Yi Chen has clearly become the son-in-law of the Han family. At this point, Jibo Xiao explained, President Xiao, don't be fooled by Yi Chen. I'll tell you the truth. As soon as you left the Han family, he was kicked out by Steward Wang. The Han family never agreed to a marriage proposal, let alone letting Yun marry him. Xiao Qingqiang was puzzled, but Han Ruan clearly admitted to marrying Yi Chen. Why the sudden change? Master Gongsun explained, that's because Miss Han was actually cured by Taoist Qin, but this brat took advantage of the situation, causing the Han family to misunderstand and trust him, agreeing to the marriage proposal. But they later found out the truth, angering the Han family, which led to kicking him out. As soon as these words were spoken, the living room erupted in astonishment. Now everyone understood. After all the commotion, it turned out that Yi Chen was still the same useless waste of space. We were all deceived by him. Xiao Qingqiang stepped forward, sincerely saying, Young Master Ji, thank you for your help, I am truly grateful for your kindness. Xincheng, with me around, not only can I help you restore your family's qualifications to participate and win the bid, but I can also introduce you to that important figure for a pleasant conversation without any difficulty, Jibo said confidently with his hands in his pockets. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, Yein couldn't help but applaud. What a fascinating story, I almost believed it. Zhang Huilan frowned. Shut up. You almost got fooled. Xincheng, kick him out, don't let him bother us at the Xiao residence. Xiao Qingcheng nodded. She ordered Yein to leave. Get out, you are not welcome here. Earlier, she was kicked out by Han Ruan at the Han residence. Now she wanted to retaliate against Yein. Yein indifferently said, do you think I want to stay here? Since Miss Xiao is willing to believe in young Master G, I hope you won't regret it later. With that, he left without looking back. He didn't want to waste another second talking to some foolish woman. After Yein left, Zhang Huilan was extremely agitated. She suggested, in my opinion, the Xiao family has passed this difficult situation thanks to young Master G. We should set up a feast to thank him properly, especially you, Xincheng. You should accompany him and have a few more drinks. Everyone agreed. Jibo acted arrogantly. Lord Long just treated me to a meal. I'm not hungry yet, but since everyone is so kind, I'll graciously accept. Before anyone could respond, a cold voice came from outside the door. When did you have a meal with Lord Long? I don't recall that. A woman dressed in a red tight skirt with black stockings, looking stunning and emitting a strong aura of authority, entered the living room. She appeared to be in her 30s but exuded a commanding presence. Jibo frowned. Who are you? What evidence do you have to say I didn't have a meal with Lord Long? The woman coldly replied, this afternoon, I was in a meeting with Lord Long the whole time. I didn't see him having a meal with anyone. Did you time travel? All eyes turned to Jibo. You keep saying you had a meal with Zhao Hailong. Are you lying? Jibo nervously retorted, don't listen to her. She's just a pretty girl who can't even find the entrance to the Long group, yet she's boasting about having a meeting with Lord Long all afternoon. Who would believe that? Before he could finish, Xiao Qingqing suddenly stepped forward, respectfully addressing the woman, Ms. Xian, why are you here? Please forgive my lack of hospitality. Jibo was puzzled. Xincheng, who is Ms. Xian? Xiao Qingqing introduced the woman to everyone. This is Vice President Qian Kini of the Long group, one of the organizers of the Long Business Conference. Suddenly feeling uneasy, she furrowed her brows and asked, you went to the Long group to ask Lord Long for help in restoring our participation quota, didn't you see Ms. Xian? Well. Jibo stammered. Qian Kini coldly said, I have never met this young Master G, and would someone of his caliber be worthy of mingling with Lord Long? What a joke! The Xiao family was taken aback. After all the chaos, it turned out that young Master G was also lying. Whose words were true in the end? Xiao Qingcheng frowned. Young Master G, what's really going on here? Jibo blushed. He didn't expect the truth to be revealed so quickly. Cough, there must be a misunderstanding here. I suddenly remembered an urgent matter, so I'll take my leave. With that, he bolted out, taking Ji Buixiao and Master Gongsun with him, leaving this place of controversy. The members of the Xiao family looked at each other in confusion. If it wasn't young Master Ji who helped the Xiao family regain their eligibility to attend the meeting, then who was it? Could it really be Yi Chen? At that moment, Shen Kaiyan took out an invitation letter. I came here specifically to deliver the invitation to the Xiao family for tomorrow's bidding business meeting, but Lord Long said there's a condition, which is to have the person who insulted him apologize in front of me. Xiao Qingcheng hesitated. Apologizing is not a problem, but since Yi Chen has just left the Xiao family, if it's not possible, I can apologize to Lord Long on his behalf. Yi Chen? Shen Kaiyan shook her head. It's not him, I don't know him either, Lord Long said. The one who insulted him claimed to be your brother, and another claimed to be your mother. Gasps filled the room. Countless eyes fell on Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan. What? It wasn't Yi Chen who insulted Lord Long, but these two? They trembled, feeling like they were sitting on pins and needles. Oh no, they've been found out. Just then, Xiao Hongming, who had just sobered up in the room, overheard this conversation. His face darkened as he asked, speak, what's going on? Otherwise, you'll face family discipline. Xiaonan, pale with fear, dared not hide anything. She recounted without concealment the events of insulting Yi Chen at the Yi family cemetery, insulting Zhao Hailong, and framing Yi Chen upon returning. Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan both knelt down, repenting and apologizing to Lord Long. They even slapped themselves, the sound echoing in the room. Xiao Qingcheng trembled with anger, her face pale, shaking all over. No wonder Yi Chen hit her mother and brother. They were causing trouble unreasonably, even kicking her grandfather's tombstone on the anniversary of his death. Anyone would have resorted to violence in such a situation. On the other hand, she had believed the slander, not only refusing to listen to Yi Chen's explanations but also wrongly accusing him time and time again. She even went to the Han family's door to scold Yi Chen. Thinking about this, she felt so embarrassed that she wished she could disappear into the ground, regretting deeply. Slap! Suddenly, Xiao Hongming raised his hand and slapped Xiao Qingcheng. Her eyes turned red. She never expected her grandfather to hit her. Xiao Hongming trembled with anger. I told you that you don't understand Tianxi enough, you wronged him, insisted on arguing with me, and even drove him away. You must find him and bring him back, even if you have to kneel down and apologize, or else I. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Grandfather! Family head! In an instant, everyone panicked and rushed over, the whole Xiao family in chaos. Tianlong Restaurant, the most luxurious restaurant in Jiangnan City. On the first floor by the window, a woman in a snow-white dress, extremely beautiful, sat there as if waiting for something. The guests at the surrounding tables whispered, "Isn't that Han Ruan, the daughter of the richest man? Her incurable disease has actually been cured? So beautiful, look at her chest, wow. It's almost as big as the table, top-notch. Look, someone is coming." At that moment, a modestly dressed, handsome young man sat down opposite Han Ruan. "You called me here for something, why couldn't it be said over the phone?" Just as Yi Chen was leaving the Xiao family, he suddenly received a call from an unknown number. It was Han Ruan, inviting him for a meal, saying there was something important to discuss that required a face-to-face meeting. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Chen agreed. Han Ruan took out a golden bank card from her Hermes bag and placed it on the table. "There's 20 million in this card." Yi Chen was stunned. "What does this mean?" Han Ruan raised her chin arrogantly. "Of the 20 million, 10 million is a thank you for saving me. The remaining 10 million is to ask you to stop playing cat and mouse with me in the future. Don't bother me anymore." Yi Chen almost spat out his tea. "Are you kidding me? I've only met you once. Why am I so entangled with you? Wrong? Ha ha." Han Ruan seemed to see through everything. "After you left today, I suddenly understood. From when you proposed to break off the engagement, to rejecting the 3 million my mom offered, wasn't it all a deliberate act to attract my parents' attention? Coincidentally, Lord Long's call made my dad misunderstand you, which led him to ask me to talk to you again. He's really confused. I admit, your methods to win me over are clever, but you can't fool me. Considering you saved me, take the money and leave, give yourself some dignity. The daughter of the wealthiest family in Jiangnan will never settle for someone else's leftovers." Thinking of this, Han Ruan was furious. "Clearly, we had an engagement first. Why did you marry Xiao Qingcheng 3 years ago instead of me? What's wrong with me? In terms of looks and height, I'm not inferior to Xiao Qingcheng. My family background is even far superior to Xiao Qingcheng's. As for cup size, I'm 2 sizes ahead of Xiao Qingcheng. I just can't accept it." Yi Chen almost burst out laughing from anger. "You've misunderstood, I really didn't mean that, don't be so self-absorbed." Although Han Ruan's cup was tempting, Yi Chen had just gone through a failed marriage and didn't dare to have any thoughts about women in the short term. "Hey! How dare you speak like that?" Han Ruan, who had never been called self-absorbed by a man before, was taken aback. Yi Chen said with a bitter smile, "I'm just telling the truth." "You!" Han Ruan was about to explode. A rebuke sounded. "How dare you? Do you dare insult Yun? Do you think you have a long life?" A young man in a suit and leather shoes walked over. He was Jibo, the second young master of the G family. He said softly to Han Ruan, Yun, you've just recovered from a long illness. There's no need to get angry with this kind of scum. Let me handle it for you." Han Ruan glanced at Jibo, not wanting to deal with him. This guy had pursued her many times in the past and couldn't be driven away. Jibo didn't feel embarrassed at all. He squinted at Yi Chen and threatened, "What a coincidence, just met and ran into each other here. I order you to kneel down and apologize to Yun immediately, then crawl out like a dog, otherwise." "Otherwise what?" "Otherwise, I'll let you experience the terror of the G family in Jiangnan." Ever since his matchmaking visit to the Han family was ruined today, Jibo had harbored deep hatred towards Yi Chen and had long wanted to seek revenge. Yi Chen laughed. "What's so terrifying about the G family? Is it your dad Ji Wuli? Your brother Ji Buwan? Or you, Ji Buxiao? TSK, look at the names of you 3, one is powerless, one is short, and one is small. If you put it that way, it's really terrifying." Upon hearing this, the surrounding customers couldn't help but laugh out loud. The names of these 3 were really funny. Even Han Ruan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She glared at Yi Chen fiercely. This jerk, how could he speak such harsh words in public? You're asking for it." Ji Buxia was so angry that his face turned red, and he roared in anger. He believed that with his 2.5 years of practicing Taekwondo, he could at least break Yi Chen's nose. But in the next instant, his vision blurred. With a bang, his whole body flew out and crashed heavily to the ground, in a mess. Ah! Some timid customers screamed in fear. Even Han Ruan widened her eyes, not seeing clearly what had happened in that instant. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Immediately after, the restaurant manager and a group of security guards hurried over. Who dares to cause trouble at Tianlong restaurant? The restaurant manager Sun Jun scanned the crowd, his voice stern. The customers all kept silent, not daring to meet his gaze. It was well known that Tianlong restaurant was one of the enterprises under the Tianlong group, with a strong background. In Jiangnan City, no one dared to cause trouble at Tianlong restaurant. Ji Buxiao struggled to stand up, grimacing in pain. Sun Jun saw Ji Buxiao and his face showed a hint of flattery as he asked, "Oh, isn't this young Master Ji? What's going on? Who provoked you?" Ji Buxiao pointed at Yi Chen angrily, "Manager Sun, he hit me, this jerk deliberately caused trouble at Tianlong restaurant, don't let him off." Shua Sun Jun and the security guards behind him all fixed their gaze on Yi Chen. Sun Jun said in a deep voice, "Kid, causing trouble and fighting at the Tianlong restaurant, do you know what price you have to pay?" Yi Chen replied calmly, "He struck first, I retaliated, any problem with that?" Ji Buxiao shouted loudly, "Nonsense. Clearly, you provoked me first, don't bite indiscriminately." Then he said to Sun Jun, "Manager Sun, as long as you help me save face today, I will repay you multiple times." For Sun Jun, the truth of the conflict was not important, what mattered was Ji Buxiao's promise. So he smiled and said, "Young Master Ji, it's all in a day's work for me. How do you want to deal with this kid?" Ji Buxiao squinted coldly and said, "I want your men to break his legs, throw him out of the restaurant, put up a sign at the entrance saying Yi Chen and dogs are not allowed inside, humiliate him, what do you think?" As soon as these words were spoken, the customers gasped in shock. Ji Buxiao was truly ruthless. They felt sorry for Yi Chen but also helpless. After all, he had provoked the wrong person. Sun Jun smiled faintly and said, "I'll take care of this little matter." Then he signaled the security guards behind him to act. "Hold on." At this moment, Han Ruan stood up and spoke to stop them. Sun Jun was puzzled and asked, "Miss Han, what do you mean?" Han Ruan ignored him and said coldly to Yi Chen, "As long as you apologize for insulting me just now and ask for my help, I can help you get through this crisis in consideration of our engagement." Yi Chen straightforwardly refused, "No need." Han Ruan was taken aback and frowned, "Facing a crisis, you're still trying to act high and mighty in front of me? I've said it before, I won't fall for your tricks." Yi Chen said helplessly, "Miss Han, I really suggest you see a psychologist. Excessive self-love is a disease that needs treatment." Han Ruan was furious, her E-cup chest trembling uncontrollably. "Ignorant fool. I don't care about you anymore, live or die." Seeing this, Ji Buxiao reminded, "Manager Sun, quickly have your men take action." Sun Jun waved his hand to signal the men to move forward. However, Yi Chen suddenly said, "Manager Sun, I kindly advise you to stop now, or you'll lose your job, it's not worth it." Sun Jun almost burst out laughing. "Kid, make me lose my job? Who do you think you are? The owner of our restaurant? Or the chairman of the higher-level Tianlong group, Lord Long?" Yi Chen casually replied with his hands in his pockets, "Although I'm not the owner of your restaurant, I can order Zhao Hailong to have your boss fire you." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at Yi Chen as if he were a fool. Lord Long's status was extraordinary. How could you think he would obey your orders? Why don't you say you're the ruler of the earth, and everyone must obey you? Sun Jun couldn't help but mock, "I really want to see how you can make Lord Long listen to you? I'm looking forward to being fired by you, ha ha ha." Ji Buxiao even sneered, "If you can get Manager Sun fired, I'll publicly call you daddy." Yi Chen took out his phone and called Zhao Hailong directly. "I'm at the Tianlong restaurant. Give you 1 minute, have the restaurant owner come over and fire a manager named Sun Jun." This action drew sarcastic comments from the onlookers. "This kid is addicted to showing off. Saying 1 minute, does he think he's shooting a movie? What a clown." Sun Jun glanced at the time arrogantly, "Kid, there are 15 seconds left on the countdown. If no one comes by then, you might." Before he could finish his sentence, a middle-aged man in a gray suit hurried down from upstairs and reached Yi Chen. He respectfully said, "Mr. Yi, I'm late. I deserve to die. I will now dismiss Sun Jun." The whole place fell silent for a moment. Everyone stared in astonishment at this middle-aged man. He was none other than the owner of the Tianlong restaurant, Chen Feng. He was actually summoned by a phone call. What on earth was going on? Sun Jun couldn't believe it, nervously saying, "Mr. Chen, let me explain, the situation is." Chen Feng interrupted sternly, "You scoundrel, I won't listen to your explanations. Go settle your wages at the finance department right away and get lost forever. Sun Jun was so scared that he could only leave in a dejected manner. Before leaving, he glared fiercely at Ji Buxiao. It was all his fault, causing his own misery. Ji Buxiao looked puzzled, unable to understand the situation. Yein sneered and asked, "Didn't you just say that if I fired Sun Jun, you would kneel down and call me daddy? Come on." Ji Buxiao's eye twitched, and he awkwardly said, "Yi brother, you misunderstood, I was just joking." Yein narrowed his cold eyes and said, "You were joking, but I wasn't. Today, either you kneel down and call me daddy, or let Mr. Chen's men break your legs and throw you out," hanging a sign outside the door saying Ji Buxiao and dogs are not allowed inside. Choose one. Ji Buxiao said bitterly, "Yi brother, can we change it? This is two." Yein coldly said, "Since you don't want to choose, I'll help you choose to have your legs broken and thrown out." "No, no, no. I'll choose." Ji Buxiao clenched his fists, gritted his teeth. Then he reluctantly knelt down, unwillingly uttering, "Dad." Yein raised an eyebrow. "Did your vocal cords stay at home? Speak louder." Ji Buxiao's mouth twitched fiercely. Today I, Ji, have fallen into your hands, I will avenge this grudge." He took a deep breath, shouted loudly, "Daddy! Daddy! Daddy!" Yein clapped his hands, laughed, "My good eldest son, I'll teach you to learn to be submissive in the future, or you'll suffer a lot, now get lost." Ji Buxiao stood up, not wanting to stay a second longer, and left in a hurry, so nervous that he even tripped and fell flat on his face on the way out. Ha ha ha! The customers burst into laughter. They found it satisfying to see second young Master Ji, who was notorious for his arrogance in Jiangnan City, suffer such humiliation. Chen Feng respectfully asked, "Mr. Yi, is there anything else you'd like to order?" He actually knew nothing about the man in front of him, but he was being cautious because of a phone call from Zhao Hailong just now. The only order was to obey Mr. Yi unconditionally. Yein shook his head, "No, thank you for your help." Chen Feng quickly said, "How can that be? Ultimately it's my lack of control over my subordinates. As compensation, please accept this small gift." As he spoke, he signaled to his assistant behind him. The assistant quickly took out a wooden box from the office and opened it with both hands. Inside the square box lay a snow-white ginseng, over a foot long, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. Seeing this, the surrounding customers exclaimed again, "Isn't this the 100-year snow ginseng that Chen Feng bought from the medicine king of Jiangnan a few days ago? He actually gave it to him. I heard that the 100-year snow ginseng can cure all diseases, it's priceless. Who is this kid after all? He's worth Chen's generosity." On the other side, Han Ruan had long been stunned. She couldn't understand why Yi Chen, who was only skilled in medicine, could make Chen Feng so obedient. Ring ring. At this moment, the phone on the table suddenly rang, and she instinctively picked it up to answer the call. A somewhat anxious woman's voice came from the other end. "Yi Chen, it's me, Xiao Qingcheng. I want to say sorry to you, Han Ruan said coldly, "I'm not Yi Chen, I'm Han Ruan." Upon hearing this, the voice on the other end was clearly startled. After 2 seconds of silence, she asked, "Where's Yi Chen? Let him answer the phone." Yi Chen looked over, puzzled. "Why are you using my phone?" Han Ruan then realized that she had grabbed the wrong phone in her panic. She retorted, "It's not intentional. I want to ask you, why is your phone the same color as mine? Even the ringtone is the same." Yi Chen didn't want to argue with her. He took back his phone and asked, "What's the matter? I actually wanted to say sorry to you." Xiao Qingcheng hesitated, then suddenly changed her tone. "Grandpa suddenly started bleeding and was hospitalized at the first hospital. He wants to see you, it's up to you whether you come or not." "Grandpa is bleeding? What happened?" Doot, only to find out that the other party had already hung up the phone. Grandpa had an accident? Yein furrowed his brows, feeling a bit anxious. Regardless, Xiao Hongming had been good to him. It didn't matter how the other members of the Xiao family treated him, but he couldn't just sit idly by if something happened to the old man. "Manager Chen, I'll take this 100-year snow ginseng first, I won't take advantage of you." Chen Feng smiled respectfully, "It's what I should do." He handed the 100-year snow ginseng to Yi Chen, didn't even greet Han Ruan, and left directly. Han Ruan stomped her foot in anger, her E-cup chest trembling. "Yi Chen, don't think that by playing hard to get, you can make me fall for you. Wishful thinking. I've already liked someone, he is a much better person than you. I'll win him over at the bidding conference tomorrow night and make you regret it." Ding-a-ling this time, it was Han Ruan's phone ringing. Her father, Han Tianzhang, was calling. Yun, how did it go? Does Yi Chen really have a background?" Han Ruan was not in a good mood. "He's nothing." She hung up the phone, angrily leaving the Tianlong restaurant. At the same time, on the second floor in a private room, a woman observed everything that happened on the first floor. She was dressed in a silver cheongsam, voluptuous, with an extremely beautiful face and fiery red lips, exuding a charming and alluring mature charm. A tall maid in black leather pants and a leather jacket walked up to her and asked, "Miss, what are you looking at?" "Nothing, just saw an interesting person." Rong Mayen withdrew her gaze. Calmly, she said, "Besides attending the bidding conference tomorrow night in Jiangnan City, I also need to find clues about that man. Keep an eye out." The maid whispered, "Miss, is it worth it for a man you've never met? Besides, that engagement on you." Rong Mayen firmly said, "The engagement arranged by the family, I've never seen the man, don't even know his name, and don't want to know. In any case, I, Rong Mayen, will not agree to that engagement." At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiangnan City First Hospital. Yichen arrived at the ward door and saw many members of the Xiao family. Zhang Huilan and Sha Nan were there, with swollen cheeks and clear palm prints. These were from when they knelt and confessed at home, slapping their own ears, leaving a faint pain. Zhang Huilan asked unkindly, "What are you doing here?" Yichen answered truthfully, "Xingchen called and said Grandpa suddenly fell ill, so I came to visit." Sha Nan scolded discontentedly, "My grandpa is sick. What does it have to do with you, an outsider? Useless thing, get out." The rest of the Xiao family also complained. "What visit the family head? Clearly, he's here to watch the show. We don't need your fake concern, just roll as far as you can. Don't think that because our Xiao family is about to regain the bidding conference spot and secure a 10 billion order, you can come back and cling to us? No way." Seeing these people's attitudes, Yichen furrowed his brows, not used to their faults. "Kindness is met with ingratitude. Since you don't need me to visit, then forget it." He turned to leave. "Wait." Just then, the ward door opened, and Xiao Qingcheng walked out, with visible palm prints on her cheeks. Xiao Qingcheng looked at Yi Chen, her expression complex. She had intended to apologize to Yi Chen for misunderstanding him, even to listen to her grandfather and try to salvage the situation with Yi Chen. But thinking that Han Ruan had answered the phone when she called, she felt uncomfortable and couldn't speak at all. Yi Chen asked, "How is Grandpa?" Xiao Qingcheng regained her composure and calmly replied, "The doctor said it was a sudden heart attack. He's out of danger now, just lay down to rest, can't disturb him." Yi Chen nodded, "Then I won't go in." Since the old man was out of danger, there was no need for him to stay. After all, just looking at these people made him sick. He decided to leave the 100-year snow ginseng and go. He handed the wooden box over. "This is for Grandpa, it's good for his recovery." Zhang Huilan rushed forward to grab and open it. Upon seeing what was inside, with a look of disdain, she stuffed it back into Yi Chen's hand. "You dare to give away this fake ginseng on this lousy street? Take it back where it came from." Yi Chen explained, "This is snow ginseng, a precious medicinal herb that can cure many ailments." Zhang Huilan sneered, "Do you think I'm stupid? What's snow ginseng? This is obviously fake ginseng. Even the 9 yuan deal on a certain online platform seems expensive to me." Xiaonan also sarcastically remarked, "You can turn a fake ginseng into snow ginseng that cures all diseases. If it were a white radish, you'd probably claim it to be the supreme radish of eternal life after eating it, right?" The Xiao family burst into laughter at the scene. This waste, for the sake of a little dignity, how shameless can he be? Just then, a young man in a suit appeared before them. It was Jibo. He politely greeted Xiao Qingcheng. "I heard that the head of the Xiao family is ill, so I came to see." Xiao Qingcheng responded displeased, "My grandfather's affairs are none of your concern." Jibo was not embarrassed. He knew that Xiao Qingcheng was angry because of his lie to Zhao Hailong for help. "Qingcheng, I did exaggerate about the Chamber of Commerce quota, but the truth is not as you think. Without my efforts, Lord Long would not have changed his mind." Xiao Qingcheng frowned. "What do you mean?" Jibo said seriously, "To be honest, it was all thanks to my father. I begged him to make the call to Lord Long, and of course, it was successful. I should have told the truth, but in the heat of the moment, I took credit for it. Now, I regret it deeply." The Xiao family nodded in realization. They had been discussing the reasons for Zhao Hailong's change of heart not long ago, but couldn't figure it out. After all, they didn't think Zhao Hailong would listen to Yi Chen. Jibo's explanation at this moment made everything fall into place. He. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had never seen such shamelessness before. Jibo's face darkened. "What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong?" Zhang Huilan scolded Yi Chen, "Since when is it your turn to interrupt? If it weren't for the help of young Master Ji's father, who else could it be?" She then said to Jibo gently, "Young Master Ji, you don't need to be angry with such people. Auntie believes in you. Although you lied before, it's understandable, after all, it was for Qingqing's sake." Jibo's face lit up. He thought these foolish old women were really helping him. So he took the opportunity to say, "Auntie, you're right. I promise not to make similar mistakes in the future. By the way, this is the red Lingji I bought at a high price for Grandpa Xiao. It's absolutely nourishing. He opened a gift box in his hand, revealing a piece of red Lingji the size of a fan, emitting a medicinal fragrance. Zhang Huilan's eyes lit up. Young Master Ji, this Lingji must be very precious, right? Ji Buwan pretended to be modest. Just over $1 million, it's nothing. The Xiao family was instantly amazed. A gift worth over $1 million, truly generous. Compared to the fake ginseng Yi Chen had brought, it was like heaven and earth. Ji Buwan sarcastically said to Yi Chen, remember, learn from me when giving gifts, only send top quality items, not worthless junk. Yi Chen calmly replied, idiot. What's there to learn from a fake Lingji? Besides, it's poisonous. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room fell silent. Fake Lingji, poisonous? Everyone looked at Ji Buwan. His face immediately darkened. Nonsense. This red Lingji was bought by my friend. How can it be fake? You're slandering me. I demand an apology from you. Zhang Huilan sneered. You, a freeloader, what do you know about Lingji? Shut up. The Xiao family, who were shocked just a moment ago, now came to their senses. They all accused Yi Chen. We almost fell for your deception. Young Master Ji's identity, how could he give fake Lingji? You just can't accept young Master Ji's red Lingji, so you deliberately slandered it. Yi Chen said coldly, a bunch of idiots. He then stepped forward and grabbed the red Lingji. With a crisp sound, split it directly in the middle. This move made everyone's face change. Is this kid crazy? Ji Buwan shouted loudly, this red Lingji is worth $1 million. Can you afford to compensate if it's damaged? Yi Chen remained indifferent. Pointing at the black part in the middle of the Lingji, he said, the real red Lingji root is red, but this one is purple-black. True Lingji tastes slightly bitter, known as bitter medicine, but this one is fragrant. From the texture of the cap, it is not red Lingji at all, not even considered Lingji, but a poisonous red giant mushroom, highly toxic. Consuming it can be life-threatening. Don't believe me? Look it up online. A relative of the Xiao family who didn't believe said, let's look it up. Then he was dumbfounded because it was indeed not red Lingji but a poisonous red giant mushroom. Now everyone was confused. Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan were in disbelief. They had intended to mock Yi Chen, but ended up being embarrassed instead. It was too painful. Xiao Qingqing's face was even more fiery. Yi Chen brought the poisonous red giant mushroom in front of Ji Buwan. Are you trying to intentionally harm someone by giving this to Grandpa? Do you know how many years you'll be sentenced for this? Ji Buwan was sweating profusely from fear. He didn't understand how the genuine red Lingji turned into a poisonous red giant mushroom. I didn't do it on purpose, it must be my friend who bought the Lingji playing tricks. What I said is all true. Yi Chen said, whether it's true or not, the police will find out. Ji Buwan was about to wet himself. Zhang Huilan stepped forward to help him out. Young Master Ji said it wasn't intentional. Are you going to keep staring at him like this forever? Even if he sent the wrong Lingji, at least he spent money and goodwill. Isn't it better than you giving worthless fake ginseng? Xiaonan followed angrily. In my opinion, your fake ginseng is the real poison, definitely holding a grudge against our Xiao family, wanting to harm Grandpa. I won't let you succeed, you scum. With that, he suddenly grabbed a 100-year-old snow ginseng and threw it on the ground. In front of everyone, he raised his foot and stomped on it, instantly crushing it to pieces. Yi Chen's face darkened. Do you know what you've done? Xiaonan arrogantly said, I just crushed your fake ginseng to prevent you from harming my grandpa. What's wrong with that? Slap. Without a word, Yi Chen walked up and slapped Xiaonan, a crisp sound. He spun around in place, seeing stars in his eyes. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Chen actually laid hands on someone. Xiao Qingqing scolded, Yi Chen, have you lost your mind? Why did you hit my brother? Yi Chen replied calmly, shouldn't he be hit? Xiao Qingqing's chest heaved with anger. Initially, she felt a bit sorry for Yi Chen in some aspects, hesitating whether to apologize. But Yi Chen's sudden slap made her see his rough side. It made her feel disappointed. Xiao Qingqing pointed outside and said coldly, leave. You are not welcome here. Yi Chen said indifferently, I'll leave. Do you think I want to stay with a bunch of fools like you? He turned and walked away, not looking back. Zhang Huilan spat on the ground. Nonsense. Xiaonan held his cheek. Full of anger, he said, this bastard, I will definitely not let this go. Just then, the hospital director Wu Xingye came over and said, although the head of the Xiao family is out of danger, his vitality is greatly damaged. To recover, he needs precious medicines for recuperation, please find them. Xiao Qingqing hurriedly asked, Director Wu, what precious medicines are needed, please recommend. Wu Xingye replied, I heard that recently, someone auctioned a 100-year-old snow ginseng from the medicine king of Jiangnan. If the head of the Shao family takes it, not only can it cure this illness, but it can also prolong his life. I'm not sure who won the auction, but I can inquire about it. When Xiao Qingcheng heard the words 100-year-old snow ginseng, her body trembled. It seemed like she thought of something terrifying. She pointed to the crushed ginseng on the ground and asked Wu Xingye, Director Wu, is this the 100-year-old snow ginseng you mentioned? Oh. Wu Xingye bent down to pick up the crushed ginseng and broken roots to examine them. Suddenly widened his eyes. This is the 100-year snow ginseng. Top quality. Where did you get it from, and how did it end up like this? Faced with Wu Xingye's questioning, Xiao Qingcheng awkwardly explained the situation briefly. Wu Xingye was furious. This 100-year snow ginseng is worth at least 5 million, and it's priceless. Even I haven't seen it many times, and you just ruined it like this? Simply wasting a treasure. A bunch of fools. Hearing this, everyone in the Shao family felt heartbroken. Who would have thought that what Yi Chen, that waste, said was true? A ginseng worth 5 million, destroyed like this. Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip, her breathing heavy, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. She misunderstood Yi Chen once again. No wonder Yi Chen was so angry and slapped Xiaonan just now, he deserved it. She hurriedly asked, Director Wu, can this 100-year snow ginseng still be used? Wu Xingye shook his head. The 100-year snow ginseng is different from other ginseng. It must be kept intact to be effective. Now that it's rotten like this, its medicinal properties are gone, and it's not worth much. Smack! Xiao Qingcheng was so angry that she slapped Xiaonan directly. It's all because you stepped on the 100-year snow ginseng. What do we do now? Now Xiaonan's cheeks on both sides were swollen high. Lowering his head, he remained silent like a quail. He blamed Yi Chen for not explaining earlier. Now he was embarrassed. After Wu Xingye left, the Shao family began to discuss, curious about where Yi Chen got the 100-year snow ginseng from. Zhang Huilan gritted her teeth and said, he must have stolen it from somewhere. This kid is the dirtiest. But Xiao Qingcheng did not believe this explanation. The 100-year snow ginseng is so precious, how could it be easily stolen? There must be another reason. Regardless, she had misunderstood Yi Chen's intentions this time, wrongly accused him, and hurt his feelings. Next time they meet, she must explain clearly. Xiao Qingcheng was not one to owe favors. She regained her composure and said, I'll figure out the Chinese medicine matter. The bidding business meeting is tomorrow night. I'll go back to the company to prepare the documents first. Mom, can you and my brother take care of Grandpa these 2 days? Zhang Huilan nodded, okay, you go quickly. Xiao Qingcheng left quickly. Jibo Buwan also left dejectedly. The rest of the Shao family left one by one, leaving only Zhang Huilan and her son. Soon, the call bell rang in the ward. Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan immediately went in. It turned out that Xiao Hongming had woken up. Zhang Huilan asked, Dad, are you feeling better? Xiao Hongming nodded weakly and asked, did I ask Qingcheng to call Tian So? Has he come? Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan exchanged a glance. Then Xiaonan said, Grandpa, don't mention that white-eyed wolf, he didn't come at all, and even said we should cut off ties and not communicate in the future. Xiao Hongming said sternly, impossible, he's not that kind of person. Give me my phone, I'll call him. Xiaonan quickly advised, Grandpa, calling now will only make you more angry and worsen your condition. It's better to rest well, just pretend you don't know Yi Chen. Zhang Huilan said, just listen to the doctor, wait until you recover before deciding. Xiao Hongming was about to question their words when suddenly he felt a dizzy spell in his head and passed out again. At 10 o'clock in the evening, at the Purple Gold Heavenly Palace. This was the most luxurious villa area in Jiangnan City, located on the top of Purple Gold Mountain. Villa No. 1 at the top of the mountain, the Purple Gold Heavenly Palace, was priced at a staggering 10 billion. At this moment, Yi Chen stood at the entrance of this villa, entered the password, pushed open the door, and swaggered in. Inside the villa, the decoration was luxurious and grand, like a palace. This kid's lair is not bad. Considering he gave me the villa, I'll go easy on him for a few years. Yi Chen nodded slightly satisfied. In fact, the original owner of this villa was the Jiangnan war god Lin Feng. This man relied on his exceptional martial arts skills to become the strongest in Jiangnan City in just a few years, earning great respect. However, 3.5 years ago, Lin Feng, full of confidence, went alone to that place to challenge the masters. Few people know that that place is actually a solitary island prison called the City of Fallen, where the most notorious criminals in the world are detained. There are the top terrorist leaders of the Elan nation, the elite assassins who have killed emperors, and even trillionaire felons. Yi Chen's master is the warden of the prison, revered by the criminals as the old master, while Yi Chen is the young master. The master and disciple have absolute power over everything inside. The once arrogant men can only kneel and bow before them, submitting obediently. Since his master went on a journey 5 years ago, Yein has become the supreme ruler of the City of Fallen. In order to avoid suffering, those heavy criminals flatter Yein in various ways. Money, power, connections, everything is offered to him. 3.5 years ago, the southern war god Lin Feng broke into the City of Fallen, claiming to eliminate all masters, only to be knocked down by Yein. Due to Lin Feng breaking the gate of the City of Fallen, Yein punished him by imprisoning him in the City of Fallen for 10 years, responsible for cleaning the toilets. Since then, Lin Feng seemed to have vanished into thin air, with no news of him. 3 years ago, when Yein suddenly received a letter from his master, informing him that he could leave the City of Fallen. In a gesture of goodwill, Lin Feng voluntarily gave him a villa, hoping Yein would reduce his sentence. However, after Yein returned to Jiangnan City to marry Xiao Qingcheng, he had been living at the Xiao family's residence. Therefore, this villa was his first visit. Yein leaned back on the sofa, took out the remaining marriage certificates from his bag, and glanced through them one by one. Today, I'll cancel one, leaving 8 marriage certificates. The other 8 individuals are not in Jiangnan City, so I'll have to visit them one by one. The closest one is Rong Mayen from the Rong family in the provincial capital. I heard that the Rong family is one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital, with more influence than the top 3 families in Jiangnan City. After I finish my current tasks, I'll pay a visit to the Rong family first. Yein closed the marriage certificates and put them back in his bag. Just as he was about to take a bath, the doorbell of the villa suddenly rang. Through the surveillance camera, he saw a stranger standing outside wearing a silver cheongsam, exuding charm. The woman in the cheongsam said, "Southern War God, I saw the lights on in the villa, are you there?" Yein furrowed his brows slightly, wondering why a woman would come looking for him after Lin Feng had been missing for 3.5 years. Could she be a troublemaker attracted by Lin Feng? Well, that sexy style seemed to be his type. Forget it, it's better not to deal with such women, just pretend I didn't see her. Yein muted the doorbell, turned around, and went to the bathroom to take a bath and rest early. After all, the bidding business meeting awaited him the next day. Unaware, Rong Mayen continued, "I am Rong Mayen from the Rong family in the provincial capital. I have long admired your heroic deeds. Since you disappeared 3.5 years ago, I have been searching for news about you. Today, seeing you return, I am very happy. If possible, could you come out and meet me?" However, after a few minutes passed, she received no response. "Southern War God, I won't disturb you any longer. If you have time, I will visit again." Rong Mayen turned and left, walking to the gate of the villa area on the mountainside. A tall maid was waiting there. Seeing the joy on Rong Mayen's face, she asked, "Miss, haven't you visited the Southern War God's villa several times already? Why are you so happy today?" Rong Mayen smiled and said, "You don't know, the lights are on in the Southern War God's villa today. What does that mean? He who disappeared for 3.5 years has returned." "Really?" The maid was excited. Which girl didn't idolize the legendary Southern War God? Rong Mayen nodded and said, "Unfortunately, he didn't come out to see me. But I can understand, after all, he rarely appeared back then, and even when he did, he wore a mask, and no one has seen his true face." Then she suddenly had an idea and ordered, "Immediately purchase a villa in the purple gold villa area, the closer to the Southern War Gods know. One villa, the better." "Yes." Rong Mayen turned around, casting a charming glance at the top villa. As the saying goes, those close to the water's edge will get the moon first. If I could have your help, our Rong family in the provincial capital will flourish in Jiangnan City. If our relationship could progress further, I would have a reason to refuse the arranged marriage in my family and not have to marry the fiancé whose name I don't even know. However, she didn't know that the current owner of Villa No. 1 in Purple Gold Heavenly Palace was no longer the Jiangnan War God. It was precisely the fiancé she didn't want to marry. The next evening, at Cloud Summit Hotel. Outside, luxury cars lined up, dignitaries and wealthy merchants gathered here, all attending tonight's bidding business meeting. Yein had just arrived from Villa No. 1 in Purple Gold Heavenly Palace. A red Maserati parked in front of him, and a woman, standing at 1.7 meters tall, wearing a red long dress, got out of the car. Her legs were slender, her features exquisite, her perfect figure exuding a unique cold and proud temperament, her towering E-cup breasts showcasing her status, Han Ruan. Originally, she was supposed to come with her father, Han Tianzhang, tonight, but the company had urgent matters for Han Tianzhang to handle. So, Han Ruan came alone. Han Ruan directly blocked Yichen's path. "What a coincidence to meet here. Are you also here for the bidding business meeting?" Yichen frowned, not wanting to deal with this self-absorbed young lady. "Please move aside," Yichen said. Han Ruan did not comply. "Tell me one thing, and I'll step aside." "What is it? Who did you call last night to have Sun Jun expelled? Or rather, What is your relationship with Lord Long? Faced with Han Ruan's question, Yein straightforwardly replied, no comment. Han Ruan was furious. She couldn't understand how Yein had the ability to make Qin Feng obediently expel Sun Jun. Did he really know Lord Long? Would he know the big shot behind Lord Long? So, when she happened to meet Yein today, she stopped him to ask. Unexpectedly, he didn't say a word. This jerk really played hard to get to the extreme. As she pondered how to get Yein to answer her questions, two women were approaching. The most dazzling among them was a woman in a white tight skirt, with a pair of Parisian family black silk long legs, exuding a cold aura. It was Xiao Qingcheng bringing her assistant son over. Yein, last night I actually. Xiao Qingcheng was about to explain the misunderstanding at the hospital last night when she suddenly caught sight of Han Ruan. In an instant, scenes from what happened at Han's house yesterday flooded her mind. Her mood instantly became restless. Han Ruan seemed to have figured something out. She whispered to Yein, this time, I'll help you save face once again. Remember to answer my question later. Yein frowned, no need. But Han Ruan ignored him. She suddenly hugged Yichen's arm, pressed her chest against his arm, gently swaying his arm, acting very affectionate. Tipping her chin coquettishly, she said, oh, little Cece, your ex-fiancé is here, not even a greeting? Little Cece? Upon hearing this nickname, Yein almost spat out blood. Goosebumps were rising all over him. Xiao Qingcheng's face turned extremely ugly, feeling extremely wronged. She had intended to explain to Yein what had happened yesterday and even apologize. If Yein showed a good attitude, she might even consider retracting the divorce decision. After all, her grandfather had fallen seriously ill due to this matter, and she didn't want to continue the turmoil. But she didn't expect Yein to be so ambiguous with Han Ruan, and even showing such intimacy in front of her. Wasn't the matchmaking unsuccessful? What was going on? Xiao Qingcheng said coldly, Yein, you once said I would regret asking for a divorce, but now I am absolutely certain that this is the wisest choice I have made. With that statement, she didn't want to stay a second longer, and she went straight into Cloud Summit Hotel with her assistant son. Following that, Han Ruan let go of Yichen's arm, creating some distance. She complained, humph. This lady almost suffocated, letting you take advantage of me so much. Yein helplessly said, you were the one who hugged me first, not me. But he had to admit, the feeling of her arm just now was quite comfortable, very soft. Truly a formidable E-Cup expert, terrifying indeed. I don't care. Han Ruan ordered, anyway, Miss Ben is accompanying you to act, saving face for you. You have to answer my previous question. What is your relationship with Lord Long? Do you know the person behind him? Yein said, that person behind him is me. Han Ruan immediately widened her eyes, you're talking nonsense. Lord Long is the chairman of Tianlong Group, even my father, the richest man, has to show respect to him. How could the person behind him be someone like you, a son-in-law kicked out by the Xia family? You should know, that person is her idol. How could it be Yein, a scumbag who eats from both sides? Yein rolled his eyes, you don't believe me when I persist, and you doubt me when I speak the truth. So hard to please. I'm out of here. And he left directly. Han Ruan stomped behind, her chest heaving in anger. You jerk, taking advantage of others and not taking responsibility, just wait until you meet your ex-wife inside, I won't care about you then. Cloud Top Hotel, bustling in the Chamber of Commerce Hall. Guests were either toasting or engaging in friendly discussions. In the center of the hall, Assistant Sun complained, President Xiao, you shouldn't have given face to that arrogant guy outside, you should have put him in his place, I can't stand his arrogance. Xiao Qingcheng helplessly said, regardless of my relationship with him, at least he sincerely respects Grandpa, otherwise he wouldn't have sent the 100-year snow ginseng. Considering this, I can't cut ties completely. Assistant Sun reminded, why are you so confused? That Yi guy sending the 100-year snow ginseng, how is that filial piety? Clearly, he just thinks he can gain favor by clinging to Han Ruan, deceiving her for the ginseng, then deliberately showing off by sending gifts to prove that divorcing you was wrong. Xiao Qingcheng was suddenly stunned, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes. Could this be the truth behind Yein sending the 100-year snow ginseng last night? Just then, a voice sounded, Qingcheng, tonight you win the bid, getting a 10 billion order, even if the daughter of the richest, Han Ruan, is in front of you, so what? Just then, Jibo, dressed in finery, walked over. He said confidently, let me introduce you to the person behind Lord Long, once he takes notice of you, you will surely rise to the top, and the one regretting will be Yein, that waste. Assistant Sun eagerly asked, young Master Ji, do you really have the means to introduce us to that person? Jibo pretended to be profound, naturally, and added mysteriously, not only that, the day after tomorrow is my father's 60th birthday, and even that person will come to the scene to congratulate. Qingcheng, You must bring your family to the event. It's worth noting that before he came today, his father Ji Wooly had specially visited Zhao Hailong to ask Lord Long to help the Ji family connect with that person, even willing to offer half of the family's assets as a gift. Therefore, in Jibo's view, the Ji family had already boarded the ship of that person. Qingcheng nodded expectantly. I will definitely go to wish my father a happy birthday. Qingcheng's arrival quickly attracted the attention of many guests. The insider news about the Xiao family winning the bid had already spread, so these people came over to toast and pay their respects. Leading the way were two middle-aged men. One in a gray suit raised his glass and said, President Xiao, you are both talented and beautiful, please take care of us in the future in the business world. The other, in traditional Chinese attire, kindly said, Congratulations, President Xiao, for winning the bid early, let's cooperate more in the future. Xiao Qingcheng maintained a calm and composed demeanor on the surface, but inside, she was already unable to contain her excitement. Because these two were none other than Lai Jingye, the chairman of Ningyuan Group, and Xie Bin, the chairman of Hongda Group. Their influence in Jiangnan City was second only to the three major families, far stronger than the Xiao family. Now, they were being polite to her, all thanks to the insider news of winning the bid this time. This made her even more determined. After tonight, the facts will prove that her decision to divorce was right. The ones in the wrong will be only Grandpa and Yi Chen. In a corner of the venue, Yi Chen casually found a chair to sit down. Glancing at the time, it was only 7:10, 50 minutes until the official start of the Chamber of Commerce at 8. At that moment, the phone rang, Zhao Hailong calling. Mr. Yi, I have two things to report to you. Go ahead. Zhao Hailong respectfully said, the first is that Ji Wooly just contacted me, wanting me to help bridge the gap for you. He is willing to offer half of his family's fortune to you and even wants to invite you to his 60th birthday the day after tomorrow. Yi Chen replied indifferently, tell him to buzz off. Even if Ji Wooly didn't invite him, Yi Chen had already decided to attend the birthday celebration. After all, the only clue to the fire at the Yi family was at the Ji family. Zhao Hailong continued, the second is that the final list of bidders for tonight has been reselect, and the electronic files have been sent to your email for your decision. Got it. Yi Chen hung up the phone and opened his email on his phone. There were a total of 5 candidates on the final list, with the Xiao family still on it. Although it was previously decided that the Xiao family would win the bid. But truth be told, the Xiao family had no shortcomings in terms of strength, development potential, or bid documents, making them extremely competitive. Of the remaining 4, 3 had obvious flaws and were not worth considering. Only the last one, Tiger Power Group, was on par with the Xiao family in all aspects, some even stronger. From the notes, although Tiger Power Group had only been established for half a year and seemed unremarkable, the companies that had competed with them before either went bankrupt or were forcefully acquired, unstoppable. Zhao Hailong found out after a detailed investigation that Tiger Power Group had intricate connections with the largest underground force in Jiangnan City, the Black Tiger Society. Very few people knew this information. Yi Chen muttered to himself, I remember back in the Fallen City prison, there was a guy named Zhang Shouwu who did a good job of cleaning, so I let him out early. I heard that shortly after he got out, he founded an organization called the Black Tiger Society. Could it be him? At that moment, a graceful woman in a white cheongsam approached. She slightly bowed and asked, Excuse me, is anyone sitting here? No one. Yi Chen raised his head and subconsciously replied. When he saw this charming woman, he couldn't help but be stunned. It's you? Rong Mayen raised an eyebrow and asked, Have we met before? Yi Chen suddenly realized he almost slipped up, so he awkwardly added, I mistook you for someone else. Jiangnan War God Lin Feng owed a debt of charm, and he didn't want to get involved. Rong Mei. Ji Buwan immediately rebuked, How dare you, are you worthy to call the Dragon Lord's name? Once it reaches the Dragon Lord's ears, no one can save you. Yi Chen leaned back in his chair, unruffled, Yi Chen, act on my own, why would I need someone else's protection? Ji Buwan burst out laughing directly. This kid is truly arrogant to the point of losing his senses. However, when his gaze accidentally fell on the cheongsam-clad woman next to Yi Chen, his eyes widened instantly. What a stunning woman! Different from the cold beauty of Xiao Qingcheng and the proud beauty of Han Ruan, the cheongsam-clad woman before him exuded a charm of 1,000 charms, beautiful yet not enchanting, glamorous yet not vulgar. He had never seen anyone like her before. He adjusted his tie, revealing a confident smile as he extended his hand to Rong Mayen. Hello, beautiful lady, I am Ji Buwan, the eldest son of the Ji family, one of the 3 major families in Jiangnan. Nice to meet you. Rong Mayen just nodded in acknowledgement, without extending her hand. Ji Buwan awkwardly withdrew his hand and warned, This lady, the person next to you is a disaster. I advise you to stay away from him to avoid bad luck. Rong Mayen glanced at Yi Chen first, then smiled faintly, Are you teaching me how to do things? Her face bore a harmless smile, but her tone carried a strong sense of superiority, leaving no room for resistance. This was something he had never seen even in his father, Ji Wooly. Without understanding the other party's background, Ji Buwan dared not act rashly. He could only smile awkwardly. I didn't mean that. Then he glared at Yi Chen fiercely before leaving. Not long after he walked away, he ran into Han Ruan coming towards him, looking around as if searching for something. Ji Buwan's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Are you looking for Yi Chen?" Han Ruan coldly replied, "What does it have to do with you who this lady is looking for?" "Of course, it has nothing to do with me, but..." Ji Buwan pointed towards Yi Chen. He added, "But that Yi surname guy is sitting with a certain unfamiliar beautiful lady. Who knows what they are up to?" Han Ruan followed his finger and saw Rong Mayen beside Yi Chen. She couldn't help but furrow her brows. This jerk, he just teased this lady and now he's flirting with another woman. Scum. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Ji Buwan asked, "Aren't you going to check it out?" Unexpectedly, Han Ruan replied impatiently, "What does it have to do with you whether I check or not? Mind your own business and go away." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Ji Buwan feeling frustrated, thinking, "I didn't offend you, why are you getting mad at me?" At that moment, Xiao Qingcheng and Assistant Sun approached. Assistant Sun asked, "Young Master Ji, where did you go just now? We've been looking for you." Ji Buwan recounted the incident of Yi Chen sitting with other women, adding some embellishments, of course. Hearing this, Xiao Qingcheng glanced over at Yi Chen. He felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Assistant Sun spat, "Disgusting, this soft rice man, he kneels and licks as soon as he sees a rich girl. I suspect he infiltrated the Chamber of Commerce just to seduce rich women." Ji Buwan nodded. "In my opinion, this kind of guy with impure motives should be kicked out by the security." Xiao Qingcheng sighed, "Forget it, as long as he doesn't affect the Chamber of Commerce. After all, the bidding results later are more important." Assistant Sun looked at his phone, then his face suddenly changed. "Mr. Xiao, quickly check the Jiangnan business forum. What's going on?" Xiao Qingcheng opened his phone in confusion and logged into the Jiangnan business forum. This forum was specifically set up for the elite businessmen of Jiangnan City, where all kinds of insider information in the business world would be updated, with a 99% authenticity rate. Previously, whether it was the Xiao family being pre-selected for the bid, or the big shot behind Zhao Hailong appearing tonight, all these messages were revealed here. Just now, someone anonymously posted on the forum that the bid for the Tianlong Chamber of Commerce was initially awarded to the Xiao family, but suddenly changed to 5 companies re-entering the selection process. The Dragon Lord had submitted it to that big shot for approval, waiting for the final result. Below were details of the 5 companies. Xiao Qingcheng's face turned ugly. How did the winning bid suddenly turn into 5 candidates? Assistant Sun asked in confusion, "Young Master Ji, didn't you say initially that you had already arranged for the Xiao family to win the bid? What's going on now?" Well, Jibo couldn't figure out what was happening either, but he could only explain with a stiff face, "Well, isn't the Xiao family still on the list? There are just 4 more candidates now, all of you are outstanding in various aspects, don't worry, we will definitely win the bid." Xiao Qingcheng shook her head and said, "The other 3 are fine, but Huawei Group, they have been gaining momentum in our Jiangnan city recently, there are rumors about their strong background. Competing with them, I have no confidence." Jibo patted his chest and said, "Our Ji family is acquainted with that influential figure. It's just a bid, I'll call my dad now and make sure everything is settled." Xiao Qingcheng added, "Thank you for your trouble." Jibo walked to the other side to call his father Ji Wooly several times, but no one answered. In the end, he could only send a few messages asking for help. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already replied to Zhao Hailong's email, stating that none of the 5 candidates were suitable to secure the 10 billion order. The reasons were simple. The 3 companies with obvious flaws didn't need an explanation. Huawei Group didn't pass due to their complex background. Xiao family didn't pass because Yi Chen didn't want to be a lackey, giving away the 10 billion order to Xiao Qingcheng for free. After all, they were already getting a divorce, they didn't know each other anything, why should he sacrifice for her? However, in his reply to Zhao Hailong's email, Yi Chen specifically mentioned that apart from these 5, if there were suitable companies, they could recommend them again. After handling these matters, Yi Chen stood up, poured himself a drink at the self-service area, and coincidentally met Jibo, who had just returned from his call. Jibo sneered, "Are you here just to eat and drink for free?" Yi Chen frowned, about to respond when Assistant Sun hurried over and scolded, "Yi, are you crazy? Why do you always bother young Master Ji?" Xiao Qingcheng, who came over as well, also looked displeased. Yi Chen coldly retorted to Assistant Sun, "Open your eyes wide and see clearly, he's the troublemaker, not me." Assistant Sun sneered. Young Master G is currently contacting the influential figure behind the scenes to help the Xiao family win the bid. How could he have the time to bother with you? Do you think everyone is as petty as you? Help the Xiao family win the bid? Yein shook the drink in his hand slightly, sneering, no need for the trouble, Xiao family won't win the bid tonight. Upon hearing this, Assistant Sun immediately mocked, Yi, don't be ridiculous. Do you think you are the influential figure who can decide whether Xiao family wins the bid or not? Jibo burst into laughter, hilarious. What status does that influential figure have? If he's really someone important, I'll eat 10 pounds of dog poop on the spot. Assistant Sun said, he's just jealous that Mr. Xiao has a chance to win the bid, deliberately throwing cold water. So petty. Xiao Qingcheng frowned slightly, also feeling displeased. She didn't understand where Yi Chen got the confidence to say that Xiao family wouldn't win the bid. Just then, Chairman Lai Jingyi of Ningyuan Group and Chairman Xie Bin of Hongda Group walked over quickly, toasting, Miss Xiao, congratulations, leading the Xiao family to win the bid and secure the 10 billion order. A toast to you, let's cooperate more in the future between our two groups. Xiao Qingcheng was taken aback. She explained awkwardly, to be honest, our Xiao family is competing with 4 other companies. The specific results have to wait for the approval of that influential figure before we know. The results are not out yet. Lai Jingye smiled, Ms. Xiao is really modest. The forum news just updated, stating that the influential figure has already decided that the Xiao family will win the bid tonight. How can you say there are no results yet? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingcheng immediately opened the forum on her phone and indeed saw the updated news. It said that Tianlong Group had already decided, and the Xiao family was the winning bidder tonight. It also mentioned that at 8 o'clock sharp, Lord Long would appear with the influential figure to announce the results together. Assistant Sun and Junbo Duan both saw this news. Assistant Sun cheered, great. Mr. Xiao, we finally did it. Great. Xiao Qingchang was equally excited, finally able to let go of the suspended heart. Assistant Sun sarcastically said to Yi Chen, hee, didn't you just say that the Xiao family couldn't win the bid tonight? What else do you have to say now? Yi Chen remained composed. How can you be sure that the insider information on the forum is accurate? What if it's wrong? Isn't it embarrassing for you to open the champagne prematurely? Since he had been ordered by Zhao Hailong that the Xiao family would not get a 10 billion order, even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not disobey. Therefore, the insider information on the forum must be wrong. Junbo Duan sneered, what do you know, kid? This forum is created for businessmen in Jiangnan City. Only those who meet the standards of declaration and strength are qualified to log in. The insider information on the forum has a 99.9% accuracy rate. Do you think we all believe the forum's news? Or do you, a useless person, believe in nonsense? With these words, Lai Jingye and Xia Bin followed with mocking sneers. How could the forum's information be wrong? This young man really knows nothing and yet pretends to know everything. Yi Chen calmly said, believe it or not, the truth will be revealed when Zhao Hailong arrives. Clown. Assistant Sun sneered and reminded Xiao Qingcheng, Mr. Xiao, you should thank young Master Jun quickly. It's thanks to him that we were able to win the bid this time. Xiao Qingcheng nodded and said to Junbo Duan, thank you, I am grateful. Junbo Duan smiled and said modestly, no need to be polite. In the end, it was my father's help. I just made a phone call. His words were humble, but he couldn't hide the pride on his face. He speculated that his father must have seen the message he sent and helped out. Assistant Sun glanced at Yi Chen. With a sarcastic tone, he said, Tisk tsk. Young Master Jun is well connected and modest in his actions, unlike you, who have no ability but to pour cold water on others. Junbo Duan disdainfully replied, a loser like you, staying in the lower world for a long time, has a serious resentment towards the wealthy. I can understand that. Blame it on my excellence. Yi Chen sneered, boasting so much now. Aren't you afraid of being exposed and embarrassed in the end? At this point, Xiao Qingcheng, displeased, said, Yi Chen, will you ever stop? She stared at Yi Chen, full of resentment. Young Master Jun has been giving in to you repeatedly, but you keep pushing further, even for a little dignity, you unreasonably target him. I never thought you were this kind of person. Yi Chen furrowed his brows, do you think I'm targeting him for no reason? Xiao Qingcheng said sternly, isn't it? Yi Chen smiled bitterly. It turned out that after 3 years of marriage, he couldn't even match a stranger's words. This foolish woman was indeed unworthy of this marriage. Filing for divorce was truly a relief for him, giving him back his freedom. Seeing Yi Chen's lack of response, Xiao Qingcheng thought he had agreed, which made her even more furious. Your behavior only confirms to me that filing for divorce is the right choice, and I will never regret it. In my eyes, The gap between you and young Master Jun is like heaven and earth. Junbo Duan was ecstatic. With a sarcastic tone, he said, Xingcheng, there's no need to be angry with such a clown. Ultimately, it's all because I'm too outstanding, especially in contacting that important person to help your family win the bid, which made this clown completely lose his composure and become incompetent and furious. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a rough-looking young man with yellow hair walked over, smoking a cigarette. He asked Junbo Duan with a stern face, Hey, are you the one who contacted that important person to help the Shao family win the bid? Junbo Duan glanced at the unfamiliar man in front of him, pretending to be cool as he nodded, Indeed, are you here to ask this young master for help? Bang! Unexpectedly, the young man with yellow hair suddenly punched him in the face. Damn you! Junbo Duan's nose started bleeding, and he took several steps back. Everyone present was shocked. Who was this yellow-haired guy? How dare he hit young Master Jun? Li Jingye scolded, outrageous. This is not the place for you to act recklessly. Xiaobin also said in a deep voice, You scoundrel, apologize to young Master Ji immediately. The young man with yellow hair pointed at the two of them and scolded, Shut up. It's none of your business. Jibo wiped a nosebleed. Clenching his teeth, he angrily asked, Who are you? Why did you hit me? The young man with yellow hair arrogantly said, Damn it. I am Zhang Chunlei, the boss of Tiger Power Group. If it weren't for your meddling, how could the bid have been snatched by the Shao family? Interfering in others' business, huh? Today, I want your life. With that, he threw another punch. Jibo, who had learned Taekwondo, first dodged this punch, then delivered a high roundhouse kick, directly knocking Zhang Chunlei to the ground. Jibo then angrily followed up with a few kicks. Damn it, if I want to meddle, I will. So what? If you have the guts, come at me again. Feeling proud of himself, he ended up taking a punch for nothing, surely exploding with anger. Xiao Qingcheng quickly handed Jibo a tissue. I'm sorry, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been dragged into this and taken a punch for nothing. Jibo wiped away the blood from his nose, looking affectionate. Xingcheng, for you, even if I have to shed blood, I won't blink an eye for this life. Assistant Sun couldn't help but applaud. Wow. Young Master Ji, you are truly handsome and reliable. Li Jingye said, a mere boss of Tiger Power Group dares to provoke young Master Ji? He's asking for trouble. Xiaobin chimed in, young Master Ji is truly courageous. Director Xiao, your judgment in choosing people is excellent. Assistant Sun glanced at Yi Chen and said, look at what young Master Ji has done for Director Xiao. And then look at you, you're nothing, just making a fool of yourself here. Xiao Qingqing's eyes were also filled with disappointment. Indeed, the gap between people is greater than that between people and dogs. Yi Chen just rolled his eyes. He thought Jibo deserved the punch he got. What does it have to do with him? Moreover, Zhang Chunlei is from Tiger Power Group, with ties to the Black Tiger Club, not someone Jibo could afford to offend. Now seeing Jibo's smugness, he's probably going to suffer a big loss later. Thinking this, Yi Chen took 2 steps back, poured himself another glass of juice, and settled in to watch the show with a bystander attitude. At this moment, Zhang Chunlei got up. Damn it! You've messed with the wrong person today. Not only am I going to kill you, but I'm also going to play with the women from the Shao family next to you. Jibo kicked Zhang Chunlei back several steps. Ha ha, messed with the wrong person? What a joke. In the entire Jiangnan city, is there anyone the Ji family can't handle? Before the words fell, several fierce-looking men in black suddenly rushed into the reception room. They surrounded Jibo. Then, a bald man with scars all over his face walked in, his powerful aura making it hard to breathe. His cold gaze fell on Jibo. Today, I want to see if the Ji family in Jiangnan can afford to provoke our Black Tiger Club. Their appearance immediately caused a stir. The Black Tiger Club is the largest underground force in Jiangnan City, and its leader, Zhang Xiaohu, is known as the Underground Emperor Tiger Lord. Even the local King Long Yi of Jiangnan has to give way. Where would the Ji family dare to provoke them? Jibo swallowed hard and asked the bald man, who are you? The bald man said coldly, I am Feng Lei of the Black Tiger Club. The onlookers were shocked. Feng Lei of the Black Tiger Club? He is one of the 4 top fighters under Tiger Lord, absolutely his right-hand man. I heard Feng Lei has more than 10 lives on his hands. Last year, he offended a rich second generation from out of town, cut off his limbs, threw him into the river to feed the turtles, and even the family didn't dare to make a sound. Hearing the discussions, Jibo's face changed. Damn! You can't afford to offend the Black Tiger Club. He immediately stepped forward to flatter, so it's Brother Lei, I've heard so much about you. Please don't misunderstand, I didn't mean anything against the Black Tiger Club with my words earlier, I was just teaching Zhang Chunlei a lesson, please don't take offense. Slap! Unexpectedly, Feng Lei slapped Jibo directly. Feng Lei squinted and asked coldly, do you know who young Master Chunlei is? Jibo held his swollen cheek and shook his head. I don't know. Smack. This time, Zhang Chunlei slapped Jibo on the other side of his face. Listen carefully. Young Master's uncle is named Zhang Shouhu, and I am his only nephew, got it? Hearing this, the people around were almost shocked. No wonder the Huwei group has been making rapid progress in the past 6 months. There is such a relationship behind it. It is well known that although Master Hu is close to women, he has no wife or children, not even an illegitimate child. Zhang Chunlei is actually his only nephew? That's quite something. At this moment, Jibo felt his head buzzing. He wanted to show off, but ended up hitting a brick wall. So he explained with a mournful face, Zhang, please give me some face, my father is Ji Wooly. Bang! Without waiting for him to finish, Zhang Chunlei kicked him in the stomach. Then followed a series of punches. Ji Wooly is nothing? Damn it! How dare you hit me earlier? Show me what you've got. Jibo tightly hugged his head, not daring to fight back. If he dared to retaliate against Zhang Chunlei, he would lose his life tonight, and his whole family would suffer. Lai Jingyi and Xiebin, who were standing next to Jibo just now, looked at each other and took a few steps back. They hid in the crowd, afraid of being targeted by Zhang Chunlei, not to mention stepping forward to stop the fight. Stop it! Just then, a cold voice rang out. Xiao Qingcheng stepped out from the crowd, looking serious. Zhang Chunlei raised an eyebrow. If I want to hit, I'll hit. Why should I listen to you? Xiao Qingcheng frowned. This matter originally started as a bidding competition between our Xiao family and your Huwei group. It's a normal business competition. Everything should be settled through business means. Why resort to violence? Zhang Chunlei walked up to Xiao Qingcheng. I feel like hitting someone. Why should I listen to you? Xiao Qingcheng encountered this kind of rascal for the first time and felt fearful, but she pretended to be calm and said, please spare young Master Ji, let's discuss matters. Zhang Chunlei's eyes flashed with greed. No problem. But you have to agree to my 2 conditions. Xiao Qingcheng asked, what conditions? Zhang Chunlei smirked. I've heard that Miss Xiao is the most beautiful female CEO in Jiangnan City, and seeing you today, you are even more beautiful than rumored, so my first condition is to spend the night with me and serve me well. Xiao Qingcheng frowned in reminder, young Master Zhang, please behave yourself. Zhang Chunlei said frivolously, I didn't study much, the word behave is not in my dictionary. Look at you today, wearing black stockings with letters on them, how did you know that I like this? Let me check if they are secure. He bent down to touch Xiao Qingcheng's legs. Pervert! Xiao Qingcheng stepped back in fear, pushing Zhang Chunlei away. Damn you, you little slut! Smack! Zhang Chunlei slapped Xiao Qingcheng directly. Xiao Qingcheng's cheek immediately swelled up. And he ordered, control this woman. The 2 burly men brought by Feng Lei each held Xiao Qingcheng's arms. Let me go! Let me go! Xiao Qingcheng struggled violently, but to no avail. Seeing this, Assistant Sun sternly warned Zhang Chunlei, this is the Dragon Lord's Tianlong Business Association. If you start a fight and cause trouble here, aren't you afraid of angering the Dragon Lord? Zhang Chunlei sneered, the Dragon Lord isn't here yet, right? Besides, even if he is, so what? I can call my uncle. What can the Dragon Lord do to me? Assistant Sun had to turn to Jibo for help. Young Master Ji, you have great powers, think of a way. Don't let Miss Xiao be bullied by this jerk. Jibo lowered his head like a quail, as if he hadn't heard. He didn't even dare to look at Zhang Chunlei. Zhang Chunlei smiled at Xiao Qingcheng. As for the second condition, you have to give me the bidding results. You're dreaming. Xiao Qingcheng glared at Zhang Chunlei fiercely, showing no sign of giving in. To know that for this bidding, she has put in countless efforts. It concerns the rise of the Xiao family. How could she easily transfer it to someone else? Zhang Chunlei raised an eyebrow, not letting go? Great. Then he ordered Feng Lei, Feng, please take action. Got it. Feng Lei walked up to Jibo's side, stepped on his head, bent down, and took out a dagger. The cold blade swayed in front of Jibo's eyes, chillingly saying, where should we start? How about cutting off the ears first? Jibo's face turned pale with fear. He quickly begged, Brother Feng, Grandpa Feng, please stop. I have something to say. He shouted, Xincheng. What the hell are you hesitating for? Quickly hand over the bid to young Master Zhang. Sleep with young Master Zhang again, I don't mind you anyway. Do you really want me to die here? Boom! Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled suddenly. A wave of grievance and despair surged in her heart. She couldn't believe that Jibo would say such things to save himself. Were all his previous promises to take care of her just lies? Zhang Chunlei continued to threaten, I see your little assistant is very loyal. If you don't agree to my 2 conditions, do you believe I will hand her over to the brothers in the association? Oh, and also the lives of your whole family are at your mercy. Xiao Qingcheng, who was always proud, had never faced such a situation before. At this moment, she finally couldn't hold back anymore. Tears streamed down her face. Facing Zhang Chunlei's threats to her family's lives and son's assistant's safety, she had no chance to resist. She was completely defeated, utterly defeated. She bit her lip unwillingly and said, "I agree. You spare the others." "Ha ha, great!" Zhang Chunlei exclaimed excitedly, "Let everyone present today be witnesses. It was Zhao's initiative to hand over the bid results to our Hui group, not me coercing him, understand?" His gaze swept coldly over everyone. Threateningly, he said, "If anyone opposes, they can stand up and speak to me." The surrounding guests all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. This greatly satisfied Zhang Chunlei's inner self. However, at that moment, a voice rang out, Yi Chen, object." Yi Chen's words carried a strong and penetrating indifference, like thunder on a clear day. Xiao Qingcheng widened her eyes. She never expected that at this moment, it would be Yi Chen who dared to stand up and object. A little further away, Han Ruan also looked over, subconsciously sweating for Yi Chen. What is this bastard up to? Is he seeking death? Further away, Rong Mayen, dressed in a white cheongsam, sat there like a queen, observing everything thoughtfully. In any case, at that moment, Yi Chen became the focus of the entire venue. Zhang Chunlei looked Yi Chen up and down. Squinting, he asked coldly, "What makes you object?" Yi Chen calmly said, "I object because this bid result doesn't belong to the Xiao family or your Hui group. You have no right to snatch it, and she has no right to give it, because only I have the right to decide who gets the bid, understand? After all, tonight's business meeting was hosted by him, and now Zhang Chunlei was causing trouble. Wasn't that a slap in his face?" Zhang Chunlei frowned. For some reason, he felt an invisible pressure from the man in front of him, making him somewhat nervous. Could it be? However, at that moment, Jibo, who was lying on the ground, suddenly shouted, "Young Master Xyang, he is actually the ex-husband kicked out by Xiao Qingcheng, just one step away from getting the divorce certificate, a useless waste. You must not be fooled by him." With this statement, the onlookers immediately started discussing, "Wow, so he's the useless waste who has been freeloading at the Xiao family for 3 years. I almost got fooled by him. I thought he was some important figure." Hearing the discussions, Zhang Chunlei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Jibo and smiled, "You dog, you do know how to read the situation, don't you?" Jibo immediately flattered, "He, this is what I should do. I beg you, sir, to overlook the faults of a small person like me and spare me this time." Zhang Chunlei raised his hand and said, "This time, I'll spare your dog's life for now." Feng Lei retracted his dagger and released Jibo. Jibo repeatedly thanked Zhang Chunlei, kneeling and fawning in a disgusting manner. Zhang Chunlei glared at Yi Chen and said angrily, "Damn it! So you're a useless braggart pretending to be someone you're not. Do you know the consequences of acting like a young master?" Yi Chen shook his head and said, "It seems like you don't want to leave with people?" Zhang Chunlei almost laughed out loud. "You trash, don't you know how to spell the word death?" As he spoke, 4 black-clothed strong men had already approached. Each exuded a murderous aura, ready to pounce at Zhang Chunlei's command. Xiao Qingcheng suddenly spoke up, "Stop." Zhang Chunlei smiled and asked, "Oh, Miss Xiao, what's your advice?" Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip and said, "This has nothing to do with Yi Chen. I have agreed to your 2 conditions, so let him go." Although Yi Chen stepping forward surprised her and even touched her, since she had already asked for a divorce, she wouldn't involve Yi Chen in it. She still had that bottom line. Zhang Chunlei hesitated for a moment, nodded, and said, "All right, I'll listen to the beauty." Then he scolded Yi Chen, "Trash, did you hear me? Your wife, no, your ex-wife, is letting you go. Why aren't you leaving?" Yi Chen, however, stood firm. Zhang Chunlei sneered, "Not leaving? I see, I heard that you've been married to Xiao Qingcheng for 3 years without any intimacy, so you want to see me with her yourself. After I'm done, you can line up behind me? Ha, it's not impossible, just kneel down and call me grandpa. Ha ha." The brothers of the Black Tiger Society burst into laughter. Yi Chen coldly said, "You brought this upon yourself." Suddenly, he dashed in front of Zhang Chunlei, raised his right hand, and slapped him hard. Smack! A heavy slap sent Zhang Chunlei crashing to the ground, blood filling his mouth. Silence. The entire venue fell into a deafening silence. No one expected Yi Chen to have the courage to lay hands on Zhang Chunlei. Jibo stared wide-eyed, scolding Yi Chen, "Yi, are you crazy? You dare to hit Zhang Xiao? Do you want to drag us all down to die with you?" He quickly went over to help Zhang Chunlei up, asking with concern, "Xiao Zhang, are you okay?" Zhang Chunlei covered his cheek, spat out blood, and unbelievably, 2 teeth came out. In an instant, an uncontrollable rage surged into his brain. "Get out of my way!" Zhang Chunlei pushed Jibo aside in anger. His eyes red with fury, he roared, "Brothers, attack! Kill him!" All the black-clothed strong men howled and rushed towards Yein. Everyone thought it would be a predictable outcome. However, a twist occurred. Yein simply raised his hand, clenched his fist, and struck. It seemed slow but was as fast as lightning. Bang! In less than 3 seconds, more than 10 black-clothed strong men were all knocked down, tables and chairs overturned, creating a mess on the floor. Yein remained unscathed, not even moving his feet. Everyone present was stunned. Zhang Chunlei wore an equally incredulous expression. He quickly gritted his teeth and shouted at Feng Lei, "Brother Feng, quickly deal with him, kill him." Feng Lei drew his dagger and swiftly stabbed towards Yein. "Prepare to die." Just as the dagger was an inch away from Yein, he grabbed Feng Lei's wrist and twisted it forcefully. Crack! Feng Lei screamed in pain. Yein, unfazed, delivered a powerful punch to Feng Lei's chin. Bang! Feng Lei's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. At that moment, the entire chamber fell silent. Everyone looked at Yein as if he were a fierce beast, sending shivers down their spines. Xiao Qingqing's mouth slightly agape, her eyes filled with disbelief. What? He actually knows martial arts? Why didn't I know anything about it during our 3 years of marriage? Could it be that Grandpa was right? Have I never truly understood him? In the distance, Han Ruan's eyes widened in astonishment. This guy, he's actually quite skilled in fighting? What's with the touch of handsomeness? Further away, Rong Meiyu's charming pupils slightly contracted. TSK. This man, he's quite interesting. At this moment, Zhang Chunlei trembled all over, his face pale. It's known that Feng Lei is one of Uncle's most trusted aides, highly skilled in martial arts. Yet he was defeated in just one move. Yein walked slowly towards him, his eyes cold as he said, "Now it's your turn, speak, how do you want to die?" Zhang Chunlei threatened through gritted teeth. "Damn it! My uncle is Zhang Xiaowu, dare you kill me? If he finds out, he will surely crush you to pieces." Yein sneered, "Even if I kill you, when Zhang Xiaowu appears before me, he will only kneel in kowtow. After all, in the fallen city, Zhang Xiaowu is at the bottom of the food chain, only fit for picking up dung. Kneeling and kowtowing in front of him would be an honor to Zhang Xiaowu." The next moment, Yein was about to make a move on Zhang Chunlei. Wait, but was stopped by Xiao Qingqing. Yein raised an eyebrow, "Why are you stopping me?" Xiao Qingqing worriedly said, "He's right, once Lord Who knows about this, he will surely seek revenge, and you can't bear the consequences." Unexpectedly, Yein directly refused, "There's nothing in this world that I can't bear the consequences of." He suddenly stepped forward and kicked. Bang! Zhang Chunlei was sent rolling on the ground, feeling intense pain in his internal organs. "Ha, quite resilient, let's see how long you can hold on." Yein walked towards Zhang Chunlei with a cold face, full of killing intent. This time, fear finally appeared in Zhang Chunlei's eyes. He knew that this Yein meant business. Trembling all over, he no longer acted arrogantly. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed, "Big brother, I was wrong. I beg for your forgiveness, please don't treat me like a fool, don't kill me." Yein calmly said, "If apologies were enough, why would we need the police? Your sincerity is not enough." A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhang Chunlei's eyes. He grabbed a piece of broken bottle on the ground and stabbed it into his left hand. In an instant, the shard pierced through flesh and blood splattering. This scene shocked everyone present. Xiao Qingqing was so scared that she covered her mouth. This guy is truly ruthless. Zhang Chunlei's forehead was covered in sweat, his voice trembling, "Big brother, are you satisfied with this?" Yein narrowed his eyes, coldly snorted, "Take your people and leave, this won't happen again." Yes. Zhang Chunlei quickly nodded, leading his group to leave in a hurry. But no one noticed the hint of hatred in his eyes as he left. Everyone present finally breathed a sigh of relief, discussing various things. Phew! That was scary, I didn't expect the Black Tiger gang to be involved. TSK. That Yein is actually quite powerful, how can he be considered useless? Xiao Qingqing even filed for divorce yesterday, is she out of her mind? Who knows, if it wasn't for Yein's help just now, Xiao Qingqing's situation tonight would have been unimaginable. Some women always have a distorted self-perception, demanding perfection from their partners. In the end, they just need to be taught a lesson. People were talking back and forth. These words reached Xiao Qingqing's ears, making her feel uneasy, but she remained silent. Could it be that my decision to file for divorce was truly wrong? Just then, Jibo suddenly pointed at Yein and shouted, "Tonight's auction organized by the Dragon Lord was disrupted by you, a troublemaker who doesn't know any better, daring to offend the Dragon Lord, kneel down." This statement once again drew everyone's attention. Someone asked, "Young Master Ji, why are you saying this?" Jibo said, "Everyone, look, the venue is in a mess due to Yichen's fight. There are only 10 minutes left before the auction starts. there's no time to clean up. When the Dragon Lord and that important figure see this scene later, how will they explain it? Yi Chen sneered, just now Zhang Chunlei was causing trouble here, and you didn't dare to do anything. The moment he left, you started showing off. Aren't you embarrassed? Jibo's eyes flashed with embarrassment. He pretended to be calm and explained, what do you know? My actions just now were a temporary measure to buy time. I am waiting for Lord Long and that important person to arrive, report everything truthfully, and they will take care of Zhang Chunlei. But you, acting on your own, letting Zhang Chunlei escape, leaving a mess behind, how do you expect us to explain to Lord Long? To that important person? His righteous words garnered support from many guests who echoed, that's right, this Yi surname let Zhang Chunlei go. Later, when Lord Long doesn't see anyone else, he will only blame us for being ineffective. Exactly, if we anger that important person again, we will all be scapegoats along with this Yi surname. What a trap. Yi Chen looked at this group of clowns with disdain. He sneered, a bunch of cowards, afraid to offend the Black Tiger Society, using me as a scapegoat, ridiculous. Jibo earnestly said, don't accuse others recklessly. We are sharing Lord Long's worries, with no ulterior motives. It's you who should kneel down and apologize now. Maybe there's still a chance to turn things around. Otherwise, if Lord Long is furious, you will be crushed. Won't you kneel down? Yi Chen chuckled, you want me to kneel? You are not qualified enough. At this moment, a man in a gray suit stepped forward. With a condescending attitude, he said, if Ji Dasha is not qualified, what about me, Lai Jingye, chairman of Ningyuan Group? Yi Chen shook his head, still not enough. Then, a man in Zhongshan suit stepped forward threateningly, oh? What if I, Xiebin, chairman of Hongda Group, join in? Yi Chen sneered, a bunch of insignificant people, far from enough. Such an attitude shocked all the guests present. It's worth noting that Ningyuan Group and Hongda Group hold significant influence in Jiangnan City, second only to the three major families, making them the top players in Jiangnan City. However, in Yi Chen's eyes, these two chairmen along with Jibo were just insignificant? This kid is truly arrogant. Seeing this, Xiao Qingcheng quickly stepped forward and reminded, that's enough, shut up. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and asked, do you also think this is my fault? Xiao Qingcheng certainly didn't think it was Yi Chen's fault, but she couldn't say such words because it would mean openly opposing Jibo and the two chairmen in public. Currently, the Xiao family was at a crucial stage of rising and couldn't afford to offend anyone. She could only remind, you should leave, this business gathering is not a place for you to stay any longer. Yi Chen remained calm, why should I leave? I haven't done anything wrong. Xiao Qingcheng anxiously said, why don't you know what's good for you? When Lord Long and that important person arrive, how will you explain yourself? I'm trying to help you, don't you understand? Yi Chen calmly replied, I don't need anyone's help. And please don't be presumptuous, we are already getting a divorce. Xiao Qingcheng was so angry that her chest rose and fell. She couldn't understand why, even after coming to make amends and giving Yi Chen a way out, he still didn't appreciate it. Jibo's mouth curled into a cold smile. He had to regain his dignity lost in Zhang Chunlei's hands earlier. Yi, you are causing chaos here, talking nonsense, you can't run away, get ready to pay with your life. Yi Chen, in front of everyone, walked directly to the central table of the venue. He casually grabbed a chair and sat down boldly. His indifferent gaze swept over everyone and said, I won't run, and I'll sit right here. I want to see who here can make me pay with my life. This action was like pushing everyone to the opposite side, exuding a domineering aura. The guests at the venue were all taken aback. You brat, get down. That seat is reserved for Lord Long and the important person behind him. Arrogant to the extreme. You won't end well. I've been in the business world of Jiangnan City for 30 years, and this is the first time I've encountered such an arrogant person. This guy must not be allowed to stay. Faced with the condemnation of the crowd, Yi Chen remained unruffled, even crossing his legs casually. With disdain, he said, a bunch of cowards who shrink at the mention of the Black Tiger Society's name. I really don't understand why Zhao Hailong organized this business meeting and invited you useless people over. As these words were spoken, the anger in the entire venue surged even higher. If it weren't for the fear of Yi Chen's skills, someone would have already rushed up to start a fight. Seeing this scene, Xiao Qingcheng's eyes flashed with a hint of worry. She didn't want Yi Chen to continue provoking everyone's anger, as the consequences would be unimaginable. But she was stopped by Jibo. Qingcheng, this kid is picking a fight with all the dignitaries present. It's his own death wish, don't get involved. Xiao Qingcheng replied displeased, it's none of your business. Jibo knew she was still upset about him not helping her earlier. He quickly explained, the reason I said those words earlier was to avoid escalating the conflict, ruining tonight's bidding business meeting, and jeopardizing your 10 billion order. Besides, I was sure Zhang Chunlei was just talking big, he wouldn't dare disrespect you. After all, you are the winning bidder chosen by that important figure, something he can't change. So I held back from defending you. Assistant Sun also chimed in, Miss Xiao, I believe in young Master G. In the end, it's all because of Yichen. If it weren't for him, young Master G's plan would have succeeded long ago. Xiao Qingcheng still couldn't believe it and asked, but I don't understand, why did Yichen dare to risk his life to save me? Jibo sneered, he wasn't saving you. He clearly holds a grudge against you for mentioning divorce, deliberately making a scene at the business meeting, with the real goal of destroying the meeting, preventing the Xiao family from winning the bid and getting the 10 billion order. Hearing this explanation, Yichen couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Jibo, sometimes I really can't tell if you have a screw loose or if your imagination is just running wild. You can come up with such reasons, impressive. Jibo proudly said, every word I said is true. Not only me, I believe all the other guests present can see through your malicious intentions. Lai Jingye nodded, malicious intentions are clear to all. Xiaobin scolded, using despicable means to ruin Miss Xiao's 10 billion order, such a heart deserves condemnation. The others followed suit, disparaging Yichen. Xiao Qingcheng took a deep breath and asked seriously, Yichen, is this really the reason for your unruly behavior tonight? Answer me. Yichen mocked himself, Xiao Qingcheng, even now you still say I'm unruly. So even if I give you more answers, will you believe me? Xiao Qingcheng felt a slight pain in her heart. Assistant Sun was unhappy. Yi, are you blaming our Miss Xiao? If it weren't for her feeding and supporting you for 3 years. Xiao Qingcheng raised her hand to interrupt Assistant Sun. She bit her lip, pleading, can you please stop causing trouble? For the sake of our past as husband and wife, as long as you promise to stand up, apologize to everyone present, I will try to speak for you in front of Lord Long and that important figure, to save your life. Tomorrow morning, after we have received the divorce certificate, we will be completely separated. Yichen coldly snorted, talking about husband and wife feelings, are you just worried about whether you can win the bid? Xiao Qingcheng furrowed her brows and explained, Yichen, I actually. Jibo raised his hand to cut her off, Qingcheng, you've seen his true colors now, there's no need to help him. Moreover, what he did tonight is unforgivable, no one can save him. Lai Jingye reminded, Miss Xiao, the Xiao family is at a critical moment of rising, don't let personal matters affect the overall situation. Xiao Qingcheng hesitated, Assistant Sun continued to persuade, this waste will do everything to retaliate against you. All the consequences are of his own making, not worth pitying, and certainly not worth implicating the Xiao family. Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip tightly, hesitated for a few seconds, and could only nod. Yes, I have shown enough kindness and sincerity to Yichen. If he still refuses to see reason, it's his own fault. She turned cold and said, since it has come to this, I won't advise you anymore. Whatever happens next, it has nothing to do with our Xiao family. With these words, she completely cut ties with Yichen. Yichen lowered his eyes, as if he had expected this outcome long ago. Very well then, Jibo's eyes gleamed with cunning. Turning to the crowd, he raised his voice, tonight, esteemed guests have gathered to attend the bidding event hosted by Lord Long. Yet, this scoundrel Yichen deliberately sabotaged it, showing disrespect to Lord Long and that important figure. As the eldest son of the Jiangnan Ji family, I call upon you all to judge Yichen's crimes together. When Lord Long arrives, we will unanimously accuse him, ensuring he has no way out tonight. Who agrees? Who opposes? It was clear that Jibo intended to unify everyone's stance and lay all blame on Yichen alone, aiming to bring him to his end. As soon as he spoke, the guests who were aligned with him expressed their support for Jibo's proposal, determined to send Yichen to the gallows. The neutral guests, influenced by Jibo's power, had no choice but to follow suit. However, at that moment, a discordant voice rang out. I oppose. Everyone turned to see a tall woman in a red dress walking towards them. It was Han Ruan. Jibo asked in a stern tone, I don't understand why you oppose my proposal. He's just a man living off others' hard work, don't be deceived by him. Han Ruan calmly replied, I don't care who Yichen is, but he's not at fault tonight, you're framing him, I can't stand by and watch, so I oppose. Deep down, her impression of Yichen was average. Why didn't he fulfill their engagement 3 years ago and instead chose Xiao Qingcheng? It made her feel underestimated. But facts were facts, and Yichen was being treated unfairly, she had no reason to stand idly by. Jibo narrowed his eyes and asked, so, how do you suggest we deal with Yichen? Han Ruan answered, wait for Lord Long and that important figure to arrive, report the whole incident accurately, instead of relying on your one-sided account. The guests present looked uneasy. If they followed Han Ruan's suggestion, Lord Long would blame them for their incompetence, not be displeased with Yichen. This was something they couldn't accept. Jibo reminded, this he tonight has offended all the nobles present, he's gone too far, he's a universally condemned scapegoat. Are you sure you want to stand by him? Han Ruan didn't hesitate and nodded firmly. Jibo sneered, although you are the heir of the Han family, one of the 3 major families in Jiangnan, and your status is noble, do you really think you alone can turn the tide? Do you underestimate us? With that said, others chimed in. If your father, Han Tianzhan, said this, we might consider it, but coming from Miss Han, it's laughable. Be careful not to get involved in this mess. Once implicated, the Han family won't protect you, and you'll be doomed along with us. Faced with the pressure from the crowd, Han Ruan's expression turned serious. She hadn't expected them to be so united, determined to push Yichen to his doom. What should she do now? At that moment, Yichen calmly said, I appreciate your kindness, but this farce is my doing, you don't need to get involved. He was surprised that Han Ruan stood up for him. She might be a bit self-absorbed, but her nature was kind. Han Ruan frowned and said, if I see injustice, I will speak up. Do you think I'm a cowardly and foolish woman who can't tell right from wrong? Hearing this, Xiao Qingcheng frowned. She knew that Han Ruan's words were meant for her. She couldn't help but retort, Miss Han, when have I ever failed to distinguish right from wrong? Han Ruan sneered, haha, if it weren't for Yi Chen's help just now, you would have been humiliated by Zhang Chunlei long ago. Not being grateful is one thing, but making Yi Chen apologize instead, I see it's not that you can't distinguish right from wrong, but that you are blind. You deserve to be bullied tonight. Boom! These words made Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body tremble, her face turning red. She wanted to argue back but couldn't find the words. Assistant Sun wanted to say something, but remembering how Han Ruan had slapped him hard at the Han family's house before, he kept his mouth shut. Han Ruan turned to Yi Chen, divorcing this foolish woman is good for you. Don't mind her in the future. I'll cover for you tonight. Yi Chen smiled gratefully. Thank you for your kindness, but with this group of people, they can't touch me at all. I don't need any help. The scene erupted in an uproar. This Yi Chen was truly arrogant to the extreme. Jibo's expression turned cold. Han Ruan, do you see how this waste is acting so arrogantly? He's digging his own grave. If you insist on standing by his side, don't blame us for being ruthless. Han Ruan was about to speak when her phone suddenly rang. It was her mother, Li Ziasen, calling. She answered the phone. Li Ziasen's tone was serious and anxious. Yun, listen to your mother, don't get involved in Yi Chen's affairs, hurry home. Han Ruan was stunned. She immediately realized that someone had secretly informed her family about what was happening at the venue. Han Ruan hurriedly explained, Mom, it's not what you think. Li Ziasen interrupted, I don't want to hear any explanations, come home immediately. If you don't listen to me, we're done as mother and daughter. With that, Li Ziasen hung up the phone. Panic flashed in Han Ruan's eyes. What should she do now? Yi Chen spoke, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't get involved. Listen to your mom and go back. Han Ruan bit her lip, then, take care of yourself. I'll find a way to help you. She could only leave the venue unwillingly and go home to ask her father for help. Seeing this, Jibo was ecstatic. With Han Ruan out of the way, the trial of Yi Chen would proceed without hindrance. He checked the time, then stepped forward, pointing at Yi Chen. Arrogantly, he said, Yi, the Dragon Lord will arrive in 5 minutes. You don't have much time left. Why don't you kneel down now and accept judgment? Yi Chen sat with his legs crossed, looking indifferent. You've got it wrong. To be precise, the time left is for you all. It's only 5 minutes, and it should be you who kneels down and accepts judgment. Upon hearing this, Jibo and the guests behind him burst into laughter. They thought Yi Chen was talking nonsense, being delusional. Jibo stepped forward. With his hands behind his back, he arrogantly said, I am Buwan, the eldest son of the G family. I'd like to see how you can make me kneel down and accept judgment. Lai Jingyi also stepped forward, a sneer on his face, I am the chairman of Ning Yuan Group, and I'd like to see too. Xiaobin followed suit, hands in his pockets, threateningly, I am the chairman of Hongda Group, and I also want to see. After these three spoke up, the other guests also began to shout and cheer from behind, the noise in the venue becoming deafening. Assistant Sun shook his head helplessly, this waste is really asking for trouble, looking for death. Miss Xiao, fortunately, you cut ties with him, otherwise, who knows how you might have been implicated. Xiao Qingcheng clenched her lips, her gaze fixed on Yi Chen. At this point, you still insist on being stubborn and refuse to kneel and apologize, right? Yi Chen replied calmly, why should I? Xiao Qingcheng, frustrated, said, just because every single person here tonight is someone you can never reach in your lifetime. If you kneel and apologize, maybe you can still have a chance, so why don't you know how to bow your head? Yi Chen shook his head, you're wrong. It's them who should be seeking a chance, not me. With that said, the crowd burst into another round of mocking laughter. They didn't take his words seriously at all. Xiao Qingchang was thoroughly disappointed, shaking his head and saying, Yi Chen, everything you did tonight, isn't it all just to retaliate against me for mentioning divorce? But the fact is, tonight the Xiao family won the bid and secured a 10 billion order. These results will not change. My decision to divorce, I will not regret it. Yi Chen smirked. Oh, so confident? How do you know that this result won't change? Perhaps, the bidding party might suddenly cancel tonight, who knows? Jibo sneered. Yi, the Xiao family winning the bid was decided by that big shot, it won't change easily. Li Jingye coldly rebuked, this mad dog barks at the sun, the Dragon Lord and that big shot are about to arrive. How could the bidding party cancel easily? Xiabin mocked, I'd like to see how you can change the winning bid result. Cancel the bidding party? Yi Chen stretched lazily, his expression casual, since you all want to see, then I'll indulge you. He took out his phone, dialed Zhao Hailong's number and ordered directly, I command you 3 things. First, cancel the bidding party tonight, no need for you to come. Second, terminate the 10 billion bid result. Third, judge the arrogant behavior of Jibo from the Jiangnan Ji family, Ning Yuan Group, and Hongda Group chairman, and cancel all business cooperation between Tianlong Group and them, permanently blacklist them. He hung up. Jibo almost laughed out loud. Oh, Yi, if I didn't know you were actually useless, I would have almost been fooled by your acting. Li Jingye chuckled, cancel cooperation with Tianlong Group? Simply a pipe dream. Xiaban sneered, a clown in his death throes. The rest of the guests burst into laughter, the whole venue filled with a lively atmosphere. Xiao Qingqing's face darkened. Yi Chen, you are beyond redemption. In the distance, Rong Mayandai frowned. It seemed like she was analyzing something. Ding! Just in time, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Everyone in the venue, as if by agreement, stood still, looking towards the entrance, respectfully waiting for the Dragon Lord and that legendary figure to make their entrance. Creak! The doors of the venue slowly opened. Clatter! A woman dressed in a red tight skirt with black stockings, her figure sexy, walked in on high heels. This person is none other than the vice president of Tianlong Group, Qian Xinyang. Seeing only her coming out, everyone couldn't help but exchange glances, feeling puzzled. Wait, why haven't the Dragon Lord and that big shot come out? Jibo took the initiative to step forward. Respectfully greeting, he asked, Ms. Qian, where is the Dragon Lord? Why hasn't he come? Qian Xinyang glanced at him indifferently, did not reply, and walked straight to the front of the venue. Facing everyone, with a serious expression, she said, I am here on behalf of the Dragon Lord to announce 3 things, listen carefully. The people present had different expressions. There was a vague sense of unease. Qian Xinyang raised a finger and said, First, the bidding party tonight is temporarily cancelled, the Dragon Lord has already returned. The scene immediately erupted. What? How could the bidding party be cancelled out of the blue? Did the Dragon Lord really say that? Why? I was hoping to make connections with that big shot through this bidding party, now it's all ruined, isn't it? Faced with various discussions, Qian Xinyang remained impassive. She raised a second finger and said, Second, the bid result of the 10 billion order is terminated. Swish! All eyes instantly fell on Xiao Qingcheng. Just a second ago, the winning bid belonged to Xiao Qingcheng. Now, it suddenly changed to termination of the result, which meant that the Xiao family could not win tonight. For Xiao Qingcheng, this was like falling from heaven to hell in an instant. Her face turned pale, looking unbelieving, she asked, Xian. Ms. Xian, why? Qian Xinyang coldly said, the Dragon Lord's orders, no reasons given. Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled violently. Her head buzzed, unable to accept this result at all. On the side, Assistant Sun was gaping, completely stunned. Qian Xinyang raised her third finger and said, as for the third matter. Her gaze fell on Jibo, Li Jingye, and Xiabin, her tone cold as she said, by the order of Lord Long, the 3 of you must kneel immediately and await judgment. Jibo and the others were taken aback, exchanging glances. Jibo asked in confusion, what have we done wrong? Why should we kneel and await judgment? Qian Xinyang narrowed her cold eyes and said indifferently, what? Do you intend to defy Lord Long's command? Jibo and the others trembled instantly. It was well known that Lord Long was a terrifying figure known as the King of Jiangnan, with far-reaching influence. With just a word, he could turn them and their families into dust in an instant. How could they dare to disobey his orders? So, the 3 of them could only kneel reluctantly in public, awaiting Qian Xinyang's judgment. Qian Xinyang coldly announced, Jibo, Li Jingye, Xiabin, tonight you sought to win favor by stirring up trouble. From today, Tianlong Group will terminate all cooperation with you and blacklist you permanently. Deal with it yourselves. With that, Qian Xinyang left the venue directly. This third matter was like a thunderbolt in the minds of Jibo and the others. The Long Group was the largest company in Jiangnan City. The Jiangnan Ji family, Ning Yuan Group, and Hongda Group all had close ties with it. If cooperation was terminated and they were blacklisted, the losses incurred would be immeasurable. It was possible that the three families would never recover in Jiangnan City. Lai Jingye and Xia Bin were the first to collapse. They shook their heads in disbelief, saying, "It's over. Completely over, how could this happen?" Buwan sat paralyzed on the ground, trembling as he muttered, "Why did this happen, why?" Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. He looked up slowly at Yichen. Full of disbelief, he asked, "Did you really do all this?" Not only him, but everyone else present also stared at Yichen. They suddenly realized that the three things announced by Chen Qinyang on behalf of Lord Long were exactly the three things Yichen had just mentioned on the phone. To call it a coincidence would be too far-fetched. So, there was only one possibility, his true identity. At that moment, the expressions of everyone present turned to shock and fear. Lai Jingye and Xia Bin were trembling all over, filled with regret and fear. If they had known about Yi Chen's background, they wouldn't have dared to target him even with 10 times the courage. As for Xiao Qingcheng, her expression was filled with incredulity. She bit her lip tightly and asked Yi Chen, "Did you really do all this?" Yi Chen calmly replied, "Didn't I already tell you the answer?" Xiao Qingcheng trembled, feeling choked up. So, Yi Chen was the big shot behind Lord Long? The figure she had longed to meet? And yet, she had stubbornly insisted on a divorce. Oh God, how ironic. Realizing this, Xiao Qingcheng, usually proud and arrogant, couldn't help but stagger, almost falling. Fortunately, Assistant Sun caught her. Xiao Qingcheng choked back tears, unwilling to accept. Did I really make a mistake? Assistant Sun quickly reassured her, "Miss Xiao, how could it be your fault? You must have been deceived by that useless guy. How could someone like him be connected to that big shot? I don't believe it, there must be something wrong here." Xiao Qingcheng smiled bitterly, shaking her head, wishing she could slap herself twice. She didn't want to believe that Yi Chen had a powerful background. But how else could she explain what had just happened before her eyes? However, at that moment, countless black-clad strong men suddenly surged in through the door, nearly 100 of them. Each wielding knives and sticks, they completely surrounded the venue. Then, a young man with swollen cheeks and his left hand bandaged, exuding a fierce aura, walked out. It was Zhang Chunlei, who had been driven away by Yi Chen earlier. The people present were horrified. How had this jinx returned? Zhang Chunlei narrowed his eyes and scanned the crowd. Yinsen sneered, "Didn't expect I would come back, huh? Hee, isn't it supposed to be a bidding business meeting? Carry on." Everyone present looked at each other in confusion. The business meeting was already cancelled, so why continue? At this moment, Buwan suddenly realized something. He cautiously asked, "Zhang Xiao, did you actually make Lord Long cancel this business meeting?" "What?" Zhang Chunlei was puzzled, not understanding Buwan's words. Seeing Zhang Chunlei's silence, Buwan assumed his consent. He then said, "I knew only you had the power to do this. This matter has nothing to do with Yi Chen." Lai Jingye asked in confusion, "Young Master Ji, what do you mean by that?" Buwan explained, "Lord Long must have known about Yi Chen offending Zhang Xiao and guessed that Zhang Xiao would inform Lord Tiger. So, weighing the situation, he sent Qianzong to announce those three matters, aiming not to offend Lord Tiger." Everyone nodded in agreement, discussing, "Makes sense. Zhang Xiao just went back seeking help from Lord Tiger, it must be Lord Tiger's intervention. Lord Long had to save face." Exactly, with Lord Tiger's character, he wouldn't allow others to have what he can't get, so he simply had Lord Long cancel the bidding business meeting, changing the winning bid from the Xiao family to termination. As for young Master Ji, Mr. Lai, and Mr. Xia, they must have shown disrespect to Zhang Xiao before, and Lord Long chose to cut ties with them to avoid trouble. That guy surnamed Ji probably already knew it would turn out like this, that's why he pretended on the phone, quite cunning. "I told you, a useless son-in-law kicked out by the Xiao family, how could he command Lord Long?" Hearing the discussions, Xiao Qingcheng's expression changed. She instinctively asked Zhang Chunlei, Is this all you're doing?" Zhang Chunlei pondered, resting his chin on his hand. In fact, he had only gone back to call for reinforcements, not to ask Zhang Shouhu to contact Lord Long to announce the three matters. But now that everyone assumed it was him, he wouldn't miss the chance to show off. So, he nodded. With a lewd smile, he replied, "That's right. Scared wet by this young master, huh?" This answer was the final confirmation. Xiao Qingcheng ignored Zhang Chunlei and turned to look at Yi Chen. Disappointment filled her eyes as she said, "Yi Chen, for a moment there, I thought you had become formidable, able to make Lord Long listen to you, make those who look down on you regret it." Truth be told, I felt a hint of relief, at least to some extent. It meant that the man I once knew wasn't completely useless. I even regretted filing for divorce. She suddenly raised her voice. But, now, you disgust me. We've known each other since childhood, been married for 3 years, and never have I felt such disgust towards you as I do now. I detest people who deceive me the most. Yi Chen, sitting in the chair, sneered, Xiao Qingcheng, please don't delude yourself in the future, adding drama to your life. It only makes me more repulsed. Xiao Qingcheng trembled, unable to believe that Yi Chen would say she was repulsive. At this moment, Buwan quickly approached Zhang Chunlei and flattered, Zhang Xiao, you don't know. After you left earlier, that Yi surname guy was insulting you behind your back, even pretending that Lord Long's announcement of those 3 matters was at his command. It's a direct slap in your face, he must be dealt with. In Buwan's view, he had lost so many people tonight, all because of Yi Chen. Therefore, he must deal with him. Zhang Chunlei's face darkened. Damn it, I came back this time specifically to teach that bastard a lesson. Thinking of the scenes where Yi Chen had beaten him just now, he was furious. He took a step forward, pointing at Yi Chen and ordering, Bastard, don't you kneel down and apologize to me? Cut off one hand, and maybe tonight I'll spare your life. With these words, everyone present began to follow the wind, standing on Zhang Chunlei's side, pressuring Yi Chen in various ways. Nonsense, don't you listen to Zhang Xiao's orders? Deaf in the ears? Yi, do you really think you're invincible just because you know some kung fu? The Black Tiger Gang is a terrifying force with 3,000 brothers. Each of us can drown you with just a mouthful of spit. Under pressure from the crowd, Yi Chen leaned back slightly in his chair, looking very relaxed. I spared your life just now, are you in such a hurry to come back and die? The scene erupted in an uproar. It's already at this point, and you're still so arrogant? It's not just about being superior, it's about courting death. Zhang Chunlei's forehead veins bulged as he gritted his teeth. You bastard, you brought this upon yourself. He waved his hand and shouted, Brothers, chop off all his limbs. Kill. At the command, nearly 100 Black Dragon Gang thugs, armed to the teeth, swarmed towards Yi Chen. The Black Tiger Gang thugs were furious, wishing to turn Yi Chen into minced meat. Suddenly, a scene so terrifying that Xiao Qingcheng instinctively covered her eyes. However, just as the thugs' attacks were about to land on Yi Chen, everything seemed to blur before their eyes. Yi Chen, who was sitting there, had vanished into thin air. Not only him, even the chair he was sitting on disappeared into thin air. Where did he go? Ah! The thugs were dumbfounded, but suddenly, a familiar scream rang out behind them. Everyone quickly turned to look, only to see Zhang Chunlei knocked to the ground, while Yi Chen, with a chair in tow, was sitting next to him, his right foot firmly planted on Zhang Chunlei's head. The speed was so fast that not a single person present could see clearly what had happened in those 2 seconds. Shock was written all over everyone's faces, including Xiao Qingcheng, who breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yi Chen unharmed. The Black Tiger Gang thugs were now both furious and anxious, but dared not approach recklessly. Zhang Chunlei himself had not expected that with so many people with him, he couldn't even catch Yi Chen, and instead, he was the first to be captured. He threatened loudly, Damn it, remove your foot quickly, or else. Yi Chen looked down at him. Not only did he not remove his foot, but he even increased the pressure slightly. Or else what? Ah! Ouch! Zhang Chunlei cried out in pain. He tried to struggle, but found Yi Chen's right foot as steady as a rock. No matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. This scene made everyone gasp in horror, their faces pale. If anything happened to Zhang Chunlei, the furious Tiger Lord would surely slaughter everyone present tonight. In fact, things were about to take a turn towards their worst fears. Because at this moment, one of the Black Tiger Gang's 4 great Diamond Kings, Feng Lei, had already called the Tiger Lord for help. Jibo shouted anxiously, Yi, release Xiang now. If you want to die, don't drag us into it. Lai Jingye, Xiebin, and others also threatened Yi Chen to release Zhang Chunlei. Yi Chen sneered, I can release him, but which one of you will take his place? Jibo and the others looked at each other. Where would they dare to take such a risk with their lives? Suddenly, Feng Lei shouted, Xyang, the message has been relayed. The Lord will personally lead all the brothers of the gang and will arrive in 10 minutes. Zhang Chunlei's face lit up with joy. Yi, did you hear that? My uncle is coming. Ha ha ha. You're finished. Release your foot now. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen increased the pressure a bit more. I said, Zhang Xiuhu only has to kneel and kowtow in front of me, that's all. The immense pressure made Zhang Chunlei scream like a slaughtered pig. Seeing this, Feng Lei's face darkened to the extreme. He ordered, Brothers, guard all the doors of the venue. Until the Lord arrives with the brothers, this Yi fellow must not be allowed to escape. Then, he coldly addressed the guests present, As for you, if you don't want to be splattered with blood later, go back to where you came from. These guests were already terrified, fearing being implicated in the situation. At this moment, she disregarded the image of the powerful and wealthy. She dashed out of the meeting hall in a panic. She cursed her parents for not giving her an extra pair of legs. Jibo Duan quickly said to Xiao Qingcheng, "Let's go, Hu Yi is coming soon, someone will definitely die tonight." Xiao Qingcheng looked at Yi Chen. Scenes of the past 3 years together involuntarily flashed through her mind. Although Yi Chen had achieved nothing, he had indeed been there to pour water when she was thirsty, cook for her when she was hungry, and cheer her up when she was sad. Faced with life and death, she couldn't just abandon Yi Chen like this. It seemed she couldn't do it. She lightly bit her lip and replied, "You go, I'll stay here." Jibo Duan stared and said, "Are you crazy? Zhang Chunlei has been eyeing you. If you don't escape now, do you know what consequences await you by staying here?" Xiao Qingcheng shook her head and said, "Regardless, the conflict tonight with the Black Tiger Society arose because of the bidding war between the Xiao family and them. It's necessary for me to stay here and provide an explanation to Hu Yi. Moreover, since she had already caught Zhang Chunlei's attention, what would be the point of running away? You can't run away from a temple even if the monk flees." Seeing Xiao Qingcheng's resolute attitude, Jibo Duan said helplessly, "Then you stay here, I'll leave first." After Jibo Duan left, Xiao Qingcheng ordered Assistant Sun, "You go too, this matter has nothing to do with you." Assistant Sun gritted his teeth and said, "Miss Xiao, take care of yourself. I will figure something out once I leave." Then he turned and ran off. Soon, the guests at the venue had all fled, leaving only Yi Chen and Xiao Qingcheng. Wait, at this moment, there was also Rong Mayen sitting calmly in the distance. Seeing this, a henchman approached and asked Feng Lei, "Feng Ge, how should we deal with that woman?" Feng Lei furrowed his brows. On the surface, that woman exuded charm and elegance, but the aura of dominance she emitted internally was quite oppressive. His intuition told him that her identity was not simple at all. No need to bother with her. We'll make a plan after Hu Yi arrives. Understood. At this moment, a storm was brewing in the entire city of Jiangnan. The 10 nightclubs, 20 KTVs, and 30 clubs under the Black Tiger Society all received orders at the same time. All the brothers, armed and in cars, rushed towards the Cloud Summit Hotel from all directions. Every street in the city was filled with a dense convoy of vehicles speeding by. Pedestrians on the roadside were scared and evaded, discussing various things. My God, those are all Hu Ye's men. With so many people acting together, something big is definitely going to happen. Who could be so bold as to provoke the Black Tiger Society to this extent? With 3,000 brothers from the Black Tiger Society mobilizing, Jiangnan City is in for a big change. In a black Rolls-Royce heading to the Cloud Summit Hotel, Zhang Xiuhu, dressed in Zhongshan suit, sat in the back seat, a cigar in his mouth. One hand was around a seductive beauty, while the other roamed on her smooth thigh. At this moment, his expression was terrifyingly cold. Since leaving the dreadful city of corruption years ago, no one had dared to disrespect him like this. He took a deep drag of the cigar and gritted his teeth. "Xiao Lei, hold on a little longer, uncle will make sure those who humiliated you have no place to be buried." News of the underground emperor Zhang Xiuhu leading 3,000 brothers into action quickly spread. Panic gripped the entire city of Jiangnan. Meanwhile, in the Han family living room in Jiangnan, Han Ruan, who had been called back home by Li Ziakin, turned pale when he learned that Zhang Xiuhu's actions were targeting Yi Chen. Sitting across from him on the sofa, Han Tianjiang exclaimed, "How daring is this kid? First causing trouble at Dragon Lord's business meeting, leading to the meeting being cancelled. Now he has offended Hu Yi, offending 2 major figures in Jiangnan City in one night, unheard of." Li Ziakin, sitting beside him, breathed a sigh of relief. Yun, luckily you refused his engagement yesterday. I just called you back, otherwise, our family would have been in big trouble. Han Ruan hesitated for a moment and asked, "Dad, can you try to contact Lord Tiger and ask him to spare Yi Chen's life?" Li Xiuqin frowned and said, "Girl, were you drugged by that stinky brat? Or do you really have feelings for that useless guy?" Han Ruan hurriedly explained, "Mom, how could I have feelings for that jerk? I just felt that Yi Chen went a bit overboard tonight, but fundamentally it's not his fault, he was provoked by others first. As a bystander, one naturally has to stand on the side of justice." Li Xiuqin solemnly said, "Only children differentiate between right and wrong in this world. Adults only consider the pros and cons, so-called justice is always written by the victors. Don't you understand this principle?" Han Ruan still unwillingly said, "But Yi Chen once saved my life, we haven't repaid him yet. Dad, please help us out in this regard." Han Tianjiang sighed and said, "If he had offended someone, I wouldn't stand idly by in reason and principle. But tonight's situation has escalated too much. I can't even show my face in front of Lord Tiger, I can't help at all." But Han Ruan wanted to say more but was interrupted by Li Xiuqin. "Why don't you listen, girl? Come, go upstairs with Mom and rest early. Stop thinking about that useless guy." The first hospital of Jiangnan City. Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan just received a call from Assistant Sun. Upon learning about the situation at the bidding chamber of commerce tonight, they were both shocked. Zhang Huilan gritted her teeth in anger that damn Yichen not only ruined our Xiao family, but also dragged Qingcheng down with him. He's an inhuman beast. Xiaonan worriedly said, my sister is still at the Yun Ding hotel venue. Lord Tiger is about to go there with his men. What should we do? Zhang Huilan paced anxiously. What should we do? What should we do? Currently, the old master was resting in the ward, and there was no one at home to take charge of the situation. Even if he woke up, it would be of no use. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in her mind. She quickly called Jibo, and the call was answered promptly. Jibo's voice sounded a bit unsettled. Auntie, what's the matter? Zhang Huilan hurriedly said, young Master Ji, please find a way to save Qingcheng. As long as you can save her, Auntie promises to support you marrying her. Under normal circumstances, Jibo would have readily agreed to such a condition. But the current situation was beyond his control. He casually replied, I got it, that's it for now, I'll hang up. However, after hesitating for a moment, Jibo called his father, Ji Wooly, on the other end. Xiaonan hesitated and asked, Mom, is young Master Ji sure he can help? Zhang Huilan worriedly said, with his intervention, there shouldn't be a problem, but I'm more concerned about Qingcheng's side. Quickly accompany me to the Yun Ding hotel. Xiaonan's face turned pale. Mom, why don't you go by yourself? Currently, the Yun Ding hotel was like a dangerous place. Going there was akin to courting death. Zhang Huilan scolded angrily, useless, that's your sister. If you don't come with me, then who will? With that, she grabbed Xiaonan by the ear and dragged him out of the hospital. Yun Ding Hotel, Chamber of Commerce Hall. Nearly 100 Black Tiger gang members stared fiercely at Yichen in the center of the hall. Their eyes seemed to want to devour him alive. On the other hand, Yichen looked content. Under his feet, Zhang Chunlei was already starting to lack oxygen to his brain. He could only make muffled sounds, unable to curse anymore. Feng Lei reminded, Lord Tiger's arrival is less than 5 minutes away. If you release Shang Xiaonao, I promise to plead for you in front of Lord Tiger, and maybe you'll have a quick death. Yichen dismissed, instead of wasting time advising me, you should urge your Lord Tiger to hurry up. If he's late, he might have to attend his nephew's funeral. Feng Lei and his men were all gnashing their teeth in anger. This kid was too arrogant. Xiao Qingcheng frowned and asked, are you satisfied with causing such a mess? How far do you want to take this? Yi Chen asked. I don't understand what you mean. He. Xiao Qingcheng chuckled self-deprecatingly. At this point, are you still pretending to be clueless? Aren't you just holding a grudge and seeking revenge because I mentioned divorce? You want to prove that I will regret the decision to divorce, so you keep escalating things, seeking attention, until it becomes uncontrollable. Xiao Qingcheng became more and more aggrieved as she spoke. Now, with the loss of the 10 billion bid, all the efforts of our Xiao family over the past 3 years will be ruined in an instant. Fine, you win, I was wrong, I regret it, is that enough? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. She felt wronged, helpless, and unwilling. This was a side of her that was usually proud and never shown before. From the divorce proposal yesterday to now, a series of incidents had worn her out mentally. Seeing Xiao Qingcheng in tears, Yichen was speechless. In the past, he would have gone to comfort her, even apologize and admit his mistakes. But now that she had brought up divorce, he didn't need to be so humble anymore. He calmly said, I never meant that. I've said before, tonight's gathering with the Black Tiger gang has nothing to do with you. The decision to leave is yours. You can leave any time. With me here, no one can stop you. Xiao Qingcheng wiped away her tears. I won't leave. After all, tonight's situation arose from the bidding. I need to explain to the Tiger Lord later. As for you, you've caused enough trouble. You heard my apology. Please adjust your attitude, let go of Zhang Xiao, and give yourself a chance to apologize to the Tiger Lord. Of course, I will do my best to plead for you. I don't want you to die here. Yi Chen furrowed his brows. Why? Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip lightly. In this situation, she no longer hid her feelings. She answered sincerely, in these 3 years of marriage, I haven't done enough in some aspects, and I owe you a lot. So until we officially divorce, you and I are still legally husband and wife. I can't stand by and watch you die. This is my duty as a wife. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel exasperated. Now you realize you owe me a lot in these 3 years. Where were you all this time? You made me endure 3 years of a sexless marriage. Do you know how frustrating that was? He sighed and said calmly, I've said, no one can harm me tonight. Before he could finish speaking, a loud voice suddenly came from outside the door, Lord Tiger, here. Feng Lei immediately commanded the brothers of the Black Tiger gang inside the venue, quick, prepare to welcome Lord Tiger. Everyone hurriedly ran to the entrance of the venue and stood respectfully. Xiao Qingcheng urged Yi Chen, "Why are you still sitting there? Get up and greet Lord Tiger, apologize to him, and try to save your life." Yi Chen shook his head. "Let me get up to greet Zhang Xiaohu? Is he even worthy?" Xiao Qingcheng was almost going crazy. Did this guy really think that knowing some kung fu would make him a match for all 3,000 brothers of the Black Tiger Gang? Or had he completely lost his mind? Clack, clack, clack. Slow, heavy footsteps could be heard approaching from the direction of the door. All the members of the Black Tiger Gang present immediately bent 90 degrees, shouting in unison, "Lord Tiger." Then, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, with a big back head and a cigar in his mouth, walked into the venue. His imposing figure exuded a strong aura of a leader. The venue fell silent immediately, everyone's gaze fixed on him, not daring to breathe loudly, all intimidated by his presence. Then, a younger brother ran in from outside. He respectfully reported to Zhang Xiaohu, "Lord Tiger, all 3,000 brothers of the Black Tiger Gang have arrived and are surrounding the Cloud Top Hotel outside, not letting even a fly out." Zhang Xiaohu nodded slightly and asked Feng Lei, "What's the situation tonight?" Previously, he had only heard that Zhang Chunlei had suffered some losses at the bidding meeting and had brought back some reinforcements from there, but he didn't expect to be controlled in return, with his life at stake. In fact, he was unaware of the various details leading up to the situation. Feng Lei quickly explained, "Master Hu, the cause of this is that the Xiao family used despicable means to snatch the bid that originally belonged to Zhang Xiao. When Zhang Xiao confronted them, he was beaten by Xiao Qingqing's husband and insulted you in various ways. Zhang Xiao, feeling aggrieved, brought people to seek an explanation, but was restrained by her husband, who used his life as a threat. I dare not act without authorization and can only seek your help." This explanation shifted blame entirely onto Xiao Qingcheng and Yi Chen. It was obvious that they intended to put the two of them in a life-threatening situation tonight. Xiao Qingcheng's face changed upon hearing this. She couldn't care less about all this and forced herself to step forward. With a brave face, she explained, "Master Hu, I am Xiao Qingcheng, things are not as he described." The result of this bid was actually decided by that influential figure. It was Zhang Xiao who came over and started the physical altercation, demanding that our Xiao family give up a 10 billion order, and even, he wanted me to sleep with him. As for my husband, he had no choice but to intervene, perhaps a bit too forcefully. I ask Master Hu to consider his lack of discretion and spare his life. Zhang Xiaohu's icy gaze fell on Xiao Qingcheng. His imposing aura almost suffocated her. He sneered, "Do I need you to teach me how to handle things?" Xiao Qingcheng trembled, sensing a very bad premonition. Zhang Xiaohu raised his voice, "In Jiangnan City, anyone who dares to harm my nephew, for any reason, must die." The surrounding men were excited. "That's right, that's our Master Hu, unreasonably domineering. Anyone who goes against our Black Tiger Gang should expect this fate. You, little girl, better think about yourself. Kill, kill, kill." The Black Tiger Gang members were all pumped up, scaring Xiao Qingcheng into a cold sweat. She subconsciously looked at Yi Chen, wanting to remind him to stand up and apologize quickly. But it was too late. Because Zhang Xiaohu had already started walking towards him, his killing intent raging like a flood. As he walked, he coldly said, "You, seeing me coming over, are still sitting in the chair, not letting go of my nephew, could it be?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Chen, who was sitting in the chair, slowly raised his head. In that instant when their eyes met, boom! Zhang Xiaohu was startled, his cigar falling to the ground. He couldn't help but rub his eyes, his expression changing drastically. "Damn! It's him?" In that moment, his memory suddenly flashed back to the days in the city of corruption several years ago. He, too, was once a powerful figure, but after being taken to that place, he became the lowest of the low, bullied by everyone. Any criminal there was 100 times more terrifying than himself. Yet, in front of the young master Yi Chen, even the most fearsome criminals could only be obedient lambs, bowing and scraping. Later, because of his good work as a dung collector, Zhang Xiaohu earned Yi Chen's approval and had his sentence reduced by 2.5 years, getting out of prison early. After being released from that place back to Jiangnan City, he single-handedly founded the Black Tiger Gang. Although he was now a figure akin to an underground emperor, that deeply ingrained memory from the past was still a nightmare that couldn't be forgotten. At this moment, seeing Yi Chen again, the fear etched into his bones made his calves tremble. He subconsciously wanted to kneel and greet him. "Yoon." He had just uttered a word when Yi Chen warned him with a look, scaring him into silence. He immediately realized. The city of corruption and Yi Chen's status as a young master were highly confidential. Since Yi Chen didn't speak, he didn't dare to act rashly, not knowing what to say, and stood there motionless. Sweating profusely, he awaited Yi Chen's command. It was the Black Tiger gang brothers who didn't understand the reason behind it all. They thought Zhang Xiaohu's silence was actually putting pressure on Yi Chen. Whispers spread among the crowd. Did you see that? The one surnamed Ji has been scared silly by Lord Hu's aura, not daring to even make a sound. Truly worthy of Lord Hu, remaining calm and composed at this moment, it's worth learning from. Xiao Qingqing saw that Yi Chen still hadn't stood up to apologize. Anxiously, she hurried over to him in 3 quick steps. Grabbing his arm, she urged, "What are you still standing there for? Release Xiang Xiao, then stand up and apologize to Lord Hu. I'm begging you, can't you do that?" Seeing Yi Chen unmoved, even a hint of crying crept into her voice. "Are you really not valuing your life?" Yi Chen smiled. "I believe that Lord Hu must be a reasonable person." With that, he kicked Zhang Chunlei out. Zhang Chunlei slid on the ground for several meters until he stopped at Zhang Xiaohu's feet. "Huff! I finally came to my senses." "Ha ha ha!" Zhang Chunlei gasped heavily, his face showing a mix of pride and ferocity. Looking up at Zhang Xiaohu, he pleaded, "Second uncle, quickly order to deal with this bastard, break his limbs, and make him watch as I and all my brothers ravage his woman." The Black Tiger gang members were eager, waiting for Zhang Xiaohu's command to act immediately. Xiao Qingcheng was so frightened that she closed her eyes in despair. It's over. However, at that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Bang! Zhang Xiaohu suddenly lifted his foot and viciously kicked Zhang Chunlei in the face. With that kick, Zhang Chunlei slid on the ground for over 2 meters. Blood gushed from his nostrils and mouth, even losing 2 teeth. This sudden turn of events left everyone present wide-eyed, unable to comprehend what was happening. Zhang Chunlei held his cheek, looking bewildered. "Second uncle, you got the wrong person, it should be that damn Yi." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu's expression darkened even more. "Damn it! I'm hitting you!" He strode forward, continuing to kick Zhang Chunlei furiously. While kicking, he cursed, "I helped you establish a company to manage it properly, not to cause trouble everywhere." At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu was in a fit of rage. His foolish nephew, daring to offend the young master, even wanting to sleep with his wife? "If you want to die, don't implicate me." Bang! Bang! Several continuous kicks caused Zhang Chunlei's nose to collapse, screaming in pain. Zhang Xiaohu didn't stop, continuing to scold, "I warned you to keep a low profile, but you used my reputation to act recklessly, abusing power and bullying others, tarnishing all my hard-earned reputation." Watching this scene, Feng Lei and the other Black Tiger gang members were dumbfounded. Feng Lei quickly stepped forward to dissuade, "Lord Hu, are you mistaken?" Slap! Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaohu slapped Feng Lei. "Damn it, I asked you to watch over Zhang Chunlei, but you helped him do wrong, even covering up for him, falsely accusing Mrs. Xiao." Mrs. Xiao and her husband are obviously kind-hearted people, why would they bully Chunlei for no reason? With that, he kicked Feng Lei in the stomach. The latter fell on his back, immediately kneeling and begging for mercy. "Lord Hu, I was wrong. I won't dare again." Zhang Xiaohu viciously said, "I'll deal with you later." Then he turned back to continue brutally kicking Zhang Chunlei. Thud! 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 Xiao Qingcheng was already stunned by the scene. What's going on? Wasn't Lord Hu supposed to come and avenge Zhang Chunlei? Why did he start by attacking him and Feng Lei? And with such brutality? Zhang Chunlei's cries of pain filled the air, pleading, I was wrong. Ah, please don't hit me, I was wrong." Zhang Xiaohu delivered another harsh kick. "Get lost." This kick knocked Zhang Chunlei unconscious, his face covered in blood, his features barely recognizable. Zhang Xiaohu didn't even look at him, quickly walked to Xiao Qingqing's side. He showed a friendly smile and said, "Oh, Xiao, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault for not disciplining her strictly, letting this bastard cause you trouble. Here, on her behalf and your husband's, I apologize." As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Chen secretly, relieved to see no sign of anger on his face. He breathed a sigh of relief. But everyone present was already stunned in their places. They couldn't understand how the usually arrogant and domineering lord who had suddenly become so reasonable. Xiao Qingcheng was stunned for several seconds. Then she nodded dazedly. It's okay, Lord Hu, you're too polite." Zhang Xiaohu said seriously, "Regardless, it was our Black Tiger Society's fault first. Here, I apologize again sincerely. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Without waiting for Xiao Qingqing's response, Zhang Xiaohu immediately turned and left, afraid of being detained by Yi Chen. As for the Black Tiger Society brothers, they could only leave with various curiosities, carrying the fainted Zhang Chunlei. At the same time, Rong Mayen, who was sitting far away and witnessed the scene, was filled with surprise and curiosity in her eyes, because she clearly saw the significant change in Zhang Xiaohu's attitude, which started the moment he saw Yi Chen. She speculated that Zhang Xiaohu probably knew Yi Chen and feared him. This man is truly inscrutable, Rong Mayen murmured softly. At that moment, a tall assistant walked up to her. She whispered, "Miss, second master is calling, he has something to instruct you?" Rong Mayen asked, "What is it?" The assistant replied, "He said for you to represent the Rong family at the birthday banquet of the Ji family's patriarch, Ji Wooly, the day after tomorrow. Many talents from Jiangnan City will be there to offer birthday wishes, suggesting that you take care of the Ji family more." Rong Mayen sneered, "My second uncle is indeed impatient. Head, take care of the Ji family? I see it as supporting their power." The assistant remained silent. Rong Mayen stood up and said, "Since my second uncle has spoken, let's play along. As for partners," she glanced at Yi Chen in the distance and ordered, "Investigate that man named Yi Chen, compile a detailed report and send it to me, the more detailed, the better." "Yes." The assistant left quietly. At this moment, Xiao Qingqing still felt a dreamlike sense of unreality. She had prepared for the worst, but Lord Hu not only didn't get angry but also apologized to her. This was illogical. There must be something wrong here. She turned to look at Yi Chen. Seeing him sitting calmly as if he had anticipated this outcome, Xiao Qingqing couldn't help but have a bold idea. Could all of this be? "Daughter, are you okay?" Suddenly, Zhang Huilan's urgent voice came from outside the door. Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan rushed in anxiously, followed by assistant son. "I'm fine." Xiao Qingqing shook her head and asked, "Mom, why are you both here?" Zhang Huilan replied, "Assistant son called us. I heard that you were implicated by that useless Yi Chen, so I rushed over. Luckily you're fine." She then glared fiercely at Yi Chen and scolded, "You troublemaker, causing problems for our Qingchang." Yi Chen rolled his eyes, really not wanting to deal with these silly old women. Xiaonan looked around warily and asked worriedly, "Sis, didn't Lord Hu come with 3,000 brothers? Where are they?" "They left." Xiao Qingcheng briefly recounted what had just happened here. Zhang Huilan and the others were terrified. Xiao Qingcheng was still puzzled. "I feel like something is strange about this. Why did Lord Hu suddenly back down?" Zhang Huilan suddenly realized, it must be young Master Ji's help. "I just called him for help, and he agreed." "That's impossible." Xiao Qingcheng subconsciously shook her head. Previously, Jibo was so scared in front of Zhang Chunlei, how could he possibly change the mind of the even more formidable Tiger Lord? But, just then, a voice sounded from outside the door, "Aunt Zhang is right, I did do this." Then, Jibo swaggered in. In fact, he never left, he had been hiding near the Cloud Top Hotel, secretly observing. Upon seeing Tiger Lord leave with his men, he returned. Jibo said, after receiving Aunt Zhang's call, "I called my dad, begging him to help contact Tiger Lord and let him spare you." Upon hearing this, Yechen couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Huilan scolded, "What are you laughing at, you useless person?" Yechen teased, "Are you sure Zhang Xiaohu spared us because of his dad's face?" Zhang Huilan retorted, "It's not because of his dad, could it be because Tiger Lord cares about your face?" Yechen nodded, "Of course." Zhang Huilan was stunned, as were Xiao Qingcheng and the others. Jibo burst out laughing, "Ha, Yechen, you're really funny. What status does Tiger Lord have? Would he care about the face of someone like you?" Yechen retorted, "So, are you saying Zhang Xiaohu cares about your dad's face?" Jibo proudly said, "As you said, the Jiangnan Ji family won't easily give face to Tiger Lord, however, if the Rong family from the provincial capital steps in, even Tiger Lord would have to bow his head." This statement shocked Xiao Qingqing and the others. The Rong family from the provincial capital? It was one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital, with significant influence throughout Tiannan province, far surpassing the 3 major families of Jiangnan. Xiao Qingqing asked, "What does this have to do with the Rong family from the provincial capital?" Jibo, full of pride, explained, "You don't know, my father has close ties with the Rong family's top executives. Recently, the Rong family wanted to expand their business in Jiangnan City, and our Jiangnan Ji family would naturally be taken care of by the Rong family. When my dad brought up this relationship, do you think Tiger Lord could ignore the Rong family's face?" In fact, this news was what Jibo was told by Ji Wooly when he called for help. Jibo had prepared himself for a scolding, as the incident at the Bidding Business Association tonight had caused the Ji family to be blacklisted by the Tianlong Group, which was a serious matter. Unexpectedly, Ji Wooly only criticized him briefly and did not get angry. The reason was the good news of the Rong family's intention to settle in Jiangnan City. In Ji Wooly's joy, Jibo took the opportunity to mention the matter of pleading with Tiger Lord. Ji Wooly casually said he knew about it and hung up. Not long after, Jibo saw Tiger Lord leaving with his men. Therefore, he naturally assumed that Ji Wooly had played a role. After hearing Jibo's words, Zhang Huilan and the others were surprised and enlightened. Everything suddenly made sense. Zhang Huilan praised, "Wow. Indeed, G Dasha, you always manage to turn the tide for our Xiao family in times of crisis. Auntie didn't misjudge you. Only Xiao Qingcheng still felt something was off. She hesitated and asked, G Dasha, you said your dad resolved it with a phone call, do you have any evidence? Jibo said, Xingcheng, do you not trust me? Fine, I'll prove it to you right now. He took out his phone and dialed Ji Wooly. As soon as the call connected, Ji Wooly's impatient voice came from the other end. What are you calling for again? Jibo said, Dad, it was you who called Tiger Lord, mentioning the Rong family from the provincial capital, which made Tiger Lord back off, right? Ji Wooly displeasedly replied, I'm busy with the birthday banquet. Where do I have the time for that? Wait until I'm done. Click Jibo was dumbfounded. What? I boasted about taking credit for it, but it turns out my dad hadn't even contacted Tiger Lord. Why did Tiger Lord change his mind then? At this moment, Xiao Qingcheng was also puzzled. Ji Da Xiao, what's going on here? Jibo struggled for a long time but couldn't say a word, feeling so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to hide in. At this moment, Yichen sneered, Heh, do you still have anything to say now? Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan, mother and son, exchanged a glance, both feeling a burning sensation on their faces. After all, they had just been supporting Jibo, never expecting to be proven wrong so quickly. Xiao Qingcheng hesitated to meet Yi Chen's gaze. Could it be that lord who changed his attitude out of respect for Yi Chen? But where did he get such respect from? Or could it be that he truly had a mysterious identity unknown to me? As she pondered various possibilities, Assistant Sun reminded, Mr. Xiao, even if Lord whose change of heart has nothing to do with the Ji family, it's unlikely to be solely because of Yi Chen. Just think, if Lord who really wanted to show respect to Yi Chen, why didn't he speak up when you were present? Xiao Qingcheng narrowed her eyes in thought. Indeed, from the moment Zhang Xiuhu appeared until the end, he never exchanged a word with Yi Chen, as if they didn't know each other at all. If he truly respected Yi Chen, they should have known each other, right? With this in mind, Xiao Qingcheng's eyes flashed with disappointment and indifference as she said, Yi Chen, for a moment there, I thought I had misjudged you, but now I see that you are still the same, unchanged in the slightest, which is truly disappointing. Hearing this, Yi Chen shook his head and sneered, Heh, indeed, Miss Xiao, your judgment and arrogance truly match the situation you find yourself in tonight, you deserve it. He had finally seen through this foolish woman. This marriage must end, completely. Xiao Qingcheng furrowed her brows. She was, after all, the biggest victim at tonight's bidding event, yet Yi Chen mocked her in such a manner. He must have seen through her inner thoughts, hence his blunt words. This man's heart is truly narrow-minded. Yi Chen continued, I don't want to waste any more words with you. I just want to remind you not to forget that we will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau early tomorrow morning to get our divorce certificate, and from then on, we owe each other nothing. Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip and said, No problem. I, Xiao Qingcheng, will not regret my decision. Jibo smiled and said, Qingcheng, I apologize for speaking without understanding the situation regarding Lord whose change of heart, but there is something I must tell you. Xiao Qingcheng frowned. What is it? Jibo said, as a friend, I naturally support your divorce from Yi Chen, but can we postpone getting the divorce certificate until after my father's 60th birthday celebration? Why? Jibo explained, because the day after tomorrow is my father's 60th birthday, and as the representative of the Rong family, Miss Rong Mayen will personally attend to wish my father well. This time she comes to Jiangnan City. She plans to select one or more business partners for deep cooperation and enjoy the support of the Rong family. So I hope that these 2 days you can spare all your time to prepare in advance, so that you can leave a deep impression on her at the birthday celebration. As long as our G family helps, you will definitely have a spot among these business partners, which can also be seen as an apology for my earlier mistake. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingcheng and the others were shocked and excited. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Wait, Miss Rong Mei. A cold laughter with various styles sounded. The partners of the Rong family must have wisdom and vision. Does your family's General Xiao have any connection with these two words? Several people turned around. They saw a stunning woman in a silver cheongsam walking towards them, her cheongsam swaying as she walked, revealing two beautifully curved black silk legs. It was alluringly sexy. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. It was actually her? Assistant Sun frowned. Hey, who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? Rong Mayen replied coldly. Who am I? Do I need brainless lackeys like you to ask? As she spoke, an aura of superiority emanated from her, even stronger than Han Ruan. Assistant Sun subconsciously took a step back, closed his mouth, feeling a bit intimidated. Xiao Qingcheng looked at this woman who was no less beautiful and well-built than herself, feeling a strange sense of nervousness. She forced herself to steady her mind and asked with a frown, Madam, may I ask why you made such a statement just now? As the acclaimed top beauty CEO of Jiangnan City, She had never heard anyone say that she was not worthy of being associated with wisdom and vision. Rong Mayen replied calmly, "Humph. From an outsider's perspective, if you let go of such an outstanding man, what does it say about your wisdom and vision?" Xiao Qingqing trembled slightly. She seemed to have heard this line from Han Ruan yesterday, but why did she also think Yi Chen was outstanding? Why couldn't she see it? The proud Xiao Qingqing would not be easily persuaded. Annoyed, she responded, "Decisions made by Xiao Qingqing are mine to make, and I don't need others to point fingers." Jibo chimed in, "Miss, whether Qingqing can become a partner is up to Miss Rong Mayen to decide. What does it have to do with wisdom and vision?" Xiaonan sneered, "Exactly. Who do you think you are, Rong Mayen?" Zhang Huilan added, "Humph. If she were Rong Mayen, I'll eat shit standing on my head. She looks like a rich woman who latched onto Yichun from nowhere." Rong Mayen sneered, "Don't speak so arrogantly, or you'll have nowhere to cry later." Then she ignored the Xiao family and turned to Yi Chen with a meaningful look. "You performed very well tonight. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Looking forward to seeing you again next time." With that, she swayed her hips and left, leaving behind a trail of fragrance. Yi Chen was puzzled. Who was this woman really? Was she really Lin Feng's lover? Xiao Qingchang was equally puzzled. She was more concerned about the relationship between this woman and Yi Chen. So beautiful. Why was it that less than 2 days after their divorce, Yi Chen already had two top beauties deeply connected to him? The feeling of displeasure grew stronger. Zhang Huilan grumbled, "Humph. Mr. Yi, just because an unknown beauty suddenly appeared to speak for you, you think you're something special. In my eyes, you're still nothing." Assistant Sun complained, "Without our General Xiao, you would have been finished tonight. Yet you don't know how to be grateful and instead flirt around. Truly disgusting." Just then, another woman's displeased voice sounded at the door. "The truly disgusting one should be your General Xiao. Without Yi Chen at the Chamber of Commerce earlier, she might have been taken away and raped 800 times back and forth." Han Ruan walked in with a displeased expression. Xiao Qingchang and Assistant Sun were both slightly stunned. Wasn't she called back home by her mother just now? Why did she come back? Han Ruan walked up to Yi Chen. She coldly warned Assistant Sun, "I've warned you before, watch your mouth. Yi Chen is not someone you have the right to insult. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind giving you another slap." Assistant Sun turned pale with fear and dared not speak. Zhang Huilan, not recognizing Han Ruan, frowned unhappily, "And who are you? How dare you insult my daughter? Do you not know the power of the Xiao family in Jiangnan City? Apologize." Han Ruan crossed his arms in front of his chest and sneered, "Heh, is the Xiao family really that impressive? Old lady, are you looking to clash with my Han family?" Could it be that the woman in front of him was actually the young miss of the Han family? The heiress of the wealthiest family? Zhang Huilan instantly felt deflated. Because in front of the Han family, the Xiao family was indeed no match. How could they dare to provoke them? Xiao Qingqing hesitated, biting her lip as she said, "Miss Han, I acknowledge the strength of the Han family, but that's no reason for you to bully others, right?" Han Ruan tilted her chin arrogantly and said, "So what if I bully? What are you going to do about it? If you dare not fight back, then shut your mouth. As for you, Xiao, hurry up and get a divorce. Don't cling to a good man and refuse to budge, or else you'll come off as a hypocrite." She grabbed Yi Chen's arm and said, "Let's go, no need to bother with these fools. Besides, I have something to discuss with you." Yi Chen instinctively asked, "What is it?" "Let's go book a room outside," Han Ruan said. Yi Chen was taken aback. Could there really be such a good opportunity? Without waiting for him to respond, Han Ruan dragged him out of the venue. Watching the two leave, Xiao Qingchang was so angry that her eyes turned red with frustration. Who's the hypocrite? No one has ever spoken to me like that. But what made her even more upset was that Han Ruan actually said she would take Yi Chen out to book a room. Just 2 days after she mentioned divorce, without even receiving the divorce certificate, Yi Chen was already going out to book a room with another woman? And in front of his soon-to-be ex-wife? Even if you were frustrated with 3 years of a sexless marriage, couldn't you at least wait until the divorce was finalized before revealing your true colors? The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Jibo didn't know what Xiao Qingcheng was thinking, so he comforted her, "Qingcheng, there's no need to get upset with them. Although the Han family may seem more powerful than the Xiao family now, as long as you attend my father's birthday banquet the day after tomorrow and become a partner of the Rong family's business, your status will surely skyrocket." Xiao Qingcheng forced a smile and said, "But even so, the Han family is still the wealthiest in Jiangnan City, one of the 3 major families. It's still difficult for the Xiao family to surpass the Han family." "Who said you couldn't surpass them?" Jibo smiled and said, "Have you heard of Lin Yuanxuan?" Zhang Huilan's eyes lit up and she said, "Lin Yuanxuan? He's a legendary figure in our Jiangnan city. He joined the military when he was young, went to the battlefield to defend our homeland, eventually became a general. Although he has been retired for many years now, his connections are unimaginable. Xiaonan chimed in, not only that, Lin Lao has 3 sons, each more formidable than the last. The eldest son already holds a 2-star rank in the military, commanding tens of thousands of soldiers. The second son serves as a censor in Tianan province, ranking among the top 5 in the province. The third son is the head of our Jiangnan city, with unparalleled power. Such a giant is not only the ceiling of our Jiangnan city but even in the provincial capital, they are an unshakable presence. Jibo nodded and said, "You must have heard that half a year ago, Lin Yuanchuan suddenly fell ill with a strange disease, and despite countless efforts to find a cure, they were all in vain. The Lin family publicly stated that whoever could cure Lin Lao would be honored as a guest of the Lin family, enjoying wealth and prosperity. If the age is right, they are even willing to marry the Lin family's young niece to him." Zhang Huilan asked, "But what does this have to do with our Shao family surpassing the Han family?" Jibo proudly explained, "At this point, I won't hide it from you. My brother Jibo Xiaoming will be taking Master Gongsun to treat Lin Lao tomorrow. Master Gongsun has already identified the cause of Lin Lao's illness and is confident in curing him. Once he is cured, the Lin family will make our Ji family their honored guests, and my brother will have the opportunity to become the son-in-law of the Lin family. With our Ji family's recommendation, will your Shao family still regard the Han family highly?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Huilan, Xiaonan, and the others were all excited beyond measure. If that's the case, the day of the Shao family's rise is right before us. Even if Yi Chen gets involved with a rich woman and the Han family, so what? In front of the Shao family, isn't it still a matter of bowing and scraping? Only Shao Qingcheng seemed a bit distracted. Because she thought of Yi Chen being taken away by Han Ruan, she felt uneasy. Could they really have gone to a hotel room together? Han Ruan pulled Yi Chen outside the hotel door. After they stopped, Yi Chen suggested, "I didn't bring my ID, shall we find a hotel that doesn't require ID to book a room?" Han Ruan glared, "Pervert, who said I want to book a room with you? Wasn't that what you said?" Han Ruan's cheeks flushed slightly. "I was just teasing that silly ex-fiancé of yours, is that not allowed?" "Ha ha, I knew it." Yi Chen teased, "So why did you come back after going home? Could it be, you care about me?" Han Ruan's eyes flickered with panic. She retorted, "Humph. Don't flatter yourself. I just came back to stroll around, and happened to run into you." "Oh." Yi Chen nodded knowingly, his gaze shifting to Han Ruan's chest. Han Ruan quickly covered her E-cup breasts, warily asking, "Pervert, what are you looking at? Don't get me wrong, I just saw a big stain on your skirt." "Ha?" Han Ruan looked down and indeed saw a big black stain on the front of her skirt. Yi Chen asked, "How did that happen?" "Mind your own business." Han Ruan grumbled irritably. She thought to herself that she had hurried back, sneaking out through the bedroom window on the second floor and accidentally brushing against the water pipe due to her overly large breasts, getting it dirty. Han Ruan curiously asked, "Tiger Lord came aggressively just now, why did he suddenly let you go?" "He's not someone who easily backs down." Yi Chen smiled, "Because Zhang Xiaohu fears me, that simple?" Han Ruan's tone was displeased. "I'm asking you seriously, not joking with you. How formidable is Tiger Lord?" "He's the top boss who controls the entire underground forces in Jiangnan City. With 3,000 brothers under him, would he fear just one person like you? Even if you know Kung Fu, what does it matter in the face of absolute power?" Yi Chen helplessly said, "If you don't believe me, forget it, I'll leave." Han Ruan grumbled, "Hey, why are you in such a hurry? Is it embarrassing to be with a beauty like me?" She paused and continued, "Actually, someone really important is looking for you, please agree." "What's the matter?" Han Ruan said, "An elder in my family has a strange illness, all the famous doctors are helpless, I want you to go and see him tomorrow." Yi Chen shook his head, "I'm not someone who treats people casually." Back then, when his master taught Yi Chen medicine, he emphasized that although a doctor should have compassion, he also warned him of 3 rules. 1. Do not treat the greatly wicked. 2. Do not treat the heartless and unrighteous. 3. Do not treat the disloyal and unfilial. These 3 rules, also known as the 3 no treatments, were always remembered by Yi Chen. He never easily treated or saved someone without knowing who they were. Han Ruan earnestly said, "They are doing this to help you." "Help me?" Yi Chen looked puzzled. Han Ruan explained, "That elder is Lin Yuanchuan from the Lin family, his status is crucial in the entire Tianan province. If you can cure him, it's like earning a big favor. With him backing you, neither the Ji family nor Tiger Lord will trouble you again, understand?" Yi Chen shrugged, "If they want trouble, they can come anytime, I'm not afraid of anything." Han Ruan was suddenly furious. Why don't you know what's good for you? She continued, you know, Grandpa Lin has 2 granddaughters who are both beauties, especially the eldest. She's in the provincial capital, solely based on looks. She's considered the #1 beauty in Tianan province. Even I feel inferior. Moreover, her father serves as the inspector of Tianan province. If you manage to cure Grandpa Lin's illness, her father might get excited and give you a chance to become his son-in-law. Yi Chen rolled his eyes, showing no interest at all. He was already fed up with being a son-in-law in the Xiao family for 3 years. Not to mention the first beauty of Tianan province. Even if it were the first beauty of Longhua, he wouldn't agree to become a son-in-law. Only a fool would become a son-in-law. He now understood that without the constraints of marriage, he didn't need to bear the responsibilities of marriage. He could live as he pleased. Wouldn't that be more enjoyable? However, Han Ruan mentioned that this beauty's surname was Lin. He recalled that there was an engaged woman with the surname Lin in the marriage contract, living in the provincial capital, seemingly from a high-ranking official's family. They shouldn't be the same person. Hey! Han Ruan suddenly interrupted his thoughts. She bit her lip and said, here's the deal. As long as you agree to help cure Grandpa Lin's illness, I can give you a big reward. A big reward? What is it? To Yi Chen, wealth and power in this world held no significance. He couldn't think of any reward that could attract him. Unexpectedly, Han Ruan boldly pushed out her chest. Her fair bosom almost touched Yi Chen's face. Instantly, a scent of milk wafted over. Han Ruan blushed and said, if you can do it, I'll let you touch it. Isn't that what men like the most? Is this reward big enough? Gulp. Yi Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. Was this reward not just big but enormous? It took him a good 5 seconds to finally pull his eyes away from the cleavage. He said firmly, what do you take me for? I'm not like those vulgar men. Oh, disappointment flashed across Han Ruan's face. But, Yi Chen suddenly added, but I can't stand seeing patients troubled by illness. Saving lives and helping the wounded is my basic principle. I'll go and take a look tomorrow. Han Ruan. Oh my goodness. It seems like I've lost out. She glanced at the time and said, alright, it's getting late, I need to go back early, or it'll be bad if my parents find out I sneaked out. Remember to meet tomorrow. With that, Han Ruan swiftly got into her car and drove off. Yi Chen chuckled, all this fuss, and she came out specifically, saying she wasn't worried about me. TSK, she's truly an interesting woman. Half an hour later, Yi Chen returned to the No.1 villa in Xyang Heaven Palace. He took out all the marriage contracts to inspect them and indeed found an engaged woman with the surname Lin, named Lin Yuyen, residing in the provincial capital. However, the person who signed the marriage contract was not Lin Yuenshuan, nor did they have the surname Lin. It was a man named Gao Qiqiang. His master had only mentioned in passing that this engaged woman came from a high-ranking official family, without providing further information, and there was no additional information in the marriage contract. Could it be that my engaged woman and the Miss Lin from the Han family that Han Ruan mentioned are not the same person? Yi Chen murmured, not dwelling on it further. Instead, he thought about Buwan mentioning that Rong Mayuan would appear at the birthday banquet the day after tomorrow. He wouldn't need to go to the provincial capital to break off the engagement with the Rong family. He could simply find her at the banquet and propose to cancel the engagement, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ding dong! The doorbell of the villa suddenly rang. Who could it be at this late hour? Yi Chen muttered as he walked to the door. Through the monitor, he saw a familiar face. A woman in a silver cheongsam, with a nearly perfect figure and appearance, exuding a charming aura. The black silk stockings under the cheongsam revealed her long legs, adding to her allure. It was her? What was she doing coming over so late at night? Yi Chen didn't want to get involved with this woman. So, he muted the doorbell and simply went upstairs to rest. Outside the door, Rong Mayuan pressed the doorbell several times, but there was no response. She sighed slightly in disappointment. Mr. Jiangnan War God, I believe you must have your reasons for not wanting to show up, but it's okay, I can wait. Just as I bought a villa in the purple gold heavenly palace, right next to your villa, you can come to me for any needs. By the way, I attended a bidding business meeting today and met a very interesting and mysterious man. At one point, I even had a bold fantasy how great it would be if that man were you. She muttered to herself for a few minutes, then left when she realized there was no response. Rong Mayen returned to Villa No.2 in the purple gold heavenly palace. Her assistant eagerly asked, Miss, has Jiangnan War God shown up? Rong Mayen shook her head and asked her, how did your task go? The assistant handed a stack of documents to Rong Mayen. It was precisely the detailed information she had requested about investigating Yi Chen. The assistant explained, Yi Chen's family perished in a fire 15 years ago, and he disappeared thereafter, only returning to Jiangnan City 3 years ago to marry Xia Qingqing of the Shao family. For the past 3 years, the Shao family has been very dissatisfied with Yi Chen, until yesterday when Xia Qingqing filed for divorce and kicked him out of the Shao family. Apart from his untraceable experiences during those years of disappearance, other information reveals that this person has no background, no highlights. Those who know him all think he's just a useless freeloader. Miss, I don't understand why you would spend time investigating such a person. Rong Mayen smiled faintly and said, Qing, one should not judge things by appearance alone. In my opinion, Yi Chen's prominent characteristic of being a freeloader is so ingrained in people's minds that his true highlights are easily overlooked by others. I have to say that Xia Qingqing is truly a woman so foolish she could be exhibited in a museum, giving up such an outstanding man. The assistant named Qing rolled her eyes, obviously not taking those words to heart. Rong Mayen smiled and said, let's change the subject. What do you think of Uncle Air's arrangement for me to attend the G family's birthday banquet and select business partners? Qing answered truthfully, the head of the G family, Ji Wooly, has been in secret contact with Second Master for many years. His intention is to have you establish a good relationship with the G family, even to the extent of wanting you to choose the G family as a partner. This way, Second Master can effortlessly support his own political allies with your help and even place a pawn by your side, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Rong Mayen nodded. She narrowed her eyes slightly and said coldly, does second uncle really think I'm a child who will never grow up, unable to see through these little tricks? A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. But second uncle did remind me of one thing, as the saying goes, a strong dragon does not crush a snake's head. If I want to expand rapidly in Jiangnan City, I indeed need to choose a trustworthy business partner. Qing asked, Miss, have you chosen someone? This time, Rong Mayen neither nodded nor shook her head. There was just a hint of determination in her deep eyes. The next morning, Yi Chen received a text message reminder from Han Ruan, providing him with the meeting address information. An hour later, Yi Chen arrived at the entrance of the Jade Dragon Manor as per the address. He saw Han Ruan waiting there early. Today, Han Ruan was dressed casually, wearing a white shirt on the upper body without any additional decorations, still unable to hide the broad contours below. The buttons on the shirt were almost bursting, truly deserving of an E-cup, captivating every time they met. If only he could grab a hold of them. Han Ruan tilted her chin up and said, this lady thought you wouldn't come. Yi Chen joked, even if knives were falling from the sky, I would still come, after all, I don't want to miss out on this big reward. Annoying. Han Ruan's face blushed slightly. Humph, you better cure Grandpa Lin's illness first. With that, Han Ruan led Yi Chen into the manor. From her, Yi Chen learned that Lin Yuanxuan and her late grandfather were close friends. Lin Yuanxuan also regarded Han Ruan as a half-granddaughter. That's why she cared so much about Lin Yuanxuan's condition. The two of them arrived at the Lin family's living room and were greeted by a 25 or 26-year-old girl. She was dressed luxuriously, with a pair of long, straight legs, outstanding looks, not as good as Han Ruan, but still a solid 90 points. Glancing down, it was all plain sailing. Instantly felt uninteresting. He, a cup expert, nothing more. Seeing Yi Chen, the girl asked cautiously, Yun, who is he? Han Ruan smiled and introduced, Yang, he is the unmarried. Friend Yi Chen who cured my illness, specially here to treat Grandpa Lin. She then turned to introduce Yi Chen, this beauty is Grandpa Lin's second granddaughter, Miss Lin Jiaoyang from the Lin family, also my good friend, say hello. At the same time, she lowered her voice and reminded, my friend's temper has become arrogant and domineering for some reason since more than half a year ago, so please bear with her. Yi Chen was slightly stunned. He thought your character is already arrogant and domineering enough, how can there be someone arrogant in your eyes? What kind of temper is that? At this moment, Lin Jiaoyang assumed a condescending attitude. Cautiously, she asked, he's so young, can he really be skilled in medicine? He's not a fraud, right? Han Ruan explained, he really is skilled in medicine, not a fraud. Lin Jiaoyang said seriously, Yun, did you lose your mind after a serious illness? Look at this guy, he's only 25 or 6 years old, how can he understand medicine? He doesn't seem reliable at all. Yi Chen calmly said, whether I'm reliable or not, it's not for you to decide. Lin Jiaoyang sneered, alright, then show me what illness I have. If you can tell, I'll believe you. If you're wrong, get lost immediately. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, are you sure you want me to say? Lin Jiaoyang insisted, I must hear it. Yi Chen looked Lin Jiaoyang up and down. Then he said, your lips are dry and pale, indicating a lack of temper, you may have bad breath, drool in your sleep, grind your teeth, and have memory lapses, right? Also, you have a quick temper, indicating excessive liver fire, spleen and stomach imbalance, irregular menstruation, fatigue, cold hands and feet, and frequent diarrhea. Oh, and miss, you also have hemorrhoids, can't sit for long, eating spicy food easily causes bleeding. I suggest surgery for a permanent cure. Lin Jiaoyang suddenly interrupted. Enough. Her face flushed, heart racing, looking at Yi Chen with disbelief. These minor ailments were her personal privacy, even her close relatives didn't know. How did this guy in front of her know? Yi Chen smiled faintly and asked, was my diagnosis wrong? Lin Jiaoyang bit her lip, her face looking unpleasant, even if it's correct. So what? What about your manners? Don't you know some things shouldn't be said casually? Yi Chen was speechless. This woman is really pushing it. I already warned you, but you insisted I say it. Now you blame me for saying it. Hee, with this kind of woman, even if you kneel down and lick the ground, she would find it disgusting. Han Ruan intervened. Yang, don't be angry. No matter what, you should trust his medical skills, right? Why not let him go and treat Grandpa Lin? As she spoke, she stole a glance at Yi Chen, her eyes showing some admiration. This guy's medical skills are not bad at all. When there's time, ask him if he can help with menstrual cramps. They've been bothering me. Lin Jiayan coldly said, I admit this guy knows a bit of medicine, but it's just superficial. You should know that my grandfather's illness couldn't be cured by even the director of the first hospital, Wu Xingye, let alone him. She paused and continued, besides, I've already invited a master to treat him today, it will surely be successful, no need for him. Just then, two people came down from upstairs. The leader was a middle-aged man in a deep navy suit and white shirt. His face exuded authority without anger, giving off an air of a high-ranking official. Behind him was an elderly man around 60, wearing a white coat, obviously a famous doctor. The man in the navy suit came downstairs. Han Ruan smiled at Lin Ruoshi and said, You've just recovered from a long illness, and uncle hasn't had time to visit you. He's been too busy with work. You're not angry, are you? Han Ruan quickly stepped forward, showing a polite smile and said, How could I be angry with Uncle Lin? Today, I brought a friend who knows medicine. Maybe he can cure Grandpa Lin. Upon hearing this, the man in the white shirt's pupils contracted. Yun, are you serious? Han Ruan nodded and said, The strange illness I had was cured by him. The elderly doctor eagerly asked, Miss Han, where is your friend? I would like to meet him. It's worth mentioning that Han Ruoyun's strange illness had stumped many famous doctors, including him. Unexpectedly, just the day before yesterday, news came out that her strange illness had actually been cured by a certain divine doctor. This shocked him greatly. He had been looking forward to visiting this divine doctor. Han Ruoyun pulled Yi Chen forward and introduced, Director Wu, he is the friend who cured my illness. At the same time, he introduced Yi Chen, this is Director Wu Xingye, the director of the first hospital of Jiangnan City, a good friend of Grandpa Lin, who comes to check on Grandpa Lin's health when he's free. Wu Xingye looked at Yi Chen, his eyes widening. He's too young, isn't he? He had thought that this legendary divine doctor would be at least in his 60s, but he was only in his 20s. It was simply against common sense. However, Wu Xingye quickly added with a smile, but medical skills value talent over age. I was rude, young friend, please don't mind. Yi Chen smiled, I dare not. His first impression of Director Wu was good. Much better than those old folks who look down on young people just because of their status and experience. At this moment, a man in a deep blue suit took the initiative to shake hands with Yi Chen and greeted, I am Lin Wanda, nice to meet you. Yi Chen shook hands with him and replied calmly, Mayor Lin, nice to meet you. Lin Wanda in front of him was no small figure. He was currently the mayor of Jiangnan City, one of the top figures in the political circle of Jiangnan City. Of course, all of this was just average in Yi Chen's eyes, who was used to seeing all kinds of big shots. Lin Wanda looked at Yi Chen shaking hands with him, not showing any signs of timidity, and couldn't help but nod secretly. This young man had an extraordinary mindset. Can you really cure my father's illness? Yi Chen replied truthfully, I can only draw a conclusion after I have examined him. Then, Lin Wanda invited Yi Chen to treat Mr. Lin. The group arrived at Lin Yuanxuan's bedroom. Now, this bedroom had been transformed into a private ward. Various medical equipment such as ventilators and ECG machines were all available. On the sickbed lay a thin, white-haired old man. His face was blue, his breathing weak, in a coma, on the brink of death. Lin Wanda explained that his father had always been in good health, but half a year ago, after returning from a trip, he suddenly fell into a coma, and no cause could be found. Yi Chen approached, took Lin Yuanxuan's pulse, and after a moment, he let go. Han Ruan couldn't help but ask, What is Grandpa Lin's illness? Have you figured it out? Yi Chen looked at everyone and replied, Mr. Lin is not sick at all. Gasp! Everyone present was stunned. Not sick at all? Lin Jiayang scolded. Nonsense. My grandfather has been in a coma for over half a year, without any consciousness. Isn't this an illness? You are indeed a charlatan who knows nothing. Wu Xingye frowned. Young Yi, Mr. Lin's various organs are failing. There are even signs of bleeding. These are indeed symptoms of illness. How can you say he's not sick? Yi Chen calmly said, I am serious, Mr. Lin is not sick, he is actually. He was interrupted halfway through his sentence. A hoarse voice sounded from outside the door. Who dares to speak nonsense and say that Mr. Lin is not sick? Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw an old man in a yellow robe with a floral crown appearing at the door, accompanied by a young man in branded clothing. Interestingly, both of these individuals were familiar faces to Yi Chen, Master Gongsun, and the second young master of the Ji family, Ji Buxiao. Could it be that the experts mentioned by Lin Jiayang were referring to them? Lin Jiayang hurriedly approached them and greeted, Master Gongsun, I finally managed to invite you here today. Master Gongsun stroked his beard, looking profound and unpredictable as he replied, Nice to meet you. Lin Jiayang introduced Master Gongsun to Lin Wanda, saying, Dad, this is the Master Gongsun I mentioned to you. With him here to treat Grandpa, everything will be fine. Lin Wanda said, Master Gongsun, I've heard of your great reputation. Master Gongsun modestly smiled and said, You are too kind, Mr. Lin. I am just a humble practitioner with limited healing skills, nothing worth mentioning. Lin Jiayang praised, Master Gongsun, you are being too modest. Everyone in Jiangnan City and even the entire province of Tiannan has heard of your name. Although her words were somewhat exaggerated, they were based on certain facts. It was said that Master Gongsun had spent over 60 years studying at Kunlun Mountain, mastering the arts of observing yin and yang, divining feng shui, understanding destiny, and excelling in medicine. Especially his ability to treat hysteria and other illnesses was extraordinary. Just a few days ago, Ji Buxiao contacted her, saying that Master Gongsun could come to treat the illness, and they agreed on today's appointment. After praising Master Gongsun, Lin Jiayang turned to Yi Chen and said, With Master Gongsun here to treat my grandfather, we don't need you anymore. You can leave now. Han Ruan was a bit dissatisfied and asked, Is Master Gongsun really that amazing? Then why couldn't he cure me before? Lin Jiayang was taken aback and instinctively looked at Master Gongsun. The latter cleared his throat and said, Miss Han, you are mistaken, your strange illness was not cured by this young man but by me. Han Ruan asked in confusion, Are you kidding me? Master Gongsun stroked his beard and continued to explain, In fact, before this young man administered acupuncture to you, I had already secretly cast a spell to save you. However, you were unconscious for too long, and it took some time for you to wake up. Unexpectedly, it was this Yi surname who happened to administer the acupuncture and miraculously woke you up. Ji Buxiao also chimed in, Ruan, you are usually very clever. How come you didn't think about it? If this Yi Chen truly had exceptional medical skills, how could he have lived off others as a son-in-law for 3 years and then been kicked out? Unless there is something seriously wrong with his head, he wouldn't have done such a thing. Upon hearing this, both Lin Wanda and Lin Jiayang's expressions turned sour. Well. After all the commotion, this young man turned out to be someone who was kicked out as a son-in-law. How could someone like that have exceptional medical skills? Even Wu Xingye shook his head in disappointment. He thought he would meet a young genius doctor today, but it turned out to be clap, clap, clap. Yi Chen, who had been silent all this time, suddenly clapped his hands. He looked at Master Gongsun mockingly and said, Old man, your skills are lacking, stop deceiving people for money. Upon hearing this, Ji Buxiao immediately rebuked in a stern tone, You useless thing, show some respect to Master Gongsun. Yi Chen sneered, My good eldest son, speaking to your father in this tone, is that showing respect? Ji Buxiao's face changed, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Thinking back to the other night at the Tianlong restaurant, where Yi Chen had forced him to kneel and call him father, he was filled with anger. He wished he could tear Yi Chen apart. Master Gongsun frowned and said, You impudent child, do you have any evidence to accuse me of distorting the truth? Yi Chen retorted, If Han Ruan was truly cured by you, why didn't you reveal the truth on the spot the other day? Why wait until today to say it? Master Gongsun explained calmly, Throughout my life of cultivation, I have never cared about fame and fortune. Why should I indulge in a moment of verbal sparring? Yi Chen rolled his eyes. This old man's face is thicker than a city wall. Just as Yi Chen was about to speak again, Han Ruan pulled him aside and whispered, Don't say anything. No matter what you say, they won't believe you. Yi Chen smiled and asked, Oh? So, you still believe in me? Han Ruan gave him a disdainful look, Believe my ass. What a cunning bastard who only knows how to play hard to get. Although Master Gongsun's words were convincing, Han Ruan always felt there were too many loopholes. Yi Chen might be a bastard, but when it came to medical skills, she was still trustworthy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have diagnosed Sister Yang's minor ailment at a glance. Master, you don't need to bother about him, please treat my grandfather first, Lin Jiaoyang said to Master Gongsun. Alright. Master Gongsun walked to the sickbed and began various examinations. Lin Wanda and Wu Xingye stood by quietly, waiting. During this time, Ji Buxiao warmly said to Han Ruan, Yi Chen is just a fraud, you should stay away from him in the future. Han Ruan raised his chin arrogantly, do I need you to interfere? Ji Buxiao didn't feel embarrassed and continued, by the way, tomorrow is my father's 60th birthday. Uncle Han and Aunt Li have confirmed their attendance, do you want to come too? Han Ruan replied impatiently, I'm not in the mood, I don't want to go. Ji Buxiao's face stiffened, feeling displeased. Thinking that once Master Gongsun cured Grandpa Lin's illness today, our Ji family would become honored guests of the Lin family, and I would have a better chance of becoming the son-in-law. By then, I won't even bother with you. Soon, Master Gongsun finished his examination. He straightened up, stroked his beard, and smiled, I have found the cause of Mr. Lin's illness. Lin Yuanchuan and Lin Jiaoyang asked in unison, what is the cause? Master Gongsun pretended to be profound. According to traditional Chinese medicine, it's a soul loss syndrome. In simple terms, Mr. Lin has lost his soul. This statement surprised everyone present. Lost his soul? Are you sure? Lin Wanda furrowed his brows slightly. As someone within the system, he was reluctant to believe in supernatural things like this and even had some resistance. Master Gongsun nodded, Mr. Lin, what I said is not false. As the saying goes, a person has 3 souls and 7 spirits to maintain one's vitality. Once the soul is lost, it can lead to mental disorders, coma, or even life-threatening situations. If my guess is correct, Mr. Lin must have experienced some kind of shock or mental stimulation before falling into a coma, right? Lin Wanda and Lin Jiaoyang pondered with their heads down. After a few seconds, Lin Jiaoyang's eyes lit up. I remember, half a year ago when my grandfather and I were traveling outside, we stayed overnight in a village. One night, a one-eyed old lady suddenly knocked on the door, claiming that my grandfather was in danger and urged us to leave immediately. We were both startled at the time, but my grandfather didn't believe it and didn't take it seriously. Who would have thought? Master Gongsun stroked his beard and nodded, that's right, Mr. Lin was shocked that night, so losing his soul is reasonable. Lin Jiaoyang hurriedly asked, is there a way to save my grandfather? Master Gongsun waved his hand, it's simple, I just need to summon his soul. He. At this moment, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. From his observation, Lin Yuanchuan was definitely not suffering from a lost soul, let alone the absurd reason of being shocked into losing it. After all, when the old man was young, he survived through gunfire and battles. How could his courage be so small? Ji Buxiao frowned and scolded, you, Cernan Ji, what are you laughing at? Yi Chen replied truthfully, I'm laughing at this old Taoist's nonsense. Do you really believe his words? Lin Jiaoyang, feeling annoyed, said, if we don't believe Master Gongsun, should we believe a fraud like you? If you continue to cause trouble, don't blame me for having you kicked out. Lin Wanda's expression also turned somewhat displeased as he snorted. Han Ruan quickly pulled Yi Chen's sleeve, reminding him in a hushed tone, shut up, you offended so many people at the guild yesterday, and now you want to offend the Lin family today? I shouldn't have brought you here. Yi Chen shrugged, I'm just offering a friendly reminder, hoping they will listen to this old Taoist's words and not regret it in the end. Lin Jiaoyang said disdainfully, I won't regret it. Yi Chen smiled faintly, remember what you said. Then he stopped talking and instead stole a glance at Wu Xingye, noticing that at this moment Wu Xingye's expression towards Master Gongsun was rather complex. It faintly revealed a hint of distrust. Obviously, Dean Wu also doubted Master Gongsun's explanation for the lost soul. But hindered by the lack of evidence, he couldn't come forward to express his doubts. Lin Jiaoyang said to Master Gongsun, Master, please don't lower yourself to his level, please hurry and save my grandfather. Master Gongsun calmly replied, naturally, I won't stoop to the level of a clown, rest assured, I will save Lin Lao's life. Next, Master Gongsun instructed Lin Wanda to arrange the ritual site according to his requirements. The so-called ritual site was not complicated, just an altar, incense, yellow cloth, and other ritual items. After a while, Lin Wanda instructed the household servants to set up a ritual site in the sick room. Master Gongsun walked to the center of the ritual site, took out a peachwood sword from his bag, stood in a stance, and began chanting, soul entangled in dreams, return from 1,000 miles away in a day, wind and frost on the temples, the shadow of the 8 diagrams hanging in the void. After about a minute, Master Gongsun suddenly shouted, pointing the peachwood sword in his hand at Lin Yuanchuan on the sickbed, swiftly as per the law, decree. However, Lin Yuanxuan on the sickbed remained motionless. Ji Buxiao couldn't help but ask, "Master, does it not work?" "Shut up!" Master Gongsun scolded. He repeated the ritual process exactly as before, loudly saying, swiftly as per the law, decree. But still, nothing happened. Master Gongsun wiped some sweat from his forehead. Frowning, he said, "Strange. Why is it like this?" Han Ruan sneered, "Wasn't it just a small matter? Why is there no effect?" Lin Wanda asked, "Master, is there any difficulty?" "This." Master Gongsun pondered with a furrowed brow, a hint of severity flashing in his eyes, then he waved his hand and smiled, "No problem. Perhaps the time the soul has been lost is too long, increasing the difficulty of summoning it back. But it's okay, I have a way." He took out a black pill from his pocket and introduced, "This is the reviving pill that I personally refined, specially designed to assist in soul summoning. After I give it to Lin Lao, combined with the ritual, it will surely succeed." Lin Jiayang hurriedly said, "Thank you for your efforts, Master." Master Gongsun stepped forward, about to give the reviving pill to Lin Yuanxuan. Snap! At that moment, a large hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. "Hold on!" Master Gongsun turned to see that it was Yi Chun who had grabbed him, his face darkening as he asked, "What are you doing?" Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed. Lin Jiayang scolded, "Let go of your dog paw. Why are you stopping Master from treating my grandfather?" Ji Buxiao cursed, "Yi surname, are you out of your mind? How dare you cause trouble in the Lin family?" Lin Wanda's expression turned serious as he said, "Young man, what do you mean by this?" Han Ruan paled in fear and quickly signaled for Yi Chen to let go. However, Yi Chen remained unmoved and snatched the reviving pill from Master Gongsuan's hand. Yi Chen showed a solemn expression and said, "Old charlatan, you have a lot of nerve. How can you dare to give such a pill to someone? Do you have a conscience?" The latter shook his head and said, "I don't understand what you mean, give me back the pill." Instead of returning it, Yi Chen held it in his palm and exerted a little force. With a snap, he instantly crushed the pill. Master Gongsun widened his eyes, "Rascal. This is the reviving pill that I spent years refining, and it's been destroyed just like that. What a waste of a heaven-sent treasure." Then, he complained to everyone, "You all saw it. It's not that I don't want to save people, but this kid deliberately sabotaged it." Lin Jiayang angrily said, "Rascal. You charlatan, how dare you destroy the medicine meant to save my grandfather? Someone, teach him a lesson today." Lin Wanda immediately raised his hand and said, "Hold on." His experienced gaze fixed on Yi Chen, his eyes narrowing as he said, "Young man, you might have to explain this to Lin Mao." Those familiar with Lin Wanda knew that he was truly angry. Once provoked, the consequences were unimaginable. The atmosphere in the room became extremely tense for a moment. Han Ruan felt her heart almost leap to her throat. If she had known that Yi Chen would do such things, she wouldn't have brought him here no matter what. Faced with such a situation, Yi Chen remained composed and said, "My explanation is that this pill will not only fail to cure Master Lin but will instead end his life." Yi Chen's words were like a heavy bombshell, causing everyone present to change their expressions and look towards Master Gongsun. A trace of panic flashed in Master Gongsuan's eyes. He shouted loudly, You're talking nonsense! This pill I made, using ginseng, snow lotus, and other precious herbs, has a great tonic effect. How could it harm Master Lin's life?" "Ha! Pretending to be confused, huh?" Yi Chen sneered and presented the crushed pill to everyone. This pill made by the Taoist here consists of 18 types of herbs, indeed each with a strong tonic property, but as the saying goes, too much of a good thing is bad. Such a strong tonic pill, not to mention if taken by a weak person, even if given to a healthy man, it will cause overheating, bleeding, even fainting and shock. You actually understand this principle very well, but you just thought that if Master Lin took it, it could forcibly stimulate his body to react or even wake up. Although this result is possible, the fact is it's purely draining the little remaining vitality of Master Lin. Once exhausted, death is inevitable. Yi Chen's explanation made Lin Wan's eyelids twitch. His face darkened. "Taoist, is this true?" Master Gongsun defended himself nervously. "Lin Shou, don't listen to his nonsense. How can a wet behind-the-ears kid understand traditional Chinese medicine or the properties of herbs?" Lin Jiayang angrily said, "Yi surname, I see you are deliberately sabotaging my grandfather's treatment, and now you're starting to quibble, right?" Yi Chen smiled, "You can say I'm quibbling, but Director Wu won't, right?" He turned to Wu Xingye and said, "Director Wu, could you please come and verify whether I'm talking nonsense or not?" Wu Xingye walked over, picked up a bit of the powder from Yi Chen's palm, and sniffed it in front of his nose. After a few seconds, his pupils suddenly contracted. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This pill contains more than 10 types of Chinese medicinal ingredients, all of which are tonics. If Lin Lao takes it, as this young man said, the consequences would indeed be unimaginable. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Chen with a shocked expression. As a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, being able to identify the ingredients of a medicine is a basic skill and also represents the level of a TCM practitioner. Without the aid of tools, being able to identify 3 ingredients by sight or smell is considered a beginner level. Identifying more than 5 is considered average. Identifying more than 8 is considered a top TCM practitioner. Identifying more than 10 is absolutely a master-level existence. Wu Xingye had just crossed this threshold, and this was only achievable after observing for a long time. But this young man named Yi Chen, with just one glance, could identify 18. This kind of ability was simply unheard of. Wu Xingye's testimony made everyone's faces look grim. Lin Wanda narrowed his eyes and asked Master Gongsun, Taoist, Lin Mao needs an explanation. This. Master Gongsun nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Despite his reputation and status, he absolutely dared not offend the Lin family. The reason he took out the reviving pill was because he thought that as long as he could awaken Lin Yuanxuan, it would be enough. As for the life-draining and death afterwards, that would be a matter of a few days later, and by then, no one could blame him, only blame the old man's bad luck. But he didn't expect to be interfered with by Yi Chen. However, he was, after all, an old hand. With a turn of his eyes, he spoke up, Master Lin, don't be in a hurry. Although the returning Yang pill may have such side effects, if it is used in conjunction with the soul summoning technique, it will counteract the side effects, no problem at all. As he said this, he suddenly pointed at Yi Chen. Turning the tables, he said, in the end, it's all because this kid disrupted the soul summoning process. Otherwise, Master Lin would have been cured by now. Faced with Master Gongsuan's challenge, Yi Chen couldn't help but sneer, you dare to claim you can summon souls? Don't make people laugh. Master Gongsun loudly retorted, arrogant brat. I don't summon souls, do you? Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, just summoning souls, what's so difficult about it? Upon hearing this, Master Gongsun felt a glimmer of joy. He thought to himself, this kid's experience in the martial world is still too shallow, actually diverting attention to himself. This way, I can also escape unscathed. So he gestured and said, then show us, if you can't do it, the blame for not saving Master Lin today will fall on you. Ji Buixiao's eyes turned, guessing Master Gongsuan's intention. He chimed in, Yi, if you're so capable, why not try summoning a soul? Don't embarrass yourself. Han Ruan's eyes flashed with concern as she reminded, Yi Chen, maybe we should just forget it, they actually. Yi Chen raised his hand to interrupt, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. With that, he took a firm step with his right foot on the ground, pinched his fingers with his left hand, silently reciting the incantation in his heart. Master Gongsun sneered, humph. Not even setting up the altar properly, directly summoning souls, clearly knows nothing. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiayang and Ji Buixiao also sneered. They were all waiting for Yi Chen to make a fool of himself. Just then, Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes and said, come. The next moment, a strange cold wind swept through the ward. Whoosh! The indoor temperature instantly dropped by several degrees, causing goosebumps to rise uncontrollably. This scene made everyone present change their expressions. Master Gongsun couldn't help but be surprised. What's going on? Yi Chen smiled, you'll find out soon. He snapped his fingers. When Master Gongsun and Ji Buixiao heard the snap, they suddenly felt a blur in front of their eyes. Instinctively rubbing their eyes, they looked up and almost had their eyeballs pop out. Because in front of them, the brightly lit ward had become extremely cold and dark, with several tormented souls bleeding from their 7 orifices, their faces pale. These tormented souls opened their mouths and slowly floated towards them, emitting eerie voices, come down and accompany me. I'm so cold. Give me back my life. Give me back my life. Hand over your heart and liver, I want to eat your bone marrow, hee. Master Gongsun and Ji Buixiao had never seen such a scene before. They were immediately frightened and ran for cover. Ji Buixiao cried out, oh my god, please don't kill me. Master Gongsun, you said you could summon souls, quickly get rid of these things. Master Gongsun panicked, I can't summon a damn thing. Why did you believe my bullshit? Oh my. Scared the hell out of me. Ji Buixiao cursed, damn it. You old liar, you've ruined me. In fact, except for the 2 of them, the remaining people, including Lin Wanda, did not actually see any of this. Although they didn't know what Ji Buixiao and Master Gongsun had seen, or what Yi Chen had done. But the conversation on the ground had already told them that Master Gongsun couldn't summon souls at all. His previous words were all nonsense. Snap. As Yi Chen snapped his fingers again, everything that Master Gongsun and Ji Buixiao had seen disappeared. But due to the extreme fright, the 2 of them had already collapsed on the ground, trembling all over, their eyes filled with fear. There was no trace of their previous arrogance. At this moment, Lin Wanda's face was very ugly. These two, not only were they playing tricks, they almost killed the old man. Unforgivable. He coldly snorted, "Come, beat these two up, then throw them out. They are not allowed to step into the Lin family again." Yes. Two bodyguards came in and dragged Jibo and Master Gongsun out. Soon, there was a flurry of punches and kicks outside, accompanied by continuous wails, until they were finally thrown out in a sorry state. After this little episode, Lin Wanda looked at Yi Chen with a newfound respect. He clasped his hands and said, "I was blind before and neglected Dr. Yi. Please, save my father." To Lin Wanda's surprise, Yi Chen calmly replied, "What if I refuse?" This response from Yi Chen caught everyone off guard. Who was Lin Wanda? In Jiangnan City, his words were almost as authoritative as imperial edicts. Yet, his request was unexpectedly refused by Yi Chen? Lin Jiaoyan was the first to express her dissatisfaction, saying, "You don't even listen to my dad's words. Do you know the consequences?" Yi Chen remained indifferent. "I don't care." "You." Lin Jiaoyan was so angry that she gritted her teeth, wanting to slap Yi Chen. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Han Ruan quietly reminded Yi Chen, "Please, say a few less words. You promised to help Grandpa Lin with his illness. Why are you refusing now? Quickly apologize to Uncle Lin." Yi Chen calmly replied, "I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I apologize?" Han Ruan felt like crying without tears in an instant. She thought this guy had already offended a group of powerful figures in Jiangnan City through the bidding chamber, which she thought was bold enough. But today's performance at the Lin family was even bolder. Didn't he know what fear was? Han Ruan pleaded with Lin Wanda, "Uncle Lin, please don't take it to heart." Yi Chen didn't mean it, Lin Wanda raised his hand to interrupt her. Yun, I have no intention of blaming anyone. Let me have a word with Dr. Yi first." He looked at Yi Chen and asked with a smile, "May I ask why Dr. Yi said this? If there are any conditions needed for you to help, please feel free to mention them. No matter how troublesome, as long as Lin can do it, I will do my best to resolve it." Yi Chen squinted slightly. Lin Wanda was indeed a figure who had reached the top of the city. His mentality was truly mature and steady. If it were someone with a narrow mind, they would have already lost their temper due to Yi Chen's refusal just now. Yi Chen didn't hide anything and straightforwardly said, "My condition is very simple, not that troublesome." As he spoke, he pointed at Lin Jiaoyang. Her expression changed, disgusted. "Yi, are you trying to marry me? I advise you to dismiss this thought. A man like you is not someone I would be interested in." Yi Chen rolled his eyes. "You misunderstood. I'm not interested in a woman like you. I just want you to apologize for your attitude towards me earlier. Isn't that simple?" However, this simple condition was coldly rejected by Lin Jiaoyan. You think I would apologize to you? Do you even know your place with your status?" Her attitude was arrogant and domineering. Yi Chen calmly said, "In that case, let's forget it. Goodbye." "Dr. Yi, please wait." Lin Wanda suddenly spoke up. He turned to Lin Jiaoyang and ordered in a stern voice, "Why haven't you apologized to Dr. Yi yet?" Lin Jiaoyang, full of defiance, said, "Why should I apologize? Besides, how is he a divine doctor? Who knows if he was just playing tricks earlier?" Slap. Suddenly, Lin Wanda's hand landed on Lin Jiaoyang's face. The room fell silent. Lin Wanda's eyes flashed coldly. "I told you to apologize to Dr. Yi. Don't you understand my words?" Lin Jiaoyang couldn't help but tremble. Her eyes widened. This was the first time Lin Wanda had ever laid a hand on her in all her years, not even raising his voice before. And today, he actually publicly slapped her for a stranger? Tears of grievance uncontrollably streamed down her face. Of course, even if she was arrogant, she dared not confront her angry father. In the end, she could only clench her fists, unwillingly biting her lip. Yi Chen said, "Dr. Yi, I'm sorry, please forgive me." Then Lin Wanda also helplessly added, "Dr. Yi, my wife passed away early, and I have been very busy with work, so I indulged my daughter in her education, which led to her developing this rude personality. Please don't take it to heart." Han Ruan also chimed in, "That's about enough." Well. Yi Chen furrowed his brows, his gaze suddenly falling on Han Ruan's cup. Thinking about the big agreement between them. Forget it. Just endure it for the sake of touching an cup. Since Miss Lin has apologized, let's end it here. I will now treat Mr. Lin. Lin Wanda's heart leaped with joy and he hurriedly asked, "What do we need to prepare?" "Sterilized silver needles, a basin, and a bottle of high-proof liquor will do." Just these?" Yi Chen nodded affirmatively. Lin Wanda didn't continue to ask further and instructed the servants to prepare quickly. Not far away, Wu Xingye frowned slightly. With just these 3 items, can Yi Chen really cure Mr. Lin? Lin Jiaoyan stood a little distance away, still staring resentfully at Yi Chen. While waiting for the items to be prepared, Han Ruan curiously asked Yichen, by the way, did you really use the soul summoning technique just now and scare Master Gonsun and the others? Yichen smiled and replied, why don't you guess? Han Ruan rolled her eyes, guess. I'm not a child, still guessing? Yichen just smiled faintly and did not respond. In fact, he did not use the soul summoning technique just now, but specifically used an illusion technique on Master Gonsun and Jibo, making them see ghosts and scaring them out of their wits. After all, as long as he could expose Master Gonsun's true colors, that would be enough. Soon, the 3 items were brought by the servants. Yichen poured the high-proof liquor into the basin. He said seriously, Dr. Wu, please help Mr. Lin sit up, I am going to prepare for the needle insertion. Okay. Wu Xingye nodded and went to help Lin Yuanchuan sit up from the sickbed. Yichen picked up a silver needle, lightly flicked its tail, and the whole needle vibrated violently. In the next moment, he activated his internal energy, swiftly and skillfully inserting the silver needle into Lin Yuanchuan's acupoint. Then, Yichen used the same method to insert the second needle into the heavenly pool acupoint, and so on. A total of 6 needles were inserted. Lin Jiayang muttered under her breath, after all that fuss, it's just acupuncture, nothing special. Wu Xingye couldn't help but feel puzzled. Although this young man's needling technique was skilled and mature, he couldn't see anything particularly extraordinary about it. Would it really be effective? His gaze suddenly sharpened, as he saw wisps of white vapor emerging from Lin Yuanchuan's body pores. The same sight was seen by Lin Wanda, Han Ruan, and others. They all widened their eyes. This phenomenon was something they had never seen before. After a few more seconds, Han Ruan suddenly exclaimed, look at Grandpa Lin's chest, there seems to be something there. They saw a long protrusion slowly emerging from Lin Yuanchuan's chest, moving slowly and rhythmically. Yichen narrowed his eyes and said, it's coming out. Han Ruan, hold the basin ready, and follow my command later. Han Ruan acknowledged and held the basin ready. In the next moment, Lin Yuanchuan vomited a black liquid into the basin with a loud retching sound, sticky and gooey. Everyone looked closely and saw a nearly 10-centimeter long white worm wriggling and struggling in the strong liquor in the basin. Everyone's faces turned pale with shock. What is this? Yichen answered, this is a leech. Lin Wanda exclaimed, how could there be a leech in my father's body? Wu Xingye was equally puzzled. Even if one mistakenly drinks water with leech eggs, it's hard for them to survive in the body, let alone grow this big? Yichen was about to explain when a weak cough suddenly interrupted everyone's thoughts. Lin Yuanchuan slowly opened his eyes and hoarsely said, am I still alive? Han Ruan exclaimed joyfully, Grandpa Lin, you're really awake? Wu Xingye widened his eyes in shock, a miracle. I've truly witnessed a miracle today. Even Lin Jiayang had her mouth agape, looking incredulous. This bastard actually succeeded? Lin Wanda, who usually kept his emotions in check, had a hint of redness in his eyes at that moment. Dad, how do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? Lin Yuanchuan weakly replied, other than feeling weak, I'm fine. Who saved me in the end? Lin Wanda quickly introduced, it was this Yichen, a miraculous doctor, who saved you. Don't be fooled by his youth. In fact, he quickly recounted everything that had happened earlier. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuanchuan bowed to Yichen, Dr. Yi, I can't thank you enough. You saved my life, and I will repay you 100-fold. Lin Wanda was also excited. From today onwards, you are an honored guest of the Lin family. Feel free to ask for anything you need. Yichen smiled, no need for formalities, I just saved a life, I have no requests. This statement made both Lin Yuanchuan and Lin Wanda secretly nod. This young man's character is not simple. Wu Xingye asked in doubt, Dr. Yi, what was the reason for the appearance of the leech in Mr. Lin's body? The others also looked curiously at Yichen. Yichen explained, actually, this is not an ordinary leech but a type of goo insect from the southern border, undetectable by medical equipment. As the goo insect parasitizes and absorbs life force in the body, Mr. Lin fell into a coma. It wasn't a problem with his own body, that's why I said earlier that Mr. Lin was not actually sick. Goo insect? Is that a real thing? Everyone was surprised because in their understanding, goo insects were fictional creatures. Yichen said, the world is vast, and there are all sorts of wonders. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Lin must have been infected with the goo insect when he traveled to the southern border about 6 months ago. The old lady who warned you of a bloody disaster that night was probably referring to this. Lin Yuanchuan nodded, Dr. Yi is right, I was indeed traveling in the southern border at that time. Everyone's expressions suddenly cleared up. With this explanation, everything made sense. However, Just then, Yi Chen's tone changed, and he reminded, goo insects are not easy to cultivate, even in the southern border, they are very rare. Generally, the probability of being infected with goo while traveling is even lower than winning the lottery, which means, Lin Wanda's gaze sharpened. Are you suggesting that my father's infection was not accidental but someone deliberately infected him with goo? Yi Chen nodded. A hint of fierceness flashed in Lin Wanda's eyes. Whoever did this, I will definitely get to the bottom of it and not let them off. At this moment, Lin Yuanxuan seemed to have realized something. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke to everyone. Could you all step out for a moment? I have something to discuss with Dr. Yi in private. This. Everyone exchanged glances. Lin Wanda nodded. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Everyone, please step out. Everyone left, leaving only Yi Chen and Lin Yuanxuan in the ward. Lin Yuanxuan sighed. Your medical skills and character are truly unimaginable for someone so young. I've met many talented young people in my life, but someone like you is a first. Yi Chen smiled. You're too kind, Mr. Lin. Lin Yuanxuan shook his head. There's no exaggeration. Although we've only known each other for a short time, I have some insights into people. To be honest, it's a waste to just have you as an honored guest of the Lin family. I just heard from Wanda that you used to be a son-in-law in someone else's family, and now that you're divorced, if you don't mind, I'm willing to betroth my granddaughter to you, ensuring you a worry-free life. Yi Chen thought of the woman Lin Jiayang and quickly shook his head, saying, Elder Lin, I appreciate your kindness, but let's forget about this matter. Lin Yuanxuan chuckled. Dr. Yi, don't get me wrong. I didn't mean for you to marry Yang. She's mischievous and not up to your standards, despite being my granddaughter. What I meant was my second son's daughter, also my eldest granddaughter. Not to boast, but she's hailed as the most beautiful woman in Tianan province. In terms of talent, she's exceptional, and the rare thing is her gentle and kind nature, making her a perfect match for you. Ahem. Yi Chen quickly shook his head. I'm truly sorry, but I have no such intentions. After all, he still had a pile of marriage contracts to cancel. Who has time to deal with other engagements? Who cares about being the most beautiful woman in Tianan province? Refusal is final. I see. Well, since Dr. Yi has no interest, I won't insist. Lin Yuanxuan sighed slightly. Even if Yi Chen had agreed, he would have had to exert a lot of effort to win over his eldest granddaughter, not because she would refuse his arranged marriage, but because her grandfather had inexplicably arranged a marriage for her years ago, and the groom had yet to show up. He refocused and continued, I asked you to stay behind alone for another matter? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, I presume Elder Lin is referring to the culprit who poisoned you? Lin Yuanxuan's eyes narrowed, sighing, Dr. Yi, you are indeed astute. Yes. I suspect that the poison I ingested during my trip to the southern frontier 6 months ago was administered by someone close to me. It's just a hunch, I have no evidence. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. So, Elder Lin is asking if I can catch the culprit who poisoned you? Lin Yuanxuan nodded. Yi Chen smiled. I have a method, but it may cause you some trouble. Lin Yuanxuan said seriously, I endured the gunfire and bombs on the battlefield in the past. As long as we can catch the culprit, a little trouble is nothing. Yi Chen mysteriously smiled. In that case, let's wait for my news. At the latest, by tomorrow. But before that, I need you to do something for me. Yi Chen left Lin Yuanxuan's room and returned to the living room. Everyone was still waiting there. When they saw Yi Chen approaching, Han Ruan handed him a basin containing white leeches and asked, How should we deal with this? Yi Chen smiled, just pour it out and bury it in the soil. Lin Wanda immediately instructed someone to take the basin away for disposal. Yi Chen said seriously, by the way, Elder Lin still has some residual poison in his body. I will prescribe a medicine later that can detoxify and restore his vitality. Follow the instructions and he will fully recover in a week. He then took paper and pen to write down the prescription. The ingredients were not rare and easy to obtain. Lin Wanda was excited. Dr. Yi, for saving my father, I am deeply grateful. Please let me know if you have any requests. Yi Chen waved his hand. I don't need anything. Since everything is settled, I will take my leave. Lin Wanda had to say, then I will personally escort you. Wu Xingye also said, I will accompany Dr. Yi. Before leaving, Yi Chen reminded once again, remember, the medicine must be prepared according to my prescription, without any deviation. Lin Wanda assured him that he would follow the instructions. Then the two of them escorted Yi Chen and Han Ruan out. Only Lin Jiayang remained in the living room, her expression changing unpredictably. Yi Chen and Han Ruan left the Lin family. Han Ruan sighed, I didn't expect you to be even more skilled in medicine than I imagined. Xiao Qingchang is such a fool to ask for a divorce from you. No matter what, today you saved Grandpa Lin, which is a big favor to me. Whatever reward you want, I can fulfill it, like having a meal together. She had been unhappy that Yi Qin didn't fulfill their engagement 3 years ago and instead married Xiao Qingcheng. It made her feel like a spare tire. But after these 2 days of contact, she found more and more shining points on Yi Qin. In this way, it seemed not bad to have more contact with him. Yi Qin shook his head and said, "No need." Han Ruan frowned. "Why? Do you think it's embarrassing to be associated with me? My conditions are not bad, you know." Yi Qin smiled and said, "Miss Han seemed to have mentioned the reward after I cured you before. Have you forgotten about it?" Hearing this, Han Ruan blushed instantly. Oh no! She got so excited that she forgot about this. She saw Yi Qin's gaze wandering around her chest and quickly crossed her arms tightly, asking cautiously, What do you want to do?" Yi Qin raised an eyebrow. "What? Don't you want to fulfill your promise?" I do." Han Ruan suddenly remembered something. "Wait, let me ask you something first. If you answer honestly, I'll consider letting you touch." "What is it?" Han Ruan said, "When Grandpa Lin left you alone just now, what did he ask you? Tell me the truth." Well. Yi Qin hesitated and briefly explained what Lin Yuanshuan had told him. Of course, he didn't mention the suspicion that the poison was given by someone close to him. Han Ruan sneered, "I knew it. Grandpa Lin must have asked you to be the son-in-law of the Lin family. Letting go of Yang is one thing, but I didn't expect him to want to marry Yien off to you. He's really going all out." Yi Qin was curious. "By the way, did you and Grandpa Lin really say she is the most beautiful woman in Tianan province? How could that be fake? If you don't believe me, I'll show you a photo." With that, she took out her phone, opened a photo, and handed it to Yi Qin, saying, "Here. This is Yien." Yi Qin took a closer look. In the photo, a girl in traditional Chinese clothing sat in a pavilion. Her face was delicate and dignified, with a hint of serene intelligence between her eyebrows, a faint smile on her lips like a gentle breeze, her long hair lightly tied up with an ancient hairpin, exuding a subtle and elegant charm. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a golden halo on her, making her look like a fairy descended to earth. Yi Qin had seen many beautiful women, such as Xiao Qingcheng, Han Ruan, and the one he had seen at the bidding conference. Each of them was a rare beauty, scoring at least 98 points in appearance. But the woman in the photo, without any post-editing, in terms of looks alone, could easily score 100 points. Flawless, stunningly beautiful. No wonder she was hailed as the most beautiful woman in Tianan province, truly deserving of the title. What's more, this woman not only had an exquisite appearance but also seemed to possess a hidden allure under the traditional clothing, at least a size D cup or above. He never expected to encounter such a perfect woman in the world. If he could marry a woman like her. Wait, Yi Qin suddenly realized something. You called her Yien, could it be that her name is Lin Yuen? Han Ruan nodded. Yes, isn't the name beautiful? Yi Qin. Not just beautiful. She turned out to be one of his fiancées. Most importantly, he had just rejected Grandpa Lin's arranged marriage decision. This felt worse than losing 50 billion. But on second thought, after finally freeing himself from one marriage, he would never easily step into a new one, even if the other party was a beauty like Lin Yuen. In any case, he understood now. In this day and age, instead of being hurt in a relationship by others, it's better to lower moral standards and hurt others. He raised an eyebrow and asked, I have told you the truth about what you asked, isn't it time to fulfill the reward now? Translation, Han Ruan's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. I've already rewarded you for this. When was that? Yi Qin looked puzzled. He didn't remember touching Han Ruan's E-cup breasts. Han Ruan's eyes gleamed with cunning as she said, when you were giving me acupuncture treatment for my illness, you touched me over my nightgown, right? Don't deny it, my mom told me about it. You pervert, humph. Yi Qin was speechless. He shrugged and said with a bitter smile, fine, I admit defeat to you today. Actually, when he asked Han Ruan for a reward, it was mostly a joke. He didn't really expect to touch her. After all, he wasn't really interested in that stuff. Really, not lying. Yeah, not lying. Han Ruan smirked. Good to know. Now you have to agree to go shopping with me, right? Yi Qin directly refused. You go shopping by yourself, I have things to do, I'm out. With that, he quickly walked away, leaving Han Ruan stomping her feet in frustration. Her E-cup breasts almost bursting out of her shirt. Hey, just because I didn't let you touch me, you're this petty? Humph. I get it now, you're deliberately setting up a persona, playing hard to get, right? I won't fall for it. In my eyes, you're far inferior to the big shot behind Lord Long. As she spoke, Han Ruan suddenly realized something. It was because of Yi Qin causing trouble at the bidding conference last night that her father called her home early, and the conference was cancelled. The important person she had been longing to see couldn't be met. Thinking of this, Han Ruan felt even more aggrieved and angry. Grinding her teeth, she said, "Bastard, don't let me catch you next time, I'll make you regret it." Jiangnan City First Hospital. In a high-end ward, Xiao Hongming sat on the hospital bed, while Xiao Qingqing sat beside the bed. Frowning, Xiao Hongming asked, "I asked you to bring Tianzi back, why didn't you do it?" Xiao Qingqing bit her lip and said, "Grandpa, why don't you respect my decision? I believe that divorcing him will only make me better, and the Xiao family will be better off too." Xiao Hongming spoke earnestly, "I know you are proud and unwilling to compromise, but you owe him too much in these 3 years, an apology is only right. Tianzi is not unreasonable, as long as you sincerely apologize, he will definitely not make things difficult for you. Reconciling with him, having a big chubby grandson for me, isn't that good?" Xiao Qingqing blushed slightly. "Who said I want to have a child with him?" She had considered apologizing to Yein, but what he did last night was too much, it left her deeply disappointed. In the end, it caused the Xiao family to lose a 10 billion order. She still hasn't dared to tell her grandfather about it. Xiao Hongming seemed to remember something and asked, "The night I was hospitalized, your mother in Xiaonan clearly told me that Tianzi didn't come to visit me, and that he wanted to cut ties with the Xiao family. I suspect they were lying. Tell me the truth, what really happened?" Faced with Xiao Hongming's serious question, Xiao Qingqing dared not hide anything. She truthfully recounted the events that took place at the hospital the night before. After listening, Xiao Hongming's lips trembled in anger. "Good. I knew they were lying, you call them both here, now." Xiao Qingqing advised, "Grandpa, the doctor advised you to rest and not get angry, let's discuss this after you've recovered." Xiao Qingqing never expected her mother and brother to do such a thing behind her back. But Xiao Hongming was resolute, "No. They must both come here." Xiao Qingqing had no choice but to comply. She called Zhang Huiran and Xiaonan. Shortly after, Zhang Huiran and Xiaonan hurriedly arrived at the ward. When they saw Xiao Hongming's cold expression, both of them were extremely nervous. Zhang Huiran awkwardly said, "Dad, let us explain, actually." Without even looking at them, Xiao Hongming coldly ordered, "Kneel down, both of you." Zhang Huiran and Xiaonan both knelt down on the ground with a thud. Xiao Hongming scolded, "You two have such audacity, deceiving me time and time again. Do you really think I'm a fool? Are you deliberately trying to anger me?" Zhang Huilan and her daughter lowered their heads, trembling. Xiaonan said, "Grandfather, please don't be angry. We were wrong, we won't dare to do it again. Can't we just apologize to you?" Xiao Hongming coldly snorted, "What's the use of apologizing to me? I demand that you two immediately go and apologize to Tianzi, ask him to return to the Xiao family, and let Qingqing go with you." Xiaonan refused, "Grandfather, that Yichen has been freeloading at my house for 3 years. What right does he have to make me apologize to him? I won't go." Xiao Hongming glared angrily, "You dare not even listen to your grandfather's words?" Xiaonan turned away, full of defiance. Zhang Huilan said, "Dad, Qingqing finally managed to get rid of that waste, why are you still insisting on pushing her into the fire pit? Don't you know what that guy did at the bidding chamber last night? He almost brought disaster upon our Xiao family." Xiao Hongming frowned and asked, "What did Tianzi do last night?" Hearing this, Xiao Qingqing quickly gave Zhang Huilan a look, signaling her not to speak. After all, what happened at the bidding chamber last night was too dangerous, and she was worried that her grandfather couldn't handle it. However, Zhang Huilan ignored all that and directly complained, "That jerk caused a scene at the bidding chamber last night to retaliate against Qingqing for asking for a divorce. Not only did it cost our family a 10 billion order, but it also offended Lord Hu." Zhang Huilan went on to narrate everything, embellishing details that favored Yichen and blaming everything on him. After hearing this, Xiao Hongming was shocked. The 10 billion order that the Xiao family had worked so hard for was ruined by Yichen, offending many powerful figures in Jiangnan City, even Lord Hu? This was a disaster of epic proportions. How could this happen? Based on his understanding of Yichen, he would never do such despicable things. Xiao Hongming became more and more anxious as he thought about it, his breathing quickened, and cold sweat formed on his forehead. Xiao Qingqing realized something was wrong and asked, "Grandfather, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Xiao Hongming was about to answer when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the hospital bed. Xiao Qingqing and the others were shocked and their faces turned pale. "Grandfather! Doctor! Quickly, call the doctor!" 2.5 hours later, outside the ward, Wu Xingye sighed and said, "Mr. Xiao, although I rushed back in time to treat him, Mr. Zhao's condition is not very optimistic. Without further treatment, he may not last 5 days." Xiao Qingqing and the others' faces changed. Xiao Qingqing nervously asked, "Director Wu, how could this happen? Didn't you say earlier that my grandfather just needed rest to recover slowly?" Wu Xingye explained, "That was before, But today Mr. Xiao was severely stimulated, his old illness recurred, one illness on top of another, even a healthy body couldn't bear it. Xiao Qingcheng continued, Director Wu, is there any way to save my grandfather? I can bear any cost, whether it's using precious medicinal herbs or any method. Wu Xingye shook his head, indicating he was powerless. Xiao Qingcheng clenched her fists, her eyes red. She turned around and slapped Xiaonan directly. It's all your fault for angering grandfather. Xiaonan shrank back, saying, I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Zhang Huilan sneered, in fact, this has nothing to do with us. In the end, it's all because of that scoundrel. If it weren't for him, the old man wouldn't have been so upset. You. Xiao Qingcheng was about to speak when Wu Xingye suddenly said, Mr. Xiao, I just remembered a divine doctor who might be able to cure Mr. Zhao's illness. Xiao Qingcheng's expression brightened, is that true? Where is this divine doctor? I'll go invite him over right away. Wu Xingye said, of course it's true. However, I only had a brief encounter with that divine doctor and didn't get his contact information. Well, I'll try to find a way to reach out to him for you. I'll definitely get back to you by tomorrow at the latest. Xiao Qingcheng hurriedly said, thank you so much, Director Wu. Please also convey to him that as long as the divine doctor is willing to come and treat me, I am willing to do anything. After Wu Xingye left, Xiao Qingcheng still had to prepare for attending the Ji family banquet the next day and welcoming Miss Han from the Han family. However, she was worried about leaving Grandpa under the care of Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan, so she hired 2 more caregivers this time before she could feel at ease. As she left the hospital, her eyes regained their former cold and confident demeanor. Grandpa asked her to apologize and make amends to Yi Chen, but she couldn't do it. This time at the banquet, she must regain everything she lost at the business meeting last night to prove that she is capable of leading the Xiao family to greater strength. Yi Chen wasn't as important as Grandpa made him out to be. The next morning, Yi Chen arrived at the Panglai Pavilion Hotel. This was a famous Chinese-style hotel in Jiangnan City. Surrounded by red walls, it had artificial mountains, gardens, fountains, and mist lingering around, resembling a fairy's abode. This place was also owned by the Ji family. Today at noon, the Ji family banquet would be held here, and he naturally had to attend. The entrance was already bustling with luxury cars and wealthy guests. They were all smiling as they entered the Panglai Pavilion Hotel, engaging in various discussions. Wow, the Ji family really knows how to throw a grand banquet. They are indeed one of the top 3 families in Jiangnan. I heard that Miss Rong from the Rong family will also be here. If we can make a connection with her, we'll enjoy endless prosperity and wealth in the future. To board the Rong family's ship, we better hold on tight to the Ji family's thigh first. Yi Chen stepped through the hotel's entrance. Passing through the Chinese-style corridor, he arrived at the entrance of the banquet hall. There, he saw 2 familiar faces, Jibo and Jibo, the 2 brothers. They were welcoming the guests with various pleasantries. When their gazes fell on Yi Chen, their expressions immediately turned to surprise and disgust. Jibo was the most emotional. He strode over directly, his face stern as he reprimanded, Yi Chen, today is my father's banquet. What are you doing here? Get out! Yi Chen pretended to be displeased and said, brother, how can you speak like that? You only have one father, where did another one suddenly come from? Jibo was infuriated. He had knelt before Yi Chen once and called him father, but now every time they met, Yi Chen would taunt him. He couldn't take it anymore. Jibo glared and threatened, you know what the consequences are of provoking me, right? Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, are the consequences being scared to death, crying for parents, or even wetting yourself? I'm afraid I can't match up to some people in that aspect. This was another stab at Jibo heart. Thinking about everything that happened at the Lin family's house yesterday, Jibo felt a mix of fear and embarrassment. Of course, he was mostly angry. The Ji family had planned to give Lin Yuanchuan a chance to see a doctor, become an honored guest of the Lin family, and Jibo even had a chance to become the son-in-law of the Lin family. Everything was ruined by Yi Chen's appearance. He had been beaten up by the Lin family's top bodyguard yesterday, and then scolded by Ji Wooly at home. It was a miserable experience. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Jibo gritted his teeth and said, you dare to mention yesterday's events? I'll make you regret it today. And then he raised his fist and charged forward. Just then, Jibo grabbed his wrist and calmly said, don't act impulsively. Jibo was puzzled. Brother, why are you stopping me? This guy has caused me so much trouble, I must beat him up today. Jibo lowered his voice and said, I know this waste deserves a beating, but do you realize the occasion today? It's our father's banquet. How would it look if we start a fight in front of so many guests? But, no buts. Leave this Yi surname to me, you go inside the banquet hall and greet the other guests. Jibo was unwilling to give up. He glared at Yi Chen and said, I'm not going to argue with you today, humph. Ji Buxiao left for the banquet hall. Ji Buwan, on the other hand, took a step forward with his hands in his pockets. Yi, you gold digger, you're really persistent, following us all the way to my father's birthday banquet? Let me make it clear, based on your lowly status, you have no right to enter this banquet hall. If you want to freeload and eat, go to the roadside stalls outside, that's more suitable for you. Yi Chen calmly replied, who said I don't have the right to enter? Ji Buwan chuckled, are you kidding me? To attend my father's banquet, you need an invitation. Before he could finish, Yi Chen slapped the invitation on Ji Buwan's face. Open your eyes wide and see what this is. Ji Buwan looked closely and his eyes widened. Damn. How did you get an invitation? Yi Chen smiled faintly. It's none of your business how I got it. I'm asking you, can I go in? This invitation had been arranged by Zhao Hailong to ensure free access. Ji Buwan was in a dilemma when a familiar voice interrupted. Young Master Ji, we're here to wish the head of the Ji family a happy birthday, not too late, right? They turned to see Xiao Qingcheng, accompanied by Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan, approaching. When Xiao Qingcheng saw Yi Chen, her expression changed instantly. Today, Xiao Qingcheng was wearing an ivory-colored dress that accentuated her perfect figure. Coupled with her unique cold temperament, she was truly rare in the world. Xiao Qingcheng frowned. Yi Chen, what are you doing here? Yi Chen replied casually, what I do, is none of your business, Xiao Qingcheng. Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip. Yes, they had already discussed divorce, so what Yi Chen did was indeed none of her concern. However, his attitude still irked her. Ji Buwan, displeased, said, Yi, if you have an invitation, go in quickly. What are you standing here for? Just a reminder, today at my place, I advise you to behave, or I'll have ways to deal with you. Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, I'll be looking forward to it then. With that, he walked straight into the banquet hall. Watching his back, Zhang Huilan's face turned livid. Ugh. This freeloader has no shame, sacrificing his dignity just to eat and drink. Xiaonan expressed concern, this useless guy loves to freeload. Do you think he got dumped by Han Ruan, and upon hearing that Miss Rong is attending the banquet today, he came to try his luck and cling to her? Ji Buwan sneered, what status does Miss Rong have? If she fancies that Yi guy, I'll eat shit standing on my head. Xiao Qingqing's face was filled with disappointment as she sighed. Yi Chen, when will you start relying on yourself to grow, instead of always seeking help from others? Ji Buwan gently reminded, Qingcheng, the banquet is about to start. Let me take you in. As he reached out to hold Xiao Qingqing's hand, she instinctively stepped back and said, sorry, I need to make a call first. You can take my mom and the others in, I'll join later. Oh, I see. Ji Buwan reluctantly withdrew his hand, forcing a smile. Alright, hurry up then. After Ji Buwan led Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan into the banquet hall, Xiao Qingqing called Director Wu Xingye anxiously, Director Wu, have you contacted that divine doctor who can treat my grandfather? Director Wu Xingye replied, I'm almost at my old friend's house. Once I get the contact information from him, I'll let you know. Xiao Qingqing thanked him and hung up. Director Wu Xingye arrived at the Lin family. This time, he came to visit his old friend Lin Yuanchuan and inquire about his condition. On the other hand, he wanted to get in touch with Han Ruan through the Lin family to obtain Yi Chen's contact information. As he approached the living room door, he noticed a group of servants looking flustered, rushing around as if something had happened. Then, he saw Lin Wanda rushing out of the living room in a panic. Wu Xingye hurriedly asked, what's going on? Lin Wanda urgently replied, Director Lin, you're just in time. My father's condition suddenly worsened. He has been unconscious and intermittently spitting blood. What? Wu Xingye's face changed as he said, wasn't Mr. Lin just treated yesterday and only needed rest? How could it turn out like this? Lin Wanda shook his head and said, I don't know. It happened 2 hours ago after he took the Chinese medicine prepared according to Yi Shen's prescription. Wu Xingye furrowed his brow, take me to see him quickly. The two hurried to Lin Yuanchuan's bedroom. On the sickbed, Lin Yuanchuan's face turned purple, breathing heavily. Wu Xingye checked his pulse and said solemnly, Mr. Lin's pulse is chaotic, his 5 organs are rapidly failing, the situation is very grim. I am at a loss and afraid he might not make it through today. Lin Wanda trembled, unable to believe it, how could this happen? At this moment, Lin Jiaoyan gritted her teeth and said, it must be an issue with the prescription left by that Yi. I've had my doubts about him for a while. He saved my grandfather, how could he refuse payment? It must be intentional to lower our guard and tamper with the prescription. Hearing this, Lin Wanda shook his head. His intuition told him that Yi Chen was not that kind of person. There must be another hidden truth in this. Wu Xingye reminded, Director Lin, the priority now is to quickly get Yi Shen to come. He is the only one who can possibly save Mr. Lin. Yes, yes. Lin Wanda nodded and immediately arranged for someone to call Han Ruan to ask for help in contacting Yein. However, Han Ruan replied that she had called Yein, but his phone was turned off. As for Yein's address, she had no idea. Lin Wanda frowned and suddenly shouted, "Someone." His personal secretary walked into the room. Lin Wanda ordered, "Convey my command to gather all available manpower in the city to search for a young man named Yein. No matter where he is or what he's doing, even if we have to turn the place upside down, we must bring him back to the Lin family. Remember, you have only 2 hours." The personal secretary nodded solemnly, "Yes." After the personal secretary left, Lin Wanda furrowed his brow. He murmured softly, "I hope God will help us find Yein smoothly." Meanwhile, in the banquet hall of Panglai Pavilion, it was very lively. On the stage, a group of women dressed in hanfu, with graceful figures, danced classical dances beautifully, resembling fairies descending to earth. The name Panglai Pavilion was perfectly fitting. Below the stage, guests were chatting with each other or enjoying the performances. Yein casually found a chair to sit on. Thinking that the birthday banquet would start in a while, he felt a bit bored. He took out his phone to pass the time, only to realize that it had run out of battery and shut down. Just then, a familiar voice sounded, "Mr. Yi, we meet again?" Looking up, he saw a woman in a silver-white cheongsam with an exquisite figure standing in front of him, wearing a charming smile on her face. "Oh my, her again? Why does she always appear wherever I go?" Rong Mayen asked, "May I sit in the empty seat next to you?" Yein couldn't refuse and could only nod. Sure. Thank you." Rong Mayen sat down gently beside him. Her appearance immediately attracted the attention of many other guests. "Wow, that woman is really stunning. Do you know her?" "I don't, but just looking at her makes me itch. If I could spend a romantic night with her, it would be worth dying for, hee. Stop daydreaming. Everyone attending the birthday banquet today has some background and strength. Don't offend the wrong people with your words." Jibo, who was entertaining the guests, overheard their quiet discussions and noticed Rong Mayen. His eyes widened in surprise. Goodness, there's still such a stunning woman in existence? She was no less than Han Ruan, and even had a unique charm. Since Han Ruan had declined to attend today's birthday banquet, he was in need of a female companion. Jibo quickly approached with what he thought was a charming expression. He greeted Rong Mayen, "Hello, beautiful, I am Jibo, the second young master of the Jiangnan Ji family. If you need any help, feel free to ask any time." Rong Mayen shook her head and said, "I don't need any help." Jibo continued, "Beauty, you are sitting too far from the stage. How about I take you to a closer seat, near the main table? You may not know, but the most prominent figures present today will be seated at the main table. I can introduce you to them, which would be greatly beneficial." Rong Mayen calmly replied, "It's not necessary." "Oh, this." Jibo was quite surprised. In his opinion, sitting close to the main table was a coveted opportunity for guests because it symbolized status and identity. How could she refuse? Was the offer not tempting enough? Jibo cleared his throat and continued, "Beauty, I'm sure you've heard of Miss Rong Mayen from the Rong family, who will be attending the celebration today. I am well acquainted with her, and she listens to whatever I say. As long as I nod, I can introduce you to her. This is a precious opportunity not to be missed." "Oh?" Rong Mayen raised an eyebrow slightly and said with a hint of a smile, "Do you really know that Miss Rong from the Rong family?" Jibo patted his chest and said, "Of course." Put. At that moment, Yein sitting nearby suddenly burst into laughter. Jibo was just like his brother, always boasting. The Ji family's status was far below that of the Rong family. How could a mere second young master of the Ji family make Miss Rong listen to him? Such words could only deceive naive young girls. Jibo finally noticed Yein. He was first stunned, then his face darkened. Angrily, he scolded, "You useless fool, what are you laughing at?" Yein chuckled, "Big guy, if Dad wants to laugh, he will. It's none of your business." Jibo's face turned livid. "Yi, you're not done with this joke, are you? If you dare, say one more thing. I'll make you regret it today." Yein pretended to be disappointed and shook his head, "Alas. You knelt and called me Dad before, and now you want to make me regret it. How unfilial. Damn." Jibo lost his temper completely and cursed, "You brought this upon yourself." He raised his foot to kick Yein. Although he had suffered a loss in the past at the Tianlong restaurant, Jibo firmly believed it was a fluke. This time, he had the upper hand. However, just as his right foot was about to kick Yein in the face, the latter swiftly grabbed his ankle like lightning and twisted it. "Ouch, damn it." Jibo instantly lost his balance, and coincidentally, he ended up kneeling on the ground in a rather dramatic manner. Thump! The action was grand, and the sound was loud. Instantly, numerous gazes around turned towards them, all wearing expressions of shock and curiosity. My goodness, why did the second young Master G kneel down? It's not even New Year's today. As Yichen looked at Jibo kneeling in front of him, he patted his shoulder and said with satisfaction, "Truly my good son, seeing your sincere attitude and admitting your mistake, I forgive you." The guests around whispered to each other, "Oh my, when did the second young Master G gain another father? Today is the 60th birthday of the G family's head, yet the second young Master G is kneeling and bowing to someone else. How embarrassing. Is this how the world of the wealthy operates? I've learned something new today." Jibo wished he could find a hole to hide in. He had planned to kick Yichen away and make a grand appearance. Instead, he ended up exposing himself. How embarrassing. He pushed away the hand that was on Yichen's shoulder, blushing and shouting, "Shut your damn mouth. I'm not your father." Yichen deliberately put on a stern face and said, "The rebellious phase is not good, you know. Rebellious my ass. I'll fight you." Jibo was already furious, struggling to stand up and was about to pounce on Yichen. "Hold on." At that moment, a stern voice interrupted Jibo. It turned out to be Jibo, walking over with an unpleasant expression. Jibo was puzzled. "Brother, why are you stopping me? I'm going to kill him today." Jibo reprimanded, "Shut up. Useless troublemaker, still not embarrassed enough? Step back." Jibo could only hum in dissatisfaction and took 2 steps back, but his eyes were almost spitting fire as he looked at Yichen. Jibo stepped forward. With a serious expression, he ordered, "You, surname G, I've warned you to behave and not cause trouble, but you picked a fight and hit someone. You are too arrogant. You must kneel down and apologize publicly." These words immediately attracted a lot of attention. Everyone was curious, who had the audacity to offend the second young master of the G family at the G family's birthday banquet. Even Xiao Qingcheng and others noticed the situation and walked over. Zhang Huilan saw Yichen and her expression immediately turned disgusted. "It's you again, you ungrateful wretch. Young Master G kindly let you in to eat and drink, but you not only lack gratitude but also hit his younger brother. Are you even human?" Xiaonan scolded, "Do you still have the face to sit there? Quickly kneel down and apologize to young Master G." Yichen raised his head slightly and said calmly, "Please get your facts straight. Jibo started the trouble and initiated the fight, not me." Jibo reprimanded, "You are slandering. Today is my father's 60th birthday celebration. How could my brother pick a fight with a guest on such an important occasion? It's clear that you are deliberately causing trouble and trying to disrupt the banquet." Jibo echoed, "Exactly, don't wrongly accuse me. I didn't pick a fight, I just fought back." Yichen sneered, "Ha! You two brothers are good at framing others but lack any real ability." Jibo's eyes flashed with displeasure. He turned to Xiao Qingcheng and said, "Qingcheng, do you see how arrogant this Yi is? Frankly, if it weren't for you, I would have had him thrown out long ago." Xiao Qingcheng first apologized, "Young Master G, I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Then she frowned and said coldly, "Yichen, will you ever stop? Even if you have a difficult personality and think highly of yourself, you should learn to distinguish the appropriate occasions." Yichen narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "Are you implying that you don't believe what I said?" Xiao Qingcheng sneered, "Huh, do you think that the current you, in my eyes, has any credibility left?" He went to find other women for ambiguous relationships and free meals right after she mentioned divorce. To retaliate against her, he deliberately sabotaged the bidding conference, causing her to lose a 10 billion order. How could she trust someone like that? Yichen calmly said, "I did nothing wrong, so I won't apologize." Xiao Qingcheng frowned in anger, "You claim you did nothing wrong, can you provide evidence? Can anyone testify for you?" The surrounding guests avoided eye contact, not daring to come forward as witnesses. Yichen was not surprised by this. After all, they were on G family's territory and wouldn't dare offend them. Seeing no one speak up, Xiao Qingcheng looked disappointed and said coldly, "No one is willing to testify for you, which means I didn't wrongly accuse you, so you should." She was interrupted halfway through her sentence by a sudden voice. "I can testify." It was Rong Mayen who spoke up. Everyone was puzzled. Who was this stunning beauty? Yichen was quite surprised that she spoke up for him again. Xiao Qingcheng's gaze fell on Rong Mayen. This woman again? The other night at the bidding conference, she had criticized her lack of vision and intelligence, leaving Xiao Qingcheng with a thorn in her side. She tried to keep calm and asked, "What can you testify to?" Rong Mayu said indifferently, "I can testify that Mr. Yi was wrongly accused. It was indeed the second young Master G from the G family who came looking for trouble. He was the one who struck first, and Mr. Yi only defended himself." Although her words were plain, coming from her, they were like a needle in the sea, leaving no room for doubt. Jibo and Ji Zhao's faces were somewhat embarrassed. They never expected to be slapped in the face right after targeting Yein. Rong Meiyu continued, I've heard of President Zhao's reputation in the business world of Jiangnan City, cold and beautiful, intelligent and outstanding. When I saw you the other day, I felt that your intelligence and insight were lacking. Today, I see that even your ability to judge people is lacking. It's truly pitiful. This remark sparked a lot of discussion. Wow, this woman is so sharp-tongued, not giving President Zhao any face at all. Interesting, I love watching women argue. What did President Zhao do to deserve such a scolding? At this moment, Xiao Qingqing's usually cold expression showed a rare hint of embarrassment, her face alternating between red and white. She didn't understand. Why was this beautiful woman targeting her one after another? What did she do wrong? Zhang Huilan frowned and said, Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? Rong Meiyu calmly retorted, Who I am, do I need to report to you? Zhang Huilan sneered, Humph. Just because you have some looks, you act all high and mighty. I don't care about that, I'm just warning you, my sister Qingcheng is not someone anyone can boss around. Not to scare you, but she is an honored guest invited by the Ji family banquet. Today, Miss Rong from the Rong family attending the banquet might choose her as a business partner. Can someone like you provoke her status? Xiaonan chimed in, exactly, offending my sister is like slapping Miss Rong's face. You can't afford the consequences. Rong Meiyu narrowed her eyes slightly, preparing to speak. At this moment, Yein stood up slowly. He glanced at everyone and furrowed his brows. If you want to target me, you can do it directly. There's no need to involve unrelated people. Then he turned to Rong Meiyu, Miss, this is my personal grievance. I can handle it myself. Thank you for speaking up for me. Rong Meiyu smiled lightly, nodded, and didn't continue speaking. Seeing the interaction between these two, Xiao Qingqing felt a nameless anger burning inside her. Since we filed for divorce, every time you, Yein, talk to me, it's always aggressive, trying to provoke me. But with Han Ruan and this woman in front of me, you speak politely. Is it all for a free ride? Have you stooped this low? She couldn't help but complain, Yein, although we've filed for divorce, we haven't actually gotten the certificate yet. I hope you can show some self-respect before that, don't degrade yourself. Yein raised an eyebrow, what do you mean by that? Xiao Qingcheng said coldly, do I have to spell it out in public? Yein replied, I'm not afraid of the truth. President Xiao, just say it. Disappointment flashed in Xiao Qingqing's eyes. She said coldly, just because I filed for divorce, you feel unhappy. You want to prove that I'll regret it, so you keep contacting other women in front of me? You think I'll be jealous, but today, Xiao Qingqing declares that no matter who you're with in the future, no matter what achievements you make, I won't regret it. Everything I have today is earned with my own hands, and no matter what you do, relying on other women won't change your worthless self. So, I advise you to show some self-respect. Don't expect to prove anything to me with these petty tricks, it will only make me more convinced that filing for divorce was the right choice. This speech was indeed sharp. Zhang Huilan nodded in satisfaction, well said. There's no need to give face to this wolf in sheep's clothing. Xiaonan also echoed, sis, you should have said this earlier, cut off his delusions, let him know how much of a clown he is. As for the Jibo Buwan and Jibo Xiao brothers, they couldn't help but gloat at this moment. They found that letting Xiao Qingqing slap Yein was much more satisfying than doing it themselves. Faced with the ridicule of everyone, Yein remained composed. He stared at Xiao Qingqing and said coldly, Miss Xiao, I also want to make it clear that being confident is a good thing, but being overly confident turns into narcissism, which can make people disgusted. Perhaps you are the one who should show more self-respect. Xiao Qingqing was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She didn't expect Yein to say such serious words to her in public. Just to protect her pitiful dignity, she started to attack indiscriminately, right? Zhang Huilan scolded, Bah, you, a person of your kind, dare to be disgusted with others? You look disgusting just by being here. Xiaonan discussed with Jibo Duan, young Master Ji, can we kick this waste out? He's too arrogant. This. Jibo Duan frowned slightly. Didn't he also want to kick Yein out? But he had already tried at the door just now and failed in the end. Suddenly, he thought of something, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. He sneered, Mr. Yi, as a guest attending my father's birthday banquet, I have no reason to kick you out. But on such an important occasion today, seating etiquette must be observed by everyone. Although you can come in, you can't just sit anywhere. Yein knew that Jibo Duan was up to something again. So he asked cunningly, I wonder what the seating etiquette is? Jibo Duan raised his right hand, looking aloof. He explained, the guests who come to the banquet today are all elites, all dignitaries, so the seating etiquette is simple, according to their wealth. Yein became interested and continued, oh? How is it arranged according to wealth? Jibo Buwan pointed to the table farthest from the stage. With a hint of disdain, he said, those worth millions sit at that table. Then he pointed to a slightly more central table, saying, those worth tens of millions sit here. Then he pointed to a table closer to the stage, saying, those worth billions sit there. As for the most dazzling main table today. Finally, he pointed to the largest main table at the front and center. Proudly, he said, except for our G family members, those who want to sit there must be worth $1 billion. These people are the top heroes of Jiangnan City, and even when Miss Rong Mayen arrives, they will sit there. With these words, many guests looked towards the main table, feeling restless. Unfortunately, their wealth didn't qualify them at all. Jibo Buwan sneered at Yein, disdainfully saying, the position you are sitting in now happens to be for guests worth tens of millions. According to the seating etiquette, do you think your pitiful wealth deserves to sit here? He. The people around immediately burst into laughter. Xiaonan sneered, a waste like him who only knows how to freeload doesn't deserve any wealth. He's not even worthy of sitting at the table worth $1 million. Jibo Xiao pointed in the direction of the door on purpose, saying, if your wealth is not even $1 million, you don't deserve a seat at the table. I think he should squat at the door. Later, I'll have the waiter bring him a bowl, maybe some kind-hearted person will give him some leftovers. Ha ha ha, Xiao Qingcheng shook her head in disappointment. She didn't understand why Yein, knowing he would be ridiculed today, still chose to humiliate himself. But looking at him, he probably couldn't endure it and would leave soon. However, Yein remained calm. He stood up slowly and asked calmly, are you sure seating is determined by wealth? Jibo Buwan stood tall and said, of course. What? Have you realized that your wealth is less than $1 million and are you ready to go to the door? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Yein striding away. However, he didn't head towards the entrance of the banquet hall. Instead, he went in the completely opposite direction. Jibo Buwan subconsciously reminded, Mr. Yi, you're going the wrong way. It's over there. Yein remained indifferent. He walked straight to the nearest main table near the stage, right in front of everyone's eyes. Pulling out a chair, he sat down nonchalantly. This action first silenced the entire banquet hall for more than 10 seconds. Then an uproar ensued. He actually sat at the main table? Doesn't that require a net worth of $1 billion to qualify? Is he really sitting at the main table? It's like sitting on the face of the G family with his butt. So arrogant. He doesn't give any face to the G family. Jibo's face turned livid. He thought he could embarrass Yein, but he didn't expect this guy to be so brazen. He couldn't take it anymore. He strode over, scolding, Yi, who gave you permission to sit here? Get the hell up. Yein crossed his legs and calmly said, didn't you say only those with $1 billion net worth can sit here? Why are you trying to kick me out? Jibo's eye twitched, almost spitting out blood. You dare ask why? I said $1 billion net worth qualifies. Do you have a net worth of $1 billion? Yein shook his head. I indeed don't have $1 billion net worth. The crowd immediately erupted in jeers. If you don't have $1 billion net worth, and you sit at the main table, what are you if not a clown? Jibo clenched his fists, threatening, if you don't have $1 billion net worth, get away from this table, my patience is limited. Yein smiled lightly. If you want me to leave this table, please get me a table that matches my $1 trillion assets. This table for $1 billion net worth doesn't suit me at all. Upon hearing Yein's words, the crowd first paused, then burst into laughter. Jibo clutched his stomach, saying, Yi, I see you're truly a clown, or are you just pretending to be one? Do you even understand the concept of $1 trillion net worth? Jibo sneered, you're not talking about Zimbabwean dollars, are you? You can't even boast properly. Zhang Huilan sneered, this scoundrel, even if he had $1 billion, I'd apologize to him on my knees. Xiaonan rolled her eyes, if this waste could have $1 trillion, I'd be the richest person in the world. Xiao Qingcheng sighed, oh, what are you thinking in your head every day? When will you become more practical? Rong Mayen's eyes flashed with doubt. As one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital, the Rong family's total assets were only around 100 billion. Assets exceeding $1 trillion level, not to mention in the province, even nationwide, would be among the top super-rich families. And for Yein to claim his net worth was $1 trillion, no one, no matter who heard it, could believe it. Faced with everyone's doubts, Yein remained calm, saying, every word I said is true. If you don't believe it, you can verify the balance on this card yourself. He pulled out a solid black bank card. Unlike common bank cards, it had no card number, no bank logo, not even the UnionPay logo. Only in the center, there was a silver dragon pattern. Little known, this card was actually called the Supreme Emperor card. It was only awarded when the deposit exceeded $1 trillion, limited to 10 globally. It could be used in any bank worldwide, and the cardholder's identity would be strictly confidential. This card was given to him by Bill Musk, the super-rich man imprisoned in the City of Fallen. However, Jibo and the others present today didn't recognize it. Laughter and mockery filled the crowd. Ha, his card doesn't even have a card number. How can you check the balance? I think he's gone crazy after being divorced by President Xiao. Strange, President Xiao is so beautiful and capable. Why did she marry this waste in the first place? Xiao Qingcheng stepped forward. She sternly asked Yi Chen, have you had enough of causing trouble? Do you think I haven't embarrassed myself enough? Yi Chen coldly retorted, are you worried about me making a fool of myself? No, you're actually worried that my embarrassment will reflect on you, affecting your reputation, right? Xiao Qingcheng subconsciously wanted to argue back, but her lips moved without making a sound, because she did have some selfish thoughts. At this moment, Buwan glanced at the time, furrowing his brows. The banquet is about to start. Yi, I don't have time to waste with you. Stand up and get out to the door. Stop embarrassing yourself here. However, Yi Chen showed no intention of moving. He raised an eyebrow and asked, I'm sitting here according to the seating rules, why should I leave at your command? Buwan impatiently said, stop the nonsense. Are you leaving or not? If you don't blame me for having you thrown out. Bushio pointed at him and cursed, you scum, don't push your luck. The G family is not a place where you can act recklessly. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Before he could speak, a displeased voice of a middle-aged man sounded at the entrance of the banquet hall. Who dares to act recklessly on our G family's territory? Everyone turned to look and saw a group of people slowly entering the banquet hall. Leading them was Ji Wooly, the head of the G family, one of the three major families in Jiangnan City. It is said that this man had a deep mind and was ruthless. Very few dared to oppose him in the business world of Jiangnan City. Following him were Han Tianzheng, the head of the Han family, and his wife Li Shouqin, both dressed in black suits. Behind them were two middle-aged men, the chairman of Ningyuan Group, Lai Jingye, and the chairman of Hongda Group, Xia Bin. These individuals were all influential figures in Jiangnan City. Their appearance immediately drew smiles and greetings from the guests. Especially in front of Ji Wooly, they flattered him, we respectfully welcome the G family head. G family head, on your 60th birthday today, I wish you a long life and blessings as vast as the Eastern Sea. G family head, when the Rong family's young lady arrives later, please help introduce her, we would be very grateful. Ji Wooly clasped his hands and smiled at everyone. Today, you honor me by attending my birthday celebration, I will treat you with respect. If my hospitality falls short, please forgive me. Then, his tone turned slightly colder, however, if anyone deliberately causes trouble today, I'm afraid I won't be able to treat them with respect. His gaze shot straight ahead, landing on Yi Chen, who was sitting at the main table, and he slowly walked over in that direction. Today was his birthday banquet. Someone had the audacity to sit there without his permission. It was a blatant sign of disrespect. Clack clack clack. Although Ji Wooly's steps were slow, each footfall exuded a strong sense of dominance. When he stopped near the main table, he didn't look at Yi Chen but asked Ji Buwan, what's going on here? At this moment, Ji Buwan's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. He was in charge of organizing today's banquet, and any issues that arose would fall on him. He knew his father's temper well and the consequences of his anger, so he quickly explained the situation, conveniently shifting all the blame onto Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, Ji Wooly narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Yi Chen, and said lightly, so you are Yi Chen. I've heard your name several times in the past few days. What? Didn't cause enough trouble at Dragon Lord's bidding conference, now you want to stir up trouble at my birthday banquet? Those familiar with Ji Wooly knew that when he narrowed his eyes, he was already in an angry state. Once he erupted, the consequences would be unimaginable. Han Tianjing narrowed his eyes slightly. This kid had managed to provoke the top figures in Jiangnan City in just 2 days. Where did he get the courage from? Beside him, Li Shouqin lowered her voice and sneered, it's a good thing we agreed to cancel the engagement with him back then. Otherwise, our family would have been implicated, and trouble would have followed. Han Tianjing furrowed his brow but remained silent. As for Yi Chen, when faced with Ji Wooly's questioning, he simply smiled faintly and said, I didn't come here to cause trouble today. On the contrary, your two useless sons keep provoking me endlessly. I advise the head of the G family to discipline them more in the future. Otherwise, sooner or later, they will cause a big mess and lead the G family to ruin. After these words were spoken, everyone present had a change in expression, murmurs spreading around. Goodness, has this kid gone mad? He's actually publicly lecturing the head of the G family. On the day of the G family head's 60th birthday, he threatens that the G family will be ruined. Such audacity. Xiao Qingqing's eyelid twitched. This guy was facing Ji Wooly so arrogantly. What exactly was he trying to do? Jibo pointed at Yein and scolded, "You, surnamed Ji, stop talking nonsense. What does it have to do with you how my dad educates us?" Jibo Xiao even rolled up his sleeves, saying, "You useless thing, I must teach you a lesson today." Ji Wooly suddenly raised his hand and said, "Don't be impulsive." A hint of kindness appeared on his sinister face. "Mr. Yi makes some sense. In the future, I will discipline my two sons well. Please don't take offense at what happened before. Here, on behalf of my two sons, I apologize to you." Upon hearing this, everyone present looked at Ji Wooly in astonishment. The dignified head of the Ji family was disrespected in person, yet he not only didn't get angry but also apologized on behalf of his sons? Why would he do that? Jibo couldn't accept it and quickly said, "Dad, how can you speak up for that useless guy? You know this kid has." "Shut up." Ji Wooly coldly interrupted Jibo, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. He lowered his voice to Jibo Xiao, "Don't forget what I reminded you of yesterday. Remember what's most important for the Ji family today. Don't let emotions cloud your judgment and lose sight of the bigger picture." Jibo Xiao and Jibo exchanged a glance, nodding in realization. Last night, their father, Ji Wooly, had reminded them of something. Today's birthday banquet was crucial. It wasn't just a simple celebration but a great opportunity for the Ji family to connect with various forces in Jiangnan City. The Ji family had been blacklisted by the Tianlong group, and their future seemed bleak until the Rong family intervened, giving them a new chance. Today, the guests attending the banquet were mostly there to curry favor with the Rong family. This meant that the Ji family had to play the role of a mediator. Therefore, in front of these guests, the Ji family had to show warmth and kindness. Being too domineering would only lead to fear and criticism. In essence, Ji Wooly had to display an approachable demeanor today to win people over. Ji Wooly continued to Yein, "Since Mr. Yi is willing to sit at the main table, then please have a seat here. After all, the Ji family also has enough tableware." He. Upon hearing this, the guests couldn't help but praise and commend. Indeed, the head of the Ji family is admirable. Despite the disrespect, he remains magnanimous and has a broad perspective. Tisk tsk. With such magnanimity, the Ji family will surely be tolerant towards us. We will definitely follow them wholeheartedly in the future. Ji Wooly's mouth curved into a smug smile. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He then walked up to Yein, patted his shoulder, and in a low voice, threatened, "Young man, I gave you face just now. Behave yourself, finish your meal, and leave immediately. Don't make yourself uncomfortable. Otherwise, I won't mind crushing an ant." With that, he immediately put on a friendly face again, smiling as he gestured for all the guests to take their seats. The speed of his change in demeanor was truly remarkable. Sitting at the main table were Grandpa Ji's family, Han Tianzhang, Li Xiuqin, Xiebin, Lai Jingye, Xiao Qingcheng, Zhang Huilan, Xiaonan, and Yichen. There was an empty seat next to Ji Wooly, right in the middle. Obviously, it was reserved for Rong Mayen. However, the atmosphere at the main table was somewhat awkward. Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan stared at Yichen with disdain and disgust in their eyes. Originally, they thought that sitting at the main table today would showcase their status and allow them to show off. They never expected Yichen to shamelessly sit here, lowering the overall standard. If it weren't for Grandpa Ji agreeing to let Yichen sit here, they would have already stood up and asked him to leave. Ji Buwan and Ji Boxiao looked at him with disdain. How shameless of him to sit there, and he actually did. As for Xiebin and Lai Jingye, their faces were very unpleasant. If it weren't for Yichen causing a scene at the bidding conference hosted by Long Yi the other day, they wouldn't have ended up with all cooperation cancelled and blacklisted by the Long Group. It caused heavy losses to both their companies. They really wanted to go up and give Yichen a good beating to relieve their anger. As for Han Tianzhang, his expression was slightly complicated. To be honest, he had neither a good nor bad impression of Yichen. But Yichen had offended countless enemies, which made him, a cautious person, not want to get involved. Li Xiuqin kept rolling her eyes, having an extremely negative impression of Yichen. Only Xiao Qingcheng, who was actually sitting next to Yichen, warned him in a low voice, "Grandpa Ji has forgiven your past mistakes and even let you sit at the main table, which is already gracious enough. I'm not asking you to thank him, but please don't continue to be petty and pick fights, can you?" Yichen narrowed his eyes and retorted, "Am I being petty? Grandpa Ji is being gracious?" Xiao Qingcheng naturally replied, "Isn't it so?" "Humph." Yichen shook his head and sneered, finding it hard to communicate with her. "Humph." Xiao Qingcheng turned her head away, feeling unjustly aggrieved. She just couldn't understand. It was all clearly Yichen's fault, so why was he still so stubborn? If only he had apologized earlier and shown a better attitude, maybe I would have reconsidered my decision to divorce him. Ji Buwan glanced at his watch and asked, "Dad, the time for the banquet has arrived, but Miss Rong from the Rong family hasn't arrived yet. What do you think? Ji Wooly frowned. He was only the nominal protagonist of today's banquet. Miss Rong Mayuan was the one everyone was most interested in. The banquet could not proceed without her. Ji Bushio worried, Dad, what if Miss Rong doesn't come? Ji Wooly coldly snorted, what status does Miss Rong have? Why wouldn't she come? Besides, she will definitely obey second master's orders. In my opinion, she must have been delayed on her way here. Let's start the banquet as usual, maybe Miss Rong will arrive later. Yes. Ji Buxiao nodded and began instructing the staff to prepare for the banquet. The beautiful dancers who were performing traditional dances on stage all stepped down. Then, a male host in a white suit came up on stage with a microphone. Cheerfully, he said, Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Thank you for attending Mr. G's 60th birthday banquet. On this special day, Mr. G would like to express some heartfelt words to all of you. Now, let's welcome Mr. G Wooly to the stage for a speech. The audience erupted in applause. Amidst the cheers, Ji Wooly walked up to the stage, smiling, and said, I would like to express my gratitude once again to all of you for coming. I believe that today's banquet will be the beginning of deep cooperation between you and the G family. Let's trust and support each other to create brilliance together. The guests applauded and cheered. Mr. G is right. In the future, we will look up to the G family. Exactly, as long as we work together, no one can underestimate us. Ji Wooly nodded in satisfaction. He had a strong premonition. After today's successful birthday banquet, the influence of the Ji family in Jiangnan City will be further enhanced. They might even stand shoulder to shoulder with the Jiangnan King Long Lord and the Underground Emperor Tiger Lord. Ji Wooly continued, I believe you all know that for my birthday banquet this time, I will not accept any gifts or money, as I value companionship over profit. And to thank all of you for coming, I will specially write a piece for you all. The guests at the scene were excited and praised. We have long heard that Master G's calligraphy skills are top-notch, even comparable to some calligraphy masters. Today, we are fortunate to witness it. With Master G's status, the piece he writes is probably priceless. Soon, the staff brought a table onto the stage, along with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Ji Wooly picked up the brush and elegantly moved it across the paper, creating beautiful strokes. Swish, swish, swish. In no time, a piece was completed. Two hostesses held up the paper to show everyone. On it were the four characters Perseverance and Persistence. The guests below immediately praised, Master G's strokes are vigorous, like iron hooks in silver, perfectly blending with the characters Perseverance and Persistence, marvelous. Great piece. If this were hung in a company's office, it would be a treasure. I wonder if Master G would be willing to part with this piece and sell it to me. I am willing to pay handsomely. Master G, I am also willing to purchase this piece. Ji Wooly looked hesitant and said, You are all my companions, but there is only this one piece. No matter who I give it to, it would seem unfair. Li Jingye stood up and suggested with a smile, Master G, there was supposed to be an auction at today's banquet. Why not auction this piece to kick off the event? Whoever bids the highest gets it first, making it fair and not affecting everyone's harmony. Ji Wooly pretended to be reluctant inside. Well, in that case, I will reluctantly comply. As for the starting bid for this piece, I'll set it low, at 10,000 yuan. Each guest seat at the table below had a bidding card with a number on it. The guests quickly raised their cards and bid. I bid 50,000. I bid 80,000. 80,000? I bid 100,000. The bidding price soared rapidly, reaching over 300,000 in no time and still increasing. In Jiangnan City, the most famous calligraphers usually charged just over 200,000 for a piece. This made Ji Wooly on stage unable to hide his delight. His self-esteem was greatly satisfied. At the main table below the stage, seeing everyone fiercely bidding for Ji Wooly's piece, Zhang Huilan hurriedly reminded Xiao Qingcheng, Miss, our attendance at today's banquet, and even the opportunity to partner with the Rong family, all rely on the Ji family's help. So, you must find a way to win this piece to leave a good impression. Xiaonan also agreed. It's foreseeable that the Ji family's position in Jiangnan City will surpass even that of the Tiger Lord and the Dragon Lord in the future. By then, Master G's calligraphy will surely appreciate. Xiao Qingqing nodded, I understand. She raised her card to bid and said loudly, I bid 600,000. Xiao Qingqing's bid directly raised the price by several hundred thousand, causing many guests with limited funds to give up bidding. The remaining guests continued to bid. I bid 610,000. I bid 630,000. Without hesitation, Xiao Qingqing raised her card again. I bid 800,000. This time, more than half of the bidding guests were eliminated. Only 2 people were left struggling. I bid 810,000. I bid 830,000. Xiao Qingcheng, without beating around the bush, directly raised her placard and said, "I bid 1 million. The scene was in an uproar. It's worth noting that with 1 million, you could afford the calligraphy of a famous domestic master, far exceeding the intrinsic value of this character by the G family. Moreover, 1 million in cash is not a small amount. It's hard for those guests with millions in assets present today to come up with it. Even for guests with tens of millions in assets, it's quite a cut. As for guests with assets exceeding hundreds of millions, although they can come up with 1 million, considering that Xiao Qingcheng is not only a celebrity of the G family but also the object of admiration by Buwan, and even has a good chance of becoming a business partner of the Rong family. Therefore, instead of competing with her, it's better to go with the flow." So this time, no one continued to bid against Xiao Qingcheng, and this character was naturally auctioned off by Xiao Qingcheng for 1 million. Ji Wooly was quite satisfied and applauded, saying, "Miss Xiao is young and promising, with a discerning eye for treasures. I truly appreciate it. When Miss Rong Mayen arrives later, I will definitely recommend you enthusiastically." Xiao Qingcheng quickly stood up. Unable to contain her excitement, she said, "Thank you for your appreciation, I will work hard to live up to your expectations." After sitting down, Xiao Qingcheng still had a joyful expression. Zhang Huilan said triumphantly, "I told you it was right to participate in the bidding. Now that you have received personal approval from Master G, isn't that great?" Xiaonan reminded with a smile, "Sis, in the end, it was young Master G who gave us the opportunity to participate in the birthday banquet. You should be grateful to him." Xiao Qingcheng nodded and smiled, saying, "Thank you." Ji Buwan pretended to be calm and said, "It's nothing, I can do anything for you." He was excited inside. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he completely won over Xiao Qingcheng. Feeling pleased with himself, he looked at Ji Chen, who had been sitting there silently. He couldn't help but sneer, "Yi, do you see the difference between you and our G family? My dad casually puts up a piece of calligraphy and can sell it for 1 million. You, on the other hand, a waste like you, probably won't earn that much in your whole life, right?" He thought Yi Chen would feel inferior and embarrassed. However, Yi Chen calmly responded, "How much of that 1 million is for the artistic value of the character, and how much is flattery? Don't you have any idea?" Ji Buwan's face changed slightly, and he asked coldly, "Are you implying that my dad's calligraphy has low artistic value? That it's all just flattery?" Yi Chen smiled faintly, "You misunderstood. In my opinion, his calligraphy doesn't have low artistic value, it has none at all, it's worthless." This statement directly changed the expressions of everyone at the main table. This guy, how dare he mock the calligraphy of Master G as worthless? Zhang Huilan scolded, "Shut up, do you know what you're saying? If you want to die, go jump off a building, don't get us involved." Shannon cursed, "You useless person, only good at eating and drinking. What do you know about calligraphy? Stop embarrassing yourself and shut up." Xiao Qingcheng furrowed her brows. "Yi Chen, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute." She came to attend Ji Wooly's birthday banquet today to leverage the relationship with the Rong family in the provincial capital. She absolutely wouldn't allow Yi Chen's reckless words and actions to affect her. Yi Chen remained calm and said, "Miss Xiao, don't be biased. It was Ji Buwan who started it, not me. Besides, I just spoke the truth." Xiao Qingcheng was taken aback. Ji Buxiao, who had a hot temper, couldn't sit still. He stood up, slammed the table, and cursed, "You bastard, do you want a beating?" This action immediately drew the attention of everyone in the banquet hall to the main table. "What's going on?" Ji Wooly also looked over. He frowned and asked, "Buxiao, calm down, what's going on?" Ji Buxiao complained, "Dad." The moment Yi Chen spoke up, accusing your calligraphy of being worthless, merely inflated by flattery to fetch a price of 1 million, the entire banquet hall erupted in astonishment. "Yi Chen, how audacious! Daring to speak such blunt truth? Are you seeking death?" Ji Wooly's face turned ugly, a fierce glint flashing in his downturned triangular eyes. Normally, he would have lost his temper long ago. But today was different. He had to restrain his emotions and maintain a facade of magnanimity in front of everyone. After taking a deep breath, his expression gradually softened. Arching an eyebrow, he asked with a smile, "Oh, Mr. Yi, where do you think my calligraphy falls short? Feel free to point it out." Although his words seemed light-hearted, an undertone of displeasure was evident. Essentially, he was subtly warning Yi Chen to think twice before responding. Unfortunately, Yi Chen was unfazed and replied truthfully, "The most crucial factors in brush calligraphy are technique, structure, style, and mindset. Although your technique is passable, the proportions and layout lack harmony and logic. As for style, you may have copied many calligraphers' works but failed to grasp the essence, resulting in a lack of authenticity. Regarding mindset, while you wrote perseverance, aiming to convey unwavering spirit, I sensed a hint of indecision in your strokes. In conclusion, I find your calligraphy average at best, devoid of artistic value. What's wrong with stating the truth? At that moment, silence fell over the banquet hall, every word audible. It's worth noting that most guests present were affluent and influential individuals with a keen interest in calligraphy and antiques. They could see through Ji Wooley's work. At best, he was an enthusiastic amateur with limited artistic merit. If not for their deliberate flattery, his piece would be unsellable. Yet, they dared not speak such blunt truths, let alone publicly. But Yein did. He laid bare every detail, more embarrassing than the emperor's new clothes tale. Ji Wooley's eyes twitched at the corners, his face flushed, teetering on the edge of rage. This troublemaker dared to challenge his authority so openly. Li Jingye intervened swiftly to defend Ji Wooley. In a stern tone, he rebuked Yein. Nonsense. With Ji as the master of the house, his calligraphy possesses profound qualities beyond your comprehension. Xiabin chimed in, it's easy to criticize others. Show us your own calligraphy skills if you're so capable. Their synchronized remarks eased the initial shock among the guests. They knew whom to offend and whom to flatter. Consequently, they redirected their criticism towards Yein. Anyone can talk big. Can you prove your skills? If you're so good, show us what you've got. Ji's work isn't for you to judge. He's just a typical keyboard warrior, submissive offline but aggressive online. Ignore him. The guests rallied to defend Ji Wooley, somewhat alleviating his tension. Before Yein could respond, Zheng Huilan sneered, Master Ji, he's just a freeloader. What does he know about calligraphy? If he can spell his own name correctly, that's an achievement. Xiaonan scorned, deserved it. Trying to show off, now he's embarrassed, right? Jibo mocked, if you can't even write calligraphy, refrain from baseless critiques to save face. Yein raised an eyebrow and smiled, oh? Who told you I can't write calligraphy? Buwan clicked his tongue and said, I see you, always shedding tears only when the coffin is in sight. Even at this moment, you still want to act tough and show off, right? Fine, go up on stage now and write a piece. If you can truly write a better piece than my father, not only will I forgive your previous behavior, but I will also apologize to you in front of everyone. But if you can't do it, or if you chicken out and don't dare to go on stage, you must apologize to my father, then leave the banquet hall in front of everyone. Do you dare to bet? Hearing this, the guests below joined in laughter. In their eyes, Ji Wooley's calligraphy, although not top-notch, was that of an enthusiast who had practiced for many years. Looking at Yein, in his early 20s and with an unstable personality, how could he possibly have any achievements in calligraphy? Therefore, no matter what choice Yein made in this bet, he would end up embarrassing himself. But as the protagonist, Yein remained calm and said, let's bet, why not? He stood up and walked straight to the stage. Once on stage, Ji Wooley, who was standing not far away, took the opportunity to lower his voice and sneered, Kid, since you're asking for trouble, I look forward to your apology later and the embarrassing sight of you leaving. Yein smiled confidently and said, let's wait and see. He then approached the table, picked up the brush, took a deep breath, and focused his gaze. He started writing on a new piece of paper. Swish, swish, swish. The brush strokes were vigorous, penetrating the paper, exuding an unstoppable momentum between the strokes, as if there was a dominating and invincible aura. After a few breaths, he stopped. Yein calmly said, all right, let's show everyone. When the two hostesses lifted the paper and showed it to the audience below, 4 large characters leaped off the paper reign over the world. The previously mocking audience fell silent in an instant, because they found that the 4 characters on the paper, reign over the world, were flowing like clouds and water, majestic and powerful. The strokes were strong and structured meticulously. Most importantly, they could truly feel a king's aura, overlooking the world, emanating from these 4 characters. It made people can't help but feel a sense of admiration. This piece of calligraphy could no longer be described simply as good words. It was top-notch calligraphy, a perfect and complete work of art. At this moment, even the people at the main table were stunned, deeply impressed by this piece. Xiao Qingqing bit his lip, his expression full of disbelief. Yein actually knew calligraphy? Then why, after 3 years of marriage, has he never mentioned it to me? I see now. He must have never trusted me, treating me as an outsider. The banquet hall remained quiet. Suddenly, a guest who was quite knowledgeable about calligraphy couldn't help but exclaim, heavens! The brushwork is skillful and natural, the characters are grand and bold, full of personality and artistic value. I have only seen such a thing once in my life. He was almost in tears of joy. The level of excitement was evident. This was akin to slapping Ji Wooley's old face in front of everyone on stage. His face was filled with shock, unwillingness, and even a hint of jealousy. He couldn't understand how, after practicing calligraphy for decades, he couldn't even compare to a young man. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. Yein calmly spoke, Master G, please give your opinion on this piece compared to yours. How does it fare? Well. G Wooly hesitated, his face embarrassed. Anyone with eyes could see the gap in calligraphy skills between the two. However, if he admitted that Yi Chen's piece was better, it would be like slapping himself in the face at his own banquet. But if he didn't acknowledge Yi Chen's calligraphy as good, it would be speaking against his conscience and would definitely affect his positive image in the guests' minds. For a moment, he found himself in a dilemma. However, just then, Ji Buwan stood up and walked to the stage. He glared fiercely at Yi Chen and sneered, Yi, I admit your calligraphy has a tiny bit of skill, but as the saying goes, there is no first in literature, no second in martial arts. The level of calligraphy is subjective, it's like 1,000 Hamlets to 1,000 people. Moreover, the comparison between your calligraphy and my father's should not be judged by him but by a different method. Yi Chen squinted and asked, Are you saying you don't want to acknowledge the bet we just made? His intuition told him that Ji Buwan must be up to some crooked reasoning. A man's word is his bond. I just want to make the bet fairer. Ji Buwan's eyes gleamed with cunning as he continued, My father's piece fetched a high price of 1 million because it was recognized by everyone present. If you want to prove your calligraphy is superior, you also need everyone's recognition, meaning you must auction it for over 1 million today. Only if someone is willing to pay that price can they win the bet, making it fair. Yi Chen sneered, Are you sure this is a fair way to compare calligraphy? It was well known that Ji Wooly's piece sold for 1 million due to guests' flattery, not for its artistic value. Even if Yi Chen's calligraphy was exceptional, surpassing 1 million in value, none of the guests present would dare to bid today. The reason was simple, they didn't want to offend the Ji family. Ji Buwan was well aware of this, hence his proposal. Smirking, he nodded, Of course, it's fair. If you're not satisfied, ask the guests below. Li Jingye at the main table reacted quickly, shouting, Auctioning is more convincing. I support it. Xia Bin echoed, Yes, talk is cheap, money talks. With these two leaders' support, the hesitant guests naturally followed suit. This world was indeed as such, where rules were set by the strong, and the weak had to comply. Ji Buwan smirked, Yi, see how everyone is in favor of auctioning? To determine the winner, we must follow this rule. Even if you back down, you'll lose this bet. He turned around and loudly asked, Who would like to bid for Yi Chen's calligraphy? Please raise your paddles and let everyone see? The guests below mostly cursed inwardly. It sounded good, welcoming bids. But who the hell would dare? If anyone raised a paddle now, after the banquet, with the Ji family's means of retaliation, they would be in trouble for life. So, for a moment, there was silence among the guests. Ji Buxiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, a presumptuous fool dares to challenge my Ji family? Now you know better. Later, I'll see how you apologize to my father and leave in disgrace. Xia Bin and Li Jingye couldn't contain their joy, mocking Yi Chen. Han Tianzheng pondered slightly. Yi Chen's calligraphy skills indeed exceeded his expectations. This alone could be considered the level of a calligraphy master. Being fond of calligraphy, he actually wanted to bid a high price. Li Shouqin seemed to sense his thoughts and whispered, Don't get involved in this matter. Don't offend those you shouldn't. Han Tianzheng sighed, nodded, and Zhang Huilan complained, Crafty fox, knowing calligraphy but keeping it a secret from us. It's obvious he was deliberately hiding it, afraid that our Shao family would benefit. Now he deserves to be embarrassed. Shao Nan was a bit sour, so what if he knows calligraphy? If no one acknowledges it, it's just a piece of waste paper. Shao Qingchang was feeling conflicted. She knew very well that this bet was a matter of the Ji family using their power to oppress others, utterly unfair. From the emotional considerations accumulated over 3 years of marriage, she might have stood up to speak for Yi Chen. After all, the two had only mentioned divorce without obtaining the certificate. But reason reminded her not to offend the Ji family for Yi Chen's sake. Moreover, just asking Yi Chen to apologize in public and leave the banquet was nothing more than losing face, without any threat to his safety. It wasn't a big deal. So, in the end, her reason prevailed. She chose to remain silent. Ji Wooly on the stage observed the expressions of the crowd below, feeling pleased in his heart. He nodded approvingly at Ji Buwan and said, Well done. Ji Buwan quickly replied, Thank you, Dad. It's all thanks to your teachings. Ji Buwan raised his hands, looking arrogant, and said, With the surname Yi, I always said that your calligraphy is worthless. After all, not a single guest was willing to bid, let alone surpass my dad's 1 million, not even a bid of 1 yuan. The one destined to lose in this gamble is you. The one who will apologize and leave later will also be you. So, I declare that your calligraphy piece will be. Before he could finish saying the words up for auction, someone suddenly raised a sign in the audience. A charming voice spoke up, "I bid 1.01 million. Although not loud, the voice was enough to attract everyone's attention. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, seeing a woman in a silver cheongsam, exuding charm and beauty. The guests below discussed, "It's that woman again, who just spoke up for Yein." Knowing that bidding is a slap in the face to the G family, she deliberately shouted a price of 1.01 million. She's really bold. This woman's demeanor seems extraordinary, maybe she has some significant background. Ji Wooly and Ji Buwan on the stage had faces as dark as the bottom of a pot, shining black. Ji Buwan's mouth twitched fiercely, his fists clenched. It was this woman again, causing trouble at a critical moment. Ji Buwan didn't doubt that the woman could really bid 1.01 million. After all, whether from her attire, appearance, or the fact that she could easily come here with a standby invitation, it indicated her status and ability to do such a thing. It was just unclear what background she had. Ji Wooly gritted his teeth and asked, "Who is this woman? Why is she helping that jerk?" Ji Buwan unwillingly replied, "I don't know her, I only know that she has some unclear relationship with Yein, probably a rich woman he latched onto." Ji Wooly's eyes twitched at the corner. Damn, he was actually being slapped in the face by a useless person who only knows how to latch onto rich women? What kind of situation was this? Yein raised an eyebrow slightly. He couldn't understand why this woman repeatedly came to his rescue. Although puzzled, he still thanked Rong Mayen below with a respectful gesture. Rong Mayen below smiled faintly, exuding charm. Yein turned to Ji Buwan and said, "According to the rules you set, if the bidding price for my calligraphy exceeds 1 million, can it be acknowledged that my calligraphy is superior to your father's?" Ji Buwan felt bitter inside. It was originally a trap set for Yein, but unexpectedly, he fell into it himself. He really didn't want to admit it, but in front of so many people, especially after boasting about how unbeatable he was, not admitting it would be a blow to his own face. Ji Buwan could only grit his teeth and reply, "I admit it. Since you admit it, why haven't you fulfilled the previous gambling agreement? What are you waiting for?" Ji Buwan's eyelids twitched. Apologizing to Yein in public was even more unacceptable than eating shit. He reminded, "Yi with the surname Yi, you won the bet, but do you have to push it further? Why not just let it go?" Yein remained composed and said, "Ji young master, the bet was set by you. Where does this talk of pushing it further come from? In other words, if I had lost the bet just now, would you have let it go?" Ji Buwan snorted coldly in his heart. If Yein lost the bet, he would have loved to hold Yin's head down, apologize to his father, and finally make him crawl out of the banquet hall, losing all face. But on the contrary, apologizing to Yein in public. That was impossible. For a moment, the two of them stood in a stalemate on the stage. Seeing this, Xiao Qingcheng at the main table couldn't sit still. She stood up, coldly reminding, "Yein, that's enough, must you be so aggressive, making it impossible for everyone to leave the stage?" Yein retorted, "Miss Xiao, please open your eyes and see clearly, who is being aggressive here?" Xiao Qingcheng frowned. She knew very well who was being aggressive. But she also understood that if Yein continued like this, he would only harm himself. She continued, "Is it really that important to apologize? Do you have to hold on so stubbornly?" This time, before Yein could speak, Rong Mayen spoke up. When Mr. Jibo asked Mr. Yi to apologize earlier, some people didn't speak up, but now they are speaking up. "Miss Xiao, isn't this a double standard?" Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip lightly and responded coldly, "The reason I did this was actually to help him." Rong Mayen smirked and added, "If you really wanted to help him, why wait until now? In the end, you are not pure enough in front of rules and fairness." This statement was like a heavy blow, hitting Xiao Qingcheng's heart directly. Rong Mayen continued, "The outside world is saying that Yein is not worthy of Miss Xiao, so you divorced him. But in my opinion, it's you who are not worthy of him." The proud Xiao Qingcheng couldn't accept it and said, "How am I not worthy of him?" Rong Mayen sneered, "Ha, after 3 years of marriage, you don't even bother to understand your own man, but come to ask me, do you have any problem with me saying you are not worthy of Yein?" "I." Xiao Qingcheng stood embarrassed in place, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. The guests present began to whisper, "Wow, this unfamiliar woman is so fierce." She shut down Miss Xiao with just a few words. "This beauty is so cool, I love this style." But what she said makes sense, this auction of that painting was unfair from the start, and now Mr. G lost the bet and doesn't want to fulfill it. It's pure bullying. To be honest, Mr. G's behavior is not good. If he really cooperates with the G family in the future, there might be risks. Seeing that the guests' comments were about to get out of control, Ji Wooly couldn't hold back. He scolded Ji Buwan, "Why haven't you apologized to Mr. Yi yet? What are you waiting for? Dad, that Yi Chen is just a waste. Shut up. Don't you even listen to your father's words? Facing Ji Wuli's angry gaze, Ji Buwan trembled violently. He could only reluctantly nod his head. Turning to Yi Chen, he apologized in a low voice. I'm sorry. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Young Master Ji, are you not speaking up because you haven't eaten and have no energy to talk? Speak louder. Ji Buwan's eyes twitched fiercely, almost shooting fire at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you just wait for me. He took a deep breath, raised his voice. I'm sorry. Yi Chen smiled. I forgive you for being so sincere in your apology. Ji Buwan's heart ached again. This bastard must be doing it on purpose. But at this point, he knew that staying on stage would only be embarrassing. He could only glare at Yi Chen fiercely, then quickly slip off the stage. At this moment, the host seemed to have made a mistake in his mind. Suddenly he said, now, I invite the guests who bid for the 2 paintings to come on stage, collect their respective paintings, and take a group photo. Ji Wuli's face changed slightly. He subconsciously wanted to stop it, but found it was too late, because all the guests heard it. Rong Mayen had already stood up, walked to the stage, and received the painting Rule the World left by Yi Chen from the etiquette lady. Xiao Qingcheng hesitated slightly, then also walked up to the stage. Accepting the calligraphy piece with the words Perseverance written by Ji Wuli, the 2 women were impeccable in appearance and figure. However, the contrast between the calligraphy pieces they held was stark. Ji Wuli's face darkened as he said impatiently, time is of the essence, no need for a group photo. Without looking back, he left the stage. Yi Chen thanked Rong Mayen for her approval of his calligraphy. Rong Mayang replied with a smile, Mr. Yi, your calligraphy is truly exquisite, worthy of recognition by all. I only spent 1.01 million to acquire it, a real bargain. I should be the one thanking you. Her melodious laughter filled the air, her charm captivating, causing a slight stir in Yi Chen's heart, despite not being as impressive as Han Ruan. A formidable D-cup indeed. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingcheng's emotions were in turmoil on stage. Her husband, who hadn't finalized their divorce, was openly chatting and laughing with another woman, who seemed to be targeting her repeatedly. She felt a sense of inexplicable grievance and discomfort, like a clown. Glaring angrily at Yi Chen, she left the stage in a huff. After Xiao Qingcheng left the stage, Yi Chen and Rong Maiyang followed suit. As they returned to their seats, Jibo couldn't contain his temper. Don't get too cocky, we will settle our scores sooner or later. Yi Chen calmly replied, we'll see. Jibo snorted coldly, turned away, unwilling to look at Yi Chen again for fear of losing his temper. The others at the main table, like Lai Jingye and Xiabin, had unpleasant expressions. They had mocked Yi Chen's calligraphy earlier, only to be proven wrong so quickly. Zhang Huilan whispered to Xiao Qingcheng, Mom wants to remind you that the wolf in sheep's clothing just made 1.01 million from auctioning that calligraphy piece. After the banquet, make sure to get your share of the cash. Perplexed, Xiao Qingcheng asked, why? Zhang Huilan sneered, you're so naive. You haven't finalized the divorce with him yet, so legally, you're still husband and wife. You have the right to claim half of his income. Besides, he has been freeloading off our family for 3 years, owing us a lot. He should hand over all his earnings to you. Mom, can you stop causing trouble at a time like this? I'm already very upset. Xiao Qingcheng was on the verge of exploding. She had initiated the divorce, thinking Yi Chen was worthless. Now, with his calligraphy fetching 1.01 million at auction, acknowledging his talent by accepting a share of the money would be humiliating. She couldn't afford to lose face like that. The host on stage announced, next up is the long-awaited auction. The items up for auction are treasures collected by the G family over the years. The host reminds everyone to bid within their means and enjoy the process, without the need for price wars. Despite the host's words, everyone knew what bidding within their means meant. It was a subtle push to encourage higher bids and leave a good impression on Ji Wuli. As the auction officially began, a tall and slender hostess brought out a Qing dynasty blue and white porcelain vase over half a meter tall. The vase had a slender neck, a well-proportioned body, and intricate blue and white patterns, showcasing high artistic quality. The host introduced, this vase dates back to the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. It was gifted to the Ji family 3 years ago and is now up for auction, starting at 300,000 yuan, with increments of no less than 10,000 yuan. Bidding started immediately, with guests raising their paddles. I bid 350,000. I bid 380,000. In no time, the bidding for the blue and white porcelain vase concluded, with a bald, chubby man winning the bid at 700,000 yuan. Those knowledgeable in the field knew that the vase's market value was around 400,000 yuan, so the extra 300,000 was essentially a form of gift to Ji Wuli. Next up, the second item was also brought up for auction. The crowd once again engaged in fierce bidding. Each bid was equivalent to giving a gift to the G family out of their own pockets. This made Ji Wooly, who had an unpleasant expression before, gradually relax a bit. Although he had lost face earlier, he was not going to earn any less money today. Ji Buwan's mood also slightly recovered. He glanced at Yi Chen and said, "Kid, weren't you just lucky earlier, making 1.01 million from auctioning that broken calligraphy? Don't you want to try bidding for a treasure? Or are you scared by the fierce competition of the auction?" Yi Chen calmly replied, "What treasure? In my eyes, it's just a bunch of junk, not interested in bidding." Ji Buwan sneered, "Huh, you really can pretend. I bet you just can't bear to part with that 1.01 million, right? After all, a waste like you can never save up that much even if you beg for a lifetime." Ji Buxiao also sarcastically said, "Brother, don't say that. Some people claim to have $1 billion fortune. A mere 1 million or so, where would they hesitate? It's just that they look down on it." "Ha ha." Yi Chen remained composed. "You're right, I really don't care about that money." Ji Buxiao rolled his eyes. "Give you a pole, and you dare to climb up? Don't be ridiculous." Zhang Huilan even scorned, "You useless person, if you really don't care about this money, why haven't you helped the Xiao family in the past 3 years? Yi Chen retorted, "Do you think the Xiao family could have developed so fast in these 3 years without my help?" Xiaonan said seriously, "The success of our Xiao family today is not related to freeloaders like you. If anything, without you dragging us down, our Xiao family would be even better off now." Faced with everyone's doubts, Yi Chen did not explain much. To him, explaining to these idiots would be a waste of time, as they wouldn't believe him anyway. The most important thing for him today was his grandfather's tiger-shaped jade pendant. The auction progressed quickly. In less than an hour, dozens of items had already been auctioned off. Only one item was left. The host exclaimed excitedly, "Now let me introduce the last item up for auction. It is also the most valuable one at today's auction." The hostess carefully brought a tray to the stage and uncovered the red cloth on top. Inside lay a snow-white jade pendant with a very ancient and lifelike tiger shape. At the same time, the big screen behind displayed images of this jade pendant. Therefore, every corner of the banquet hall could see its detailed appearance. The host introduced, "This jade pendant was accidentally obtained by the Ji family's master many years ago. According to renowned experts, it is made of Haitian jade, the finest gemstone. Not only that, this jade pendant has a history of at least over 1,000 years and was crafted by the top craftsmen of that era. Its value is self-evident." The guests were in an uproar. Wow, a Haitian jade pendant from over 1,000 years ago, its historical value is extremely high, it must be a very valuable treasure. Why did the Ji family's master choose to auction such a good treasure instead of keeping it? Yi Chen at the main table's pupils slightly contracted. He had always thought it was just an ordinary jade pendant worn on his body. If not for the host's introduction, he wouldn't have known that the jade pendant left by his grandfather had a history of over 1,000 years. Could it be that this was a treasure passed down through generations of the Yi family? Regardless, he was determined to obtain this jade pendant today. At the same time, the host on stage announced, "So I declare that the starting price for this tiger-shaped jade pendant is 5 million, with each bid not less than 100,000. Let the bidding begin." A starting price of 5 million. This was definitely the highest starting price for a treasure at today's banquet auction, which excluded more than half of the guests present. Of course, there were still a few wealthy tycoons who had a strong interest in it. So as soon as the host's voice fell, someone immediately raised a bidding paddle. "I bid 5. 1 million. I bid 5. 3 million. I bid 5. 4 million. For a while, the bidding price soared rapidly, becoming very intense. This time, even Li Jingye and Xieben at the main table couldn't sit still and personally joined the bidding. They quickly raised the price to the threshold of 10 million. When the bidding broke through this amount, there were less than 10 guests left who had the financial power to bid. The guests who couldn't participate in the bidding discussions were saying, "Wow, it broke through the high price of 10 million so quickly. Even in some large auctions, this is rarely seen. I believe that after this auction, it will definitely cause a stir in the business circle of Jiangnan City, adding another layer of influence to the Ji family. I think among these bidders, Lai and Xia are the most powerful. I estimate that in the end, this tiger-shaped jade pendant will definitely fall into their hands. I'm not so sure. Our richest man, Han Tianzhang, the head of the Han family, hasn't made a move yet, and he is known for his love of antiques." The bidding gradually heated up. Soon, Li Jingye raised the bid to 13 million. This made the guests at the other tables finally unable to resist and all stopped bidding. After all, their net worth was only around 1 billion. Coming from them, 13 million in cash was not something they could easily come up with. At this moment, Xiaobin, who was also sitting at the main table, hesitated for a moment and said, I bid 13.5 million. Li Jingye instinctively frowned. In the past, this amount of money wouldn't have felt like too much pressure for him. But since being blacklisted by the Tianlong group, facing financial difficulties, this money was almost his limit. However, he was indeed very interested in this tiger-shaped jade pendant. Plus, he really wanted to show off in front of the G family. So he had to grit his teeth and continue to raise the bid. I bid 14.5 million. He pretended to be calm and said to Xiaobin, Xia, it's your turn, brother can continue to accompany you all the way. Well, Xiaobin's forehead started to sweat. After hesitating and struggling for a few seconds, he sighed and said, I give up the bid. Congratulations, Li. Hearing this, Li Jingye felt relieved. In fact, he was already at his wit's end. Even if Xiaobin raised the bid again, he would have been forced to give up. Fortunately, just when he thought he had the victory in his hands, Han Tianzhang, sitting across from him, raised his paddle, smiled, and said, Li, I'm sorry, but I'm also very interested in this tiger-shaped jade pendant. I bid 15 million. Li Jingye's face changed. He didn't expect Han Tianzhang to suddenly intervene at this moment. Facing Han Tianzhang, who was far superior in wealth and power, Li Jingye couldn't afford to offend him and had no qualifications to do so. He could only force a smile and say, hee, so Master Han is also interested in this jade pendant. In that case, I won't compete, I give up the bid. This statement not only gave Han Tianzhang a favor but also saved face for himself. Han Tianzhang naturally clasped his hands and said, thank you, Li, for letting go. At this moment, Ji Wooly was in a good mood. The bidding for this tiger-shaped jade pendant had reached a high price of 15 million, exceeding expectations. He couldn't help but smile and say, congratulations, Brother Han, on winning this jade pendant. Later, you and I will definitely have a few more drinks together. Han Tianzhang nodded and said, definitely. But just then, Yein sitting opposite suddenly spoke up, who said that this jade pendant has been won by Master Han of the Han family? Everyone at the table's expressions changed slightly as they looked at Yein. They didn't understand why he suddenly said this. Jibo sternly said, nonsense, Master Han bid 15 million, and no one else bid higher than him present. This jade pendant is not his, is it yours? Yein nodded, that's right, today this jade pendant can only belong to me. Jibo almost laughed out loud, do you know what you're saying? Do you have over 15 million to bid for the jade pendant? Yein raised the sign directly and said loudly, I bid 20 million. This sentence instantly caused a stir in the entire banquet hall. Oh my, it's this kid again? Adding 5 million in one go? Is this for real? It must be fake, he's just causing trouble on purpose. How could he have 20 million? The people at the main table had different expressions. Han Tianzhang frowned, lost in thought. Li Xiuqin had a cold face, muttering curses under her breath. Li Jingye and Xiaobin both looked disdainful. Ji Wooly narrowed his eyes. Young man, today is Ji's 60th birthday, not a place for you to cause trouble. I advise you to restrain yourself. Yein calmly said, I am following the rules of the bidding meeting, how is that causing trouble? Ji Wooly's eyes twitched at the corner. He had the impulse to crush Yein to death. This brat, he really knows how to pretend. Seeing Ji Wooly getting angry, Xiao Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but advise, Yein, how many times do I have to remind you not to make a scene? Please put down the sign. Yein retorted, stop imposing your thoughts on me all the time. I'm not causing trouble, why should I put down the sign? Xiao Qingqing bit her lip and said, fine. I understand now, you're actually seeking revenge, right? You weren't satisfied with the bidding meeting the day before yesterday, so you're continuing today? You want to completely ruin me, Xiao Qingqing, right? Yein glanced at her impatiently, Miss Xiao, please stop adding drama to yourself in the future, it's really annoying, you know? You. Xiao Qingqing was choked up, her chest rising and falling. She felt extremely wronged. I was clearly trying to help him, why doesn't he appreciate it? Zhang Huilan glared at Yein. She advised Xiao Qingqing, don't mind that useless person, anyway, you're divorcing him tomorrow, it has nothing to do with us whether he lives or dies. Xiao Qingqing bit her lip and nodded. Jibo coldly said, Yi, bidding is not a child's play. Do you know the consequences of raising the sign and not being able to produce 20 million in the end? Yein shrugged, why do I need to know the consequences? I can produce it. Jibo gritted his teeth, fine. This is what you said. Dare to gamble again? If you can't produce 20 million, not only will this tiger-shaped jade pendant not belong to you, but you will also owe our G family 20 million in debt, even if you have to sell blood or kidneys to repay. Yein asked, what if I can produce it? Jibo rolled his eyes. In his opinion, How could Yichen possibly produce 20 million? So he waved his hand boldly. If you can really produce 20 million, this tiger-shaped jade pendant will be given to you for free, without taking a single penny. Do you dare to gamble? Yichen smiled and replied, why wouldn't I dare? But I have a condition. He looked at Ji Wooly, squinted slightly, and asked, if I win, I also want to know from the head of the Ji family how you obtained this tiger-shaped jade pendant. Is that okay? After all, he attended the birthday banquet this time to get his grandfather's tiger-shaped jade pendant and investigate the truth of the fire that year. Ji Wooly squinted slightly. Then he sneered, no problem. But I'm afraid you won't win. Yichen smiled, then let's settle this bet. Today's guests present can also witness it. The guests at the other tables discussed, wow, at a birthday banquet, this Yi guy is gambling with the Ji family for the second time. Interesting. How does this Yi guy's brain work? He dares to accept such a bet. If he loses, owing the Ji family 20 million, he might end up paying for it his whole life. It must be that he won a bet before, that's why he's so confident. Unexpectedly, the Ji family is not easy to deal with, so he can only brace himself and accept it. In any case, the vast majority of guests did not have high hopes for Yichen. You must know that 20 million in cash is definitely a large sum of money, and there are very few people in the entire Jiangnan city who can come up with it. How could Yichen, a waste son-in-law kicked out by the Shao family, have such an amount? On the other hand, Rong Mayen, sitting at a certain table, propped her chin with one hand. There seemed to be some anticipation and excitement in her eyes. How many surprises is this man still hiding from me? Buzz, her phone rang with a message alert, sent by her maid Ching. Miss, how is the situation on your side? Does the Ji family and their recommended candidates deserve to be your business partners? Rong Mayen seemed to have figured something out and replied, there is something I need to tell you, you just need to do this. At the same time, at the main table, the people had different expressions upon hearing Yichen agree to the bet. Jibo sneered, Yi, this is your own doing. When you lose the bet, don't blame our Ji family for being ruthless. Jibo smirked, hee. You are finally going to fall into my hands. By then, we will settle all accounts, old and new, very clearly. As for Lai Jingye and Xiabin, they were even more mocking. Xiao Qingcheng shook her head in disappointment. She didn't want to say much to Yichen anymore. After all, they were about to divorce, and each would be responsible for themselves in the future. The path he chose had nothing to do with her. In their eyes, Yichen's behavior was no different from seeking death. Zhang Huilan sneered at Yichen, I warn you, you participated in this bet yourself. Let's make it clear first, if you lose, you will pay back on your own, it has nothing to do with our Qingcheng. Yichen responded lightly, you are overthinking. Besides, I won't lose. Jibo sneered, at this point, you are still bragging? I want to see how you can come up with 20 million. Could it be with your shabby card that doesn't even have a card number? Yichen replied calmly, as you said, it's with this card. Jibo laughed directly, are you taking us for fools? Can this piece of junk really swipe 20 million? I doubt it's even a real bank card. In the banquet hall, there was a burst of laughter from the crowd. Yichen remained unfazed. He took out the bank card from his pocket, the Supreme Emperor card. He said to Jibo, if there is 20 million in here, let your people come and swipe it to find out, right? Jibo chuckled, alright. Since you won't cry until you see the coffin, I'll play with you. Let's see how long you can keep up this thick skin. He snapped his fingers, calling over the manager of the Panglai Pavilion Hotel to swipe Yichen's black bank card with the POS machine. You must know that the Panglai Pavilion Hotel is owned by the Ji family. As the hotel manager, he naturally sided with the Ji family. The manager sneered at Yichen, our POS machines are all imported goods. If your lousy card damages the machine, remember to pay for it. He entered the amount of 20 million on the POS machine. Then he swiped Yichen's bank card on it. Beep. Card swiped successfully, this transaction is 20 million. When the POS machine emitted a clear beep, the scene that was originally bustling suddenly quieted down. At this moment, the manager of the hotel was wide-eyed and trembling, unable to believe it. How is this possible? It really swiped 20 million. Jibo's face changed drastically. Impossible. Is the machine malfunctioning? The hotel manager shrank his neck. This machine is imported. It has never had a problem. Jibo's eyelids twitched, his face full of disbelief. Yichen really had 20 million. Where did he get so much money from? Not only him, but everyone present was curious about this question. At this moment, someone in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim, I remember now, that person surnamed Ji claimed to have $1 trillion fortune before, and he even raised this card at that time, asking people to check the balance. Could it be? The entire banquet hall gasped in unison. The gazes directed at Yichen were filled with shock. Jibo trembled slightly and asked, You Is there really 1 trillion in this card? Yein truthfully replied, more or less, I haven't checked the exact balance. Anyway, Bill Musk told him there was at least trillions in it. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare deceive him. The crowd was once again in an uproar. Li Jingye and Xiaobin felt weak in the legs. If Yein really had 1 trillion in assets, then in front of him, they were not even worth a shrimp. With a slight movement of Yichen's finger, their business empire would crumble in an instant. Ji Wooly and the others had equally unpleasant expressions. Could this kid really be a big shot pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? And have we, the Ji family, kicked an iron plate? What should we do? Zheng Huilan and Xiaonan remained speechless, their jaws dropped. Did we really underestimate Yichen? Did we drive a hidden big shot out of the Xiao family's door? As for the extremely beautiful face of Xiao Qingcheng, it turned pale. She suddenly remembered that Yichen had just said that it was his help 3 years ago that brought the Xiao family to where it is today. Grandfather also said that Yichen was a man of great fortune, and if the Xiao family left him, it would be ruined. Could all of this be true? Thinking of this, Xiao Qingcheng felt suffocated, her mind buzzing loudly. It was truly hard to accept. Just as she was biting her lip, wanting to ask Yichen for confirmation again, an unexpected interruption occurred. Li Xiuqin suddenly stood up and coldly said, "Don't be fooled by Yichen, this brat doesn't have 1 trillion in savings at all." This statement interrupted everyone's shock. Ji Wooly subconsciously asked, "Han Sa, why do you say that?" Li Xiuqin explained, "To be honest, a few days ago, my daughter Yun gave Yichen 20 million. In other words, the 20 million he just swiped on the card wasn't his money at all. You've all been deceived." She said this because a few days ago, Han Tianjing asked Han Ruan to have dinner with Yichen and discreetly inquire about his background. At that time, he also gave Han Ruan 20 million to give to Yichen as a thank you fee for saving her. However, when Han Ruan returned home, she didn't mention the 20 million, which Li Xiuqin took as Yichen accepting it. She didn't expect Yichen to pull it out today and act like a big shot. Li Xiuqin's disdain for Yichen deepened. This kid could really put on airs and pretend to be rich, not a decent person at all. Fortunately, she didn't agree to the engagement between this kid and Yun, otherwise, she would have thrown her daughter into a fire pit. Han Tianjung frowned and quietly reminded, "Wife, isn't that too hasty to say? We haven't asked Yun about the 20 million yet." Li Xiuqin coldly said, "What's there to ask? You're always so preoccupied. Just shut up." Han Tianjung reluctantly fell silent. There was nothing he could do, his wife was a bit of a control freak. After hearing Li Xiuqin's words, everyone present nodded in realization. Well, it turns out Yichen was just bragging. We almost fell for it. Ji Wooly breathed a sigh of relief. Regaining his previous high and mighty demeanor, he sneered, "Humph. Pretending to be mysterious. Ridiculous to the extreme." Jibo sneered, "Using a woman's money to show off, only useless freeloaders like you can do that. Boasting about $1 trillion fortune, turns out it's all nonsense." Xiaobin and Li Jingye wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. It was all a false alarm. They thought they had offended a super billionaire. Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan looked disgusted. This freeloader only knows how to make a fool of himself, serves him right. Xiao Qingcheng was disappointed by Yichen's arrogant behavior. However, she also felt an uncomfortable sense of crisis deep inside. She had only known that Han Ruan had spoken up for Yichen several times before, but she didn't expect him to give him 20 million yuan. Are the two of them so close? Yichen explained to Li Xiuqin, "Han Ruan did give me 20 million yuan, but I refused it. If you don't believe me, you can call her to confirm." Li Xiuqin sneered, "What's there to confirm about such a thing? No need." Jibo spoke up, "There's no need for confirmation. You say you rejected Miss Han's 20 million yuan. Even the village idiot wouldn't believe that. Nowadays, who can't get along with money? Isn't that right, everyone?" The guests present nodded and agreed, "Yes, that's 20 million yuan. Only a fool would refuse it. That Yi surnamed person can't even lie, truly a talent. Stop boasting. Just admit honestly that the 20 million belongs to Miss Han." Yichen sneered coldly. "A bunch of ignorant people, narrow-minded." He looked at Ji Wooly and the others, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Since I won the auction for this tiger-shaped jade pendant, then I have won this bet. Now, shouldn't you fulfill the bet?" Ji Wooly and his son's faces changed slightly. Yes, the bet didn't specify how Yichen got the 20 million yuan, as long as he could produce the money, he won the bet. If the Ji family reneged publicly, it wouldn't be appropriate. But Ji Wooly was an old hand in the business, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. He said to Li Xiuqin, "Mrs. Han, if Ji is not mistaken, this 20 million must not have been voluntarily given to that boy by Ling Ai, but rather under duress or deception, right?" If you agree, G has a responsibility to help Ling Ai recover this money. What do you think, Brother Han? As he spoke, he gave Li Xiuqin a meaningful look. Li Xiuqin immediately understood and nodded quickly. You're right, this 20 million was deceived by this boy Yichen. As Ruoyun's mother, I must reclaim this money. Hearing this, Han Tianzhong frowned. Initially, letting Han Ruoyun give 20 million to Yichen was his own willingness. After all, Yichen had saved his daughter, and 20 million was not too much as a reward. But now, he had no chance to speak up, because Ji Wooly had already sneered at Yichen. Young man, did you hear that? This 20 million of yours is illegal gains. Now you're using this illegal money to bid on Ji's treasures, which not only goes against the rules but also means you have to return this money to the Ji family. Of course, this also means that you don't have the money to bid, and the so-called bet, you've lost. Understand? After saying this, Ji Wooly also gave Yichen a provocative look. As if to say, you're far from a match for me, you little brat. Ji Wooly thought that after hearing his words, the other party would surely be scared and even beg for mercy. But what he didn't expect was that Yichen raised his hands and applauded. Good. 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 Jibo frowned and scolded. Why are you clapping? Are you crazy? Yichen sneered. I'm clapping to say that your Ji family is shameless. You can even turn black into white. Jibo narrowed his eyes and said, Ha, you seem very dissatisfied? So what, even if you're not satisfied, you have to bear with it. Don't forget, you've lost the bet now. You owe my Ji family 20 million. Get ready to spend the rest of your life paying off your debts. Jibo sneered and mocked. You dog, if you kneel down and apologize to us now, maybe I'll be in a good mood and forgive you a few $100 of debt. Such a good opportunity, do you want to try? Ha ha ha. For a moment, the whole main table and other tables were filled with a lively atmosphere. Yi Chen remained composed. He asked Ji Wooly, I'm curious, why would the Rong family in the provincial capital be willing to associate with your despicable lot? Aren't you afraid of falling into an irredeemable situation? Hearing this, Ji Wooly smiled smugly. What does it have to do with you that the Rong family in the provincial capital is willing to cooperate with my Ji family? If you feel unbalanced in your heart, go complain to Miss Rong. I'm afraid you are nothing but an ant in her eyes. A hint of severity flashed in his eyes as he continued. Instead, you were jumping around at my birthday banquet. I could tolerate your behavior out of kindness, but I cannot tolerate your disrespect towards the Rong family. Kneel down immediately and apologize, or else I will represent the Rong family and crush you to pieces. Before his words had even settled, a displeased voice came from afar. Do you think you are worthy to represent the Rong family? This voice immediately made Ji Wooly, who had a smug expression, crumble in an instant. He turned his head towards the source of the voice, wanting to see who had the audacity to disrespect him. A tall and cold-looking young woman appeared at the door of the banquet hall and walked in slowly. Seeing her, everyone whispered to each other, Hey! Who is this woman? She looks quite elegant. I haven't seen her before, but no matter who she is, daring to say what she just did, she's in trouble. Jibo stood up, coldly reprimanding, Where did you come from? How dare you disrespect my father? I order you to apologize immediately. Jibo Xiao also threatened, Don't think just because you're a woman, our Ji family will overlook this. You must apologize. The tall woman glanced at them lightly and said, I didn't say anything wrong. Why should I apologize to you? The crowd was once again in an uproar, thinking that this woman was really arrogant, not giving any face to the Ji family. She was just like a female version of Yichen. Ji Wooly narrowed his cold eyes. Miss, the Ji family is about to become partners with the Rong family. Ji, say I represent the Rong family. What's wrong with that? Why do you say I'm not worthy? The woman said indifferently, Who told you that the Ji family is going to partner with the Rong family? Ji Wooly was first stunned, then smiled smugly. Little girl, you dare to come to my place and act recklessly without doing your homework. Are you too confident? It is well known that my Ji family has a close relationship with the Rong family. During this birthday banquet of mine, Miss Rong Mayen will also be present. She came to Jiangnan City this time to select suitable business partners, and my Ji family naturally ranks first. This is already a consensus, don't you know? The guests all echoed, That's right, when Miss Rong Mayen arrives and the Ji family becomes a partner, we will also be protected and prosper together. Master Ji, I think this woman is deliberately trying to sow discord between the Ji family and the Rong family. Makes sense, she might even be instigated by someone with ill intentions, deliberately causing trouble at the banquet. We must investigate and deal with it seriously. Jibo walked up to the woman, arrogantly saying, Are you scared after hearing the crowd's voices? I'll give you a choice, kneel down and apologize, reveal the person behind you who sent you to cause trouble, and I might consider sparing your life. With that, he glanced coldly at Yi Chen, as if confirming that she was the one behind it all. Jibo continued to threaten, if you don't confess honestly, when Miss Rong Mayen arrives later, I will hand you over to her for personal disposal. By then, no one in Jiangnan City will be able to save you. The woman remained calm and said, Miss Rong Mayen will not come. Jibo sneered, Ha, who do you think you are? Just because you say Miss Rong won't come, she won't? Jibo Xiao also laughed. It's a sure thing that Miss Rong Mayen will attend the banquet. Moreover, even if she really has important matters and can't come, she should inform our G family first. How could a little girl like you know before us? The woman said coldly, You are right, Miss Rong indeed has important matters and cannot attend the banquet. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Aing, Miss Rong's personal assistant. She asked me to inform the G family and everyone about this matter. This statement made everyone's expression freeze. This woman is actually Rong Mayen's personal assistant? Is this real or fake? The most shocked people present were the father and son from the G family. Jibo couldn't believe it and said, You're talking nonsense. What evidence do you have to prove that you are Miss Rong's personal assistant? Aing raised a round token and asked, Can this prove my identity? The round token was brass-colored, palm-sized, with peony patterns around it. In the center, the seal script read Rong. When Jibo saw the round token clearly, his eyes almost popped out of his head. Even Ji Wooly, who was usually as steady as a rock, stood up in astonishment. It's actually the brass token of the Rong family. In the Rong family, there was a specially made token that represented the authority and commands of the Rong family. There were 3 types of tokens: gold, silver, and brass. The gold token was the highest, symbolizing the ability to command all of the Rong family's resources, but there was only one, held by the current head of the Rong family. The silver token had authority second only to the gold token, with only 2 in the possession of the 2 core elders of the Rong family. The brass token's status was below the silver token, with only 3 in the family. 2 were held by the uncles, and the remaining 1 was given to Rong Mayen, the most outstanding of the younger generation in the Rong family. This showed the esteemed status of Rong Mayen in the Rong family. At this moment, the woman holding the brass token to prove she was Rong Mayen's personal assistant left no room for doubt. By presenting the brass token, she symbolized Rong Mayen's identity. Ji Wooly dared not be negligent. He quickly stepped forward, welcoming her with a smile. So it's Miss Aing, forgive us for the misunderstanding earlier, please don't take it to heart. He then scolded Jibo and Ji Xiao, both of you, why haven't you greeted Miss Aing yet? Jibo and Ji Xiao nodded in fear and respectfully greeted, Greetings, Miss Aing. Aing waved her hand lightly, just call me Assistant Cheng. Yes. Assistant Cheng, please take a seat. The Ji family nodded repeatedly, afraid of offending Aing in any way. Meanwhile, the guests present, upon learning Aing's true identity, became tense and worried. After all, someone had mocked Aing earlier, and if she held a grudge, it would be troublesome. Lai Jingyi and Xiebin quickly stood up, adjusting their clothes and showing humble smiles. Xiao Qingcheng also stood up with a smile. She had come today to leave a good impression on Rong Mayen and secure the position of a business partner. Even facing Rong Mayen's assistant, she dared not be disrespectful. Facing the flattery of the crowd, Aing was used to it. She raised her hand, there's no need to sit down. I'm just here to inform you all that Miss cannot attend the birthday banquet. With that said, I must return to report. Ji Wooly tentatively asked, Assistant Ching, could you kindly reveal why Miss Rong chose not to come? Aing narrowed her eyes slightly and asked, Are you prying into Mrs. Affairs? Ji Wooly quickly shook his head, I dare not. He humbly asked, I just wanted to ask Assistant Ching if Miss Rong had any message for you when you came, such as the recruitment of business partners by the Rong family, which you must be aware of, hee. The others present eagerly awaited, as they were most concerned about this at the banquet. Even the usually aloof Xiao Qingcheng couldn't help but feel nervous and excited. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Aing calmly said, regarding the recruitment of business partners, Miss did ask me to convey a message. Everyone looked expectantly, waiting for Aing to continue. She went on, Miss said she has never finalized the selection of a business partner and has not decided to announce the selection at today's banquet. Boom! The guests at the scene immediately started buzzing with discussions. What? How is this possible? Master Ji clearly said that Miss Rong would come today to announce the selection of partners. Exactly. I went to great lengths to attend this birthday banquet just for this. Could it be a deception? Master Ji, what is going on here? You must give us an explanation. Yes. This matter must be explained to us. A considerable number of guests at the scene instantly turned their attention towards Ji Wooly. Ji Wooly was sweating profusely. The reason he had been so confident was that Second Master had told him that he had already instructed Rong Mayen to attend the birthday banquet and to consider the Ji family as a priority partner. Who could have imagined that Rong Mayen would order Aing to come and announce this news? What was going on? Faced with the challenges from the crowd, he was at a loss for words, not knowing how to explain. Compared to the anger of most guests, Xiao Qingqing's delicate body trembled, and her whole being seemed to lose half of its spirit. She had put in so much effort in preparation for this birthday banquet over the past 2 days. She wanted to impress Rong Mayen. Yet, in the end, she hadn't even seen the other party. She had even spent 1 million to buy the calligraphy piece from Ji Wooly, only to be ridiculed in front of Yein. The disparity was too much to bear. She couldn't understand. Why had everything in the Xiao family worsened instead of getting better since the divorce? She couldn't accept this outcome. She urgently needed to prove herself. So, unwillingly, she said, "Assistant Aing, could you please arrange for me to meet Miss Rong and tell her that Xiao Qingqing from the Xiao family has something to say to her?" Aing glanced at her coldly and said, "So what if it's Xiao Qingqing? My lady has a high status. She is not someone just anyone can meet." Swish! Xiao Qingqing's face instantly turned red, embarrassed and wishing she could disappear into the ground. How embarrassing. Despite being hailed as the #1 beautiful female CEO in Jiangnan City with assets of billions, in front of Rong Mayen, known as the queen of businesswomen in the provincial capital with family assets close to 100 billion, she was just nobody. At this moment, Ji Wooly asked, "Assistant Qing, wasn't Miss Rong planning to find a partner? Why did she suddenly change her mind?" Aing replied, "Miss didn't say she wouldn't find a partner, she decided to hold a meeting the day after tomorrow. During this time, Our Lady sincerely welcomes everyone to recommend suitable candidates. On the day after tomorrow, Our Lady will personally appear and announce the selected business partner. I have delivered my message, so I will take my leave." With that, Aing turned and left. However, before leaving, no one noticed that she winked at Rong Mayen sitting at a certain table, and the latter nodded slightly in satisfaction. A charming smile appeared on her lips. In fact, she had come today planning to wish Ji Wooly a happy birthday at the banquet. But when she saw Yein here, she immediately realized that this birthday banquet might turn out to be quite interesting. So, she changed her mind on the spot, concealed her identity, had Aing stand in for her, and spoke those words just now. A sly glint flashed in her eyes as she whispered, "I am looking forward to whether more interesting things will happen at this birthday banquet." After Aing left, the atmosphere in the entire banquet hall, which had been lively just a few minutes ago, suddenly became tense. After all, the biggest expectation of everyone attending the banquet had been shattered so abruptly. No one could accept it. Even the faces of Han Tianzhang, Lai Jingye, Xiabin, and others at the main table looked very unpleasant. They felt they had been played by the G family. This atmosphere made the three masters of the G family look serious. They knew very well that if this matter was not handled properly, the G family's reputation would be ruined. What should they do? Suddenly, Ji Wooly seemed to have an idea, a hint of fierceness flashing in his eyes. He clasped his fists towards the guests and said, "Everyone, please allow Ji to say a few words." The scene quieted down a bit, all eyes turned to Ji Wooly. Ji Wooly explained, "Everyone, I never meant to deceive anyone. The reason for this outcome is not our fault as the Ji family, but rather the fault of this person." He pointed fiercely at Yein sitting at the main table. Everyone was puzzled. What does this have to do with Yein? Ji Wooly continued, "In fact, Miss Rong had decided long ago to attend the birthday banquet and announced the business partner today. However, due to Yichen's appearance, he caused chaos at my banquet, turning a well-prepared celebration into his own show. I believe everyone is aware that the protagonist of today's banquet is not me, but Miss Rong. Obviously, Yichen's actions stole Miss Rong's thunder, causing her displeasure, which led to her changing plans last minute, not showing up, and cancelling the decision originally meant for the G family's partner." After these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other, lost in thought. Lai Jingye couldn't help but nod. "Master Ji makes some sense. I also felt Miss Rong's decision was quite abrupt, like a last-minute change." Xiabin agreed, "Indeed. And a few days ago at the bidding conference hosted by Lord Long, it was this Yi fellow's antics that led to its forced cancellation. Today, it's just history repeating itself." With these two big shots affirming, the other guests suddenly realized, all directing their anger towards Yein, "I knew it was because of you, causing a ruckus at the banquet, stirring up trouble, all to ruin the celebration. Damn it, do you know how many opportunities you've cost me with your stubbornness? Master Ji, this guy is intolerable. We earnestly ask you to punish him." Throughout the banquet hall, voices rose in condemnation of Yein. The clamor was deafening. Ji Wooly's gaze turned cold as he looked at Yein. "Kid, are you deliberately targeting my Ji family, causing a disaster, ready to face the wrath of the Ji family and everyone else?" Yein shook his head, meeting his gaze. He sneered, "Ha! No wonder your two idiot sons often resort to framing and scheming. Seems like they learned it all from you. Aren't you despicable? Jibo sternly commanded, shut up. I order you to kneel down and apologize. Maybe you can save your sorry life today. Yi Chen, however, crossed his legs, hands resting naturally on his knees. He raised an eyebrow slightly, and if I refuse? Refuse? Jibo sneered menacingly, then raised his hand and shouted, men. As his voice fell, a group of burly men in black suits and sunglasses rushed in from outside the banquet hall, over 30 in total. Each exuded a strong martial aura. These men quickly surrounded the main table, forming a tight blockade. Jibo looked down at Yi Chen from his elevated position. Arrogantly, he said, do you think, by yourself, you have the qualifications to refuse my orders in front of these men? Faced with Jibo's blatant threat, Yi Chen sneered contemptuously. He didn't even consider these men a threat. But his silence made many think he was intimidated by the men, especially Zhang Huilan and her son. Zhang Huilan sarcastically said, White-eyed wolf, where's your arrogance from before? Show it now. You deserve this lesson. Xiaonan muttered, useless thing, you brought this disaster upon yourself today. It has nothing to do with our Xiao family, don't expect us to speak up for you. Yi Chen glanced at Xiaonan, sneering, ha, take a look in the mirror, do you even have the right to speak or not? How many here take you seriously? This statement silenced Xiaonan directly. His face turned red, unable to utter a word for a while, because the truth hurts the most. Xiaonan was well aware that despite his bluster, he had even managed to sit at the main table today. But anyone with a bit of brains knows that all of this is just riding on Xiao Qingqing's coattails. In fact, no one would look at him with any more respect because of it. Xiao Qingqing's tone was cold as he said, Yi Chen, do you really think that anyone here today takes you seriously? Yi Chen replied calmly, I live my life without caring about others' opinions. Xiao Qingqing said with a sense of grievance, if you don't care about others' opinions, then why retaliate against me in this way? You clearly know how important this birthday banquet is to me, yet you made me lose face. At this point, she didn't think that today's outcome had anything to do with her. She believed it was Yi Chen who deliberately disrupted the banquet and ruined everything. Yi Chen sighed, Miss Xiao, I have said many times that I never had any intention of retaliating against you. Please don't be so self-centered. Xiao Qingchun laughed mockingly, ha, the facts are right in front of us, yet you refuse to admit it, right? Yi Chen, I used to think your only flaws were cowardice, inferiority, and incompetence. Today I realize that hypocrisy is your biggest flaw. Your actions only disgust me. I want to make it clear to you once again that no matter what despicable means you use, Xiao Qingchang will never regret the decision to divorce you. There will be no possibility of a future between us. Yi Chen's eyes trembled slightly. He stood up slowly, his gaze toward Xiao Qingcheng was cold and unfamiliar. In that case, I also want to make it clear to Miss Xiao, please don't use that condescending attitude to judge me in the future. I admit that I was a little reluctant at first about the end of this marriage, but after everything that has happened in the past 2 days, I have completely let go of that idea. I also agree with what you said, there will be no possibility of a future between us. Xiao Qingcheng's pupils trembled suddenly. In that moment, she felt like a piece of her heart was being ruthlessly torn out. Jibo gently comforted her, Qingcheng, I have told you before that this scum is ungrateful. Rest assured, today I will definitely help you seek justice. Xiao Qingcheng was about to say something when Zhang Huilan pulled her aside. Miss, just listen to young Master Ji, let him take charge and teach that ungrateful wretch a lesson. Otherwise, who knows how he might harm our Xiao family in the future. Xiaonan also reminded her, yes, sister. Let young Master Ji help. We'll just watch from the sidelines. Today, we must make that scum learn a lesson. Xiao Qingcheng sighed and did not continue. Jibo pointed at Yi Chen and ordered in a deep voice, Yi, today you have caused trouble at my father's birthday banquet, deliberately provoking Miss Rong Mayen, causing everyone to suffer losses. Your crimes are heinous, so kneel down and apologize publicly. Await your punishment. Yi Chen glanced at Jibo with impatience. I'm not in the mood to deal with you guys right now. Just give me back the tiger-shaped jade pendant you took from me. Jibo sneered at this and exaggeratedly said to everyone, did you all see how arrogant this kid's attitude is? Clearly, he harmed all of us, yet he acts innocent. What should we do about it? The crowd fervently shouted, today, not only should he kneel down and apologize, but he should also shed blood. It's best to break his limbs and throw him into the river to feed the turtles. That's right, if he won't listen to reason, we have to use force. Young Master Ji, you don't need to be polite to him. Damn, this kid is truly arrogant. He must be taught a lesson. Hearing the voices of the crowd, Jibo's eyes flashed with a hint of severity. He said coldly, Yi, it's hard to go against the will of the people, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Men, get him. The surrounding thugs were about to make a move instantly. Hold on. A cold voice suddenly spoke up. The speaker was Ji Wooly. The thugs immediately stopped and stepped back. Jibo looked puzzled and asked, "Dad, why?" Ji Wooly raised his hand to stop Jibo's words. He took a few steps forward slowly. Squinting his triangular eyes, Ji Wooly asked Yi Chen, "Kid, Ji has a sudden question to ask." Yi Chen replied calmly, "What question?" Ji Wooly continued, "Why are you so insistent on getting that tiger-shaped jade pendant? Does it hold any special meaning for you?" He asked this question because he faintly noticed that since the banquet began today, what Yi Chen cared about the most was bidding for that tiger-shaped jade pendant. He was even willing to use the 20 million given to him by Han Ruan to bid for it. This was clearly a losing deal, so why was Yi Chen so determined to do it? Even at this moment, when Yi Chen was already in a difficult situation, why was he still preoccupied with the tiger-shaped jade pendant? Obviously, it held extraordinary significance for Yi Chen. Faced with the question, Yi Chen smirked and said, "Why should I tell you? You just need to know that I spent money to get it, and since you lost the bet, you should give it to me." Jibo was getting anxious on the side. "Nonsense, it doesn't matter if the 20 million is given to you, but you lost the bet, don't act up." Ji Wooly frowned, "Shut up. Can't you see I'm asking a question?" Jibo immediately shut his mouth, feeling quite puzzled. Why did his father's behavior suddenly become so strange? Ji Wooly continued to speak to Yi Chen, "Young man, you should be able to see the current situation clearly. If you confess honestly, Ji might spare you." Yi Chen remained unmoved, no comment. Ji Wooly's brows furrowed gradually, and an unnamed anger surged within him. Just then, a surprised voice suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I think I know." Everyone turned towards the direction of the voice, including Ji Wooly. The speaker turned out to be Zhang Huilan. Ji Wooly narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you know?" Zhang Huilan nervously replied, I know the origin of this tiger-shaped jade pendant, and why that useless person wants it so badly." Ji Wooly became interested immediately. "Speak quickly." Zhang Huilan nodded, "I saw this jade pendant on Yi Xuanying twice before, and my grandfather also told me that the tiger-shaped jade pendant he always wore had been in the Yi family for generations." Upon hearing this, Ji Wooly's pupils involuntarily contracted. It seemed like he recalled some unpleasant memories. Meanwhile, the other guests below the stage began to discuss curiously. "Who is Yi Xuanying? The name sounds so familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before. Wait, isn't Yi Xuanying the former head of the Yi family in Jiangnan? But 15 years ago, the Yi family suffered a big fire, and everyone perished in the flames. No, it's said that Yi Xuanying had a grandson who didn't die in the fire, he disappeared, and his name seems to be Yi Chen." What? Does that mean this guy is Yi Xuanying's grandson? The only survivor of the Yi family back then? At that moment, everyone looked at Yi Chen. No wonder this guy was so determined to get the tiger-shaped jade pendant, even causing a scene at the banquet, all for his grandfather's heirloom. Xiao Qingqing's expression also changed in surprise. She had thought Yi Chen's bidding for the jade pendant was just a joke, but now she realized it was because of this. Oh no! I misunderstood him again. Thinking this, Xiao Qingqing couldn't help but feel a sense of self-blame. She frowned and complained to Zhang Huilan, "Mom, since you knew about the connection between this jade pendant and Yi Chen earlier, why didn't you say it sooner?" Zhang Huilan shrugged, "I just remembered this suddenly. Besides, the entire Yi family was wiped out in the fire. Who would have thought that Grandpa Yi still had heirlooms left?" Hearing this, Xiao Qingqing couldn't help but feel puzzled. If the tiger-shaped jade pendant was Grandpa Yi's heirloom, how did it end up in the Ji family's hands? Was there some unknown story behind it? At this moment, Yi Chen's expression became slightly serious. He hadn't expected Zhang Huilan to know these things and expose them publicly. However, it didn't really matter to him. He had never intended to hide it deliberately. He asked solemnly, "Master Ji, now that you know the answer, I also want to know one thing. Why did my grandfather's jade pendant end up in the hands of your Ji family?" In fact, not only him, but all the other guests present were curious about this question. Each of them had a look of interest on their faces. Ji Wooly, however, smiled faintly and said, "Young man, do you suspect that the fire at the Yi family back then was related to the Ji family? Let me remind you, immediately retract such a dreadful thought. Our Ji family has always been upright and honest, never engaging in illegal activities. As for that tiger-shaped jade pendant, it was actually when your Yi family encountered financial difficulties, the Yi family head was unable to repay the debt, so he took the initiative to come and sold this tiger-shaped jade pendant to me. Any problem with that?" Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, sneering inwardly. The Yi family was a top family in Jiangnan City back then. How could they have faced financial difficulties? Moreover, the tiger-shaped jade pendant was a family heirloom of the Yi family, cherished by his grandfather. How could it have been easily sold to someone else? Without much thought, Yi Chen knew that Ji Wooly was lying. Yein continued, if the jade pendant was sold to you by my grandfather, were there any witnesses at that time? Any receipts? Ji Wooly shook his head and said, that was all 15 years ago, how could I remember such details? Yein narrowed his cold eyes. This old fox, Ji Wooly, answered without revealing anything. But precisely because Ji Wooly deliberately concealed the truth, Yein became more certain. There must have been hidden motives behind the Ji family obtaining this tiger-shaped jade pendant. Regardless of the truth, Yein had to retrieve the jade pendant today. Since you don't remember what happened 15 years ago, then you should know the saying, return stolen goods to their rightful owner, right? Shouldn't you return it to me? Jibo sternly rebuked, didn't you hear what my father said? This jade pendant was sold to our family by your grandfather, why should we return it to you? Jibo Xiao also cursed, exactly. Don't think you can claim it was won in an auction. That 20 million was obtained by deceiving Yun, it must be returned to the Han family. As for this jade pendant, you will never get it. Instead, according to the bet, you owe our G family 20 million, don't forget. Faced with the aggressive attitude of the G family, Yin's expression gradually darkened. Ha! As the saying goes, heaven forgives sins, but you can't escape the consequences of your own actions. Since your G family insists on being unreasonable, Yein, will have to take it by force. He took a step forward directly towards the stage. A strong pressure emanated from him, causing everyone present to change their expressions and feel uneasy. Jibo nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After all, Yin's skills were witnessed at the bidding conference the day before. He took 2 steps back first. He ordered the thugs, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and stop this bastard. If he manages to snatch the jade pendant, I will deduct all your bonuses. Upon hearing this, the group of thugs immediately rushed towards Yein. Facing the encirclement, Yein remained calm and composed. With a punch, he struck the thug charging at him in the front. With a bang, the thug flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto a table. Crash! The guests at that table were also frightened and scattered. Bang! Yein kicked another thug, almost caving in his chest, breaking his ribs one by one. The brawl continued. Although the thugs were numerous and aggressive, in front of Yein, they all seemed like a group of kindergarten kids, beaten and lying on the ground, crying for mercy. The entire fight lasted less than half a minute. Over 30 thugs were all knocked down, seriously injured, unable to get up. The tables in the banquet hall were also in disarray. But at this moment, the scene was extremely quiet. Everyone looked at Yein with eyes that seemed to be gazing at a war god. After a long while, someone exclaimed, is this person still human? I seem to see the missing Jiangnan war god Lin Feng from 3 years ago in him. He was just as formidable back then. Too strong. No wonder he's always so confident. Tisk TSK. The G family's birthday banquet has been ruined. It's the first time I've seen their family lose face like this. However, Yein paid no attention to the discussions of the crowd and continued walking towards the stage. Just then, a figure rushed to the stage and grabbed the tiger-shaped jade pendant from the tray. It was Jibo Xiao. Yein raised an eyebrow. What do you want to do? Jibo Xiao's face showed a mix of fear and anger. He shouted loudly, you scoundrel. Stop right there. Take one more step forward, and I'll smash this thing. Yein halted his steps. His cold eyes narrowed. This jade pendant is the only relic of my grandfather. If anything happens to it, I will make you regret it. Jibo Xiao, with a bold face, said, don't scare me. You've ruined my father's birthday banquet, brought shame to our G family, unforgivable. I command you to kneel and apologize to our G family immediately, then get out, or else, I'll smash this jade pendant. Jibo Xiao, with his simple mind and impulsive nature, was not surprising for him to act this way. Ji Wooly nodded, good. Bo Xiao, well done, we can't let that kid get too arrogant. Jibo Xiao gritted his teeth and threatened, Yi surname, haven't you heard my brother's words? Hurry up and do as he says? Or do you not care about your grandfather's last relic? In his view, Yein would most likely comply to save the jade pendant. Although just kneeling and leaving the banquet hall wouldn't extinguish the Ji family's anger, it was the best solution for now. Of course, once Yein left, the Ji family would surely organize immediately for retaliation. Facing the threat, a firm resolve flashed in Yin's eyes as he walked towards Jibo Xiao. Jibo Xiao was frightened, his eyes widened as he shouted, stop. Hey! I told you to stop. Can't you hear me? However, Yin's pace did not slow down in the slightest. He coldly reminded, hand over the jade pendant to me, and I guarantee your safety. Jibo Xiao was under immense psychological pressure at that moment. Trembling all over, he retreated while cursing fiercely, you scoundrel, you forced me into this, the thing you dream of having, I'll make sure you never get it. With all his strength, he suddenly threw the tiger-shaped jade pendant to the ground. Oh no! Yein didn't expect Jibo to be so reckless and crazy. His pupils contracted, his figure flashed, trying to catch the jade pendant. But he was just 0.01 seconds too slow. The tiger-shaped jade pendant fell heavily to the ground. With a crack, it split into two halves directly. In that moment, in the banquet hall, everyone subconsciously held their breath and quieted down. Their intuition told them that a storm might be brewing. Yein stopped in his tracks, his hands trembling slightly. He bent down to carefully pick up the two halves of the tiger-shaped jade pendant on the ground. His eyes reddened, gritting his teeth. "Grandfather, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect the only relic you left." Jibo took 2 steps back. Although he was very nervous, to save face, he continued relentlessly, "Serves you right. Being arrogant and not listening to me? This is the result of your own actions, the price of offending our G family." Bah! Swish! Yein suddenly raised his head, his fierce and cold eyes fixed on Jibo. "Nonsense!" Jibo nervously said. What do you want to do? I warn you, this is the territory of our G family, not a place where you can act recklessly. Yein stood up, putting the broken jade pendant into his pocket. Step by step, he walked towards Jibo. An icy killing intent radiated outward from Yein. Seeing this, backstage, Ji Wooly was secretly alarmed, quickly threatening, "Yein, Ji advises you not to act impulsively. If you touch my son, today." But before he could finish his sentence, Yein had already walked up to Jibo. Swift as lightning, a slap landed on Jibo's cheek with a resounding crack. Bang! A deafening slap. With tremendous force, Jibo was sent flying 4 to 5 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed out, along with 2 teeth. And this was just the beginning. In the next instant, Yein flashed to his side. "Ice cold," he said, "you just smashed the jade pendant with your right hand, didn't you?" As the words fell, he stomped down fiercely on Jibo's right arm. Crack! Jibo's entire right arm instantly fractured and twisted, bones and flesh contorted together in a gruesome sight. "Ah! My arm! It hurts!" Jibo's forehead bulged with veins, letting out a hoarse and desperate scream. Yein, however, remained indifferent. He bent down, grabbed Jibo's hair, and lifted him up forcefully. Jibo struggled violently. Where was his previous arrogance now? His eyes were filled with fear and regret. He whimpered, I was wrong, please don't hit me." Sob. Yein shook his head. "Someone like you can't change, only die." With another punch, he struck Jibo's abdomen. Ah! Jibo's whole body arched in an instant. Then, he flew backward, crashing heavily into the large screen behind. Crack! The screen cracked and Jibo fell weakly from above. He lay on the ground, writhing in pain, screaming hoarsely, spitting out blood continuously. Everyone present was horrified, their faces pale. Yein must be insane. Too terrifying. Not only them, but Xiabin and Li Jingye at the main table were also stunned, feeling lucky they hadn't provoked Yein earlier, or they would be the ones lying down now. Han Tianzhong widened his eyes, feeling excited. At this moment, he remembered his father's dying words about the engagement arranged for Yun in the early years, with a man described as a proud son of heaven, an outstanding figure among men, destined to be the son-in-law of the Han family. From the brief interaction in the past 2 days, this Yein had already shown extraordinary medical skills in calligraphy, and now, his martial arts skills were equally impressive. Could this kid really be as excellent as his father described? On the other hand, Li Ziakin frowned as she muttered softly, "Our Yun must never get involved with this guy, he looks like an abusive man." Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan were both nervous, swallowing hard, feeling a chill down their spines. Wow, so this is how ruthless Yein can be when he really starts fighting? If he had used such methods against them at the cemetery the day before, they would probably have been buried on the spot, without needing to look for a cemetery. Xiao Qingcheng also gasped, feeling a chill down her spine. After 3 years of marriage, she had never seen this fierce side of Yein. What is his true nature? What is he hiding from her? Yein had no intention of stopping. He continued walking towards Jibo. This time, he was prepared to end the man's life with one blow. Just then, Xiao Qingcheng suddenly shouted, "Yein! Stop now! Don't continue hurting people!" Yichen's body trembled slightly, halting his steps. He turned around and asked, "Why are you stopping me?" Xiao Qingcheng hurried over. Seeing Yichen's murderous look, she couldn't help but feel nervous. She explained, "If you continue, someone will die, killing is illegal, you will pay with your life." Yein coldly replied, "It's just like squashing an ant, he's not qualified to make me pay." This statement was not boasting, but a fact. But how could Xiao Qingcheng know all this? She thought Yi Chen had lost his mind in anger. Anxiously, she said, young Master Ji was at fault first, but you have already beaten him. What more do you want? Can you stop being so willful and reckless? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Ha! Am I being willful and reckless? Xiao Qingqing said seriously, isn't that the case? Yi Chen chuckled helplessly. Indeed, this woman would never truly understand him no matter when. At the same time, Ji Wuli and Jibo had already rushed onto the stage. When Ji Wuxiao saw the miserable state Jibo was in, veins bulged on Ji Wuli's forehead instantly. He turned around abruptly. With a stern voice, he shouted, Yi Chen, you've seriously injured my son, and today you will pay for it with your life. At that moment, Ji Wuli's overwhelming anger couldn't be contained. If the incidents Yi Chen caused at the banquet earlier only made him angry and want to teach Yi Chen a lesson, now Ji Wuli had murderous intent. Yi Chen didn't back down at all. I'm standing right here, let's see how the Ji family will take my life. The crowd erupted in astonishment. He's gone mad. This kid must be crazy. Just wait. We'll soon witness the true fury of the Ji family. Alas, this is the price of being young and reckless. Even if he's good at fighting, so what? One person's strength can never match one of the three major families, the Ji family. What a pity. Ji Wuli's face darkened. You brought this upon yourself. He took out his phone and made a call. In a deep voice, he ordered, spread my command, gather all the forces of the Ji family, send out all the experts, bring weapons, and arrive at Penglaigu Hotel within 10 minutes. I want a life today. As the command spread rapidly, there was a swift undercurrent in Jiangnan City. Forces under the Ji family's command dispatched strong individuals, heading straight to Penglaigu Hotel. Inside Penglaigu at that moment, panic ensued. No one had expected that a birthday banquet would turn into such a farce. Now, Xiao Qingqing finally realized that the situation was far worse than imagined. She quickly whispered to Yi Chen, why are you still standing there? Run! Yi Chen replied calmly, run? What's the point? His words actually meant that he didn't consider the Ji family a threat at all. There was no need to run. But Xiao Qingqing interpreted it as Yi Chen acknowledging that he couldn't escape the Ji family's grasp in Jiangnan City due to their influence, hence running was pointless. Xiao Qingqing, frustrated, said, even if you know you can't escape, why not apologize? Is your dignity really that important to you? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, my dignity may not be important, but the one and only heirloom left by my grandfather is extremely important. Ji Buxiao broke it, so he deserves punishment. Xiao Qingqing bit her lip lightly. She understood Yi Chen's dilemma and knew this situation was unfair to him, but in real life, in the face of absolute power, fairness was irrelevant. Xiao Qingqing said earnestly, even so, that's not a reason to resort to violence. When will you mature and stop being so impulsive? Yi Chen furrowed his brow. He didn't expect Xiao Qingqing to stoop so low as to grovel to the Ji family. Xiao, I'll say it again, I won't apologize for this matter. You. Xiao Qingqing was frustrated. She couldn't understand why, despite helping him, he didn't appreciate it. Why couldn't he just swallow his pride? Jibo stepped forward and pulled Xiao Qingqing aside. Qingqing, this has nothing to do with you. Moreover, at this point, an apology from him won't solve the problem. Later, when our Ji family's men arrive, Yi Chen will pay with his life. Xiao Qingqing's body trembled slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she turned to Ji Wuli and pleaded, Master Ji, please spare Yi Chen's life. Everyone present was stunned. No one expected Xiao Qingqing to plead for Yi Chen. Even Yi Chen was surprised by her actions. What was this woman up to? Jibo's face changed slightly, reminding, Qingqing, what are you doing for that person's surname Ji? Take back what you just said. It wasn't just him. Zhang Huilan and Shan Nanyang were also startled. The two hurried from the audience to the stage. Zhang Huilan anxiously said, that waste has caused a huge disaster. Whatever punishment he receives, it's his own fault. Why are you pleading for him? Xiaonan also advised, sis, please, stop talking. Can't you see that Master Ji is already furious? Don't make things worse now. Faced with the reminders and dissuasion from the others, Xiao Qingqing's eyes flashed with determination. She continued, Master Ji, as long as you spare Yi Chen, you can set any conditions, and I, Xiao Qingqing, will do my best to fulfill them. Zhang Huilan widened her eyes. She found it unbelievable. Angered, she cursed, you crazy girl, are you out of your mind? What good does that waste have? He has deceived you so many times, and you still want to help him? Xiao Qingqing furrowed her brows, Mom. I have made up my mind, you don't need to persuade me anymore. Zhang Huilan stomped her foot in anger. Ji Wuli's expression turned dark. He coldly said, Miss Xiao, do you understand the consequences of saying these things? Before Xiao Qingqing could reply, Jibo quickly said to Ji Wuli, Dad, Please don't be angry, Xing. Ji Wooly sternly interrupted, shut up. At this critical moment, you still don't have any sense? You are devoted to him, but at a crucial moment, all he thinks about is the safety of her husband. Are you foolishly speaking up for him? Jibo was stunned for a moment, a hint of coldness in his eyes. He asked, Xingchun, is it worth it for that waste? From the bidding chamber to today's birthday banquet, he has caused trouble for you several times, have you forgotten? Or is it that you still like him? Can't let him go? When this question was raised, everyone looked at Xiao Qingchun, waiting for her answer. Even Yi Chen, subconsciously, looked over. Xiao Qingcheng lowered her eyes. Did she like Yi Chen? In fact, she had no idea what liking someone meant. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qingcheng spoke, as for whether I like him, I can't give an answer. But the reason I am doing this is because Yi Chen and I haven't officially registered, we are not legally married. Legally, as his wife, I have a responsibility not to abandon him, that's all. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes showed a hint of complexity. He remembered that at the bidding chamber 2 nights ago, Xiao Qingcheng had said similar words. The guests present all sighed and marveled. TSK. Truly deserving of being the most outstanding female CEO in our Jiangnan city, impeccable character. As the saying goes, husband and wife are like birds of the same forest, facing calamity, each flies on its own. Xiao CEO is facing difficulties head-on, speaking up for her useless husband, admirable courage, admirable character. In my opinion, Yi Chen is a jerk. Having such a good wife, he doesn't cherish her, instead causing trouble for her everywhere. Alas! Such a good woman, when will I ever have one? Jibo breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Xiao Qingcheng didn't like him. She was just fulfilling the legal responsibility of a wife. Even Ji Wooly couldn't help but show a hint of admiration. Miss Xiao, your courage and responsibility are truly admirable. He then continued, however, no matter what, Yi Chen's actions of harming my son are unforgivable. If you insist on apologizing for him, it's not impossible. As long as you can promise to do 2 things for Ji, I will consider sparing your husband's life. Xiao Qingcheng asked, what are the conditions? Ji Wooly replied ominously, the first condition is simple, you will replace Yi Chen and kneel down to apologize to the Ji family and all the guests present today. Xiao Qingcheng's eyelids twitched. Kneel down and apologize to everyone, is this condition simple? It meant that she would lose face today. In the future, she would never be able to hold her head up in the business circles of Jiangnan City, her business path would be over. Seeing Xiao Qingcheng hesitating to speak, Ji Wooly snorted coldly, if you can't do it, just step aside. This matter has nothing to do with you. The one I, Ji Mao, want to settle scores with is Yi Chen. Zhang Huilan took the opportunity to persuade, you should formalize your divorce with that surname Ji tomorrow. You don't need to bear any responsibility with him. Step aside quickly. Xiaonan advised, sis, you've done enough for that useless guy. Don't let him drag you down again, okay? Ji Buwan also said, Xingchun, listen to my dad, don't be stubborn. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Qingcheng actually spoke up. I agree to the first condition set by Master Ji. This statement caused a stir in the whole room. Xiao Qingchun, willing to go this far for her useless husband? They were clearly getting a divorce. Even Rong Mayen at this moment, with her charming eyes, showed a hint of surprise. This woman named Xiao Qingcheng seemed not as simple as she appeared on the surface. Speaking of Xiao Qingcheng, at this moment, she was biting her lip, legs bent, about to kneel in front of the Ji family. Just as her knees were about to touch the ground, she suddenly felt her right arm being pulled. Turning her head, she saw the familiar face of Yi Chen. Xiao Qingcheng furrowed her brows. Why are you stopping me? Yi Chen countered, the one who should be asking that question is me. Why are you kneeling to him? Xiao Qingcheng despaired. What else can I do besides apologizing for you? Besides me, who else can help you? Or should I just watch you die here today? If that's the case, I would not fulfill my duty as a wife, and I would also let down Grandpa Yi in the underworld. Yi Chen felt a mix of emotions. He pulled Xiao Qingcheng up completely. I understand what you mean, but you don't have to go this far for me. I can handle this matter myself. As for my life. He paused, his tone grand and confident. In this world, there hasn't been anyone who can take my life. This bold statement left Xiao Qingcheng stunned subconsciously. It seemed like, in the 3 years of marriage, she was seeing Yi Chen reveal such a brave and confident side for the first time. However, right after Yi Chen finished speaking, outside the banquet hall, countless footsteps suddenly resounded. Whoosh! In the next second, a dense crowd of people rushed in from outside. Each of them was burly, fierce-looking, armed, totaling about 100 to 200 people. Especially at the forefront were more than 10 strong men in black and white combat suits, their exposed arms showing well-defined muscles, clearly not to be trifled with. Their appearance caused a commotion. Oh my, the G family's thugs in Jiangnan City have all been summoned. It's the first time I've seen such a large force. Did you see those 10 in martial arts attire? They are all experts from the martial arts schools under the G family, capable of taking on 10 opponents alone. That surname G is in big trouble now. He shouldn't have provoked those he shouldn't have. Seeing these people appear, Ji Wooly stepped forward, coldly arrogant. Young man, you said there's no one who can take your life in this world? So, do you still have that confidence at this moment? Yi Chen turned his head and lightly glanced at the 1 to 200 people below the stage. He chuckled, just a bunch of small fries, relying on them? To take my life, they are far from capable. As he said this, Yi Chen even extended a finger and swayed it left and right. This action, to the Ji family, was nothing short of a direct insult. Ji Wooly's face darkened to the extreme. He had already made up his mind to kill today. Seeing this scene, Xiao Qingqing's face changed. Although she saw Yi Chen's formidable skills, he couldn't possibly be a match for hundreds of people. She could only persuade Yi Chen, can't you listen to me just once? Just apologize, and I can do it for you. Why can't you? As long as you promise to apologize, I will do everything I can to protect you. Yi Chen shook his head and said, if you're worried about being implicated because of me, I can publicly declare that you are you, and I am me. Everything I've done has nothing to do with you. So, you don't need to apologize for me, protect me, or worry that I might affect your business in Jiangnan City. Hearing this, Xiao Qingqing trembled. She couldn't believe it and said, in your eyes, am I just someone who cares about money and status, so shallow? Yi Chen nodded and said, isn't that the case? If not, why would she think of herself as a parasite on him? Why would she consider divorce? Why would she get close to Buwan? Without warning, Xiao Qingqing slapped Yi Chen across the face. Yi Chen was stunned. This was the first time Xiao Qingqing had ever hit him. The onlookers were also shocked. What kind of plot twist was this? Xiao Qingqing's body trembled slightly, her eyes filled with grievance and disappointment. She couldn't understand. Yi Chen had ruined the banquet she attended. She had set aside past grievances to help him out, and yet she received such an evaluation from him. Her heart was broken at that moment. Xiao Qingqing forced a bitter smile and said, Yi Chen, you're right. I am indeed that shallow. In my eyes, wealth and status are more important than anything, especially more important than you. Whatever happens next, I won't interfere with you anymore, okay? With that, Xiao Qingqing's tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks, filled with grievance, helplessness, and unwillingness. Xiao Qingqing usually appeared aloof and composed, like an emotionless robot. But at that moment, she broke down. Just like at the bidding conference 2 days ago. Yi Chen's eyes trembled slightly, and he took a deep breath, saying, fine, from now on, I don't need you to meddle in my life anymore. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Qingqing wiped away her tears. She raised her chin slightly and coldly said, then I'll wait and see how you'll get through this crisis on your own today. With that, she turned away, no longer standing between Yi Chen and Ji Wooly. Zhang Huilan grabbed Xiao Qingqing's hand and complained, I told you not to bother with that ungrateful wolf, right? Good deeds go unrewarded. Xiao Qingqing nodded. At that moment, she had made up her mind that no matter what the outcome of today was, she would accept it calmly. The worst-case scenario would be to bury Yi Chen herself. After all, she had done her best. Ji Wooly said lightly, since Miss Xiao has come to her senses at a critical moment, I won't pursue this any further. He looked at Yi Chen, with a hint of cruelty in his eyes. Yi Chen, your crimes today are unforgivable. I sentence you to death. Any objections? Before Yi Chen could respond, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the door, Master Ji, who gave you the authority to sentence someone to death with such arrogance? Upon hearing this, Ji Wooly's eyes twitched, almost losing his composure. Damn it! Every time at a critical moment, someone would suddenly intervene and ruin things. Whoever it was this time, he would make them pay along with Yi Chen. Otherwise, where would the Ji family's dignity be? He raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. Not only him, but all the other guests present also turned to look. They wanted to see who had the audacity to provoke Ji Wooly at his most furious moment. More than 10 people walked in through the banquet hall's entrance. Although their numbers were small, their imposing aura suppressed everyone present. This was evident from their neat navy blue uniforms. They were the Jiangnan City Enforcement Team. These were official personnel with the real power of life and death in their hands. The guests whispered to each other, oh my, why is the enforcement team here? Has someone broken the law? Who knows? With even the official authorities involved, things have definitely become more complicated. Ji Wooly's expression changed. He hadn't expected the enforcement team to show up here. It is said that businessmen do not fight with officials. Despite being the head of the Ji family, one of the 3 major families, Ji Wooly still had to be polite when facing the law enforcement team. He hurried down from the platform. When he saw the leader of the law enforcement team, he was even more surprised. He found out that the other party was actually Vice Director Wang of the Enforcement Bureau in Jiangnan City. It should be noted that when the law enforcement team was dispatched, the leader usually was at the level of a team leader or a squadron leader. This time, the person leading the team was actually a vice director. It was evident that their visit this time was not for trivial matters. Ji Wooly politely greeted, "Vice Director Wang, what brings you here today?" Vice Director Wang glanced at the hundreds of thugs holding weapons in the banquet hall. He said sternly, "Master Ji, I heard you were about to sentence someone to death. Are you planning to take matters into your own hands, openly challenging the law?" Ji Wooly quickly smiled and explained, "Oh, Vice Director Wang is joking. Nowadays, it is a society ruled by law. How could I dare to do such things? It was just a joke." He quickly gestured to those thugs. The thugs understood and put down their weapons, hiding them behind their backs and blending into the crowd. They no longer exuded the intimidating aura they had before. Vice Director Wang snorted coldly. "I am not here today for routine law enforcement work, but to find someone. I want to ask if he is here with you?" Ji Wooly asked in confusion. "Oh, has someone here violated the law? What is his name?" Vice Director Wang replied, "His name is Yi Chen." The faces of everyone present changed. Vice Director Wang personally leading the team to find Yi Chen. Had this guy committed a serious crime? Xiao Qingqing's eyes widened in shock. She thought Yi Chen had already gone too far since their divorce, but she never expected that he had actually broken the law behind her back, attracting the attention of the law enforcement team. What else was he not afraid to do now? Such a person, grandfather actually said he was a proud son of heaven, a person with great fortune. It seemed he had misjudged him. On the other hand, Yi Chen himself remained calm. Although he didn't understand why the Enforcement Bureau was looking for him, he had a clear conscience and naturally had nothing to fear. Besides, even if they were really looking for trouble with him, he wouldn't care. Ji Wooly was extremely excited. It was like a pillow sent over while he was dozing off. He had always hated Yi Chen to the core and wanted to bring him to justice. Now, with the Enforcement Bureau targeting Yi Chen, he wouldn't need his Ji family to act. The authorities would make Yi Chen understand the power of the law. He smiled and said, "Vice Director Wang, you have finally arrived. Yi Chen is indeed here. This guy is arrogant, causing a scene at my birthday banquet, blatantly disregarding the law." "You." Vice Director Wang's face lit up, and he quickly interrupted, "Is Yi Chen really here?" Looking at Vice Director Wang's anxious and expectant expression, Ji Wooly became even more convinced that Yi Chen had committed a serious offense. He quickly pointed to Yi Chen on the stage and said, "Yes, that scoundrel is Yi Chen. But he is rude and rebellious. If Vice Director Wang forcefully arrests him, it might provoke resistance. However, it's okay. As long as you give the order, my hundreds of subordinates will fully cooperate in apprehending him." Unexpectedly, Vice Director Wang frowned and said sternly, "Outrageous. Who told you I was going to arrest him with people? I specifically brought people here to ask Mr. Yi to leave." Clang! Ji Wooly was dumbfounded. All the guests at the main table were dumbfounded. The hundreds of guests and Ji family's thugs present were dumbfounded. Wasn't it agreed that Yi Chen, who had violated the law and discipline, was going to be apprehended? How did it suddenly turn into asking him to leave, and addressing him as Mr. Yi? Ji Wooly asked in confusion, "Vice Director Wang, what's going on? Wasn't he the one you came to find for breaking the law? How come?" Vice Director Wang said with a stern face, "Violating the law is a serious matter that requires solid evidence. When did we say that Mr. Yi had broken the law? This time, we simply have some business to discuss with him." Ji Wooly looked embarrassed, his brain somewhat malfunctioning. Buwan couldn't help but say, "Deputy Director Wang, the conflicts between the Yi family and ours have not been resolved yet. You directly asked him to leave like this, is it?" Although these words were not finished, the meaning was clear. The Law Enforcement Bureau has the power to take Yi Chen away, but at the very least, you should provide a clear explanation. Otherwise, where should the Ji family's face be placed? Deputy Director Wang replied indifferently, "I may not have expressed it clearly. The person who wants to take Mr. Yi away is not from our Law Enforcement Bureau, but it's an order from the City Lord. If you have any doubts, you can go and talk to the City Lord." I'm afraid you don't have the courage for that." Boom! Everyone present felt as if struck by lightning. They were shocked to the core. Ji Buwan's eyes were about to pop out. What? The City Lord? Ji Wooly's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, sensing a very bad premonition. The guests present were also shocked beyond belief. Heavens! The City Lord ordered the Law Enforcement Bureau to take Yi Chen away. Does this guy actually know the City Lord? No wonder this Yi guy had the guts to cause a scene at the birthday banquet today. It turns out he has the city lord backing him up. How on earth did this bastard get so lucky that even the city lord is looking out for him? For a moment, the banquet hall was abuzz with discussions, including the main table's Han Tianzhang, Lai Jingye, and other big shots. Their gazes towards Yichen became incredulous. Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan, mother and son, were dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Xiao Qingcheng, who was usually calm, was also shocked. His eyes were full of disbelief. It dawned on her, no wonder he was so confident and dared to cause a scene at the banquet. It turns out he had a powerful backer behind him. But when did he get to know the city lord? Thinking of this, she subconsciously bit her lip, feeling a surge of grievance and regret. Yichen! 3 years of marriage. What else are you hiding from me? Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Deputy Director Wang walked to the front of the stage and politely said to Yichen, "The city lord would like to see you. Would you please cooperate, Mr. Yi?" A faint smile tugged at the corner of Yichen's mouth, as if he had anticipated this. It seemed that the culprit who poisoned Lin Laoyi should be exposed now. He just didn't expect things to escalate to this extent, even involving the Law Enforcement Bureau. Thinking of this, Yichen nodded and said, "All right, I'll go with you." Since he had already obtained the tiger-shaped jade pendant today, and Rong Mayen did not propose to cancel the engagement, there was no need to stay here. As Yichen walked down the stage, Buwan, with a stern face, stood in front of Yichen. He felt unwilling and angry. Today was supposed to be the most glorious day for the G family, but Yichen had messed it all up, even causing his own younger brother to be seriously injured. How could he be willing to let Yichen leave like this? Deputy Director Wang's face darkened as he said, "What? Does young Master G want to obstruct our actions, or do you want to defy the city lord's orders?" With that said, all the law enforcement team behind him took a half step forward, their right hands resting on the handles of their guns. As soon as Deputy Director Wang gave the order, they would not hesitate to draw their guns and shoot. Seeing this, Ji Wooly was scared, his forehead covered in sweat, and he quickly pulled Ji Buwan back, forcing a strained smile. "I dare not." "Deputy Director Wang, please proceed." Ji Buwan clenched his fists tightly. "Yi of the Yi family, don't think that you can get away with your luck today. I will remember everything you've done, and we will settle this score in the future." Yichen sneered, "If you hadn't reminded me, I might have forgotten. The gambling game for the jade pendant earlier, your G family lost, so you should return my 20 million. You have 3 days to return the principal and interest to me, otherwise, I will be the one to settle this score." With these words, Yichen swaggered out of the banquet hall with the law enforcement team. As they left, Ji Wooly grabbed a bottle of fine wine from the table and slammed it heavily on the ground. His face was livid with anger as he said, "Yi of the Yi family, don't think that just because you have the city lord's favor, I will let you off." But he also understood. Speaking these words feels satisfying, but now Yichen is involved with the city's leader. The G family wants to move against him, but it's impossible. After all, the Lin family's status is too transcendent. Crushing the G family is no different from crushing an ant. At this moment, a person slowly approached the entrance of the banquet hall. "Master G, no need to worry. That young man surnamed Ji won't be favored by the city's leader. Instead, he will have to fend for himself." Ji Wooly hurriedly looked over and saw an old man in Taoist robes with a goatee walking in. It was Taoist Gongsun. Taoist Gongsun walked up to Master Ji and bowed, saying, "I respectfully wish Master Ji a long life like the southern mountains. I was delayed on the way and arrived a bit late." Ji Wooly waved his hand and said, "Taoist, no need to be polite. When you just said the city's leader won't favor Yichen and that he will have to fend for himself, what did you mean?" Taoist Gongsun stroked his goatee and explained, "Master Ji, you are unaware that the Ji fellow actually impersonated a doctor yesterday to treat the city leader's father, Mr. Lin Yuanshuan. After treating him, he left a prescription. But this morning, there was reliable news that Mr. Lin took the medicine according to the prescription and his condition deteriorated rapidly, his life hanging by a thread. It is for this reason that the city leader has dispatched people to search the entire city for Yichen, intending to make him pay the price." Ji Wooly's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Is this true?" Taoist Gongsun, with an air of a wise man, said, "A monk does not speak falsely." "Good, good, good." Ji Wooly couldn't help but applaud and say 3 good words in a row. He sneered, "Ha, that lad has caused a huge disaster. With the city leader's temperament, he will surely be furious and take his life. He deserves it." Zhang Huilan gloated, "That useless brat has no ability at all, pretending to be a doctor to treat Mr. Lin, now he doesn't even know how he will die." Xiaonan mocked, "This is what happens when you court disaster. Let's wait for the good news of him being executed by the city leader." Li Jingye and Xie raised their glasses in celebration, unable to hide their excitement. Han Tianjiang furrowed his brow slightly, pondering. In his impression, Yi Chen's medical skills were extraordinary. How could he do such a thing? Could there be another hidden story? Xiao Qingchang looked enlightened. So, this is the truth. Why does this guy always like to cause trouble everywhere? It's really disappointing. In the audience, Rong Meiyuan's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. After thinking for a few seconds, she seemed to have made a decision. Unnoticed by the crowd, she got up and left. Jibo raised a doubt and asked, Taoist Gongsun, since that you fellow has committed such a grave mistake, why didn't the city leader let the law enforcement team arrest him on the spot, but instead took him away by invitation? With this reminder, the others also realized this detail. They looked puzzled at Taoist Gongsun. Taoist Gongsun smiled and explained, Young Master Ji, have you ever thought about the city leader's status? If he sent the law enforcement team to arrest Yi Chen on the spot, once this matter is publicized, it could be seen as a private matter used for public purposes, or even as an abuse of power, which would undoubtedly affect his political career. Do you think the city leader, who cherishes his reputation so much, wouldn't consider these things? Everyone suddenly understood. They couldn't help but marvel at how shrewd the city leader was. He truly kept his actions under wraps. But at that moment, an annoyed voice sounded at the door, You old Taoist with messy hair, can you stop talking nonsense? Yi Chen is not as incompetent as you say. Everyone turned their heads to see Han Ruan walking in quickly, looking displeased, her e-cup weapon heaving up and down, causing waves. Han Tianjiang was taken aback and asked, Yun, why are you here? In the morning, he asked Han Ruan to attend Ji Wuli's birthday banquet, but she said she wasn't in the mood and wasn't interested in coming. Yet now she showed up. Han Ruan said, I came to find Yi Chen, but I heard that he had already been found by the law enforcement team, so I can rest assured. Taoist Gongsun, displeased, said, Miss Han, were your words at the door just now meant to insult me? Li Xiuqin immediately frowned and said, Yun, you must not be disrespectful to Master Gongsun, apologize. Han Ruan sneered, Humph, an old Taoist full of nonsense, why should I apologize? Master Gongsun was furious, his beard bristling, outrageous. What gives you the right to say that I speak nonsense? Han Ruan said coldly, Yi Chen is clearly the benefactor who saved Grandpa Lin. This time, Lin City specifically invited Yi Chen back to treat him again. Clearly, he is highly skilled in medicine, but in your mouth, it turns into a death sentence. Am I wrong to say you speak nonsense? Boom, the scene erupted into chaos. Could the truth of the matter be like this? Xiao Qingqing furrowed her brows and said, This is impossible. If Yi Chen is so skilled in medicine, why didn't I know about it during our 3 years of marriage? Han Ruan glanced at her and sneered, Haha, that's because you are blind. Clearly, you are not worthy of Yi Chen, yet you still audaciously initiated a divorce. Xiao Qingcheng trembled, her eyes flickering. Proud and unwilling, she retorted, Do you have any evidence that Yi Chen is skilled in medicine? Han Ruan calmly said, I recovered from a serious illness under Yi Chen's treatment. Isn't that evidence enough? Zhang Huilan questioned, Didn't young Master Ji say that your illness wasn't cured by Master Gongsun? When did Yi Chen cure you? Han Ruan rolled her eyes and said, That old quack is a fraud. What does my recovery have to do with him? Yesterday, this old quack was treating at the Lin family and almost killed Grandpa Lin. He was beaten up by the bodyguards and thrown out, yet he didn't learn his lesson and continued to deceive people. Gasp! Everyone looked at Master Gongsun. His face turned red. The Ji family members also had unpleasant expressions. After all, they had planned to have Ji Buwan take Master Gongsun to the Lin city's first family to treat Lin Yuanshuan. If successful, they would become esteemed guests of the Lin family. However, they were embarrassed by yesterday's events and didn't want to talk about it. Han Ruan continued to berate Xiao Qingchang relentlessly. You don't even know what your husband is capable of, yet you keep belittling him. In my opinion, you are the truly worthless one. Boom! These words struck Xiao Qingchang like thunder, her eyes turning red. For the first time in her life, someone had called her worthless. She couldn't even utter a word of grievance. Although Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan were displeased, they didn't dare to offend Han Ruan due to her noble status and remained silent. On the other hand, Han Ruan looked at Xiao Qingqing's distressed expression and felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. Humph! You snatched Yi Chen away from me 3 years ago and then kicked him to the curb. Now you want to pass on your leftovers to me? I'll confront you every time I see you. Serves you right. Ji Buwan said solemnly, Han Ruan, do you know what wrongdoings Yi Chen has committed despite speaking so highly of him? Han Ruan was taken aback. What wrongdoings has he done to me? As far as she remembered, that jerk had only forgotten their engagement 3 years ago and married Xiao Qingqing first. There didn't seem to be any other wrongdoing towards her. Buwan sneered, "Let me tell you the truth. That guy surnamed G swindled 20 million from you. Not only did he not cherish it, but he recklessly spent it during the banquet just now. Yet you are defending this scum against Xincheng, truly unworthy." Han Ruan retorted, "When did he swindle 20 million from me?" Li Xiuqin whispered, Yun, don't you remember? Didn't your father give you 20 million a few days ago, that money?" Han Ruan rolled her eyes and said, "So that's what this is about. I did give him 20 million, but he never accepted it." Boom, the scene was once again shocked and speechless. What? Yichen didn't take the 20 million from Han Ruan? Then where did the 20 million he spent on the card come from? In that moment, a very frightening thought crossed everyone's mind. Could it be true? Does Yichen really have 1 trillion yuan in that black card? He wasn't just bragging? Jibo couldn't accept it, shaking his head, "You're lying. If you don't give him 20 million, where did he get so much money?" Han Ruan opened her bag and took out a bank card. Irritated, she said, "Look closely, these 20 million are still with me. As for where he got the rest of the money, who knows?" As she spoke, Han Ruan couldn't help but be curious. She only knew that Yichen was skilled in medicine and martial arts, but she never expected him to have money as well. Where did it come from? Did he find another wealthy woman behind my back? This was not only her doubt but also Xiao Qingqing's doubt. At that moment, she suddenly remembered that Yichen had mentioned before that the Xiao family's success in the past 3 years was all thanks to his support. Could it be that all of this was true? Thinking about this, Xiao Qingqing's head buzzed, her legs weakened, almost falling to the ground. Zhang Huilan quickly supported her. "Xincheng, are you okay?" I'm fine," Xiao Qingcheng replied palely, her mind in a daze. The others were not in a better state either. After the banquet, Yichen revealed top-notch calligraphy, terrifying martial arts skills, his connections in Lin City, and easily produced 20 million in assets. Each of these alone was remarkable, let alone combined. The guests couldn't help but discuss in amazement, "This Yichen is too terrifying. Could it be that he has a mysterious background unknown to everyone? I don't believe he has 1 trillion in his account, it's too unbelievable. I can't confirm his medical skills, but we've seen his calligraphy and martial arts with our own eyes. He's truly a young talent." Yes, such a person, not to mention in Jiangnan City, even among the younger generation in the provincial capital, he stands out. Yet he was divorced by Xiao Qingcheng. It's truly ironic. No wonder Miss Han just said Xiao Qingcheng is blind and not worthy of Yichen. It turns out it was the truth. I heard that besides the old man in the Xiao family, everyone else supports the divorce. I think they are all fools, lacking any vision. The discussions of the crowd left Xiao Qingcheng utterly humiliated, almost losing face. Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan lowered their heads, too embarrassed to even speak. At this moment, Han Tianjing's eyes shifted. He quickly coughed and reminded, Yun, should we go check on Grandpa Lin? Offer some help, He gave Han Ruan a meaningful look. The implication was clear, on one hand, to visit Lin Yuanxuan's situation, and on the other hand, a man as outstanding as Yichen shouldn't be let go easily, they should continue to maintain good relations. Han Ruan understood his intentions. "I'll go to the Lin family now, not wasting any more time with certain foolish women." With that, she turned and left, leaving behind a group of bewildered onlookers. Ji Wooly and Ji Buwan, their faces ashen. They had hoped to secure the Rong family's commercial partnership qualification through this banquet, propelling the Ji family to its peak, but it turned out to be a fruitless effort. Now, they had completely offended Yichen. If he was as formidable as Han Ruan claimed, the Ji family's future in Jiangnan City would be in jeopardy. "Help! Help me!" At this moment, a weak and plaintive cry for help rang out. Everyone looked puzzled. Who was calling for help? Oh my god! Suddenly, Ji Buwan slapped his forehead, remembering something, and turned to look at the stage. There lay Ji Buxiao, spitting blood, unable to stop groaning. Ji Buwan rushed to the stage, bending down. "Brother, are you okay? I'm sorry, I forgot about you." At this moment, Ji Buxiao was on the verge of tears. He had been half dead from Yichen's beating earlier and had been calling for help all along. But in the excitement of Yichen's grandstanding just moments ago, everyone had completely forgotten about this severely injured person. It was unfair, it was unbearable. Ji Buxiao was about to say something when suddenly his vision went black, and he stopped breathing. "Brother! Buxiao!" Ji Wooly and Ji Buwan shouted in panic, but Ji Buxiao showed no response. The onlookers' faces turned pale. Damn, is someone going to die? What was supposed to be a joyful celebration has turned into a funeral. Everyone, calm down, let the Taoist take a look. Taoist Gonsun squeezed through and checked Ji Buxiao's pulse. There's still hope. He quickly took out his own reviving pill that he had prepared to give to Lin Yuanxuan yesterday, which was exposed by Yein in the end. Although this medicine had strong side effects, there was no time to waste. He directly put it into Jibo's mouth. Over half a minute later, Jibo coughed, started breathing again, but his eyes remained closed, still unconscious. Despite this, Ji couldn't help but exclaim, "Daoist Gongsun, you truly are a miraculous healer." Buwan also said, "You can save someone who stopped breathing, that's incredible." Daoist Gongsun stroked his beard proudly, "It's just a small matter, hee. In fact, he had just fed Jibo the pill, merely sustaining his life, not achieving much. However, since they credited him with the success, he naturally accepted the praise. He continued, "But Ji's second young master has internal injuries and needs to be taken to the hospital immediately." Ji promptly arranged for Jibo to be taken to the hospital. At that moment, Li Jingye seemed to remember something and said, "I understand now, it wasn't Daoist Gongsun who lied earlier, it was Miss Han." Everyone witnessed the Daoist's miraculous healing skills, reviving the dead. It's far from what Miss Han described. Xiaobin nodded, "That makes sense, I believe Miss Han was misled by the Ji guy, that's why she spoke in his favor, we were all deceived." Hearing their analysis, the crowd nodded thoughtfully, finding it reasonable. Zhang Huilan said, "It must be so, if that useless person was really that capable, no one in our family would have noticed for 3 years, are we all blind?" Xiaonan comforted, "Sis, don't overthink it, Han Ruan must have exaggerated, don't be fooled." Xiao Qingcheng nodded, feeling calmer. She only believed what she saw with her own eyes. Witnessing Daoist Gongsuan's extraordinary medical skills proved that Yein was not skilled in medicine at all, it was all Han Ruan's deliberate exaggeration. She seemed to have an idea and asked Daoist Gongsun, "Daoist, my grandfather is critically ill in the hospital, could you please provide medicine?" Her grandfather was in critical condition, and she felt helpless. Although she had already contacted Director Wu to help find the contact information of that miraculous healer, she wanted to try her luck with Daoist Gongsun as well. Daoist Gongsun smiled, "That's simple, I happen to have a talisman water with me, when the head of the Xia family falls ill, just have him drink it, the medicine will cure him, if not, contact me." Saying this, he took out a small glass bottle and handed it to Xiao Qingcheng. He smiled, "As for the payment, let's make it 1 million, as a favor to the Ji family, transfer it to me via Alipay." 1 million? Although the price was beyond Xiao Qingcheng's expectations, she agreed to pay for the talisman water. Regardless of the method, as long as there was a chance to save her grandfather, she was willing to try. At that moment, Ji Wuli's phone suddenly rang. When he saw the caller ID, his expression immediately turned flattering and respectful. He answered the call, asking cautiously, "Hello, second young master, do you have any orders?" This action made all the guests present hold their breath unconsciously. Because they knew, the only person Ji would address as second young master was the prestigious second master of the Rong family in the provincial capital, Rong Tianli, the uncle of Rong Mayen. As is well known, the Rong family is one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital, difficult to shake in terms of wealth and power. However, every family has its own difficulties. The Rong family is no exception. Currently, the elderly and ailing head of the Rong family has delegated many family matters to his 2 sons. This has led to a power struggle between the elder son, Rong Tianhong, and the second son, Rong Tianli, for the position of the next family head, openly and secretly competing. However, the smooth and cunning Rong Tianli has already gained the support of the majority of the family due to his manipulative nature. While Rong Tianhong has the help of his daughter Rong Mayen, his influence still falls short of his brother Rong Tianli. Analyzing the current situation, it is highly likely that the second son, Rong Tianli, will become the next head of the Rong family. Therefore, Ji Wuli is showing such respect to Rong Tianli. Ji Wuli is currently answering a call from Rong Tianli. He nods respectfully as he listens, saying, "Yes. Understood. Thank you, second young master, I will handle it well." Shortly after, the call ends. Ji Wuli's face lights up with a smug and excited expression as he announces, "Everyone, I have good news to share." The guests all perk up their ears. Ji Wuli stands with his hands behind his back, adopting a superior posture as he says, "Just now, the second young master of the Rong family in the provincial capital informed me of some good news. That is, Miss Rong Melon Mao didn't suspect the prescription was problematic, thinking that you intentionally harmed the head of the family, but wondered if it might be something else." Yi Chen raised his hand to interrupt. "Lin Shou, no need to say more. In fact, this prescription was problematic from the start." Once this was said, everyone in the room was stunned. Lin Xiaoyang immediately said, "Dad, you heard it, right? The prescription left by this guy does have a problem, he deliberately harmed Grandpa." Lin Wanda furrowed his brows. Wu Xingye hurriedly said, "Dr. Yi, this joke is not appropriate." Yi Chen calmly said, "I am not joking. This prescription does have a problem because it cannot clear the residual goo poison in Mr. Lin's body, but it can prevent someone from repoisoning him. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanda frowned. What do you mean by that? Are you suspecting that someone will poison the head of the family again? But didn't you say that the head of the family was poisoned in the southern frontier? How could it be? Suddenly, he realized something. Dr. Yi, are you saying that the one who poisoned the head of the family is actually someone close by? Yein said, we cannot jump to conclusions now. Everything will be clear soon. He walked to Lin Yuanxuan's sickbed. At this moment, Lin Yuanxuan's face was black, his lips were purplish blue, he looked lifeless, almost devoid of any vitality. Yein took out a silver needle, had Wu Xingye help Lin Yuanxuan sit up, and asked Lin Wanda to hold a basin in front of Lin Yuanxuan. He took a silver needle and pierced Lin Yuanxuan's acupoint. Then he pulled it out forcefully. Plop! Lin Yuanxuan's body trembled, then he vomited a bunch of black viscous liquid into the basin, emitting a foul smell. In the black viscous liquid, countless white rice-shaped things that were wriggling could be seen with the naked eye. Looking closely, they were white water leeches. They were exactly the same as the white water leeches Yichen forced out of Lin Yuanxuan's body yesterday, just much smaller today. Lin Wanda felt his scalp tingle. Dr. Yi, are these the goo worm eggs remaining in the head of the family's body? Yichen shook his head. No. These are goo worm larvae newly implanted into Mr. Lin's body. Normally, these larvae would spread throughout Mr. Lin's body to absorb nutrients, then they would fight each other, leaving only one goo worm, which was the one from yesterday. He pointed at the black viscous liquid in the basin. Fortunately, the prescription I left yesterday can prevent the larvae from spreading and gather them together. As long as I administer the needle, they will all be expelled from the body. Lin Wanda was shocked. Did you already know that someone would poison the head of the family, so you? Yichen nodded. Yes, Mr. Lin also knew about this. He agreed to cooperate with me. Cough, cough. At this moment, Lin Yuanxuan coughed twice and slowly opened his eyes. Yes, Dr. Yi did this to deliberately lure out the culprit who poisoned me. Seeing Lin Yuanxuan wake up, Lin Wanda first breathed a sigh of relief. Then he asked, how can we know who the culprit is? Yichen said, once the goo worm larvae mature, they must be reimplanted into the body within 1 day. As the saying goes, illness enters through the mouth, and poisoning is the same. Therefore, to make Mr. Lin poisoned, one can only tamper with his medication. Your Lin family is large and has many staff handling meals. Even if we find an issue with the food, it's hard to pinpoint an individual. So, I specifically instructed Mr. Lin yesterday to not eat or drink after waking up yesterday, only to take the medicine I left behind. So, Lin Yuanxuan continued, so, the culprit would only choose to poison me through my medicine. And among those who prepared and delivered the medicine yesterday, there was only one person. His gaze fell on Lin Jiaoyang. With a complex expression, he said, Yan Yang, it's only you. Boom! Once this was said, Lin Wanda, Wu Xingye, and others all had a drastic change in their expressions. Lin Wanda immediately said, how is that possible? Although Yan Yang is a bit arrogant, she couldn't possibly do something so heinous. Wu Xingye also shook his head. I don't believe Miss Lin would do such a thing. Outside the door, a voice rang out. Yes, Yan Yang would never do such a thing. Han Ruan walked in, looking incredulous. Just outside the door, she had overheard the conversation of everyone in the room. She was horrified. Lin Jiaoyang had an icy expression on her face as she spoke. Grandfather, I don't understand what you mean. When did I ever want to harm you? She pointed fiercely at Yi Chen, accusing, you must be talking nonsense, deliberately sowing discord, aren't you? Guards, throw this guy out. Yi Chen calmly said, whether it's nonsense or not, it will be clear soon. He asked Wu Xingye for a bottle of high-concentration alcohol. He continued, the person using goo poison may harm others invisibly, but they have to bear equivalent risks. Because if the goo poison fails and the goo worm dies, the one who used it will suffer backlash, from minor injuries to life-threatening situations. So by killing the goo worm, we can find out who the real culprit is. With that, he poured the entire bottle of high-concentration alcohol into a basin. No! Lin Jiaoyang's face changed color, instinctively trying to stop it. But it was too late. The white water leech larvae in the basin struggled violently under the rush of alcohol, and soon perished. The next moment, puff! Lin Jiaoyang spat out a large amount of black blood, foul-smelling, and nauseating. Her face turned extremely pale, as if seriously injured. Bang! Han Ruan, Lin Wanda, Wu Xingye, and others stared wide-eyed, incredulous. It's really her? Even Lin Yuanxuan himself furrowed his brows. Although he had already had a vague suspicion, it was still hard to accept when the solid evidence was right in front of him, cutting like a knife through his heart. In their eyes, Lin Jiaoyang, as Lin Yuanxuan's granddaughter, was cherished by him like a pearl in his palm. How could she harm her grandfather? Ah, bastard! Ruining my good fortune! I'll kill you! Lin Jiaoyang's eyes were bloodshot, her face contorted as she roared, her voice sharp and unrecognizable. In the next instant, she grabbed an antique vase from the cabinet and rushed towards Yichen. No! Vice Director Wang's face changed drastically, about to step forward to stop her. But Lin Jiaoyang casually pushed him aside, causing him to fall to the ground. The people present were shocked. Vice Director Wang was a frontline law enforcement officer, and even 3 or 4 adult men couldn't get close to him, yet he was easily pushed down by Lin Jiaoyang. When did she become so strong? In the midst of their astonishment, Lin Jiaoyang had already swung the bottle at Yichen's head. However, Yichen quickly raised his hand, grabbing Lin Jiaoyang's wrist effortlessly. There was a hint of surprise in her wild eyes. She seemed not to expect Yichen to be so strong. Yichen remained calm, swiftly taking the bottle from her hand with his left hand and using a joint lock to press Lin Jiaoyang against the wall. Ah! Let go of me, you bastard! Let go! Lin Jiaoyang struggled and writhed continuously, but to no avail. At this moment, Lin Wanda and the others finally reacted, their faces filled with horror. He stared at Lin Jiaoyang as if she were a stranger. He said with frustration, Yang, why did you want to kill your own grandfather? Why? Lin Jiaoyang ignored him, still shouting for Yichen to let her go, her expression manic. Yichen frowned, delivering a chop to Lin Jiaoyang's neck, causing her to faint on the spot. He then placed her on a chair and explained, Mayor Lin, in fact, your daughter's mind has long been controlled by someone, and now she is just a puppet doing things for others. Whether it was trying to kill me just now or poisoning Mr. Lin, it was not her intention, but someone manipulating her thoughts to do so. What? Everyone was shocked to hear this. Han Ruan widened her eyes and said, how did that person control Sister Yang's mind? Can such a thing really be done? Yichen nodded and said, in the southern frontier, there is a kind of goo called the bewilderment goo. Whoever is affected by this goo can remotely control the consciousness of others, manipulate them to act according to his will, all without their knowledge. Everyone, think carefully, has Lin Jiaoyang undergone significant changes at some point, such as in personality, behavior, and so on? Lin Wanda furrowed his brows, pondered for a few seconds, and nodded, it does seem to be the case. Ever since she returned from her trip to the southern frontier half a year ago, her personality has become irritable. Sometimes she locks herself in her room all day without coming out, and when asked later what she did, she says she doesn't remember. I always thought it was due to our father's illness affecting her personality. But from what you're saying, could it be that she was actually affected by the goo back in the southern frontier, leading to such a drastic change in her personality? Yichen nodded. Although the bewilderment goo can control a person's thoughts, it cannot do so continuously. But the actions taken while under its control will be forgotten once sober, leading to gradual mental confusion. Over time, a person's character will be influenced, and even if they don't die, they may go insane. Furthermore, corresponding changes have long been present in her body. When I saw her yesterday for the first time, I noticed signs of weak spleen and stomach, bad breath, snoring, and even symptoms of hemorrhoids. At that time, I didn't delve deeper into it, but judging from the current situation, it seems that the goo poison in her body has caused damage. Upon hearing this explanation, everyone present was enlightened and shocked at the same time. They never expected the truth to be like this. A determined look flashed in Lin Wanda's eyes, and he knelt down in front of Yichen. Dr. Yi, please help remove the bewilderment goo from my daughter's body. As long as you agree, I, Lin, am willing to go through fire and water. His wife had passed away, leaving behind this daughter whom he cherished dearly. How could he bear to see her tormented by the goo? Lin Yuanxuan also spoke up, Dr. Yi, I implore you as well. Whatever conditions there may be, just name them. Yichen helped Lin Wanda up and said, Lin, you are too polite. Since I promised to help Han Ruan with her illness, I will naturally see this through to the end. Lin Wanda nodded excitedly, thank you, but how can the goo be removed? Yichen stroked his chin and said, generally speaking, the best way to remove the goo is to find the person who placed it and have them use their unique methods to remove it. However, it is clear that the person who placed the goo is hiding in the southern frontier, making it as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Therefore, I will have to use my own methods to remove the goo. But the bewilderment goo is much more troublesome than Lin's water leech goo, and the method to remove it will be complex and somewhat special. Lin, are you willing to accept it? Lin Wanda patted his chest and said, Dr. Yi, speak frankly. As long as you can cure my daughter, I have no objections to any method. Yichen nodded, I will use a combination of herbal baths and acupuncture to force out and eliminate the bewilderment goo, the herbal bath requires Miss Lin to be immersed in a bathtub filled with Chinese medicinal herbs. To ensure that every inch of her skin comes into 100% contact with the herbal solution, she must be completely naked during the treatment process. Lin Wanda hesitated a bit. Lin Jiaoyan was still a young lady, never having been in a relationship at her age, and now being exposed to other men before marriage. Would it be? Lin Yuanxuan scolded, "What's there to hesitate about? Dr. Yi is a physician. Being naked is nothing to be ashamed of in front of a doctor." Lin Wanda nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes. My thinking is too old-fashioned. Dr. Yi, we will follow your treatment method. What do I need to prepare?" Yi Chen said, "I will give you a list of Chinese medicinal ingredients needed for the herbal bath. You need to have the herbs placed in the bathtub and filled with water at 40 degrees Celsius." Lin Wanda nodded, "All right, I will arrange it immediately." Yi Chen continued, "During the treatment, I will need someone to assist me. No medical knowledge is required, just someone who can help out." Han Ruan volunteered eagerly, raising her hand and saying, "Would I be suitable for that?" She looked at Yi Chen with a hint of caution in her eyes. Although this guy claimed that the naked herbal bath was for treating Lin Jiaoyan's illness, what if he tried to take advantage of the situation while treating her? That's why I volunteered to help, keeping a close eye on Yi Chen to prevent him from making any moves on her friend. Yi Chen smiled and said, "If you need anything, just let me know." The efficiency of the Lin family was remarkable. In no time, the servant had prepared the herbal bath in Lin Jiaoyang's bathtub, steaming hot and exuding a strong herbal fragrance. Yi Chen helped Lin Jiaoyan to the chair next to the bathtub. "Close the door," he instructed Han Ruan, "take off her clothes." Han Ruan asked cautiously, "Why?" Yi Chen rolled his eyes and said, "Or should I do it? You pervert, no way." Han Ruan retorted. Then, she slowly undressed Lin Jiaoyan. Yi Chen glanced sideways. He had to admit that Lin Jiaoyan, as the daughter of the city's mayor, was indeed fair-skinned and beautiful, with well-defined legs far surpassing those of ordinary models. Unfortunately, her A-cup breasts were a bit lacking. Nevertheless, this was the first time Yi Chen had seen a young woman naked, especially with another beauty helping undress her. The scene was somewhat intriguing. Han Ruan noticed Yi Chen's gaze. Annoyed, she said, "Hey, stop peeking, close your eyes." Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, "Where did I peek? It's all out in the open, right? Besides, I'm a doctor. How can I treat her without looking?" Han Ruan was momentarily speechless. She pouted and said, "Fine, just take back your inappropriate thoughts." Yi Chen said firmly, "Don't think so lowly of me. I have no interest in such weak A-cups." "Yeah, right. Stop babbling. Help me put her in the bathtub." "Okay." Yi Chen and Han Ruan supported Lin Jiaoyan from both sides and placed her in the bathtub. Only her head remained exposed to the air, while the rest of her body was submerged in the herbal liquid. Various Chinese medicinal herbs floated on the surface of the liquid, making Lin Jiaoyan's delicate figure appear mysterious and sensual. Yi Chen quickly focused his mind, took out a silver needle from the side, and accurately inserted it into the acupoints on Lin Jiaoyan's body submerged in the liquid. With his proficiency in acupuncture, even through the herbal liquid or blindfolded, he could easily locate the acupoints. After a moment, Yi Chen finished needling, with over 10 silver needles inserted into Lin Jiaoyan's body. Han Ruan curiously asked, "Is that all? How could it be so quick?" Yi Chen instructed, "Use a basin to scoop up the herbal liquid from the bathtub and pour it over her head, ensuring that the liquid continuously soaks her head and face. Remember, there should be no breaks in between." "Got it." Han Ruan obediently followed, continuously pouring the herbal liquid over Lin Jiaoyan's head. Splish, splash, splish. Yi Chen sat on a chair beside, legs crossed, calmly observing. After 5 minutes, Han Ruan was sweating profusely, looking exhausted. "Hey, how much longer do I need to pour? I'm about to collapse." "Almost done. Why don't you take over for a while? I can't hold on any longer. You insisted on coming in, so why should I take over? What if we interrupt the treatment when switching? Endure a bit more for your friend," Yi Chen said leisurely, his eyes constantly wandering over Han Ruan. Due to the evaporation of the herbal liquid in the bathroom, the temperature was over 30 degrees, causing them to sweat a lot. Some water droplets splashed onto Han Ruan's chest while pouring the liquid, wetting her white shirt and making it transparent. Combined with her movements, it sparked some wild thoughts. "Hey, how much longer? I really can't hold on anymore." Han Ruan was on the verge of tears, cursing inwardly. These things could clearly be done by Yi Chen alone, but he made her do the hard work while he acted like the boss. This jerk must be doing it on purpose, always bullying people. Just then, Yi Chen suddenly noticed something and quickly stood up. "Continue pouring the medicine. Don't stop." At this moment, Lin Xiaoyang's face turned red, a protrusion appeared on her forehead, slowly moving towards her nostrils. Ha! Can't withstand the double stimulation of medicine and acupuncture, is it going to be forced out? Han Ruan also saw this scene, gritted her teeth and poured the medicine even harder, not daring to stop. After about 10 seconds, suddenly a half-inch long black worm drilled out of Lin Xiaoyang's nostril. After this thing came out, it actually shot up and flew straight towards Han Ruan, who was closest. Ah! Han Ruan screamed in fright, eyes wide open. Fortunately, Yein suddenly took action, slapped the long worm and sent it flying, crashing to the ground and turning into a pool of blood in an instant. A worm! There's a worm! Ah! Han Ruan was still in shock, suddenly jumped up and landed on Yein, arms tightly wrapped around his head, like a koala. Coincidentally, this position caused her lovely pair to press against Yichen's face. The scent of milk rushed over, the soft touch almost suffocating Yein, almost choking him to death. Well, are you trying to smother me with your chest? Trying to hit me with the ball? Almost couldn't handle it. But it's really comfortable. Unfortunately, before Yein could enjoy it for a few more seconds, Han Ruan realized what was happening and immediately jumped off Yein. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, face red, biting her lip in embarrassment and anger. You rogue, taking advantage of me. Yein was speechless. Miss, you clearly threw yourself at me, right? I haven't blamed you for pressing your face against mine. Jerk, taking advantage and acting innocent. Han Ruan gritted her teeth in anger. However, just then, Lin Xiaoyang in the bathtub slowly opened her eyes. She murmured softly, Where am I? She suddenly saw Yein. Her eyes widened immediately as she shouted, Ah, you filthy rogue, what did you do to me? She was about to struggle to sit up. Yein hurriedly said, Don't move, let me help you remove the silver needles from your body first. He immediately reached into the bathtub and quickly removed the silver needles from Lin Xiaoyang's body. Lin Xiaoyang was dumbfounded, about to say something. Yein spoke again, Since the curse has been lifted, I have nothing to do here. Miss Han, I leave the rest to you. Then he quickly slipped out of the bathroom. Just as he closed the door, Lin Xiaoyang immediately shouted, You filthy rogue, stop right there, taking advantage of me. Han Ruan hurriedly stopped her, Sister Yang, don't get agitated. He's treating you, removing the curse inside you. If it weren't for him, you would have. Next, Han Ruan quickly explained the cause and effect of the matter. After listening, Lin Xiaoyang stared in disbelief. She had always felt that her memory had been intermittent over the past 6 months, with many problems in her body. She didn't expect to be cursed. Lin Xiaoyang gritted her teeth, These jerks, framing me and my grandfather, they won't have a good end. Han Ruan comforted her, Regardless, as long as you and Grandpa Lin are safe, although Yein is a jerk, he won't take advantage of you. There was something she didn't say, afraid of hurting Lin Xiaoyang's self-esteem, that is, Yein is not interested in A-cup weaklings. Meanwhile, in a remote stilted building in the southern borderlands, a man in a black robe was sitting on a cushion meditating, chanting words. Suddenly, his face changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Even the bewitching curse has been broken? His eyes were filled with disbelief. Just yesterday, the leech curse was broken, causing him to suffer a backlash. He didn't expect today the bewitching curse would also be broken, once again causing him to suffer a backlash. His eyes flashed with a cold murderous intent, Bastard. Ruining my plan. After I recuperate, I will personally go and kill him. Yein entered the living room. Lin Yuanshuan, Lin Wanda, and others hurriedly asked Yein about the situation. Yein smiled and said, Don't worry, the goo worms have been removed. Miss Lin just needs some time to recuperate at home, and she will recover soon. Upon hearing this, everyone was excited and expressed their gratitude to Yein once again. At this moment, Lin Wanda looked worried and said, Dr. Yi, since the real culprit behind the poisoning hasn't been found yet, will he try to poison my father and Yang again? Yein smiled and replied, Rest assured, that person has already been affected by the backlash from 2 failed attempts, so he won't be able to poison again in the short term. Besides, even if he wants to poison, he needs to come to Jiangnan City. Pausing for a moment, he continued, However, while you are in the light, the enemy is in the dark. Why would that person go to such lengths to poison Mr. Lin and Ling AI? You might need to investigate more on your own. Lin Wanda said solemnly, I will definitely send people to investigate thoroughly and expose the real culprit. At that moment, Han Ruan and Lin Yaoyang walked into the living room. Lin Wanda quickly said to Lin Yaoyang, Yang, thank Dr. Yi quickly. If it weren't for him saving you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lin Yaoyang gritted her teeth and said to Yein, Thank you so much. Feeling aggrieved for being taken advantage of by Yein, she was filled with complaints. Yichen waved his hand and said with a smile, "No need to thank me, I just like to do good deeds like Lei Feng." "You!" Lin Yaoyang glared in anger. Just as she was about to say something, Lin Wanda joked, Yang, look at Dr. Yi, talented and extraordinary. He's about to get divorced now, and you're single too. How about making him your boyfriend?" "No, no, no!" Yichen, Han Ruan, and Lin Yaoyang all said in unison. "Everyone else? Why does this atmosphere feel a bit strange?" At that moment, Wu Xingye cleared his throat and spoke up, "Dr. Yi, since you have helped Mr. Lin and Yang, I have an awkward request, may I speak?" Yichen had a good impression of the dean and smiled, "Dean Wu, please go ahead." Wu Xingye said, "We have a patient in the hospital, critically ill due to heart inflammation, and now in a life-threatening condition. It's all because of my inadequate medical skills. I can't treat him, so I would like to invite you to come and take a look. Rest assured, the patient has a significant background in Jiangnan City. As long as you are willing to help, both the remuneration and gratitude will not be lacking." Yichen thought that staying here would only be more awkward. So he agreed, "Since Dean Wu has invited me, I will go and take a look. Let's set off now." Wu Xingye nodded repeatedly. At that moment, Lin Wanda said, "Dr. Yi, you have helped my Lin family through a difficult time, and the favor is significant. I happen to have a gift for you, please accept it." Lin Wanda instructed a servant to bring a sandalwood box from the study. Opening the sandalwood box, a faint medicinal fragrance wafted out. Inside lay a ginseng root over a foot long, resembling a sleeping old man, lifelike. Lin Wanda introduced, "This is a gift from the medicine king of Jiangnan to my father on his birthday last year. It is said to be wild ginseng from Changbai Mountain. The best medicine for the best doctor, it's perfect for you." This. Yichen looked at the wild ginseng. It was at least 300 years old, even more precious than the 100-year-old snow ginseng the boss of Tianlong restaurant had given him before. It could be considered a priceless medicine. Yichen smiled and said, "In that case, I graciously accept it." Lin Wanda asked Lin Yaoyang and Lin Yuanxuan to rest. He personally escorted Yichen and Wu Xingye to the entrance of the Yulong Manor. Han Ruan also followed. He grabbed Yichen's sleeve and said, "Hey, aren't you going to treat the patient? Take this lady along." "I'm going to treat the patient, why do you want to come?" Han Ruan pouted, "You used this lady as an assistant just now, and now you want to kick me out? Shameless man." Yichen sighed, "As you wish." "Yay!" Han Ruan cheered with excitement. Wu Xingye drove the car and led the way, while Han Ruan let Yichen sit in the passenger seat of her red Maserati. The group left the Yulong Manor. Lin Wanda was about to turn back when a silver Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped. A beautiful woman in a silver cheongsam, with a graceful figure, got out of the car. She politely greeted Lin Wanda, "Uncle Lin, do you remember me?" Lin Wanda asked uncertainly, "Are you Yein?" The woman smiled, "It's me, Rong Mayen." Lin Wanda exclaimed, "It's really you. It's been a few years, and you've grown so much. Is your father and grandfather doing well?" Few people knew that Lin Wanda was good friends with Rong Tianhong, Rong Mayen's father. They had taken good care of Rong Mayen. However, in recent years, due to the busy political affairs in Jiangnan City, Lin Wanda had been unable to meet her for a long time. Rong Mayen nodded, "My grandfather is still the same, with various health issues. My father is doing well. By the way, I heard that Grandpa Lin's condition worsened." I rushed over anxiously. "How is he now?" Since Lin Yuanxuan fell seriously ill 6 months ago, the Rong family had actually helped a lot, arranging doctors and sending medicinal herbs. Unfortunately, none of it had been effective. Lin Wanda smiled, "Thanks to the heavens, Grandpa's illness has been cured by a divine doctor and he is resting." Rong Mayen visibly relaxed. "That's a relief." She hesitated, "Uncle Lin, I have an awkward request." Lin Wanda chuckled, "With your father's friendship with me, there's no need to be so polite. Just say it." Rong Mayen nodded. "Just now at the G family banquet, Deputy Director Wang took away a man named Yichen. It said that he pretended to be a doctor and worsened Grandpa Lin's condition. Although he made a mistake, considering that Grandpa Lin has been cured by a divine doctor, I would like you to go easy on Yichen and not punish him severely." Rong Mayen didn't have much confidence in pleading for Yichen, as he had almost caused Grandpa Lin's death by pretending to be a doctor. Unexpectedly, Lin Wanda smiled. "Niece, are you teasing me?" Rong Mayen asked in confusion. "Uncle Lin, I didn't mean that. What do you mean?" Lin Wanda laughed. "The Yichen you mentioned is the divine doctor who cured my father's serious illness. Without him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Now, Dr. Yi is an honored guest in our Lin family. Instead of punishing him, I can't thank him enough." "What?" For the first time, shock appeared in Rong Mayen's charming eyes. You mean Yi Chen, is a divine doctor? Lin Wanda nodded, yes. Have you not heard that his medical skills have reached an extraordinary level? Rong Mayen shook her head. She had only met Yi Chen a few times and had seen his exceptional skills, top-notch calligraphy, and calm demeanor. Just these qualities were impressive enough. But he was also a divine doctor? What else was he capable of? Lin Wanda joked, Yen, are you so interested in Dr. Yi for some other reason? Rong Mayen quickly denied, how could that be? I'm just curious about him, and besides, you know my situation. Lin Wanda's expression became slightly serious. He knew that the Rong family had arranged a marriage contract for Rong Mayen at a very young age, which couldn't be changed. This, in turn, limited all possibilities of emotional attachment for Rong Mayen. Of course, at present, the most important thing for Rong Mayen was the struggle for family power, which was even more dangerous. Lin Wanda seemed to have an idea. I heard that you are preparing to select a business partner in Jiangnan City. This matter is crucial and must be handled carefully. There is someone I would like to recommend to you. Rong Mayen asked, who? Lin Wanda said, the actual helmsman of the Tianlong group, the mysterious figure behind Zhao Hailong. Although I don't know this person, from the clues, it can be judged that the background is extraordinary. If you let him become a business partner, the family will definitely turn things around. Even if it doesn't work out, just making a friend will be beneficial. Rong Mayen sighed, I must tell you, a few days ago, I specially attended the bidding business meeting of Tianlong Group, but unfortunately, the meeting was cancelled, and I did not see that mysterious figure. Lin Wanda smiled, you only know after you try. I will contact Zhao Hailong for you and ask about that mysterious figure through him, maybe it will work out. Rong Mayen excitedly said, thank you, Uncle Lin. Then she asked, is Yi Chen still with you? I want to talk to him. I plan to bring him back to the provincial capital when I have time to help my grandfather check his health. Lin Wanda said, he was just taken to the hospital by Director Wu for treatment. If you go now, you might see him. Rong Mayen nodded, then I will go now, and I will visit Uncle Lin's house another day to see how Grandpa Lin is doing. Yi Chen and the others arrived at the First People's Hospital. Yi Chen had already charged his phone in the car. As soon as he turned it on after getting off the car, he received a call from Zhao Hailong. Yi Chen asked, what's up? Zhao Hailong respectfully said, Mr. Yi, just a minute ago, Miss Rong Mayen from the Rong family contacted me through Mayor Lin, saying she would like to invite you, as the actual helmsman of Tianlong Group, to attend the business meeting the day after tomorrow. Do you agree? Yi Chen was slightly stunned. Mayor Lin actually knew Rong Mayen? But he didn't dwell on it and nodded in agreement, no problem. Yes. Yi Chen agreed because he had been wanting to talk to Rong Mayen about canceling the engagement. He had hoped to see her at the birthday banquet today, but she announced that she wouldn't be coming. Since she now invited him to the business meeting, he could take the opportunity to settle this matter. Just after hanging up the phone, Han Ruan walked over, asking curiously like a baby, who were you talking to on the phone? Yi Chen casually replied, Zhao Hailong, what's up? Han Ruan rolled her eyes and said, Dragon Lord called you? Do you think you are the mysterious figure behind him? Yi Chen, with a serious expression, asked back, aren't I? Han Ruan looked Yi Chen up and down. She scoffed, you? Forget it. I don't believe it. In her mind, the mysterious figure must be a charismatic, handsome, and domineering CEO. How could it be someone like Yi Chen, a cunning and despicable guy? Although she had to admit that this despicable guy was quite impressive in some aspects. Yi Chen shrugged, believe it or not. Wu Xingye walked over and said, Dr. Yi, you are not a doctor at our hospital after all. Medical treatment requires procedures to be followed. I will go to the office to handle it and come back later. If you are free, you can go upstairs to the patient's ward. I have already informed the family. Yi Chen nodded in agreement and got the specific ward number from Wu Xingye. He went straight upstairs. Han Ruoyun followed behind Yi Chen swaggeringly as they went upstairs together. 5th floor, outside a high-end ward. Knock knock knock. Yi Chen lightly knocked on the ward door. The door opened, revealing a face that Yi Chen did not expect to see. Xiao Qingcheng, why are you here? Why are you here? The two almost simultaneously exclaimed. Xiao Qingcheng's surprise was evident on his face. Wasn't he taken away by Deputy Director Wang? How did he end up here? Yi Chen, equally surprised, wondered if Director Wu had given him the wrong ward number? While Yi Chen and Xiao Qingcheng were staring at each other in surprise, inside the ward, Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan also came out. Behind them stood several relatives and friends of the Xiao family. It's you, kid? Seeing Yi Chen, both Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan were a bit puzzled. After all, the guy had been quite fierce at the banquet earlier, as if he were a stranger. Yi Chen asked anxiously, is Grandpa inside? Zhang Huilan's face darkened as she said, "Isn't it? If it weren't for your recent outrageous behavior, the old master would not have been so upset. He has already been declared critically ill. He may not make it through at any time, right?" "What?" Yi Chen's face changed. He remembered that just a few days ago when he came over, he was told that Mr. Xiao had already recovered from the danger and just needed some rest. How could the situation become so serious in just a few days? He said seriously, "Let me go in and see Grandpa. I have a way to cure him." Zhang Huilan sneered, "Don't talk nonsense. Do you really think you have medical skills? I see you are not trying to save the old master, you clearly want to harm him." Hearing this, Han Ruan behind Yi Chen frowned and said unhappily, "Hey, how can you speak like that, old lady? Yi Chen doesn't know medical skills? He just cured Mr. Lin at the first hospital in Lin City, don't you know?" Zhang Huilan was scolded by Han Ruan as an old lady. Her eyes twitched, but she didn't dare to retort. After all, the other party was Han Tianjing's only daughter. Xiao Qingqing frowned and glanced at Han Ruan, who was entangled with Yi Chen again. She felt an inexplicable resistance and said coldly, "Miss Han, I have already invited a divine doctor to treat my grandfather. We don't need your so-called doctor to treat him, thank you. Please leave and don't disturb my grandfather's rest." However, just as she finished speaking, Wu Xingye hurried over from the other end of the corridor. He looked displeased and said, "Mr. Xiao, I finally managed to invite Divine Dr. Yi to treat the head of the Xiao family. Why do you want to drive him away? Today, you must give me an explanation." Xiao Qingcheng looked surprised. "Director Wu, is he the divine doctor you helped me invite?" Wu Xingye said seriously, "Yes, he is the divine Dr. Yi I mentioned before. He cured Mr. Lin. I went through a lot of trouble to invite him. Why are you not treating him with respect and want to drive him away?" Boom, this statement was like a bombshell, shocking everyone to the core. Xiao Qingcheng was stunned. Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan mother and son were stunned. The rest of the Xiao family and friends were also stunned. The divine doctor they had been talking about these past 2 days was actually Yi Chen, who they had driven out of the house? Xiao Qingcheng furrowed her brows tightly. When the banquet at the Ji family ended, she called Director Wu and heard him mention divine Dr. Yi. She had a sudden thought that Yi Chen might be that divine doctor, but she quickly dismissed the idea. It turned out to be true? Zhang Huilan subconsciously shook her head and said, "It's impossible. This is impossible. Director Wu, are you mistaken? Yi Chen has been freeloading in our house for 3 years, he has already been driven out by our Xiao family, how could he be a divine doctor?" Wu Xingye's pupils contracted. The son-in-law who was driven out of the house. After all the commotion, he only now found out that Yi Chen was actually driven out by the Xiao family. Goodness! It seemed like he had done a good deed with bad consequences. He awkwardly said to Yi Chen, "Divine Dr. Yi, I didn't consider this well, I didn't know about the relationship between you two, I'm really sorry." Yi Chen waved his hand and said, "It's okay, Director Wu, you don't need to apologize." He didn't expect that the patient introduced by Wu Xingye was actually Grandpa Xiao Hongming. What a coincidence! Xiaonan sneered, "Yi, can you stop pretending? I don't care what tricks you used to deceive Director Wu, we simply don't believe you have any medical skills." The rest of the Xiao family nodded along. Wu Xingye said seriously, "Do you all have some misunderstanding about divine Dr. Yi? His medical skills are unparalleled in my experience, only he can cure the head of the Xiao family." Xiao Qingcheng shook her head and said, "Director Wu, I trust you, that's why I asked you to find a divine doctor, but this result is really disappointing. I've been married to Yi Chen for 3 years, I know his abilities very well, you must have been deceived by him." Despite Han Ruan and Wu Xingye saying that Yi Chen had medical skills and was a divine doctor, Xiao Qingcheng still held a skeptical attitude. In her opinion, if Yi Chen had medical skills, why had he never shown them in 3 years of marriage? He must have used some means to deceive Han Ruan and Wu Xingye. Wu Xingye shook his head in frustration, "Your whole family, sigh." Han Ruan rolled her eyes. Unable to hold back, she quipped to Yi Chen, "These 3 years must have been tough on you, dealing with such a bunch of weirdos." She then reminded him, "Why don't you leave? We shouldn't endure this frustration. How about I take you out for some exciting fun?" Normally, Yi Chen might have joked with Han Ruan, asking her what kind of excitement she meant. "Isn't the most exciting thing hidden under your e-cup?" But today was different. In the hospital room, it was Xiao Hongming whose life was hanging by a thread. The old man had always trusted him wholeheartedly, cared for him, and was one of the people Yi Chen respected the most. So Yi Chen would never stand idly by. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. His pupils contracted sharply. He said to Xiao Qingqing solemnly, "Grandfather's condition is very bad. Let me in quickly, otherwise his life is in danger." Zhang Huilan and Xiaonan exchanged glances. Annoyed, Zhang Huilan said, "When we just came out, The old man's condition was stable, and there's a caregiver looking after him. How can his life be in danger? Shut your crow's mouth. Xiao Qingcheng said disappointedly. Yi Chen, when will you ever mature? Using these tricks to get my attention won't make me change my mind about divorce, it will only make me more disgusted. But before she could finish her sentence, a loud alarm suddenly sounded from the ward behind them. Then a nurse rushed out of the ward in a hurry. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. The head of the Xiao family's condition suddenly deteriorated, all vital signs are dropping rapidly, it's very bad. Boom, everyone was shocked, staring at each other in disbelief. Was Yi Chen actually telling the truth? Han Ruan sarcastically said, not listening to good advice will lead to losses. Some people even talk about using tricks to get my attention, TSK, really good at adding drama to themselves. Xiao Qingcheng blushed. She knew the other party was targeting her, but she didn't have time to care about that now. She immediately led the Xiao family into the ward. Director Wu asked, Dr. Yi, what do you think? Yi Chen said, let's go in too. Everyone entered the ward. Xiao Hongming on the hospital bed looked haggard, his breathing very weak. The readings on various medical devices indicated that the old man's condition was very serious. Xiao Qingqing anxiously asked, Director Wu, didn't you say my grandfather could hold on for a few more days? How did it suddenly deteriorate? Director Wu Xingye said solemnly, the head of the Xiao family is old after all, his condition is not easy to control, sudden deterioration is also normal. In any case, the situation is very pessimistic now. If effective treatment is not received within an hour, I'm afraid. Xiao Qingqing trembled, at a loss. Zhang Huilan reminded her, girl, didn't you buy a bottle of talisman water from Master Gongsun before? Master Gongsun said to take it immediately when the condition worsens, it will cure the illness, quickly give it to your grandfather. Xiao Qingqing suddenly realized, right, I almost forgot. She quickly took out the glass bottle, opened the cap, and was about to give it to Xiao Hongming to take. Yi Chen suddenly spoke up to stop her. Wait. Xiao Qingqing frowned, what's wrong? Yi Chen took the talisman water, opened the cap, sniffed it, and asked, is this the one you bought from Master Gongsun? Zhang Huilan glared, what's it to you? This cost 1 million, cures all diseases. If you spill it, you can't afford it. She snatched it back from Yi Chen. Yi Chen earnestly warned, this is just ashes mixed with water from burnt yellow paper, it has no medical effect at all. Zhang Huilan obviously didn't believe him, she scolded, what do you know? Master Gongsuan's reputation is well known in Jiangnan City, who are you to question it? Xiao Nan also said, exactly. We saw with our own eyes Master Gongsun bringing second young Master Ji back to life, his medical skills are extraordinary, his talisman water must be effective. Sister, don't listen to him, quickly give it to grandfather, don't delay the matter. Okay. Xiao Qingqing nodded, poured the talisman water into Xiao Hongming's mouth. This time, Yi Chen did not intervene. On one hand, if he stopped it, Xiao Qingcheng and the others would not trust him. On the other hand, although the talisman water he inspected couldn't cure the illness, it also wouldn't harm the body. Might as well let them give it a try. Some people are destined to hit a wall before they turn back. Xiao Qingcheng handed the talisman water to Xiao Hongming to drink. However, after about 2 or 3 minutes, not only did Xiao Hongming show no signs of recovery, but his various health indicators continued to deteriorate. How is it possible that it has no effect? Xiao Qingqing's face changed. Not only her, but Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan were also sweating profusely, in a panic. Spending 1 million to purchase talisman water that turned out to be ineffective, what should they do now? Han Ruan sarcastically said, I told you, Master Gongsun is just a fraud, why do you insist on believing in his medical skills, are you all fools? The Xiao family looked at each other in dismay, they didn't expect Master Gongsun's talisman water to be useless. At this moment, Yi Chen stepped forward and said, step aside, let me save Grandpa. Zhang Huilan blocked his way and scolded, if even Master Gongsun's talisman water doesn't work, what can you do to save him? Don't cause trouble. Han Ruan sneered, humph. I think you're afraid that Yi Chen will cure Grandpa and embarrass you, that's why you don't dare let him treat him? Zhang Huilan blared, nonsense, what do I have to be afraid of? Treat him then. I want to see if this useless person knows any medical skills. Let's see whose face will be slapped later. With that, she made way for Yi Chen. Xiao Qingcheng and Xiaonan also stepped aside. After all, it seemed there was no other way. However, Xiaonan sneered, if you can save Grandpa, I'll apologize to you on my knees. Yi Chen coldly said, remember what you just said, don't deny it later. He took silver needles from Wu Xingye and quickly inserted them into Xiao Hongming's acupuncture points. Shanzhong acupoint, Tanqi acupoint, Zhengwan acupoint. In one go, he inserted a total of 18 silver needles. Xiaonan frowned. Yi, do you even know medical skills? By inserting so many needles into Grandpa, are you trying to kill him? Zhang Huilan, with a stern face, said, Grandpa was already in a bad state, treating him like this, do you have a conscience? The rest of the Xiao family and friends also complained. Xiao Qingcheng did not speak, her eyes fixed on Xiao Hongming, unable to hide her worry. Yi Chen ignored the complaints from the Xiao family and friends. He instructed Wu Xingye, please open Grandpa's mouth. Okay. Wu Xingye quickly complied, quietly observing Yi Chen, wondering how he planned to save Xiao Hongming. Yi Chen took out wild ginseng from his box, lifted it with his left hand, and placed it about 3 inches above Xiao Hongming's mouth. With his right hand holding the main root of the wild ginseng, he activated his internal energy. As a stream of internal energy flowed into the wild ginseng, the most essential part of the ginseng was stimulated, slowly oozing out from the root in a golden drop-like shape, exuding vitality all around. Seeing this, Wu Xingye's face turned red, unable to contain his excitement as he exclaimed, This is the essence of ginseng, my goodness. Han Ruan asked in confusion, Director Wu, what is ginseng essence? Director Wu explained, as the name suggests, ginseng essence is the liquid formed from the most essential part of ginseng, but extracting this essence is extremely difficult and rare. Therefore, most people who use ginseng choose to consume it directly or crushed, but in reality, a large amount of nutrient essence is lost, making its effectiveness much lower than consuming ginseng essence directly. I have been practicing medicine for decades, and I have only seen a few instances of ginseng essence, but I never expected to see it again today. And I never imagined that the way Dr. Yi extracted the essence was so unheard of. Hearing this, Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip, staring intently at Yi Chen. Could it be that he really knows medical skills? On the other hand, Xiaonan sneered, is ginseng essence really that miraculous? Director Wu solemnly said, of course it is. Normally, a wild ginseng plant can only accumulate a drop of essence every 100 years. Each drop possesses the miraculous effects of strengthening the foundation and reviving the dead. If the head of the Xiao family were to consume a drop of ginseng essence, most of this illness would be cured. Xiaonan rolled her eyes, clearly still skeptical. After a little over half a minute, at the base of the main root of the wild ginseng, a complete drop of ginseng essence finally formed. Influenced by gravity, it fell into Xiao Hongming's mouth. Then came the second drop, the third drop. After 3 drops, that wild ginseng seemed to lose all its vitality in that instant. It began to wither and shrink at a visible rate, becoming dry and no different from a dead tree branch. Yi Chen tossed it into the trash can. Next, he lightly flicked the ends of all the silver needles with his fingers, resembling a graceful performance on a zither. The 18 silver needles trembled slightly, stimulating the rapid and thorough absorption of the ginseng essence in the body. In fact, this was the most crucial step in the healing process. In this world, besides his master, only Yi Chen could achieve this. After about 3 minutes, Yi Chen finally stopped and skillfully removed all the silver needles. He took a deep breath and said, mission accomplished. The people present looked at each other. Xiao Qingcheng asked, is it done just like that? Yi Chen nodded. Xiaonan angrily said, Yi surname, do you think we're fools? Is this considered cured? Where is the improvement? Zhang Huilan also scolded, you gestured for a while, the old man still hasn't woken up, and you call this done? The rest of the Xiao family and friends also discussed various opinions, believing that Yi Chen was playing tricks on them. Xiao Qingcheng's expression changed unpredictably. Disappointed, she said, grandfather has treated you so well, and you use such ridiculous tricks to treat him? This is an insult, a blasphemy against grandfather. Before I lose my temper, disappear from my sight immediately. I don't want to see you again. However, before she finished speaking, Xiao Hongming, who was almost lifeless on the sickbed, suddenly started coughing. The data indicators of various medical instruments beside the bed also began to return to normal at a visible speed. Just half a minute later, Xiao Hongming slowly opened his eyes. What? Everyone in the room was stunned. Grandfather was actually cured? This couldn't be a dream, right? Everyone looked at Yi Chen. At this moment, their expressions were unbelievably incredulous. Of course, along with the shock, there was an unstoppable sense of embarrassment. After all, Yi Chen, who had been ridiculed, looked down upon, and distrusted by them all along, turned out to be a real miracle worker. In contrast, they had all become the clowns who were proven wrong, utterly ridiculous. Xiao Hongming asked, I'm still alive, who saved me? The one who saved you is actually. The Xiao family members looked at each other, hesitated, and no one dared to speak. It was Xiao Qingcheng and the others who immediately gained confidence. She raised her chin, pointing at Xiao Qingcheng and the Xiao family members. I said Yi Chen is a real miracle worker, but you didn't believe it. You obstructed his treatment in various ways. What do you have to say now? She then pointed at Xiao Nan. Hey, didn't you say you would kneel and apologize as long as Yichen cured grandfather? Come on, start your performance. Xiao Nan shrank his neck and didn't dare to make a sound. Wu Xingye shook his head and said, Alas! I kindly reminded you, but you didn't believe. Now it proves that I was right, and the divine Dr. Yi didn't lie, right? You are beyond redemption. The faces of the Xiao family members turned red with shame. Even though they couldn't understand how Yi Chen, who had been freeloading in the Xiao family for 3 years without ever showing any medical skills, suddenly transformed into a miracle worker. This was just unbelievable. Xiao Qingqing's face was burning with embarrassment. She remembered the situation at the door just now, where she questioned and denied Yi Chen, feeling even more embarrassed. What made her even more uncomfortable was that since she mentioned divorce to Yi Chen, he had shown an outstanding side in these few days that she had never seen in 3 years. Martial arts, calligraphy, medical skills, and so on. Where is the useless waste in her mouth? It's actually her. Repeated failures, nothing goes smoothly. At this moment, Xiao Hongming also understood who saved him. Excitedly, he said, Tiance, so it was you who saved Grandpa. Grandpa didn't misjudge you, you are indeed excellent. Ahem. Excited, he couldn't help but cough. His eyes were full of relief. Yichen stepped forward, gently patting Xiao Hongming's back, saying, Grandpa, your body has just recovered. Please don't get too excited and hurt yourself again. Xiao Hongming nodded. Turning his head, he was furious, reprimanding Xiao Qingcheng. I've said it before, Tiance is the pride of heaven, a person with great luck. You insist on your own opinion, don't listen to advice. What else do you have to say now? Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip, her eyes trembling, unable to retort. Xiao Hongming sternly scolded Zhang Huilan and the rest of the Xiao family, and you all, looking like you have it all together, but actually blind. I order you to apologize to Tiance immediately. Anyone who doesn't comply will be expelled from the Xiao family. Boom! Everyone's faces changed drastically, their lips turning pale with fear. However, at this moment, a sudden voice came from outside the door, Master of the Xiao family, don't rush to judgment. In fact, the person who saved you is not Yi Chen at all, but someone else. Yi Chen just happened to be lucky. Everyone turned to the door to see 2 people entering the sick room. They were Ji Buwan and Master Gong Sun Dao. The one who spoke just now was Ji Buwan. Han Ruan sneered, Hey, what do you mean by that? It was clearly Yi Chen who treated and saved the patient just now, and you're saying it was someone else. Who is he? Ji Buwan proudly said, he is none other than Master Gong Sun Dao, who is both near and far. This statement was like a stone causing 1,000 ripples. The relatives and friends of the Xiao family questioned one after another, Young Master Ji, are you joking? Master Gong Sun Dao has never set foot in the sick room. How could it be him who cured the master's illness? Exactly, we saw Yi Chen use ginseng and silver needles to cure the old master. Xiao Qingcheng furrowed her brows slightly. Although she couldn't fully accept that Yi Chen was a divine doctor, she couldn't understand the connection between her grandfather's recovery and Master Gong Sun Dao. Han Ruan directly confronted Master Gong Sun Dao, Hey, you old fraud, can you stop deceiving people? Yi Chen pulled her back and said calmly, Don't get agitated, let's hear what he has to say. He was curious to see what tricks this old Taoist had up his sleeve. Faced with everyone's questioning expressions, Master Gong Sun Dao smiled and said, Please be patient, let me ask a question first. Miss Xiao, has the bottle of talisman water I gave you been taken by the master of the Xiao family? Xiao Qingqing nodded. Grandpa took it when he fell ill. A hint of joy flashed in Master Gong Sun Dao's eyes. That's right, the master of the Xiao family took my talisman water first, which cured his illness. As for that boy named Ji, the ginseng and acupuncture were useless, he just happened to be lucky enough to wake the master of the Xiao family up. Xiao Qingcheng immediately shook her head, It's impossible. The medicine I gave my grandfather had no effect at all. Zhang Huilan also said, Master, I saw it with my own eyes, there must be no misunderstanding, right? Master Gongsun Dao calmly explained, You all don't know, my talisman water takes some time to take effect after being taken. Even without that boy Ye's treatment, if you had just been a little patient, the master of the Xiao family would have recovered on his own. Everyone looked at each other, feeling like what he said made sense, but also didn't make sense. Master Gongsun Dao continued, Everyone, what I say is true, and I can guarantee it with my reputation in Jiangnan City for decades. Ji Buwan also said, I am willing to vouch for Master Gongsun. Not long ago, my younger brother was saved from the brink of death by Master Gongsun. Both Miss Qingcheng and Zhang witnessed it with their own eyes. It's undeniable. I don't understand why you don't believe in Master Gongsun but are willing to believe in Yi Chen, who has never demonstrated any medical skills. This statement was supported by the Xia family and friends. Makes sense. I still trust Master Gongsuan's medical skills more. It must be the efficacy of the talisman water, otherwise, Master Gongsun wouldn't have offered to sell it for 1 million. Zhang Huilan suddenly realized, so that's how it is. I almost got fooled by that scoundrel. I knew it. How could a freeloader like him cure illnesses? The public opinion suddenly shifted. Han Ruan frowned and complained, "Hey, do you really believe that old charlatan's words? He's just a fraud." Xiao Nan sneered, "Ha. In my opinion, Yichen is the real fraud. He's been freeloading off our Xia family for 3 years." The Xia family and friends burst into laughter. Although Xia Qingcheng did not express her opinion, she leaned more towards believing in Master Gongsun. You don't know what's good for you." Han Ruan was so angry that her chest rose and fell rapidly. It was the first time she had encountered such a bizarre family. It's really hard to believe that Yichen has been their son-in-law for 3 years. On the other hand, both Master Gongsun and Buwan had comfortable expressions on their faces. They were delighted to see Yichen embarrassed. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound of a palm hitting the bed echoed. Everyone turned their heads. Xiao Hongming, with a stern face, reprimanded, "Nonsense! I know my own health condition the best. It was clearly Tianzi who saved me. What does it have to do with the talisman water?" He impatiently glanced at Buwan and Master Gongsun, furrowing his brows. "I can see that they are both annoyed, so let's show them out." Buwan and Master Gongsuan's expressions changed. "Wow, is this old man so tough? He doesn't give any face at all?" Xiaonan quickly persuaded, "Grandpa, what are you saying? In my opinion, it was Master Gongsuan's talisman water that worked. If you drive them away, it will make people say that our Xia family doesn't know how to repay kindness." Zhang Huilan also said, "Dad, everyone knows that you trust Yichen, but Master Gongsuan's superb medical skills are well known. You can't just dismiss his words without concrete evidence, right?" Xia Qingcheng said, "There is no concrete evidence yet to determine who cured you." "Well," Xiao Hongming furrowed his brows, looking troubled. Emotionally, he trusted Yichen completely, but objectively, Master Gongsuan's reputation was well established. Without concrete evidence, it was not easy to refute. Just then, Master Gongsun spoke up, "This humble Taoist has a method to prove who healed the head of the Xia family." Everyone looked at Master Gongsun. Xia Qingcheng asked, "What method, Master?" Master Gongsun stroked his beard, looking mysterious. "It's simple. This humble Taoist wants to challenge this young man surnamed Yi in medical skills. The winner will be recognized as the one who cured the head of the Xia family. What do you all think?" Upon hearing this, everyone from the Xia family nodded. This was indeed a good method. Xiaonan sneered, "Young man surnamed Yi, did you hear what Master said? Are you up for the challenge in medical skills?" Yichen replied calmly, "Why wouldn't I dare? I wonder how that old charlatan wants to compete." Master Gongsuan's eyes flashed with cunning as he said, "If we are to compete, let's make it more exciting. Yichen, are you willing to compete in detoxification with me?" Detoxification? The Xia family and others looked at each other, not understanding what it meant. Han Ruan asked Wu Xingye, "Dean, what does competing in detoxification mean?" Wu Xingye's expression turned serious as he explained, "In the traditional Chinese medicine circle, there are many methods to compete in medical skills, such as acupuncture, prescribing medicine, and even the basic observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking. Among all these methods, there is one ancient and terrifying method called detoxification competition. The process is simple. 2 traditional Chinese medicine practitioners each prepare a poison for the other to take, and then both try to detoxify themselves within a set time. The first one to detoxify successfully wins. After a round of poison fighting, the outcome could vary greatly. Either both parties emerged unscathed, or both succumbed to the poison and perished. The risks were immense, which was why such contests were prohibited. The crowd gasped in shock. Goodness, this poison fight wasn't just a test, it was a fight for their lives. Master Gongsuan's voice was cold as he said, "Will you dare to accept the poison challenge I propose? If you don't, it means you concede defeat, and there's no shame in that." Jibo took the opportunity to taunt, "This kid may act all high and mighty usually, but when faced with danger, he's the first to back down. He wouldn't dare accept it, would he? Talking about miraculous medical skills, what a joke." Xiaonan and Zhang Huilan also sneered, not believing that Yichen had the guts to take on the poison challenge. In response, Yichen smirked and said, "Since Master Gongsun is like a cat teasing a mouse, seeking death, then today I will grant your wish. I accept the poison challenge." Upon hearing Yichen's words, Han Ruoyan's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly warned, "What did you agree to the poison challenge for? This old rascal is full of tricks, clearly plotting against you." Wu Xingyi also spoke seriously, "Dr. Yi, this poison challenge is already prohibited. You don't have to agree to it, You can suggest a different, safer competition? Faced with their well-intentioned warnings, Yein confidently replied, I know what I'm doing. Besides, even if I lose in a different challenge, that old rascal won't admit defeat. This old rascal had stolen his credit multiple times before. Yein didn't mind teaching him a lesson today. A cold glint flashed in Master Gongsuan's eyes. This young brat is good with words, but I hope that after being poisoned, he won't kneel and beg me for the antidote. Yein chuckled, we'll see about that. Xiao Hongming worriedly asked, Tianxi, are you sure about this? Yein nodded earnestly. Xiao Hongming didn't say more. Deep down, he still believed in Yein. Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan wore expressions of schadenfreude, hoping that Yein would be poisoned and die during the challenge. Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip. She wanted to warn Yein not to agree to the poison challenge, but she figured he wouldn't listen to her anyway. Oh well, she would leave it to fate. Master Gonsun declared, let's not waste time. Let's begin now. Director Wu, please lead us to the hospital pharmacy. Wu Xingye nodded, please wait here, everyone. I will take Dr. Yi and Master Gongsun to the herbal medicine storage. He then led the two to the hospital's herbal medicine storage. The shelves were filled with a wide variety of Chinese herbs, totaling over 300 types. The process of making the poison was simple and didn't require any cooking. Just crush the herbs, add some warm water, and it was done. Yein and Master Gongsun selected the herbs they needed, while Wu Xingye watched. Wu Xingye noticed that after Yein came in, he casually picked 6 or 7 herbs and effortlessly made a bowl of brownish poison that looked similar to a popular cold medicine. It didn't seem poisonous at all. Yein took a sip and commented, tastes good, quite sweet. Wu Xingye was puzzled, Dr. Yi, is that all? This doesn't look like poison. Yein smiled, these are enough to deal with him. But, Wu Xingye was confused. Many people would add all kinds of poisonous herbs to win the poison challenge. The more variety and toxicity, the better, fearing that others could easily detoxify it. Yein, on the other hand, casually chose 6 or 7 basic herbs that seemed non-toxic. Would that work? On the other hand, Master Gongsun added everything from heartbreak grass, to dried toads, thundervine, and white aconite, and probably more, totaling at least 30 different highly toxic herbs. After a while, Master Gongsun also finished preparing a bowl of poison, presenting a thick, crimson liquid that made one's scalp tingle just by looking at it. After preparing the poison, the group returned to the ward. Inside, everyone saw the poisons concocted by Yein and Master Gongsun. Although they didn't understand traditional Chinese medicine, they could easily tell from the appearance of the poison that Master Gongsuan's poison was obviously more potent. On the other hand, Yichen's poison seemed completely harmless. Jibo couldn't help but sneer, I knew Yein doesn't understand medicine. He can't even prepare poison. It's clear that his so-called medical skills are just empty boasts from certain people. Han Ruan whispered, is your poison really not poisonous? Yein truthfully replied, it's not poisonous, and it's even beneficial to the body. Han Ruan was so angry that her chest heaved up and down as she glared, not poisonous? Then aren't you the one who's going to lose? Yein confidently smiled, just watch. At that moment, Master Gongsun said, let's not waste time, let's begin now. Yein said, no problem. With that, they each picked up the poison prepared by the other and took a big gulp. Wu Xingye spoke up, next, each of you will use your methods to detoxify. Master Gongsun took out a black pill from his pocket and proudly said, this is the detoxification pill I refined, capable of detoxifying all poisons. Your petty tricks can't stump me. With that, he swallowed it in one gulp. Seeing this, the surrounding people were stunned. Wow, Master Gongsun had already prepared the detoxification pill, no wonder he suggested this poison competition. It was all part of his plan. How cunning. A smug look appeared in Master Gongsuan's eyes as he thought, do you fools only realize now? How naive. Today's poison competition is destined for my victory. He glanced at Yein and noticed that Yein hadn't detoxified himself but stood still as if nothing had happened. He coldly mocked, kid, why aren't you detoxifying? Or perhaps you simply can't detoxify at all? Yein lightly smiled, why rush? The real show is yet to come. Jibo sneered, what show is yet to come? I bet you simply don't know how to detoxify and are just pretending. Ji's family and friends burst into laughter. They simply didn't believe Yein could detoxify. Xiao Qingqing's eyes flashed with disappointment. Indeed, he wasn't a miracle doctor, he was as disappointing as ever. Only Han Ruan, Xiao Hongming, and Wu Xingye were sweating for Yein. 1 minute passed like this. Master Gongsun stroked his beard smugly, my poison should be taking effect now. You can still kneel and admit defeat, or else. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly felt a violent pain in his abdomen. Then he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The whole place was in shock, eyes wide open. What the hell was going on? Master Gongsun clutched his stomach, his face turning pale, lips white, unable to believe it. I clearly took the detoxification pill, why am I still poisoned? Yein calmly smiled. I'll tell you the truth, the poison I prepared was actually harmless and even beneficial to the body. The crowd was shocked. What? The poison you prepared was actually harmless? Then how did Master Gongsun get poisoned? Yein explained, although it's not poisonous, once the medicinal ingredients are broken, they turn into a deadly poison. In other words, this old rascal took the detoxification pill, causing the medicinal ingredients I prepared to become a deadly poison, out of control. In the end, it's all his fault for being too clever and reaping what he sowed. Boom! Master Gongsun felt as if struck by lightning. He had never imagined that his detoxification pill would be turned against him. Everyone present was equally shocked. Yein remained calm and asked, do you admit defeat now? Master Gongsun gritted his teeth and said, I won't admit defeat because you also took my poison. The final victory is still uncertain. To Master Gongsun's surprise, Yein not only smiled indifferently but also casually picked up the poison prepared by Master Gongsun and took another gulp. He showed no signs of discomfort at all. This scene frightened Master Gongsun so much that his eyes almost popped out, as if he had seen a ghost. Wait, why? Why is nothing happening to you? This was not only Master Gongsun's question but also the question on everyone else's mind. Wu Xingye was especially puzzled. He had witnessed the entire process of Master Gongsun preparing the poison. With so much poison consumed, it should have been enough to kill an elephant. Why was Dr. Yi completely unaffected? Jibo anxiously asked, Master, could it be that the poison you prepared is not toxic? Gongsun gritted his teeth, that's impossible. He knew that he had prepared this poison many times before. Anyone who ingested it would immediately experience excruciating pain and bleeding from every orifice. Without timely administration of his antidote, death was certain. He had never failed before. But why was it not working on Yein today? Seeing Master Gongsun's puzzled expression, Yein explained, don't overthink it, because I had already taken the antidote in advance. Impossible. Gongsun refused to believe it. When did you take the antidote? Why didn't I see it? Everyone was equally puzzled. Yeah, when did Yein take the antidote? Yein pointed to the poison he had prepared himself and said with a smile, as I mentioned earlier, this bowl of poison is not only harmless but actually beneficial to the body. The benefit is that it's actually an antidote that can withstand any poison. As long as you take it beforehand, no matter how much poisonous herbs you ingest, you can easily detoxify. I took a sip when I finished preparing it, do you understand now? Everyone suddenly realized, their eyes widening in astonishment. So, Yein had prepared the antidote long ago, and it was actually Gongsun who had been played. The result of this poison contest was already clear. So, it's like this. Put. Gongsun spat out a mouthful of blood, kneeling on the ground in pain, sweating profusely, his limbs twitching uncontrollably. He knew that he had lost this poison contest completely. I admit defeat, I was wrong. Please, I beg you to give me the antidote. He pleaded in agony, tears streaming down his face. Yein glanced at him. Although his impression of Master Gongsun was very poor, their enmity had not reached a life or death situation, especially causing a death on Director Wu's territory. It wouldn't be easy to explain to others. So Yein coldly said, getting the antidote is simple, you just need to answer one question truthfully. Gongsun endured the pain and said, please ask. Yein asked, is your talisman water really as effective in treating illnesses as you boast? Although Gongsun didn't want to tell the truth, faced with life and death, he dared not play tricks. He could only lower his head and answer, that talisman water is just a mixture of burnt yellow paper powder and mineral water, it has no healing effect whatsoever. The scene erupted in astonishment. What? The talisman water we bought for 1 million is actually ineffective? We've been deceived. The old man's illness was actually cured by Yein, we've wronged him. At this moment, Zhang Huilan and Xiao Nan's faces were flushed, as if they had been slapped hard, feeling burning with shame. Xiao Qingchang was not feeling well either. Her eyes were unfocused, biting her lip lightly, filled with regret and self-blame. After all the commotion, she had once again wronged Yein. Gongsun, with a pleading tone, said, I have told the truth, please give me the antidote? Yein smiled, antidote? Didn't you prepare it for yourself already? He pointed to the bowl of red poison that Gongsun had prepared. Gongsun's scalp tingled, you're not joking, are you? This poison is highly toxic. If I drink it, won't it be adding poison to poison, beyond salvation? Yein calmly said, rest assured, Chinese medicine emphasizes the balance of mutual generation and restraint. If you ingest the poison you prepared, it won't be adding poison to poison, but rather using poison to counteract poison. Of course, if you don't believe it, then forget it. Gongsun hesitated for a moment, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He grabbed the bowl of red poison and drank it all. It was strange. Just after drinking it, the severe pain in his abdomen disappeared, and the trembling of his hands and feet quickly subsided. In just over half a minute, everything returned to normal. It was truly miraculous. I'm actually cured. Phew, almost lost my life. Taoist Gongsun exclaimed excitedly as he got up from the ground. Witnessing this scene, everyone was once again shocked. Goodness, was even Taoist Gongsun's antidote within Yi Chen's calculations from the beginning? This is truly terrifying. The most excited person present was Han Ruan. She stepped forward and patted Yi Chen on the shoulder, saying excitedly, "You are truly amazing. Miss didn't trust you in vain." Wu Xingye also exclaimed with admiration, "Dr. Yi, your understanding of Chinese herbs is extraordinary. I can't help but admire you." Xiao Hongming nodded with satisfaction, "Well done. Tianxi, you did a great job. Let those arrogant people see what a true talent is, what excellence means." This statement was directed at the others present. Each of them felt embarrassed. Especially Buwan and Taoist Gongsun, who knew that staying would only be more embarrassing, so they left without even saying goodbye. At this moment, Han Ruan glanced at the Xia family and others. "Chin up, hands on her waist," she said. "Who was it that said Yi Chen only needed to cure the Xia family's master's illness to kneel down and apologize? Dare to speak up?" With these words, the Xia family and others took a step back, leaving Xia Nan standing alone. Xia Nan's face was filled with embarrassment and difficulty as he said, "I was just joking. I didn't mean it for real." "How dare you?" Xiao Hongming suddenly reprimanded. "A man's word is his bond. Once spoken, it's hard to take back. If you don't kneel down and apologize to Tianxi today, I will expel you from the Xia family." "Ah, please don't." Xia Nan trembled in fear and quickly said, I'll do it. Reluctantly, he knelt down in front of Yi Chen. With his head lowered, he said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again in the future." Yi Chen ignored him and instead clasped his hands in front of Xiao Hongming, saying, "Grandfather, now that your illness has been cured, I won't disturb you any longer and will take my leave." "Wait, I have something to say." Xiao Hongming looked at Xia Qingcheng, and with a solemn tone, he said, "Qingcheng, you've caused enough trouble with Tianxi these past few days. It's time to stop. Now apologize to Tianxi sincerely, withdraw your decision to divorce, and don't miss out on this excellent man again." Xia Qingcheng's body trembled, and she subconsciously glanced at Yi Chen. Yes, the man in front of her had indeed become outstanding, far beyond what she had imagined. In fact, these past few days had been the darkest and most helpless days of her life. She had also had thoughts of regret. If she were to apologize now, she might not. Just as she was struggling to make a decision, Han Ruoyan's sarcastic voice suddenly rang out, TSK, Miss remembers someone saying more than once that she would never regret the decision to divorce. I believe with her character, she will stick to her words, right? Upon hearing this, Xia Qingcheng felt like her heart had been stabbed fiercely. It was true. She had indeed said that, not just once. Han Ruan continued in a sarcastic tone, even if you regret it, it's okay. It just proves that what Miss said is right. Some people are too arrogant to deserve their husband. Xia Qingcheng felt her heart being stabbed fiercely once again. Yes. If she were to lower her head, admit her mistake, and withdraw the decision to divorce Yi Chen, it would mean that divorcing him was a wrong decision, and she, Xia Qingcheng, would become a laughingstock. This proud and arrogant woman would never accept it no matter what. Moreover, even if Yi Chen had become outstanding enough to regret, he was far from being someone she would look up to. Why should she regret it? Why should she apologize? Xia Qingcheng took a deep breath, her face returning to a cold and defiant expression as she said, Miss Han, who told you I regret it? I, Xiao Qingcheng, will make it clear here that no matter how outstanding Yi Chen becomes, I will never regret my decision to divorce him, nor will I apologize to him. Hearing this, Han Ruoyun's eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction. She smiled and said, I hope President Xiao, you can stand by your words, don't cry and take back what you said in the future. Xiao Qingcheng gritted her teeth and said, I absolutely will not. Hearing this, Xiao Hongming was furious and said, Xiao Qingcheng, can you stop being so unreasonable? Are you not going to listen to Grandpa's words? Xiao Qingcheng, with red eyes, said seriously, I am not being unreasonable. I will prove to you that my decision, Xiao Qingcheng's decision, is correct. Even without Yi Chen, I can still lead the Xiao family to glory. With these words, Xiao Qingcheng angrily left the ward, casting a complex look at Yi Chen before leaving. Seeing this, Xiao Hongming sighed, feeling frustrated. Then, he seemed to think of something and said to everyone, could you please leave for a moment? The old man has something to discuss with Tianxi alone. The people in the ward nodded and left. Han Ruoyan looked somewhat worriedly at Yi Chen, hesitated for a moment, and then also left the ward. Only 2 people were left in the ward. Xiao Hongming asked Yi Chen to sit beside the hospital bed. Tianxi, what do you think about Grandpa's words just now? Tell me the truth. Yi Chen pondered for a few seconds before replying. I now think that being alone is quite good. Xiao Hongming sighed and said, Xingcheng has been pampered since childhood, proud and stubborn. Once she sets her mind on something, not even a team of oxen could pull her back. You have really suffered in these 3 years. Yi Chen lowered his eyes, remaining silent. Xiao Hongming continued, your grandfather, Yi Xuanying, is my sworn brother, and our bond is unbreakable. In my eyes, you are no different from my own grandson. Grandpa doesn't want to see you being wronged. He seemed to have made a decision and said, if you feel that being alone is good now, Grandpa won't pressure you. If you and Xingcheng reconcile, it should be your own decision. Interfering too much in matters of the heart may backfire. Yi Chen nodded and said, thank you, Grandpa, for understanding. Xiao Hongming smiled and said, to be honest, Grandpa thinks that girl from the Han family is quite good. She is beautiful, intelligent, discerning, and trusts you. Although Grandpa doesn't know what relationship you have with her, if you think she's nice, you can consider her. Yi Chen awkwardly smiled and said, Grandpa, we are just friends. He. Xiao Hongming chuckled, then his expression turned slightly serious. However, there is one thing that Grandpa wants to ask of you. Yi Chen replied, you are being polite, just tell me. Xiao Hongming said, if one day, Xingcheng realizes her mistake, sincerely apologizes and wants to make amends with you, Grandpa hopes you can give her a chance. Please, I beg of you. Yi Chen hesitated. If it were something else, he would have agreed without hesitation. But this matter was really. He took a deep breath and said, Grandpa, I'm afraid I can't give you a definite answer. I can only say that I will consider it carefully. That's enough. Xiao Hongming smiled with relief. During this time, if you find other girls suitable, you can date them. Although I am Xingcheng's grandfather, I won't object, but instead, I will support you. Yi Chen was puzzled and asked, why is that? Xiao Hongming smiled and said, throughout history, a good man should have 3 wives and 4 concubines. You deserve it. Moreover, only when more outstanding women surround you, will Xingcheng, with her proud nature, gradually realize what an excellent man she has lost. Alright, Grandpa won't say more. You can go about your business. Remember to come and chat with Grandpa when you have time. Yi Chen nodded earnestly and said, I will definitely do that. Your health has just recovered, so it's best to stay in the hospital for another week before being discharged. Yi Chen got up and left the ward. At the door, he saw the Xiao family members and Xiao Qingcheng, who had red eyes and a cold and proud expression. Xiao Qingcheng's eyes flickered with a hint of anticipation. She had a feeling that Yi Chen had something to say to her. Sure enough, after hesitating for a moment, Yi Chen calmly said, Miss Xiao, don't forget to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to get the divorce certificate. Xiao Qingcheng's delicate body trembled slightly, her eyes filled with loneliness. She stood still for 5 or 6 seconds before stiffly nodding. Yi Chen turned and left directly, followed closely by Han Ruan and Wu Xingya. Watching Yi Chen's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Xiao Qingcheng felt a hollow in her heart. Just a moment ago, she had imagined that if Yi Chen had been persuaded by his grandfather to stay and agree to restore their marriage, would he apologize to her on his own initiative? If his attitude was sincere enough, perhaps she would forgive Yi Chen, and they would reconcile. But the reality was different. Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip. Does he really not care about me anymore? While she was lost in her thoughts, Xiao Hongming's voice sounded in the ward. Qingcheng, come in, Grandpa has something to tell you. Oh. Xiao Qingcheng walked into the ward, her eyes still slightly red. Xiao Hongming sighed, why do you have to be so stubborn and not get along with yourself? Xiao Qingcheng pretended to be indifferent. Where is there anything we can't get along with? Xiao Hongming helplessly said, if you continue like this, Tianxi will sooner or later be taken away by that girl from the Han family. Her vision is much better than yours. Xiao Qingcheng pursed her lips, humph. Let her take him away, I don't care. Mentioning Han Ruan, Xiao Qingcheng felt an inexplicable anger. She said somewhat sourly, it's just that she has special preferences and is willing to play with Yi Chen, but it doesn't mean that other outstanding women would be interested in him. I don't believe that besides me, other outstanding women would be willing to revolve around him. Yi Chen may attract the attention of the world, but he is the one I, Xiao Qingcheng, look up to from afar. Who knows? Xiao Hongming shook his head with a wry smile and said seriously, why don't we make a bet? If that day really comes, it proves that you misjudged him. You will have to apologize to Yi Chen and ask for forgiveness, can you do it? Xiao Qingcheng didn't hesitate and said stubbornly, humph. If that day really comes, I, Xiao Qingcheng, will kneel every 3 steps and kowtow every 9 steps to apologize to him, even if he is surrounded by a group of beautiful women by then. making me insignificant without a status, I would still be willing. Although she said these stubborn words, she didn't think such an absurd thing would happen to Yi Chen. On the contrary, she believed that with her efforts and strength, she would leave Yi Chen far behind and become an unattainable existence to him. Outside the first hospital, Wu Xingye apologized, Dr. Yi, I'm really sorry for inviting you to treat the illness, but it turned out like this. Yi Chen smiled, Dean Wu, you are not to blame. Although there were some small incidents, curing Xiao Homing was enough. Wu Xingye nodded, then, Dr. Yi, I still have many things to deal with, so I'll leave you here and consult you on medical skills another day. After Wu Xingye left, Han Ruan patted Yi Chen on the shoulder and said, You kid are amazing, you can actually withstand the pressure from the Xiao family's head and continue to divorce Xiao Qingcheng. Yi Chen smiled bitterly, Grandpa didn't pressure me. It's just not suitable for me to divorce Xiao Qingcheng. Hearing this response, Han Ruan seemed very happy. You're right, Xiao Qingcheng is just a C-cup, vicious and not worthy of you. You deserve someone better. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled, then please recommend someone better? Hearing this, Han Ruan subconsciously patted her E-cup chest, causing a wave of ripples. How about this lady? But after saying that, she immediately realized something was wrong. She remembered clearly that she had said she wouldn't fulfill the marriage contract with Yi Chen and had someone she admired. She couldn't contradict herself. So she quickly changed her tune, ahem, what I meant was that I'll take care of this matter. Ayo. Yi Chen absent-mindedly responded. His attention had just been captivated by the E-cup breasts of Han Ruan swaying as she was being patted. No wonder men liked big ones, there was indeed some truth to it. Han Ruan didn't notice Yi Chen's gaze and asked, By the way, where do you live? Do you need a ride back? Yi Chen was about to reply when a silver Rolls-Royce stopped in front of them. A woman in a cheongsam, both in appearance and temperament, extremely outstanding, got out of the car. She greeted Yi Chen with a charming smile, Mr. Yi, I finally found you. The sudden appearance of this woman surprised Yi Chen. What did this woman, who had emotional entanglements with Lin Feng, the war god of Jiangnan, want with him? Nevertheless, she had helped him out twice at the birthday banquet today. So he greeted her with a smile, Thank you for your help at the birthday banquet today. Rong Mayen smiled charmingly, Mr. Yi, you are too kind. Your performance today once again gave me plenty of surprises. At this moment, Han Ruan looked at Rong Mayen with a hint of vigilance. This woman, in terms of looks and figure, was no less than her, even though her cup size was only D, but bigger than Xia Qingqing's. Especially her charming temperament, which had a unique appeal even to women. Intuition told her that this woman's identity was definitely extraordinary. However, how did she know Yi Chen? What was her relationship with him? Suddenly, Han Ruan remembered seeing this woman sitting next to Yi Chen at the bidding chamber that night. Yes, it was her. In that instant, Han Ruan realized. Well, I find it strange. Yi Chen, you didn't accept the 20 million I gave you, so where did you get the 20 million to bid? It turns out it was this woman who gave it to you. Thinking of this, Han Ruan felt a strange sense of displeasure. On the other hand, Yi Chen had no idea what Han Ruan was thinking. He politely asked Rong Mayen, Is there something you need from me? Rong Mayen softly smiled, Nothing much, just 2 things to give you. Give me things? Yi Chen was puzzled. He didn't understand why the other party wanted to give him something out of the blue. Rong Mayen took out 2 cards. One was a bank card, and the other was an invitation card. Rong Mayen explained, There is 1.01 million in this bank card, which I should have given you at the birthday banquet. I didn't expect you to be called away suddenly, so I had to come specially to find you. As for the other invitation card, please accept it first. I hope you will come according to the requirements on it, and attend on time. She handed the 2 cards to Yi Chen. After glancing thoughtfully at Han Ruan, she said, I won't disturb you 2 any longer, goodbye. She got back into the silver Rolls-Royce and drove away. Yi Chen watched the car's departing figure, scratching the back of his head. He felt that this woman's sudden visit seemed to conceal something. As he pondered, Han Ruan's sarcastic voice came from beside him. Oh, the beauty has driven away, yet someone's eyes can't help but follow. Just think about it, she has long legs, big chest, perky butt, and a pretty face. How could one resist stealing a few glances? Yi Chen was speechless. What are you talking about? I'll tell you, I don't even know her name or what she does. This statement made Han Ruan's expression even more awkward. She gritted her teeth, hee. You dare to take money without even knowing her name. Yi Chen, no wonder people say you like to freeload. Miss here has seen it today. Yi Chen helplessly said, Freeload? This 1.01 million is actually. Han Ruan directly waved her hand. I don't want to hear your explanation. In fact, What annoyed her the most was not that Yi Chen took money from women indiscriminately, but rather, if Yi Chen liked taking money from women, why did he reject the 20 million she offered? Instead, he accepted money from a woman whose name he didn't even know? Isn't this blatant double standards? 3 years ago, you, Yi Chen, didn't fulfill the engagement with Miss Ben. Instead, you married Xiao Qingqing first, and now you're pulling off this stunt. It made her suspect that Yi Chen was deliberately targeting her. The more she thought about it, the more furious Han Ruan became. Yi Chen was unaware of Han Ruan's thoughts. He smiled and said, "No need for explanations, but by the way, you said you would drive me back. When shall we leave?" Unexpectedly, Han Ruan bluntly replied, "Drive my foot. You can walk back by yourself." With that, Han Ruan stormed off in anger, almost bursting the buttons on her e-cup, bouncing out. Initially, after these 2 days of contact, she gradually discovered that Yi Chen still had many merits, far from being the useless person rumored. It even made her develop many favorable impressions. But she never expected that flirting with rich women was his true nature. This jerk, despicable man. Miss Ben will not bother with you in the future. Han Ruan got into her Maserati, stepped on the gas, and drove off. Yi Chen, who remained in place, felt puzzled. He shook his head and said, "This woman's emotions change at the drop of a hat. Could it be that it's that time of the month? Oh well, it's better to keep my distance from now on." He tucked the bank card into his pocket. He carefully examined the invitation card again, his pupils contracting. He discovered that this invitation card was actually for the business meeting hosted by Rong the day after tomorrow. How could this woman have this kind of invitation card? Could her identity be? Yi Chen made a bold conjecture, but then he quickly shook his head. Impossible. If she were Rong with her status as the young lady of the Rong family, how could she be Lin Feng's lover? Moreover, at today's birthday banquet, Rong Meiyuan's personal assistant personally announced that she wouldn't attend the banquet. Yet this woman was clearly present at the banquet, indicating a contradiction. It seems she actually has another identity. Although somewhat curious, Yi Chen didn't dwell on it further, as he had too much to do. Yi Chen murmured softly, "Since Han Ruan has left, I'll find my own way back." Meanwhile, on the 6th floor of Jiangnan City's first hospital, in a high-end ward, lay the critically injured and unconscious Jibo. Standing beside the hospital bed were Ji Wuli, Ji Buwan, and Ji's family and friends, all looking anxious and expectant. Master Gongsun was examining Ji Buxiao's body. The reason Ji Buwan still trusted Master Gongsun so much was that he suspected that in the previous antidote competition, it was Yi Chen who had tampered with it, allowing Master Gongsun to win by a fluke. In terms of actual medical skills, Yi Chen was definitely no match for Master Gongsun. Ji Wuli asked, "Master, how is my son's condition? Do you have a way to save him?" Master Gongsun confidently replied, "Young Master Ji previously took my revival pill, which saved his life. Next, I will intensify the treatment. In just 3 days, young Master Ji will make a full recovery, just like any other person." The Ji family members were overjoyed. Such severe injuries, yet a full recovery in just 3 days. Master Gongsun continued, "However, I must mention beforehand that using my treatment methods will leave young Master Ji with some minor side effects. Is that acceptable?" Ji Wuli worriedly asked, "May I ask, what are these side effects?" Master Gongsun answered, "It's nothing major, just that young Master Ji's physiological functions will be slightly affected. In simpler terms, he may have trouble getting excited in the future." This statement caused a drastic change in the faces of the Ji family members. Ji Wuli exclaimed, "Master, how can this not be a big deal? If my son has issues in that area, how will he marry in the future and continue the Ji family line?" Ji Buwan also anxiously said, "Master, my brother hasn't even married yet." The rest of the Ji family found it hard to accept as well. They were well aware that Ji Buxiao was a man who cared about his reputation and often flirted around. If he couldn't even perform as a man in the future, it would be more unbearable than killing him. Master Gongsun glanced at them and said, "Master of the Ji family, don't you still have another son? What are you still worried about in terms of carrying on the family line?" Well, although what was said made sense, Ji Wuli still couldn't accept this outcome. Master Gongsun Dao advised, "Master Ji, I understand your feelings, but there's no need to be too pessimistic. I only mentioned that young Master Ji might have difficulties, not that it's definite. Perhaps he has good fortune and won't suffer any lasting effects." Ji Wuli quickly nodded. Gongsun Dao then said, "I will start the treatment now, you all wait outside." Yes. The Ji family members gathered outside the sick room. After closing the door, a hint of coldness appeared in Ji Wuli's eyes. He said to Ji Buwan, "Keep an eye on Yi Chen these days, don't let that bastard escape from Jiangnan City. After Miss Rong's business meeting the day after tomorrow, I will unite all forces to cut off his escape route and avenge your brother. Buwan nodded heavily. Wooly continued, and about your pursuit of Xiao Qingcheng, she is talented and beautiful, but has a strong personality. Are you sure you can handle her? Buwan confidently replied, Dad, trust me. After Yi Chen and she go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to get their divorce certificate, I will confess to Xiao Qingcheng. Once she agrees, I will win her over. Then the entire Xiao family will be under my control. Whatever I want to do, it will be up to me, right? Wooly nodded in satisfaction and said, by the way, the day after tomorrow is Miss Rong's meeting. Although we have the second master's support, we also need to please Rong Mayen. I heard that Miss Rong likes jade carving privately. After you confess to Xiao Qingcheng tomorrow, take her to the treasure pavilion to buy a jade carving as a gift for Miss Rong. It will be twice as effective. Understood. In the evening, at the Purple Gold Tian Palace in Jiangnan City, Yi Chen rode a newly bought yellow electric scooter towards Villano, one in the Purple Gold area. He decided to buy the scooter for convenience in traveling. Although he had learned driving from a certain F1 racer in the Fallen City and his driving skills were comparable to professional racers, he had been silent in the Xiao family for 3 years after returning to the country and had not obtained a driver's license. So, until he had time to get his license, he had to use the electric scooter for transportation. Soon, Yi Chen arrived at Villano. 1. After parking the scooter and taking out the packed fried rice noodles from the basket, he saw a familiar figure walking towards him from the courtyard. He couldn't help but be stunned. It was her? This woman had just bid farewell at the hospital entrance, and now they met here? Rong Mayen also noticed Yi Chen and couldn't help but be surprised. Mr. Yi, what are you doing here? The situation was sudden, and Yi Chen didn't know how to respond. If he said he lived in Villano, 1, she would surely pester him about Lin Feng's whereabouts. It would be troublesome. If he accidentally revealed confidential information about the Fallen City, it would be even more problematic. Seeing the packed fried rice noodles in Yi Chen's hand and the yellow electric scooter parked beside him, Rong Mayen seemed to understand something. She subconsciously asked, Mr. Yi, are you here to deliver food? Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He quickly followed her lead and nodded, yes. I'm here to deliver food. What a coincidence to meet you here, huh? Hearing Yi Chen's forced laughter, Rong Mayen was somewhat puzzled. She couldn't understand how Yi Chen, who had managed to bid 20 million at the auction from Miss Han's family and received 1.01 million from her, had ended up delivering food. Not to mention his martial arts skills and medical expertise, making money should have been easy for him. Could it be that after being humiliated in the Xiao family for 3 years, he had some psychological issues and that's why he was doing this? Rong Mayen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then she pointed at Villano. 1 and changed the subject, asking Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, when you were delivering food, did you see the residents here? Is the man inside very handsome and heroic? Yi Chen suddenly remembered Lin Feng's face, which bore an 8-point resemblance to Song Xiaobao. It was far from being heroic and handsome, right? Indeed. Lin Feng rarely showed his true face and always wore a mask. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't tell the truth and instead replied, it's my first time here, haven't seen him. Rong Mayen's eyes flashed a hint of disappointment as she said, alright then, I won't disturb you delivering takeout, goodbye. After Rong Mayen left, Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect this woman to move into the neighborhood just for Lin Feng. It seems I need to be more careful in the neighborhood in the future. Yi Chen muttered to himself, took out his phone, and called Zhao Hailong. He asked, where in Jiangnan City can I get jade repaired with the best craftsmanship? Zhao Hailong replied, Mr. Yi, the best place for jade repair is Treasure Pavilion. Got it. Yi Chen hung up the phone, deciding to visit Treasure Pavilion tomorrow to restore his grandfather's tiger-shaped jade pendant that had been broken in half to its original state. Rong Mayen returned to her villa. The maid, Aing, eagerly asked, did you see the Jiangnan war god this time? Rong Mayen shook her head and said, still haven't seen him, but I discovered something new. The Jiangnan war god actually orders takeout. What a coincidence, it was delivered by that Yi Chen. Yi Chen delivering takeout? Aing was stunned for a moment, then sneered, a son-in-law expelled by the Xia family, it's not surprising he's delivering takeout. I really don't understand what you see in him, miss. Rong Mayen shook her head and said, delivering takeout doesn't mean he's not outstanding, maybe it's just his personal preference. Alright. Aing absent-mindedly nodded. She sighed, I didn't expect the Jiangnan war god, with such high status and power, to still order takeout. It seems he must be lacking a woman to take care of him in his life. A glint of admiration appeared in her eyes as she said, Miss, you have to work harder, as they say, the nearer the water, the clearer the moon, maybe you could be that woman. Rong Mayen blushed and pretended to be annoyed. Nonsense. Keep talking like that, and I'll tear your mouth apart. Aing hurriedly ran away. Rong Mayen leaned back on the sofa, her long legs wrapped in black silk crossed and swayed slightly, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. She held her phone and opened an online novel. As the saying goes, every man has a hero's dream in his youth. And every woman has a dream of marrying a hero in her girlhood. Rong Mayen was no exception. Few people knew that Rong Mayen, hailed as the goddess of the business world, actually found the most joy not in managing businesses or controlling commercial empires, but in reading online novels, because only when she read novels could she truly enjoy freedom and relaxation. And in those novels, the male leads who were powerful and responsible were her ideal partners. She always believed that only such outstanding men were worthy of her. Unfortunately, in reality, such men were few and far between. However, a few years ago, when she heard the legendary story of the Jiangnan war god Lin Feng, she gradually developed an admiration for this unfamiliar hero she had never met. So much so that every time she read a novel, she subconsciously associated the male lead with the Jiangnan war god. But for some reason, today, when she opened the novel, her thoughts kept drifting to the scenes of Yein at the birthday banquet. Even the male lead in the novel had transformed from the Jiangnan war god to Yein. This left her heart unsettled for a long time. Rong Mayen quickly put down her phone. A hint of panic appeared in her eyes as she said, "What's wrong with me? Why do I keep thinking about him?" "No, Rong Mayen, you have to calm down. You are not someone who wavers in your feelings." Taking a few deep breaths, she finally calmed her inner turmoil. However, when she glanced at the words "dominating the world" on the coffee table, coincidentally, the image of Yein became even more unforgettable in her mind. She suddenly had an idea and said, "Aing, help me find the best framer in Jiangnan City. I want to frame this piece of calligraphy." Half a minute later, Aing, who had found the information, replied, "Miss, Treasure Pavilion has the best framer." Rong Mayen nodded and said, "Then I will go to Treasure Pavilion tomorrow. Jiangnan City, Wulong Manor." Han Tianzhang sat on the sofa, rubbing his temples with a slightly troubled expression. Just now, he received a message from the G family. Ji Wooly planned to establish a commercial alliance in Jiangnan City. After taking over the Rong family's partners, many resources and benefits would be shared within the alliance. Therefore, he warmly invited various wealthy and prominent businessmen in Jiangnan City to join the alliance. This was originally a good thing for all parties involved. However, Ji Wooly added an outrageous condition: anyone joining the commercial alliance must pay a joining fee of 10 million in cash, which was essentially a protection fee to the Ji family. Although this was an obvious money trap, the wealthy and prominent figures had no choice but to comply silently. After all, the Ji family was the designated partner of the Rong family in the provincial capital, and in the face of absolute power, not joining would mean being abandoned by the times. Han Tianzhang sighed and said, "Alas, there was a time when the Han family and the Ji family were on par as two of the three major families in Jiangnan City. Now we can only play second fiddle and be at the mercy of others. It's really frustrating." Although 10 million was not a huge sum for Han Tianzhang, the psychological gap made it hard for him to accept. Moreover, knowing Ji Wooly's unscrupulous and cunning nature, even if they joined the commercial alliance smoothly and cooperated in the long run, it would be like making a deal with a tiger. They could be bitten back at any time, leaving nothing behind. But if we refuse to join the commercial alliance, the Han family will definitely be isolated and targeted. The outcome will not be good. What should we do? Bang! Just then, Han Ruan pushed the door open angrily and walked in with a displeased expression, throwing her bag on the sofa. She complained, "Why? Why does he treat me like that? What did I do wrong?" Han Tianjing teased, "Oh, who provoked our little ancestor? Tell Dad, I'll avenge you." "Humph, isn't it that jerk Yein?" Han Ruan fumed, her chest heaving with anger. Thinking about what happened at the hospital entrance this afternoon, her anger flared uncontrollably. "Yein?" Han Tianzhang squinted slightly, as if he remembered something. He hurriedly asked, "By the way, after the banquet today, I asked you to visit the Lin family's patriarch in Lin City. How did it go? Tell me about the process." Han Ruan sighed impatiently. Reluctantly, she truthfully recounted everything that happened at the Lin family, including treating Xiao Hongming at the hospital, confronting Master Gongsun with poison, and the incident at the hospital entrance. After hearing it all, Han Tianzhang felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Martial arts skills, top-notch calligraphy, extraordinary medical skills. Could one person really possess so many outstanding qualities? No wonder his father had warned before his death that the prospective fiancé chosen for Ruoyun was a remarkable talent who would bring immense blessings to the Han family. Now it seemed that his father's words were not unfounded. Unaware of Han Tianjing's thoughts, Han Ruan continued to complain, "Dad, you said you would help me get back at that scumbag. How do you suggest I deal with him?" Han Tianjing said seriously, "It's simple, dear. Dad will marry you off to him." Upon hearing this, Han Ruan almost popped her eyes out. "Dad, what are you saying? How could I marry that jerk? Is that your idea of revenge?" Han Tianjing nodded, "Exactly. The best way to get back at a man is to marry him and control him. Daughter, perceptive individuals can see that Yi Chen is no ordinary person. Xiao Qingqing being blind is her own business, but you must not overlook this. Don't forget you have a marriage engagement, near the water tower, you get the moon first." Han Ruan pursed her lips and said, "But he has a history of marriage with Xiao Qingqing, a full 3 years. She must have worn him out. I don't want to take over." Han Tianjing smiled bitterly, "That's not true. I had people investigate. They were married for 3 years, but Xiao Qingqing looked down on him. They never had a relationship, so there's no question of taking over." Han Ruan continued to complain, but today he accepted 1.01 million from that rich woman. "I don't like someone who enjoys being kept and living off others." Han Tianjing explained, "You don't know the whole story. That 1.01 million was actually payment for Yi Chen's calligraphy by that woman. What does that have to do with being kept? Besides, if Yi Chen really wants to live off others, that's fine. Our Han family lacks many things, but not money." "Well, that makes some sense," Han Ruan nodded, feeling less angry at Yi Chen after listening to her father's advice. "But he has already agreed to cancel the engagement, so how can we pursue him?" Han Tianjing smiled slyly, "Who told you the engagement was cancelled? Both sides only verbally mentioned cancelling it. As long as it's not in black and white, it doesn't count." Han Ruan widened her eyes in amazement. "Impressive, my father. He can still manipulate things like this." The next day, at 7 in the morning, Yi Chen took various identification documents and rode his electric bike away from the purple gold heavenly palace. He had an important task to complete today, to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to divorce Xiao Qingqing, cutting off all ties between them. Since Yi Chen had informed Xiao Qingqing yesterday before leaving the ward that they would meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 10 in the morning, it was still early, so Yi Chen planned to take care of another matter before going to the Civil Affairs Bureau. That was to repair the tiger-shaped jade pendant left by his grandfather. After all, this was the only item left by his grandfather. Now that it had been broken in half by that jerk Jibo, he couldn't just leave it like that. 20 minutes later, Yi Chen arrived at the Treasure Pavilion in Jiangnan City. The so-called Treasure Pavilion was actually a shop that dealt in antiques, jade carvings, and other treasures. It was located on Antique Street, occupying a large area and enjoying a great reputation in Jiangnan City. Many high-ranking officials and nobles would come here to purchase jade carvings, spending exorbitant amounts of money. The reason why the Treasure Pavilion had such influence was that its owner was a master jade carver named Xiaopeng. It was said that any jade that came into his hands would be carved lifelike, making his works highly valuable artistically. Yi Chen came to the Treasure Pavilion today to find this master Xiaopeng and ask if he could repair the tiger-shaped jade pendant. Stepping into the Treasure Pavilion, he was greeted by a splendid interior, with display cases filled with a variety of jade items and antiques. In the center of the shop stood a more than 1-foot-tall green mountains and clear waters sculpture carved from jade, where green jade mountains and white jade waters complemented each other vividly. Next to the green mountains and clear waters was a sign introducing it as a masterpiece meticulously carved by Master Xiaopeng 5 years ago, his most proud work. A wealthy merchant once offered 30 million to buy it, but Master Xiaopeng refused, keeping it in the shop as a treasure. Yi Chen casually asked a young apprentice in the shop, "Is Master Xiaopeng here? I would like to see him." The apprentice glanced at Yi Chen from head to toe and found him dressed very plainly. Impatiently, he said, "Who are you?" "My master is busy. Can you see him just because you want to?" Yi Chen furrowed his brow, thinking, "Are the apprentices in this treasure pavilion also arrogant?" Just then, a commotion erupted not far away. Yi Chen turned to see a young customer arguing with several apprentices. Bang! Suddenly, one apprentice punched the young man, causing him to stagger back several steps. The young man covered his cheeks and cursed with a foreign accent, "You are running a black market. Cheating me with jade, resorting to violence, do you have no integrity? Make way." A slightly chubby middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses emerged from behind the apprentice. He had a somewhat smiling tiger appearance. The middle-aged man squinted, sneering, "Kid, you can eat recklessly, but you can't speak recklessly. Accusing our treasure pavilion of being a black market, do you believe I'll sue you for spreading rumors and end up in jail? You. The young man pointed at the middle-aged man, too angry to speak. He turned to the customers in the store and loudly complained, "Everyone, listen to me. I'm from out of town and I've heard that the treasure pavilion in Jiangnan City is excellent at carving jade. So, the day before yesterday, I brought a piece of top-grade Qingbai jade to the treasure pavilion to ask Master Xiaoping to carve a jade bracelet for me. However, Master Xiaoping was busy, so his apprentice, Sun Kai, accepted my Qingbai jade and asked me to come back the next day to pick it up. But to my surprise, when I came to pick it up this morning, the bracelet was carved, but it was not made from the top-grade Qingbai jade I brought. It had been swapped." With that, he raised a Qingbai bracelet high in his left hand and said, "Look, this is the bracelet Sun Kai gave me." In his right hand, he raised his phone to show a picture and said, "This is the top-grade Qingbai jade I brought the day before yesterday. Everyone, compare them and see if the treasure pavilion swapped my bracelet." The crowd gathered around, comparing carefully, and couldn't help but comment, "This bracelet has mixed stripes, the texture and luster are very ordinary, clearly the cheapest kind, probably not even worth 200 yuan. The texture of the Qingbai jade in the photo is delicate and lustrous, indeed top quality. A bracelet carved from it could not possibly look like this. Could the jade have been swapped? But Sun Kai's master is Master Xiaoping's top disciple and the future heir of the treasure pavilion. How could he do such a thing? You don't know, Sun Kai got into gambling recently, lost a lot, and resorted to secretly swapping customers' jade to make a profit. I heard that several customers have been cheated recently, but due to the reputation and influence of the treasure pavilion, they could only swallow the loss. What? Is this really happening? How can Master Xiaoping turn a blind eye to his top disciple? The discussions made Sun Kai's face slightly unpleasant. He hurriedly explained to the customers, "Everyone, please don't listen to outside rumors. We at the treasure pavilion have always conducted business fairly and honestly. I, Sun Kai, am above board. How could I possibly engage in such despicable activities? It's all this kid slandering me, fabricating lies out of thin air. You say I swapped it, then tell me, where did the Qingbai jade bracelet I supposedly swapped go? Can you provide evidence?" Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a suit walked out of the shop. Yi Chen turned to look and recognized a familiar face. It was Lai Jingye, the chairman of Ningyuan Group. He had a smile on his face and held a wooden box in his hand. Approaching Sun Kai, he smiled satisfactorily. "Indeed, Master Sun Kai, your carving skills are superb, almost comparable to your master, Master Xiaoping." With that, he opened the wooden box. Inside lay a Qingbai jade bracelet, with delicate texture, soft luster, like grease, a mix of blue and white, complementing each other. Seeing it, the young man who had been beaten widened his eyes. He pointed at the Qingbai jade bracelet in Lai Jingye's box and shouted, "This is the bracelet that was swapped with mine, give it back to me, give it back to me." The customers present all made their judgments. As enthusiasts of jade, they naturally could tell that the Qingbai jade bracelet in Lai Jingye's hands and the Qingbai jade stone in the young man's phone picture were of the same grade. Obviously, Lai Jingye's Qingbai jade bracelet was the one that had been swapped with the young man's. But the truth remains the truth. Facing Master Sun Kai from the treasure pavilion and Chairman Lai Jingye of Ningyuan Group, these customers dared not offend. So, they all remained silent, and no one stood up for the young man. Besides, this young man was a stranger from out of town, they had no acquaintance with him, let alone help him. At this moment, a hint of severity flashed in Sun Kai's eyes. He coldly said, "You brat, you have slandered my treasure pavilion repeatedly without repentance. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't learn. Come, break his legs, throw him out, and never allow him to step foot in the antique street again." Yes. Two tall security guards at the door approached with rubber batons in hand. Without hesitation, they fiercely struck at the young man. As the rubber baton was about to hit the young man, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, raised his hands, and firmly grasped the other end of the rubber baton. This person was Yi Chen. The two security guards were stunned, instinctively trying to pull the rubber baton back. However, they found that the rubber baton seemed to be firmly clamped by a giant pair of pliers, unable to move an inch. Instead, Yi Chen pulled it back slightly and directly snatched the rubber baton away. The two guards staggered and stumbled, falling to the ground. Yi Chen casually threw the rubber baton on the ground and said coldly, "You speak of doing business with sincerity on behalf of the treasure pavilion, yet you use such means against customers. Isn't that inappropriate?" Yi Chen's sudden appearance made Sun Kai's eyes flash with anger. His voice lowered as he asked, "Who are you? What right do you have to meddle in my treasure pavilion's affairs?" Before Yi Chen could reply, Lai Jingye saw Yi Chen. His face changed, pointing at Yi Chen, "Why you?" Sun Kai asked in confusion, "Do you know him?" Lai Jingye, with a stern face, gritted his teeth, "Not only do I know him, it's because of this kid causing trouble at Lord Long's bidding conference a few days ago which led to our group being blacklisted by the Tianlong group. And that's not all. Yesterday at Master G's birthday banquet, he not only disrupted the event but also severely injured second young Master G. He's simply a lunatic. The customers present, including Sun Kai and others, were taken aback. This kid was actually Yi. It's worth noting that those who could shop here were either wealthy or influential, and they had channels to learn about what was happening in some business circles in Jiangnan City. The recent incidents at the bidding conference and Master G's birthday banquet were naturally known to them. For a moment, many people whispered to each other, "Oh my, isn't he the legendary Yi? The madman who has stirred up trouble with Lord Long, Lord Tiger, and the G family in just a few days. No wonder he dares to cause trouble at the Treasure Pavilion. Turns out his professional troublemaking tendencies have surfaced. We better stay away." Yi paid no attention to the surrounding discussions. He turned to the young man behind him and asked, "Are you okay?" The young man nervously swallowed and shook his head. "I'm fine, thank you for helping me out, sir." He hesitated and added, "But I heard that the Treasure Pavilion has great influence in Jiangnan City. You don't have to provoke them for me, I can handle it myself. Please leave quickly, don't let them retaliate against you." Yi Chen's eyes showed a hint of admiration. Although this young man was not very old, he was quite responsible. Yi Chen smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I, Yi Chen, have never been afraid of retaliation. I only know that those who are unscrupulous and bully others should be punished." He then looked at Sun Kai and said coldly, "I remind you, return the swapped Qingbai Jade bracelet to this young man, apologize to him, don't tarnish the reputation of the Treasure Pavilion, and don't disgrace the entire Jiangnan City." Sun Kai snorted, "Yi Chen, I've heard of your name recently, but let me remind you, don't think you can cause trouble everywhere and get away with it, and then act all high and mighty. Today, I'll leave it at this, the Treasure Pavilion is not a place where you can cause trouble, otherwise, you won't get away with it." As he spoke, Sun Kai exuded great confidence. Don't just look at Treasure Pavilion as a jade carving and antique shop. Due to the influence of Master Xia, the owner of the pavilion, Treasure Pavilion's influence in some places is much stronger than the three major families. After all, Master Xia has a wide range of friends, not only among the upper class of Jiangnan City, but also many dignitaries in the provincial capital have close ties with Master Xia. Anyone who offends Treasure Pavilion only needs Master Xia to wave his arm, and he can send the other party straight to hell. However, facing Sun Kai's threat, Yi Chen didn't care at all, shaking his head and saying, "In Chinese civilization, jade represents nobility and purity. I never expected that the famous Treasure Pavilion would actually be so corrupt and bullying. In my opinion, this kind of store should just close down." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar on the scene. Sun Kai was so angry that his face turned pale, shouting, "Kid, dare to disrespect my Treasure Pavilion, watch me teach you a lesson." Sun Kai cursed and raised his fist to strike Yi Chen. Sun Kai usually enjoys fighting and believes he can handle 3 or 4 adults with ease. Today, teaching a young kid a lesson is a piece of cake. However, before his fist could reach Yi Chen's face, it was grabbed by Yi Chen, who then kicked Sun Kai in the abdomen. Bang! Although the kick wasn't heavy, Sun Kai was kicked back 3 or 4 meters, almost falling to his knees. Sun Kai gasped in pain, sweating coldly. How could this kid be so strong in combat? What did he grow up eating? Yi Chen turned to Lai Jingye and said, "Hand over the Qingbai Jade bracelet and return it to its owner." Lai Jingye narrowed his eyes and coldly snorted, "Yi Chen, do you know who this Qingbai Jade bracelet was intended for when I was planning to give it to her?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, I'd like to know who?" Lai Jingye straightened his back and arrogantly said, "It's for Miss Rong Mayen of the Rong family. I heard that Miss Rong likes jade carvings, so I plan to give her this Qingbai Jade bracelet. Do you dare to take it back from me?" Onlookers whispered, "So it was a gift for Miss Rong, no wonder Lai Dong was so generous. Isn't Miss Rong holding a meeting tomorrow? I heard that many guests attending the Chamber of Commerce are busy preparing various gifts to leave a good impression on Miss Rong. So that's it, Miss Rong's status is noble. If it's a gift for her, even Yi Chen wouldn't dare to ask for it back, right?" Not only did the customers present think so, but Lai Jingye himself was convinced that after hearing Rong Mayen's name, Yi Chen would back down. However, to his surprise, Yi Chen showed no fear or panic and said, "Not to mention a gift for Rong Mayen, even if it's a gift for the head of the Rong family, I, Yi Chen, will still take it back." Lai Jingye widened his eyes in anger, but he didn't dare to do anything to Yi Chen. After all, he had seen firsthand how ruthless Yi Chen could be. If he pushed too hard and got himself seriously injured, wouldn't that be a big loss? Just as he was in a dilemma, a slightly old voice rang out at the door. "I heard someone causing trouble in my Treasure Pavilion. Who is it? Step forward and let me see." An old man with silver hair, dressed in yellow tang suit, walked in. "Master Xia! Master Xia! Master! Master!" Everyone present respectfully greeted him. Sun Kai ran over holding his stomach, pointing at Yi Chen and complained, "Master, it's this Yi Chen causing trouble in our treasure pavilion. Not only did he hit me and the security guard, but he also threatened to shut down our treasure pavilion. You must not let him go." Xiaoping nodded and looked at Yi Chen, saying in a condescending tone, "I have heard of your reputation, Yi Chen. You have been quite prominent in Jiangnan City recently. The old man wanted to remind you that causing trouble at the treasure pavilion, regardless of your background and intentions, is not a wise move. I command you to apologize to my disciples and the security guards, make reparations, and the matter will not be pursued further." In Xiaoping's view, this handling of the situation was already lenient towards Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen coldly retorted, "They say you, Xiaoping, are a master of jade carving. In my understanding, a true master not only excels in skills but also in moral conduct. Yet you, without even inquiring about the whole story, hastily passed judgment without distinguishing right from wrong. It seems that you, Xiaoping, are unworthy of the title of master." The shop was in an uproar. Yi Chen was so bold as to claim that Xiaoping was not worthy of the title of master. In the entire Jiangnan city, who would dare to speak such words to him? Truly audacious. Xiaoping furrowed his brows slightly and turned to Sun Kai, asking, "Tell me, what is the whole story of this matter?" A hint of guilt flashed in Sun Kai's eyes. However, he maintained a poker face and shifted all the blame onto Yi Chen. Sun Kai added, "Master, everything I said is true. You can ask the junior brothers." Xiaoping asked the apprentices in the shop, "You are all witnesses, tell me what happened." The apprentices exchanged glances. Although they were reluctant to deceive Xiaoping, they were even more unwilling to offend Sun Kai. After all, their master was usually not present in the shop, and they had more dealings with Sun Kai. If they offended him, they would surely face consequences in the future. So the apprentices all said, "Master, what senior brother's son said is true. It was that young man in Yi Chen who deliberately caused trouble. Senior brother's son is right, please make sure not to let those two off the hook." Even Lai Jingye chimed in, "Master Xiaoping, I can also testify that what Master Sun Kai said is true." With so many people testifying for Sun Kai, Xiaoping naturally had no more doubts. He sternly said to Yi Chen, "I already know the whole story, and I am convinced that you and that young man behind you were playing tricks and causing trouble at the treasure pavilion. Is there anything else you want to argue?" The young man was so angry that he trembled all over and said, "Master Xiaoping, they are lying and slandering me. It was clearly Sun Kai who switched my Qingbai jade and then turned the blame on me. You must see the truth." Xiaoping, with his hands behind his back, adopted a superior posture and said, "I have already made a judgment. Do you think you have the right to teach me how to do things?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen sneered. Xiaoping must have been surrounded by too many flatterers in his daily life, confusing his judgment and blurring the lines between right and wrong. Sun Kai glared and scolded, "You, surnamed Ji, why are you laughing? Hurry up and apologize to us. Especially kneel down and apologize sincerely to my master." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and said lightly, "And why should I kneel down and apologize to your master?" Sun Kai proudly declared, "My master is the foremost jade carving master in Jiangnan City, a towering figure in the entire carving industry of Tiannan Province. Those who admire his carvings are all distinguished and noble. Once they provoke my master's anger, with just one command, those followers can make you disappear in an instant." Faced with the threat and boasting, Yi Chen glanced at the exquisite jade carvings on the shelves. He shook his head and said, "With your master's mediocre carving skills, barely even third-rate, yet he still has so many followers? It seems those people have poor taste." This remark stirred up a storm. My goodness, this guy actually mocked Master Xiaoping's work as third-rate. Is he that arrogant? If these words reach the ears of those followers, he won't get away with it. Apart from the customers, the apprentices at the treasure pavilion were all glaring angrily. In their eyes, their master's jade carving skills were the best, which was why they chose to apprentice under him. Now, to be seen as third-rate by this kid was unbearable. Even Xiaoping's expression turned slightly unpleasant at this moment. He said coldly, "Young man, if you were to point out other flaws of mine, perhaps I wouldn't argue with you, but when it comes to jade carving, I must. I have been learning from masters since I was young, practicing in the harsh winters and scorching summers. It has been over a century now, and the jade I've ruined in practice could fill 5 train cars. Not to boast, but no one is qualified to claim that my skill in jade carving is merely mediocre. I wonder where you get the audacity from." With these words spoken, Sun Kai hurriedly chimed in, "Have you heard what my master said? You, a young man who probably hasn't even touched jade before, what right do you have to criticize my master's carving skills?" Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back, shaking his head in disappointment, "Ruining 5 train cars worth of jade, and this is the level you've reached? Then I might have to take back what I said earlier. Your master isn't just mediocre, he's beneath that. Beneath that. These 3 words were spoken with great force, deafeningly loud. Xiaoping's old face looked extremely unpleasant. He said in a deep voice, "Young man, you keep belittling my carving skills. Why don't you show us your own skills? If your skills surpass mine, I will accept everything you've said today. Otherwise, if I get angry, you won't be able to handle it." Yi Chen chuckled lightly. "It's not difficult to surpass your carving skills, that's all." Laughter erupted among the crowd. "Ha ha, this brat really knows how to boast. Carving jade requires time and experience, which renowned master didn't start until they were 50? How can a young man in his 20s know anything about carving?" "Exactly, when I started apprenticing, I spent 5 years just learning how to hold a knife, and that's because of my exceptional talent. How dare a little brat claim to surpass my master? He needs a lesson." Sun Kai's eyes flashed with cunning as he said, "Kid, let's not just talk. What if your skills don't match my master's?" Yi Chen replied calmly, "Do as you wish, I won't even frown." "Good." Sun Kai nodded quickly. Yi Chen then asked, "And if my skills surpass your master's?" Sun Kai rolled his eyes. How could his master, a grand master of jade carving, lose? It was Xiaoping who asked calmly, "What do you have in mind?" Yi Chen's expression remained calm as he spoke. "I want you to do 2 things. First, return the Qingbai jade bracelet that Sun Kai swapped. Second, remove the title of master from your name, Xiaoping, because you are unworthy of it." Yi Chen's words immediately stirred discontent among the people around him. How dare this kid strip Xiaoping of his master title? It was outrageous. Xiaoping himself didn't mind. "If your carving skills truly surpass mine, I don't need you to say it, I will remove my own master title. In any case, I agree to the 2 conditions you've proposed. Now let's see your carving skills." Yi Chen extended his right hand. "Bring me a carving knife." An apprentice disdainfully handed a carving knife to Yi Chen. At that moment, a young man behind Yi Chen whispered softly, "Sir, I'm already grateful for your help, there's no need to go this far for me." "I'm worried." In his eyes, Master Xiaoping's carving skills were renowned throughout the province. How could this young man, who was almost the same age as him, be better than Xiaoping? Therefore, he was certain that this gamble would end in defeat. With Sun Kai and the others despicable characters, they wouldn't give up easily. So he didn't want Yi Chen to be dragged into this unnecessary trouble. Yi Chen smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, just keep it in mind." With that, he walked straight to a piece of jade ore on a shelf over a foot high. "This one. Help me cut it out." Yi Chen picked it up and placed it on the table. A craftsman in the shop used a small cutting machine to cut open the outer shell of the jade ore. Sha. After a few minutes, the shell was completely cleaned, revealing the original appearance of the jade inside. Everyone looked closely and was shocked. "I can't believe it, it's actually a piece of Qingbai jade, extremely rare in quality. Just the raw jade itself could fetch at least 5 million. It might be worth more than 8 million. I think it's almost identical in quality to the treasure of the treasure pavilion, green mountains and clear waters. This kid is really lucky randomly picking a piece that turns out to be top-grade jade. It's a pity that it's going to be ruined in his hands." Sun Kai widened his eyes. He never expected that the jade ore casually handed over by Yi Chen turned out to be top-grade Qingbai jade. The probability of this happening is almost like winning the lottery. He furrowed his brows. "Young man surnamed Ji, I remind you, this Qingbai jade is an asset of our treasure pavilion. If you carve it poorly and cause any damage, you will be held responsible for all losses in the end. Of course, if you're scared, it's not too late to admit defeat now, since you won't win anyway." Yi Chen remained indifferent. He stirred the internal energy in his body, grasped the carving knife, and began to move it across the Qingbai jade. Swish! The blade was sharp, the carvings intricate and lively, yet he remained calm and composed. Instantly, everyone present was captivated by his skill. This kid can actually carve? Even Xiaoping's expression turned serious. It's known that the foundation of jade carving lies in knife skills, and mastering sharp and powerful knife skills requires years of practice and refinement. Therefore, knife skills are divided into levels of strength. Generally speaking, there are 3 levels of carving knife skills. The first level is man is knife, I am the knife is me, and most carvers spend their whole lives at this level. The second level is heart is knife, with a knife in the heart, wherever the heart goes, the knife follows. Very few craftsmen can reach this level, and they are all renowned top craftsmen. As for the third level, it is the unity of man and knife, reaching the realm of no self and no knife, where no matter what knife is used or what item is carved, it will be flawless. Xiaoping had just touched the threshold of this third level and had already earned the title of carving master. It shows how difficult and rare it is to reach the third level. However, as Xiaoping observed Ji Chen, he was astonished to find that Ji Chen's carving skill was not at the first level, nor the second level, nor even the third level, but at the legendary top level above the third level, the return to simplicity. The knife is just a knife. I am just me, I am a part of the world, but I transcend the mysterious realm beyond the world. In the whole world, there are only a few terrifying beings who can reach such a level of knife skills. Each of them is enough to be a founding master figure, and they are all at least over 70 years old. How did a young man in his 20s achieve this? Of course, it was shocking, but he still didn't believe that Ji Chen could carve a better piece than him. Because knife skills are just one aspect of jade carving, what's more important is to have a strong artistic aesthetic and a natural design ability. Otherwise, no matter how good the knife skills are, it's all in vain. Swish! At the same time, Ji Chen's carving speed became faster and faster, reaching a dazzling pace. Finally, 15 minutes later, Ji Chen flicked his right hand, put away the knife, and stood up. The masterpiece was completed. When everyone saw the finished piece on the table, they were all speechless with shock. Ji Chen had carved the Qingbai jade into the exact replica of the Treasure Pavilion's flagship treasure, Green Mountains and Clear Waters. At first glance, the two pieces looked identical, but upon closer inspection, the difference was like heaven and earth. Xiaoping's Green Mountains and Clear Waters had delicate and beautiful structures, lifelike and could be considered a top-notch artwork. But Ji Chen's Green Mountains and Clear Waters had every tree on the Green Mountain alive, and the clear water was truly flowing, just like in the real natural world. It had far surpassed the category of artwork. As people looked at it, they felt as if they were immersed in that world, unable to extricate themselves, completely absorbed in it. Seeing everyone speechless, Ji Chen reminded everyone, "How do you evaluate my carving work? Feel free to speak." This reminder finally brought everyone back to reality. Customers praised and marveled, both are Green Mountains and Clear Waters, but they depict two different realms, one is just a resemblance, the other is real. Such a gap is like heaven and earth. This piece is simply perfect, can't find a single flaw. I'm just a nobody, how dare I evaluate it? For a work of this level, even if a master carves it, it would take days or even months, but he carved it in just 15 minutes. I'm truly amazed. Not only the customers, even the apprentices at the Treasure Pavilion were still in a state of shock. As jade carving craftsmen, they deeply realized that they could never achieve Ji Chen's level of carving in their lifetime. Sun Kai nervously adjusted his glasses, sweating profusely, as the outcome far exceeded expectations. Lai Jingyan nervously swallowed his saliva. He found it unbelievable. He couldn't understand why every time he encountered Ji Chen, this guy could do things beyond reason. Of course, the most excited person present was Xiaoping. Trembling, he walked to the side of Ji Chen's carved Green Mountains and Clear Waters, took out a magnifying glass he carried with him, and carefully observed every corner. His expression showed shock, excitement, trance, and reverence. After examining all the details, he took a deep breath. Then, facing Ji Chen, he suddenly knelt down heavily. Thud! Everyone was shocked. What was going on? Lai Jingye couldn't help but ask, "Master Xiaoping, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling to that Yi person?" Xiaoping shook his head repeatedly, solemnly saying, "Don't call me a master, I'm just a worthless master. In the field of jade carving, this Mr. Yi is the true master. I'm not even as good as an apprentice in front of him." Xiaoping then said to Ji Chen, "I have been studying jade carving for decades, considering myself unmatched in this field. Today, I finally understand that there are always people better than us. I blamed myself for being blind and disrespectful to Master Yi earlier. Now I feel regretful, I'm sorry." Ji Chen didn't expect Xiaoping's attitude to make such a 180-degree turn. It seemed that this person was not stubborn. He smiled lightly and said, "Since Master Xiaoping acknowledges his mistake, let's end it here." Xiaoping immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. "I lost the bet. How can I still claim the title of master? With my level, I'm simply defiling the term. Master Yi, you are the true master of carving. I just have one question, Master Yi. How many years have you studied jade carving to achieve such a profound level?" This was the most puzzling thing for Xiaoping. He couldn't understand how he, who had worked hard for decades, could be defeated by a young man in his 20s. Did the other party practice carving since birth? Facing Xiaoping's question, Ji Chen replied without hesitation, "Probably about half a year." This statement was like a bombshell, leaving everyone speechless. Half a year of study far exceeded decades of effort. Are you kidding me? Xiaoping trembled and couldn't help but ask, "Master Yi, is this true?" Ji Chen nodded earnestly. In fact, he had never specifically studied jade carving. The reason he excelled was entirely due to his master's teaching of knife skills. To enhance Ji Chen's control over the knife, his master had him use various tools to carve various stones. This was also a mental exercise. During that half year, his master's strict demands were unimaginable to ordinary people. Of course, Yi Chen's rare talent progressed rapidly. Eventually, his knife skills reached a state of perfection. No matter what tool he was given, whether it was stone, jade, or even metal in front of him, he could carve it into the most perfect shape. Therefore, even though today was actually Yi Chen's first time carving jade, but the final work that came out was far from what Xiaoping could compare to. Xiaoping suddenly clasped his fists towards Yi Chen and said, "Master Yi, I have poured all my heart and soul into jade carving in this lifetime. Your talent and ability are the examples I seek in my next life. If you don't mind my dull aptitude, would you be willing to take me as your disciple? I, Xiaoping, am willing to offer the entire treasure pavilion and a lifetime of savings, to accompany you in the future, kneeling and serving at your side." Whoosh! This sudden scene left everyone dumbfounded. They knew Xiaoping was obsessed with jade carving, but they never expected him to be so crazy. How could someone of such noble status be willing to bow to Yi Chen as a master, and even promise to offer the treasure pavilion and a lifetime of savings? How sincere could he be? It's worth noting that whoever receives these, their status in the entire Jiangnan city, even in the province of Tiannan, will rise. No matter who it is, they would surely agree. But to everyone's surprise, Yi Chen straightforwardly shook his head and said, "Taking you as a disciple is out of the question, your aptitude is not enough." Whoosh! This time, everyone's eyes were about to pop out. This he actually refused? And for such a direct reason? Isn't he afraid of hurting someone's pride? However, Xiaoping himself was not angry, but rather nodded humbly and said, "Master Yi, you are right, I was presumptuous, to even make such an outrageous request, I apologize." After speaking, Xiaoping stood up. Despite being rejected, he still maintained a humble and polite attitude towards Yi Chen. Where was the haughty and arrogant demeanor he had just now? This attitude finally made Sun Kai unable to contain his anger. He stepped forward, puzzled, and asked, "Master, even if his carving skills are superb, do you really need to treat a brat like this? This ignorant fellow doesn't deserve your kindness at all." Slap! Xiaoping, however, gave Sun Kai a slap in the face. He said sternly, "How dare you? Master Yi is someone you can disrespect? It's you, as my first disciple, who dared to do such despicable things behind my back, forgetting my teachings. It's simply betraying your teacher and ancestors. I declare, from this moment on, you are no longer my disciple, and you are not allowed to step into the treasure pavilion in the future." What? Sun Kai turned pale with fear. He knelt down on the spot, with a trembling voice, "Master, why are you saying this? Do you really believe that Yi Chen's words? He's framing me, I really didn't do any tampering." Xiaoping coldly snorted, "With Master Yi's status, how could he frame someone like you, a fool? At this point, you're still trying to argue, truly deserving of punishment. Guards, drag this troublemaker out, give him a good beating and throw him as far as possible." Yes. 2 security guards immediately stepped forward, held Sun Kai down, and dragged him out. Soon, cries of agony from Sun Kai could be heard from outside. Xiaoping then looked at the group of apprentices. Coldly he asked, "You aided in wrongdoing, deceiving me along with Sun Kai, what punishment do you deserve?" The apprentices were so scared that they quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. "Master, we know we were wrong. We shouldn't have deceived you, but it was all because of senior brother's son, not Sun Kai's coercion. Yes, he threatened us, saying if we didn't listen to him, we would be kicked out of the treasure pavilion. We had no choice but to obey. We are willing to accept any punishment, please don't drive us away, master." Xiaoping looked at the kneeling apprentices on the ground and sighed, "Since you were not the instigators, I won't drive you away, but your monthly salary will be deducted, and you will copy the shop rules 1,000 times. In the future, if there is any misconduct, Sun Kai will be your example." The apprentices nodded repeatedly, acknowledging their mistakes. Xiaoping then turned to Lai Jingye and said, "Boss Lai, should you return the green and white jade bracelet to its rightful owner?" This. Lai Jingye looked embarrassed. He had planned to give this green and white jade bracelet as a gift to Rong Mayen at the meeting tomorrow. It was meant to impress her, so how could he easily give it away? Xiaoping raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "Oh? Is Boss Lai trying to play dumb in front of me?" Lai Jingye trembled in fear. Despite his prestigious status in Jiangnan City, he didn't dare to offend Xiaoping. He hurriedly said, "I dare not. I dare not," and handed the green and white jade bracelet to Xiaoping. After giving Yi Chen a dissatisfied look, he reluctantly left the treasure pavilion. After Lai Jingye left, the onlookers dispersed in 2s and 3s. Xiaoping personally handed the green and white jade bracelet to the young man behind Yi Chen. He apologized, "Sir, Xia apologizes on behalf of the treasure pavilion for what happened today." To To express our apology, we will not charge you for the processing fee of carving this green and white jade bracelet. Furthermore, in the future, whenever you make any purchases at the Treasure Pavilion, we will offer a 50% discount. Please forgive us." The young man took the green and white jade bracelet. His mind was still a bit muddled at this point, not fully recovered from the shock. He subconsciously nodded and turned to Yi Chen gratefully. "Mr. Yi, I will always remember your righteous help today. If there is anything I can do for you in the future, please feel free to contact me." He handed a business card to Yi Chen, a bit anxious. "Mr. Yi, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I will thank you properly next time we meet." Yi Chen smiled. "Until we meet again." After the young man left, Yi Chen looked at the business card. It only had a name and a series of phone numbers. Su Haoxuan, that's his name, right? Yi Chen murmured, "The surname Su. I remember among the 9 fiancés my master arranged for me, there seems to be one with the surname Su." Without much thought, he casually put the business card in his pocket. Xiaoping clasped his fists and said to Yi Chen, "Master Yi, I have an awkward request." "What is it?" Xiaoping pointed at the jade carving of green mountains and clear waters by Yi Chen. With an embarrassed expression, he said, "I would like to ask Master Yi to transfer it to me. Of course, I am willing to offer all the treasures of the Treasure Pavilion in exchange, and hand them over to you." Yi Chen smiled. The total value of all the antiques and treasures in this Treasure Pavilion was at least over 5 billion. While the green mountains and clear waters he carved was highly collectible, its size was relatively small, and it would probably fetch around 1 billion at auction. Xiaoping was clearly offering to exchange at a loss. It was evident that this guy was truly obsessed with jade carving. Considering that Xiaoping had shown the ability to admit his mistakes after losing the bet, Yi Chen thought he was not a deceitful and malicious person. He spoke up, "To be honest with you, this green mountains and clear waters holds no value to me. As for the treasures in your shop, I am not interested in them either. If you want the green mountains and clear waters, I have only one condition. If you can meet it, I will give it to you directly." Xiaoping's eyes lit up, and he eagerly said, "What condition? Master Yi, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will do my best." Yi Chen glanced around. Xiaoping immediately understood. Realizing that it was not convenient for Master Yi to speak in such a public place, he quickly invited Yi Chen to his office for a private discussion. Soon, the two arrived at Xiaoping's office. Yi Chen took out the tiger-shaped jade pendant that had been broken in half and handed it to Xiaoping. "Take a look at this." Xiaoping carefully took the jade pendant and examined it closely. After a few seconds, he said, "This jade pendant is made of top-quality Hetian white jade, crafted by extremely skilled artisans, and is at least 1,000 years old, if not older. It is an invaluable treasure of top-notch antiquity, but unfortunately, it's broken into 2 pieces." Yi Chen nodded. Xiaoping was indeed a master in the world of antique jade. He asked, "My condition is simply to ask if you can repair it?" After pondering for a few seconds, Xiaoping nodded and asked, "Master Yi, how would you like it to be restored?" Yi Chen replied, "Restore it to its original state, exactly as it was." Yi Chen only had a superficial understanding of jade restoration techniques. There are generally methods such as adhesive method, gold inlay method, and potting method. Among them, only the adhesive method can restore jade objects to their original state, exactly the same as before. Of course, this adhesive method is not as simple as using regular glue like 502. Instead, jade craftsmen use special techniques, along with generations of secretly passed down adhesives, to repair jade objects. Therefore, Yi Chen only has a basic understanding of jade restoration, not expertise. Speaking of Xiaoping, he said seriously, "In that case, I can only use the adhesive method. However, this tiger-shaped jade pendant is very old, and the adhesive needed is quite difficult to prepare, so I will need some time to complete the restoration." Yi Chen asked, "How long will it take?" Xiaoping replied, "If fully restored, it will take about 4 hours. Master Yi, do you have time to wait here?" 4 hours? Yi Chen pondered briefly and said, "There's no need for me to wait here. I have some things to take care of. I'll come back to pick up this jade pendant after I'm done. As for the green mountains and clear waters carving I made, I'll give it to you." Xiaoping was instantly thrilled and repeatedly thanked Yi Chen. He was almost in tears. After Yi Chen left, Xiaoping went to the center of the shop. He instructed the apprentices, "Prepare the materials for repairing the jade pendant, and tidy up my separate carving room. I have important matters to attend to inside, so during this time, no one is allowed to disturb me." The apprentices nodded and said, "Yes." Xiaoping's gaze fell on the display stand in the center. Seeing the green mountains and clear waters carving he made, a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. He directly ordered, "Someone, smash this thing, and then replace it with Master Yi's green mountains and clear waters." From now on, it will be our shop's treasure." The apprentices tried to persuade him in various ways. "Master, this represents the highest craftsmanship of yours. Isn't it a pity to smash it like this and replace it?" Xiaoping sternly said, "Highest craftsmanship my foot. Compared to Master Yi, it's not even worthy of being a shoe. Follow my instructions, and anyone who obstructs, get lost." The apprentices were so scared that they dared not persuade him anymore and began to do as instructed. On the other hand, at 10 minutes to 10 in the morning, Yein rode his electric scooter and arrived 10 minutes early at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. He hadn't been there for long when a red Porsche parked not far away. Xiao Qingcheng got out of the car. Today, she was dressed in a yellow uniform, and her silk stockings perfectly accentuated her long and slender legs, complementing her unique aloof temperament, instantly attracting the attention of many passers-by. Xiao Qingcheng held a stack of documents in her right hand and walked up to Yein, maintaining her usual aloof demeanor, saying, "Ha, I thought you wouldn't come." Yein replied, "Even if the sky falls, Yein, will come on time." Xiao Qingcheng subconsciously frowned. Does he really want a divorce so decisively? Well, after all, he has long been fooling around outside, relying on other women for a living. He must be eager to divorce early. After composing herself, Xiao Qingcheng coldly said, "In that case, let's go in." She took steps towards the Civil Affairs Bureau. Without hesitation, Yein followed her and entered the Civil Affairs Bureau together. This was the second time in Yichen's life that he entered the Civil Affairs Bureau. The last time was when he married Xiao Qingcheng. Never did he expect that after 3 years of marriage, it would come to such an imperfect end. Despite the emotions, Yein no longer had much attachment to this marriage. Let it be. While waiting in line, the two sat in separate rows, not too close nor too far. At that moment, a middle-aged couple in front of them had just completed their divorce proceedings. Coincidentally, they started to argue. The man getting divorced gritted his teeth and said, "I know you despise me for being poor, but 30 years of ups and downs, don't underestimate a middle-aged man. I will definitely succeed in the future and make you regret it, just like Yein who caused a scene at the G family banquet yesterday." The divorcing woman sneered, "You? Forget it. Take a look in the mirror. How can you compare to Yein? Divorced man, where am I inferior to him? Divorced woman, ha! If you could become a man as outstanding as Yein, I would kneel every 3 steps and kowtow every 9 steps to ask you to remarry. Even if you are surrounded by a bunch of women by then, I would be willing to be a concubine." Xiao Qingcheng? Wait, why does this line sound so familiar? Divorced man gritted his teeth, "Just wait and see, this piece of gold in me will shine sooner or later." Divorced woman coldly said, "I'm not as foolish as Xiao Qingcheng. If you were really gold, I would have seen it long ago. In my opinion, you're just a piece of shit." The two argued and left the Civil Affairs Bureau, unaware that the protagonists of their argument were right there. Yichen's eye twitched. Wow, did the news of his disruption at the G family banquet spread so quickly? Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip, her face alternating between pale and flushed. She was furious. What did I do to deserve this? Where did I go wrong in my judgment? At this moment, a staff member said, "Next, number 99. Yein and Xiao Qingcheng got up and walked over. They handed over their identification documents, marriage certificate, etc. to the staff. The staff took the various documents, furrowed their brows, and said, "According to the latest civil code, both parties in a divorce need to meet the cooling-off period requirement." What is the cooling-off period for divorce? Yein and Xiao Qingcheng asked in unison. The staff patiently explained, the so-called cooling-off period means that if both parties voluntarily want a divorce, they need to apply for it first. If they meet the conditions for divorce, the divorce certificate will not be issued immediately, giving both parties time to cool off. Xiao Qingcheng furrowed her brows. She had been busy with her career and had never heard of such a ridiculous rule for divorce nowadays. As for Yein, he was even more clueless about this matter. Xiao Qingcheng asked, "How long is this cooling-off period?" The staff replied, 30 days. Within 30 days of receiving the divorce application, if either of you is unwilling to divorce, you can withdraw the divorce registration application. Of course, if both parties are unwilling to withdraw after 30 days, your marriage will be dissolved. Yein and Xiao Qingcheng looked at each other. Neither of them had expected that a simple divorce would be so troublesome. They have to give time to cool off? The staff pushed back all the documents and said, "Your divorce application has been registered. Take 30 days to consider calmly before deciding whether to divorce." Yein and Xiao Qingcheng had no choice but to leave the Civil Affairs Bureau. Just as they reached the door, a Lamborghini parked by the roadside. A young man in a white suit, with a tall figure, got out of the car. It was Jibo. Jibo had a confident smile on his face as he quickly approached Xiao Qingcheng. In a soft voice, he said, "Congratulations on finally divorcing that waste." Xiao Qingchang was already upset because of the quarrel between the middle-aged divorced couple just now. Seeing Jibo made her even more irritated. If it weren't for Jibo suddenly intervening with Master Gongsun yesterday, the misunderstanding between her and Yichen might have been resolved. She wouldn't have come out to get a divorce and be ridiculed by passers-by. She frowned and asked in a displeased tone, "What are you here for?" Jibo understood that Xiao Qingchang was still thinking about yesterday's incident. He quickly explained, "Qingchang, I was thoughtless yesterday. I apologize to you. Don't be angry. Let me tell you some good news. Just now, I learned a secret message that miswronged me." Note, the translation is cut off due to the character limit. If you need the full translation, please let me know. Xiao Qingchang's anger subsided a bit, nodding, "Thank you so much." Jibo's eyes lit up with excitement. He turned around and took a bunch of red roses from the sports car, walking up to Xiao Qingchang. She was puzzled and asked, "Young Master Ji, what is this?" Jibo presented the red roses to Xiao Qingchang and said, "There's something I've been holding back for a long time, but I restrained myself because you were married back then. But now that you've successfully divorced, I can no longer hide it. Qingchang, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" The sudden confession caught Xiao Qingchang off guard. For a moment, she stood there at a loss. This scene also attracted many onlookers who whispered among themselves, "Wow! Confessing at the Civil Affairs Bureau entrance, so romantic. Isn't the man Jibo?" And the woman being confessed to seems to be Xiao Qingchang, the beautiful CEO of Jiangnan City. They are truly a perfect match, both in looks and talent. So, is that guy over there Xiao Qingchang's rumored gold-digging husband? He looks good, didn't expect him to be a waste. Is he really that useless? I heard he's been causing quite a stir recently. Xiao Qingchang's expression went from bewildered to calm quickly. She did not accept Jibo's roses but coldly refused. "I'm sorry, young Master Ji, I can't agree to your request." "Ha?" Jibo looked bewildered, instinctively asking, "Why?" Xiao Qingchang replied, "I don't have those feelings at the moment, I'm sorry." After speaking, she subconsciously glanced in the direction of Yichen. Seeing Yichen's expressionless face, she quickly looked back. She felt somewhat displeased. How could he show no reaction when other men confess to me? Or does he simply not care about these things? On the other hand, Jibo's face darkened. Being rejected in public after confessing was a blow to his pride. Where could the young master of the Ji family put his face now? Jibo's chest surged with unnamed anger as he sternly questioned, "Qingchang, why are you rejecting me? Haven't I been good to you? Do you know how much I and my Ji family have done for you? If it weren't for our help several times, your Xiao family would have been ruined long ago. How can you heartlessly reject me like this?" Xiao Qingchang was taken aback, not expecting Jibo to be this angry. In her mind, liking someone required mutual feelings, and she didn't have those feelings for Jibo. As for the help he provided, she was grateful and always sought ways to repay it. As Xiao Qingchang was contemplating how to explain, Yichen, not far away, calmly spoke up, "Jibo, do you have the nerve to talk about helping the Xiao family repeatedly? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for lying so blatantly?" Jibo's gaze fell sharply on Yichen. Suddenly realizing, he said, "You, surname Ji, I knew it was you causing trouble behind the scenes, making Qingchang reject me, right?" Enraged, he lost his temper in an instant. He grabbed Yichen's collar and demanded, "You bastard, you caused a scene at my father's birthday banquet yesterday, injured my brother, and now you're interfering with my confession. What the hell do you want?" Yichen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Let go of me." Jibo raised his chin, threatening, "What if I don't? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're good at fighting. Damn it, if you push me too far, I'll have your entire Yi family's graves dug up one day." Yichen's voice lowered, "Do you dare?" For Yichen, his deceased family members were a line that couldn't be crossed, an untouchable scale. But Jibo, ignorant of the consequences, continued to provoke, "What's there not to dare? In broad daylight, do you think I'm afraid you'll fight me at the Civil Affairs Bureau entrance? Come on, try hitting me." Yichen coldly replied, "Such a strange request, it's the first time I've heard it, so I'll grant it for you." The next moment, he kicked Jibo in the abdomen. Bang! Buwan was kicked and sent flying 3 or 4 meters away, rolling directly down the steps in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. He fell in a miserable state. This scene shocked the onlookers, who gasped in surprise. Xiao Qingchang's face turned pale with fright as she hurried down to help Buwan up. "Ji Daxiao, are you okay?" Buwan rubbed his arms and thighs, grimacing in pain and groaning continuously. His face was filled with panic and surprise. He never expected Yichen to be so audacious, actually daring to hit someone in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Out of humiliation and anger, He pointed at Yi Chen and cursed, "You Yi's surname, dare to hit me? Do you believe I?" But before he could finish his sentence, Yi Chen swiftly moved to his side. Smack! His hand rose and fell. A slap sent Buwan flying sideways. He fell like a dog eating shit. Just as Yi Chen was about to kick Buwan again, Xiao Qingcheng quickly stepped in front of him. Anxiously and angrily, she said, "Yi Chen, have you gone mad? Why are you hitting people?" Yi Chen replied truthfully, "He asked me to hit him, I just did as he wished, what's the problem?" "You." Xiao Qingcheng was livid, her face turning iron blue, her chest heaving up and down. This guy was simply beyond rude. Why couldn't conflicts be resolved through proper communication? She turned to help Buwan up again. At this moment, Buwan's cheek was swollen high, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, looking quite disheveled. Xiao Qingcheng repeatedly apologized, "Xiao, I'm really sorry, please don't be angry, don't stoop to his level, I will make him apologize to you." Buwan glared at Yi Chen with fiery eyes. But fearing Yi Chen would strike again, he could only reluctantly nod. Xiao Qingcheng sternly commanded, "Yi Chen, I order you to apologize to Xiao, right now." Yi Chen straightforwardly shook his head. He had only beaten up a reckless fool, especially since the other party provoked him first. Why should he apologize? Yi Chen's attitude drove Xiao Qingcheng to the brink of madness. "You know that Xiao has shown great kindness to me and the Xiao family, yet you repeatedly meddle in our affairs. How can I face the Ji family? How can I repay Xiao's kindness?" Xiao Qingcheng felt that Yi Chen was deliberately retaliating against her, deliberately putting her on the spot. Facing Xiao Qingcheng's emotional outburst, Yi Chen coldly sneered, "Ha, Xiao President, please don't blame me for everything. If you feel unable to repay Buwan's kindness, why not just agree to his confession?" Xiao Qingcheng trembled upon hearing Yi Chen's words. In those beautiful eyes, there was a sense of disappointment. She couldn't believe that before her official divorce from Yi Chen had been finalized, he was already eager to push her into someone else's arms? Was it so that Yi Chen could openly be with other women? Fine. Today, I'll grant your wish. Xiao Qingcheng's expression turned cold. She said in a fit of pique, "You're right, Yi Chen. That was my plan all along. If it weren't for the cooling off period for divorce, I would have agreed to Xiao's confession by now. Are you satisfied?" A hint of sadness flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, but he remained silent. On the other hand, Buwan, upon hearing this, visibly brightened. Confused, he asked, "Qingcheng, what did you say? Were you going to agree to my confession?" Xiao Qingcheng didn't look at Buwan but met Yi Chen's gaze, unwilling to back down. With a forced tone, she said words that went against her heart, "Yes. But there's a 30-day cooling-off period for divorce, so I can't officially proceed with the divorce yet." "I see." Buwan suddenly realized, his face filled with joy. He had thought Xiao Qingcheng wasn't interested in him, but it turned out she hadn't been able to finalize the divorce yet. It made sense. As the CEO of a major company, agreeing to someone's confession before finalizing the divorce wouldn't look good. She must have rejected him for this reason. Thinking of this, Buwan hurriedly apologized with a smile, "Qingcheng, I was abrupt just now, I'm really sorry, it's just a 30-day cooling-off period, right? I will patiently wait, hee." Xiao Qingcheng just lightly acknowledged. In her heart, she planned to explain her true thoughts to Buwan when she had the time. As for the debts owed to the Ji family and Buwan, she would find other ways to make amends. Yi Chen said indifferently, "Since this is President Zhao's true intention, I congratulate you in advance. But as a husband, I still want to remind President Xiao to choose wisely. Not everyone is worthy of a lifetime commitment, to avoid regrets." He said this with good intentions. Knowing Buwan well, he believed that this person's attentive approach to Xiao Qingcheng was not just out of affection but surely had undisclosed ulterior motives. Xiao Qingcheng self-mockingly chuckled, "Hee. Yi Chen, save that advice for yourself. Please don't assume everyone is as bad as you. Even if I do regret it in the future, it has nothing to do with you." Yi Chen's eyes lowered. Since she had made up her mind, there was no need for him to say more. Buwan's eyes flashed with cunning. He smirked triumphantly, "Young Master Yi, your presence will only bring darkness to her, while I can lead her towards the light. Let me tell you, I will take Qingcheng to buy gifts later, and tomorrow at the business meeting present them to Miss Rong Mayen to win her favor. By then, Qingcheng will surely be chosen as a business partner by the Rong family, while you, a useless person, will disappear from our sight forever." With that said, Buwan turned to Xiao Qingcheng. "I'll take you somewhere to help Miss Rong pick out gifts." Xiao Qingcheng asked, "Where to?" Buwan mysteriously replied, "You'll know when we get there. The gifts we choose will surely please Miss Rong." "Okay." Xiao Qingcheng hesitated for a moment, then nodded. After that, they each drove away with Buwan. Throughout, They didn't spare another glance at Yi Chen. This scene naturally sparked various discussions among onlookers. Indeed, beauty loves heroes, only young Master Ji is Xiao Qingqing's target. What else could she do? Continue living with her useless husband? That's just a trap. Look, that Yi surname guy is still standing there acting calm. Some might think he has a background, but he doesn't care at all. As people belittle Ji Chen in various ways, a black Maybach stopped by the Civil Affairs Bureau's roadside. Seeing the license plate, Zhang F66666, onlookers were surprised, because the owner of this car was the chairman of the Tianlong Group, known as the King of Jiangnan. For no apparent reason, why would the Dragon Lord come to the Civil Affairs Bureau? As people were puzzled, the door of a Rolls-Royce opened, and Zhao Hailong stepped out. He stood there exuding an imposing aura, making onlookers feel pressured, not daring to meet Zhao Hailong's gaze. Some people blocking Zhao Hailong's view even ran away, clearing a wide path. Only Yi Chen stood there, unmoving. This made onlookers sweat nervously. Is this guy crazy? He's not avoiding the Dragon Lord? Is he asking for trouble? No wonder he was kicked out by the Xiao family. Turns out he's got issues. Wait, the Dragon Lord is going to lose his temper. This guy is done for. However, what happened next left them all stunned. Zhao Hailong walked up to Yi Chen. He bowed 90 degrees, showing great respect, and greeted, Mr. Yi. The onlookers were shocked by this scene. I can't believe it. Why is the Dragon Lord so respectful to him? Could it be that this Yi guy really has an unknown background, and Xiao Qingqing misjudged him? It must be. Xiao Qingqing is really foolish, divorcing such an outstanding husband, not knowing how fortunate she is. Yi Chen ignored the astonished gazes of the onlookers and asked, What brings you here? Zhao Hailong respectfully replied, I am here to deliver an invitation card. He took out a red card and handed it to Yi Chen, introducing, This is an invitation card from the Rong family in the provincial capital, sent by Rong Mayen for you to attend a business meeting tomorrow night. Yi Chen recalled that Zhao Hailong had mentioned this over the phone yesterday. He had agreed to go because it was an opportunity to cancel the engagement with Rong Mayen. So Yi Chen took the invitation card and directly put it in his pocket. Zhao Hailong glanced at the Civil Affairs Bureau and cautiously asked, Mr. Yi, have you already filed for divorce with Miss Xiao? Yi Chen shook his head. The staff said there is a cooling-off period for divorce. It will take 30 days to process. I didn't expect divorces to be so troublesome these days. Zhao Hailong politely offered, Mr. Yi, if you need, I can help speed up the process for you to finalize the divorce sooner. Yi Chen hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it. In Xiao Qingqing's eyes, everything I do is wrong. It's better to let things take their course. Zhao Hailong earnestly said, From my perspective, in these 3 years, you have been kind and righteous to Miss Xiao, while she has let your efforts go to waste. If anyone is at fault, it's her. Yi Chen self-mockingly said, Haven't you heard a saying? A married woman, the only mistake she admits to in her life is marrying the wrong man. She will never admit fault in herself. I used to think it was a joke, now I see how true it is. Zhao Hailong quickly agreed and asked, Mr. Yi, about the 10 billion order from Tianlong Group that was announced to be cancelled at the bidding meeting last time, when do you plan to restart it and select the winning bidder? It's not good to delay it any longer. Yi Chen replied, Let's wait a bit more, I will inform you when there's news. Zhao Hailong respectfully said, Understood. Meanwhile, Jibo brought Xiao Qingqing to the treasure pavilion in Jiangnan City. Proudly introducing, Qingqing, you may not know, Miss Rong Mayen loves jade carvings the most. This treasure pavilion is the top store in our Jiangnan City. Choose a jade carving by Master Xia Ping and give it to Miss Rong as a gift, it will surely please her. Xiao Qingqing nodded with joy, Young Master Ji, it's rare for you to be so thoughtful, thank you. In her heart, she couldn't help but compare Jibo with Yi Chen. One always thinking for her and solving problems, the other causing trouble everywhere and creating difficulties for him. The contrast was stark. Feeling emotional, Xiao Qingqing carefully selected in the store. Every jade carving on the shelves was exquisitely crafted, rare treasures. However, after browsing for more than 10 minutes, she still hadn't found one that met her satisfaction. Since it was for Miss Rong Mayen, a person of high status, the gift had to be outstanding and extraordinary. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the central display in the store. Her beautiful eyes were instantly captivated. It was a jade carving over a foot tall. Green jade forming mountains, white jade depicting flowing water, the two elements complementing each other, exuding a strong sense of reality, captivating and irresistible. Although Xiao Qingqing wasn't very familiar with jade carvings, she could deeply feel the top-notch quality of this piece. It was truly a rare treasure. If given to Miss Rong Mayen, it would surely please her. Jibo also walked over, examining the jade carving. Unable to help but nod, he said, Wow, when did the treasure pavilion have such high-level jade carvings? This is a top-notch item that can be counted among the best in the country. At the same time, he was quite puzzled. Although Master Xiaoping's carving skills were impressive, it seemed that they hadn't reached this level. Could it be that Master Xiaoping had recently made a breakthrough in his skills? Jibo Duan didn't think too deeply about it and smiled, saying, "Xincheng, since you like this piece, let's buy it." He casually beckoned a round-faced apprentice and said, "Mount this jade sculpture, and I will buy it." The round-faced apprentice politely replied, "Sir, I'm sorry, but this jade sculpture is the newest treasure of our store and is not for sale." Jibo Duan's face darkened as he said, "What's the big deal about it being the store's treasure? Displaying it is for selling, isn't it? Or do you think I, Jibo Duan, the young master of the G family in Jiangnan, can't afford this jade sculpture? Let me tell you, I am quite capable, and have you ever heard of something I couldn't afford in Jiangnan City?" The round-faced apprentice quickly shook his head and said, "Young Master G, you misunderstand. I don't mean that, it's just that the store's treasure is of great importance, and as a mere apprentice, I can't make the decision." Jibo Duan coldly snorted, "Humph. If you can't decide, then call out Sun Kai, the master craftsman of your store." He then turned to Xiao Qingcheng and boasted, "This Sun Kai is the first disciple of Master Xiaoping, a future heir of the treasure pavilion. We go way back, and getting this jade sculpture is just a matter of words, plus he might give you a discount." Xiao Qingcheng nodded in admiration, "Young Master G, your connections are impressive." Jibo Duan looked pleased and was about to continue showing off. The round-faced apprentice interrupted, saying, "Young Master G, I regret to inform you that Sun Kai was expelled from the treasure pavilion by his master just a few hours ago, permanently banished." Jibo Duan, who was previously satisfied, suddenly became extremely embarrassed. He couldn't believe it and asked, "What nonsense is this? Is it true?" It was widely known that Sun Kai had been with Master Xiaoping for many years and held a high position in the treasure pavilion. How could he be expelled out of the blue? The round-faced apprentice affirmed, "It's absolutely true." Jibo Duan didn't believe it at all and sneered, "Ha, you, a mere apprentice, dare to tell such lies? I'll call Master Sun right now and see how he punishes you." Jibo Duan took out his phone to call Sun Kai, only to find that his phone was switched off. He sent a WeChat message but was shocked to discover that he had been blocked. In that moment, Jibo Duan had a bad feeling. Was Sun Kai really expelled? Whether he was expelled or not didn't matter. The main issue was that he had borrowed 3 million last month for gambling. Was he planning to run away? The thought made Jibo Duan's expression turn sour. "Damn it, that scoundrel, better not let me find him." Despite his anger, he couldn't lose his temper in front of Xiao Qingcheng. He could only clear his throat and say, "Since Sun Kai is not here, please call out Master Xiaoping. I believe he will sell this jade sculpture to me out of respect for the G family." But before he could finish speaking, a somewhat familiar voice sounded from behind, "I also have my eyes on this jade sculpture. Please ask Master Xiaoping to sell it to me." Jibo Duan and Xiao Qingcheng turned around to see a woman in a red cheongsam standing behind them, her figure alluring and captivating. Jibo Duan couldn't help but be stunned. "It's you?" Xiao Qingcheng also looked surprised. They hadn't expected to encounter this woman again today. "Rong Mei." The round-faced apprentice hesitated, "Young Master G, our master is currently in seclusion for carving, and he strictly ordered us not to disturb him for anything." Jibo frowned and asked, "How long does Master Xiaoping need for seclusion?" The round-faced apprentice replied, "It should be almost over." "All right then," Jibo nodded. He then turned to Rong Mayen and threatened, "I don't care about your identity or background. As a woman, I remind you not to compete with us for this jade carving." Rong Mayen became interested and asked, "Oh? Why do you say that?" Jibo proudly stated, "To be frank with you, we bought this jade carving intending to gift it to Miss Rong Mayen. By competing with us, you are essentially going against Miss Rong. Without further ado, you should understand what the Rong family represents in the capital city and the consequences of going against them, right?" Rong Mayen seemed to understand and said, "I see." Jibo smirked, "Now that you understand, why don't you give up competing for the jade carving and leave?" To his surprise, Rong Mayen revealed a charming smile and said, "Hearing you say that, I actually want this jade carving even more. It's quite intriguing to think about snatching Miss Rong's treasure." Ah, Jibo was dumbfounded. He thought mentioning Rong Mayen would make her back off, but she showed no fear and even challenged them? Is this woman crazy? Xiao Qingcheng stepped forward with a cold attitude and said, "Miss, this jade carving is very important to me. If you insist on competing, I, Xiao Qingcheng, will not back down." For a moment, their eyes locked in a standoff. It was as if there were sparks flying between them. Rong Mayen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Does Mr. Xiao really think that by giving this jade carving to Miss Rong, you can win her favor and become a business partner of the Rong family?" Xiao Qingchang was taken aback. She was surprised by the woman's sharpness in seeing through her intentions for choosing the jade carving. Rong Mayen walked around the jade carving slowly and remarked, "The craftsmanship of this jade carving is exquisite and of great value. There are few in the entire Dragon Kingdom who can achieve such mastery. It may capture Miss Rong's heart, but it cannot fulfill her true desires." Mr. Xiao, you are a smart person who has been in the business world for many years. Why don't you carefully consider why the Rong family is selecting business partners in Jiangnan City? In Miss Rong's heart, compared to a precious jade carving, what she truly desires, which is more important? This series of thought-provoking questions left Xiao Qingcheng stunned in place. Her intuition told her that the woman's true identity was even more complex than she had initially thought. She was about to ask about the woman's identity when Jibo interrupted. "Humph. You are so knowledgeable analyzing from Miss Rong's perspective, so what? Do you think you are Miss Rong herself? Let me tell you the truth, our G family has already been internally designated as business partners by Miss Rong and even recommended other qualifying partners. As long as Qingcheng buys this jade carving to give to Miss Rong, with our G family mediating, Miss Rong will definitely choose her as a business partner." Can you question or refute that with just a few words? Rong Mayen retorted, "Who told you that the G family has been designated as the Rong family's business partner?" Jibo boasted, "It was naturally the second master of the Rong family, Mr. Rong Tianli, who informed us." His words represent the official stance of the Rong family. "Do you have anything else to say?" Rong Mayen smiled meaningfully and said, "Hee, let's wait and see." Jibo sneered disdainfully, not taking her words seriously. It was Xiao Qingcheng who felt a sense of inexplicable unease at that moment. After hesitating, she advised Jibo, "Maybe it's better not to buy the jade carving. I think Miss Rong may not care about that but needs an outstanding and capable business partner. I want to impress her with my true abilities, not." Jibo interrupted, "Qingcheng, you are full of virtues, except for being easily swayed by others' words. Rest assured, since I have already spoken to purchase this jade carving, it is a done deal that no one can change. Even if Master Xiaoping comes out later, he will give me this face." As soon as he finished speaking, a slightly dissatisfied elderly voice sounded, "Humph. When did the treasure of my treasure pavilion fall to the point of being sold for money?" Xiaoping, dressed in a yellow tang suit, walked out from the carver inside. His face showed a hint of anger. He asked his round-faced apprentice, "Didn't I instruct you that this jade carving is the latest treasure of the store and not for sale? Why is there still someone causing a commotion to buy it here?" The round-faced apprentice quickly explained the whole situation without any concealment. Xiaoping faced Jibo calmly and said, "This green mountains and clear waters is the treasure of our store and not for sale. Please choose another jade carving." This. Jibo felt a bit embarrassed. He thought that Xiaoping, upon hearing about his identity as young Master Ji, would give him some face, but he didn't expect such a straightforward refusal. However, due to Xiaoping's status, he dared not offend him. He could only negotiate. "Master Xiaoping, I know that your store's treasure is precious, but even the most precious things have a price. Mr. Xiao and I are willing to pay a high price to purchase it." Xiaoping narrowed his cold eyes and said, "Young Master Ji, out of respect for your father, I am willing to remind you a few things. First, in the future, do not address me as a master, my skills are far from deserving that title. Second, although my family's wealth may not match the Ji family's, we are not in dire straits, there is no need to use money to intimidate me." Jibo looked puzzled. He didn't understand why Xiaoping, who used to be so arrogant and enjoyed being praised by others, suddenly became so humble today. He didn't even want the title of master anymore? Jibo was still unwilling and continued to persuade, "Master Xia, if you are unwilling to sell the jade carving, I understand. But this jade carving is intended to be given to Miss Rong at tomorrow's meeting. You also know that many social elites will be present at the meeting tomorrow. If this jade carving is displayed publicly, it will surely impress everyone and enhance your reputation." Jibo believed that Xiaoping didn't care for money, but did he not care for his reputation either? However, Xiaoping's response once again stunned him. Xiaoping said seriously, "Perhaps before today, I might have been moved by your words, but now, fame and fortune are simply not important to me. Moreover, this jade carving is not my creation, but Master Ye's masterpiece. He is willing to leave it here as the store's treasure, and I am grateful for that. How could I sell it privately for profit?" Jibo suddenly realized. Wow, after all this time, this jade carving was not carved by Xiaoping. He rolled his eyes and said, "It's simple, just give me Master Ye's contact information, and I will contact him. I believe that with the reputation of my Jiangnan Ji family, he will definitely give me face and agree to sell this jade carving." Before he could finish speaking, a voice at the door interrupted, "No need to bother contacting, I can inform you right here that I will not give face to the G family, let alone agree to sell the jade carving to you." Everyone turned to look, only to see that the speaker was Yein. Jibo's face turned ugly. "This bastard, why won't he just disappear?" He frowned and said, "Why are you following us? This place is not for someone of your status." As he spoke, he suddenly realized something was wrong. "Wait a minute, you said this jade carving won't be sold to me. Humph, what does it have to do with you?" Yein replied calmly, "Because this jade carving is my creation. What do you think is my relationship with it?" With these words spoken, Buwan couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Mr. Yi, have you caught a disease that will kill you if you don't brag? The level of this jade carving is nothing short of a miracle. How can a freeloader like you carve it out? Don't be ridiculous." Xiao Qingcheng shook her head and said, "Yechen, please stop seeking attention, can you?" Having been married to Yechen for 3 years, she had never known him to have any involvement in jade carving, let alone seen him sculpt. And he actually claimed this green mountains and clear waters to be his work? Although she had to admit that Yechen was now very skilled in martial arts, calligraphy, and medicine. But a person's energy is limited. How could Yechen have such accomplishments in jade carving? So she simply couldn't believe that this jade carving was done by Yechen. Not only her, even Rong Mayen's eyes flashed with doubt. She had a deep understanding of the jade carving industry. She knew very well that this green mountains and clear waters in front of her must have taken decades of hard work and exceptional talent to carve into a top-notch artwork. However, Yechen was not yet 30, how could he have carved it? Was he deliberately showing off in front of his ex-wife? However, what happened next greatly surprised them. Xia Ping stepped forward quickly. He bowed respectfully and excitedly to Yechen. "Master Yi, you have finally returned, I greet you." This attitude made Buwan and others widen their eyes. Xia Ping was an absolute leader in the jade carving industry in Jiangnan City. His status was so prestigious that even the 3 major families in Jiangnan City had to show him respect. Yet at this moment, he actually showed such a respectful attitude towards Yechen. What on earth was going on? Buwan was the first to express his inner doubts. He asked Xia Ping, "What do you call this Mr. Yi? Master Yi? How can a freeloader like him become a master?" Xia Ping had a serious expression on his face. He said, "Do not be disrespectful to Master Yi. His carving skills have reached the realm of returning to the basics, far surpassing Xia's. Moreover, being able to carve the masterpiece green mountains and clear waters, how can he not be called a master? Humph, not to mention a master, even the title of grandmaster is well deserved." This statement was like a bombshell. It made Buwan's scalp tingle. Could it be that green mountains and clear waters was really carved by Yechen? How was that possible? Unwilling to accept it, he said, "Old Xia, are you joking? Can Yechen really carve such top-notch jade carvings?" Xia Ping replied seriously, "Why not? This green mountains and clear waters was carved by Master Yi this morning in front of everyone at the treasure pavilion, how could it be fake?" Not only did he say that, even the apprentices in the shop were amazed. "I can testify. Master Yi's carving skills have surpassed our imagination, reaching the realm of returning to the basics. It's admirable." Yes, to be able to carve such a top-notch treasure in just 15 minutes is unheard of. As a jade carver, to witness Master Yi's carving technique in one's lifetime is a great honor. With so many people testifying, it was considered conclusive evidence. Buwan's ears were buzzing, and he stood there stunned. He couldn't say a word for a long time. However, Xiao Qingcheng's shock was even greater than Buwan's. She looked at Yechen with a gaze filled with astonishment and disbelief. What? Yechen had once again transformed into a master jade carver? Calligraphy, martial arts, medicine, jade carving. What else did he not know? Rong Mayen couldn't help but take a deep breath. She increasingly found that this man named Yechen brought her surprises beyond reason every time they met. He was truly unfathomable. Yechen didn't care about what Buwan and the others thought. Instead, he said to Xia Ping, "Since this jade carving is given to you as the flagship treasure of the store, the right to dispose of it naturally belongs to you. If you want to sell it, you can sell it to anyone, but it must not be the G family." This statement caught Buwan off guard. Unable to hold back, he questioned loudly, "Mr. Yi, what do you mean? I can't sell it to the G family. Do you look down on my family?" Yechen sneered, "I see your G family is just trying to show off, never really respected anyone." Jibo was so enraged that his face turned pale. If he could beat Yechen, he would have rushed up long ago. He could only grit his teeth unwillingly and said, "Ha, you're just good at jade carving, what's so great about that? This stuff is only valuable when someone appreciates it, otherwise it's worthless. If you don't want to sell it to me, I don't give a damn. Xincheng, let's go, don't bother with this waste." But as he turned and walked to the shop's entrance, he found that Xiao Qingcheng hadn't followed. Xiao Qingqing's eyes were fixed firmly on Yi Chen. She asked in a complaining tone, since you know jade carving, why have I never heard you mention it before? Yi Chen truthfully replied, you never asked, how could I have said anything? Xiao Qingqing was taken aback at first. Then she self-mockingly smiled, heh, never asked, in the end, it's because you never trusted me, didn't want to say anything. Yi Chen helplessly shrugged, if that's what you think, then I can't do anything about it. This attitude only made Xiao Qingqing more displeased. She bit her lip and coldly said, Yi Chen, what I despise the most is your attitude. It was you who never trusted me in the first place, now you're turning the tables. Is playing dumb like this fun? Yi Chen coldly responded, Miss Xiao, let me remind you, it has always been you who didn't trust me and turned the tables. Xiao Qingqing instinctively retorted, Yi Chen, when have I ever not trusted you? Don't you accuse me falsely. This time, Yi Chen didn't reply. Rong Mayen, however, softly spoke up, I remember at the banquet yesterday, Miss Xiao, you doubted Mr. Ye's calligraphy, didn't you? As for the final result, it was clear to everyone, have you forgotten? With that, Rong Mayen raised a scroll of paper and slowly unfolded it. It was Yi Chen's dominating the world for characters. The strokes were like dragons, exuding an emperor's aura that surpassed all. Rong Mayen lightly sneered. Miss Xiao, now that you see it, do you still think Mr. Yi is falsely accusing others? This question left Xiao Qingqing embarrassed on the spot. Her face burned hotly. She glanced deeply at the characters in Rong Mayen's hand, then at the jade carving green mountains and clear waters. Both were top-notch in the industry. And all of these, unbelievably, came from Yi Chen's hands. What's more, Xiao Qingqing, had never known that Yi Chen was capable of these. Of course, at this moment, distrust might be a more fitting description. Yi Chen didn't notice Xiao Qingqing's expression. Instead, he puzzledly asked Rong Mayen, why did you bring this character here? Rong Mayen flashed a charming smile, I think this character of yours is extraordinary, priceless. It's a waste to leave it here collecting dust. So I came to Treasure Pavilion to ask the master to mount it, to hang it at home or in the office, it's quite impressive. Yi Chen smiled wryly, it's just a casual stroke of the brush, not worth such seriousness, right? Rong Mayen said seriously, it is. Absolutely. Xia Lao, what do you think? She waved the character in her hand. In fact, Xia Ping's gaze had long been captivated by this character. As a master of jade carving, he naturally had a deep understanding of calligraphy. He was stunned for more than half a minute. He sincerely exclaimed, the brushwork is skillful and natural, the characters are grand and majestic, one can feel the majestic aura of an emperor, good characters, very good characters. He looked at Yi Chen, excitedly said, Master Yi, I am completely convinced by you. I never expected your calligraphy skills to be no less than your jade carving. I am truly curious, is there anything you can't do? Yi Chen waved his hand and laughed. There are many things I can't do, otherwise I wouldn't have been kicked out of the house and mocked as worthless. Hearing this, Xiao Qingqing felt like a knife had been plunged into her chest. Her face grew even more embarrassed. This guy, he must be doing this on purpose. Xia Ping cleared his throat and said to Rong Mayen, we have a master at the Treasure Pavilion who specializes in mounting calligraphy and paintings. If you trust me, I will arrange for the best master to mount it, and it should be completed in 3 days. Since this is Master Ye's work, our store will provide the mounting for free. Rong Mayen's face lit up, handing the painting to Xia Ping. Thank you, Xia Lao. She patted Yi Chen on the shoulder. Her exquisite beauty exuded charm as she said, thanks to your reputation, I saved some money for free. How can I thank you for this kindness? Yi Chen shook his head, no need. If anyone should be thanked, it should be me. After all, she had spoken up for him several times during the previous bidding session and at yesterday's birthday banquet. This favor had yet to be repaid. Rong Mayen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh? In that case, why not take advantage of the situation and sell me this green mountains and clear waters jade carving? I really like it, rest assured, I can afford it, just name your price. Xia Ping's expression suddenly became wary, fearing the jade carving would be taken away. He panicked, Master Yi, you promised that this jade carving is a gift to me and cannot be sold. Yi Chen smiled, Xia Lao, relax. You will have the final say on the disposal of this jade carving. Then he turned to Rong Mayen, since you genuinely like the jade carving, I will carve a new one for you another day, and its quality will definitely not be inferior to green mountains and clear waters. Rong Mayen's eyes lit up with anticipation, is that a promise? Yi Chen nodded, of course, it's a promise. However, he felt somewhat helpless. He didn't want to get too entangled with this woman, but reality always seemed to go against his wishes. The interaction between Yi Chen and Rong Mayen, as observed by Xia Qingqing on the side, left her with mixed feelings. Displeasure, self-blame, bitterness, jealousy. All kinds of emotions flooded her. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself as much as possible. Her gaze met Yi Chen's. She said coldly, I admit that after mentioning divorce, you have shown some unexpected bright spots in certain aspects. But don't think these bright spots can make me, Xia Qingcheng, change my mind or regret, because ultimately, these are just superficial tactics. The gap between you and me is not superficial but lies in the realm you will never understand. After tomorrow's meeting, you will realize this. Before Yi Chen could respond, Rong Mayen sneered, Mr. Ye's bright spots are only seen as superficial tactics in Miss Xia's eyes. I'm curious about what other bright spots you have. Everyone in Jiangnan City says you are handsome, intelligent, and talented, but after these few encounters, I have come to realize that besides having a good appearance, you have no other bright spots. So, the one who needs to understand the gap is actually you, Mr. Yi, and your realm is something that a foolish woman like me will never comprehend. Boom! Xia Qingqing felt as if struck by lightning, her delicate body trembling. It was the first time someone had given her such a sharp evaluation in her life. It was a ruthless attack on her dignity. You! Xia Qingqing's chest heaved with anger. She couldn't understand why Han Ruan and this beautiful woman seemed to target her like enemies every time they saw her. She understood now. It must be that scoundrel Yi Chen's doing. She glared at Yi Chen through gritted teeth. Let's wait and see. With that, Xia Qingqing turned around, walked away in a huff. Jibo's face darkened. Pointing at Yi Chen, he threatened, You, surname Ji. It's all your fault that my plan failed again. Just wait, after Miss Rong's meeting tomorrow, I will settle the score with you. Then he chased after Xia Qingqing and ran out. The little farce came to a temporary end. Rong Mayen sighed, Mr. Yi, the character of your almost ex-wife is truly incomprehensible, and it must have been tough for your 3 years of marriage. Yi Chen forced a bitter smile. In truth, he didn't want to dwell on this topic or say much about it. How high is Rong Mayen's emotional intelligence? She immediately noticed this and tactfully said, I know you have some matters to attend to, so I won't take up more of your time here. Mr. Xia, I will come to pick up the framed characters in 3 days. Thank you for everything. Goodbye, Mr. Yi. After Rong Mayen left, Yi Chen felt a slight relaxation. For some reason, every time this woman appeared by his side, he felt a sense of discomfort. Although this discomfort was not negative, it still distracted Yi Chen. It seemed that in the future, he should try to keep his distance from her as much as possible. After some contemplation, Yi Chen followed Xia Ping to his exclusive carving room. After all, returning to the treasure pavilion once again, he wanted to see the results of the repair of the tiger-shaped jade pendant. Xia Ping uncovered a piece of red cloth on the table. On it lay a sparkling white, translucent, and smooth tiger-shaped jade pendant. Xia Ping smiled and said, Master Yi, please inspect it. Yi Chen picked up the tiger-shaped jade pendant and carefully examined it. Yi Chen's eyesight far surpassed that of ordinary people, able to see many details that others could not notice. However, at this moment, he could not see any traces of repair on this tiger-shaped jade pendant. It looked exactly the same as its original state. This made Yi Chen feel amazed. Xia Ping's use of the adhesive method passed down through generations of carvers was truly exquisite. Immediately, Yi Chen thanked Xia Ping with a bow. The latter was immediately flustered, and after a while of chatting, Yi Chen bid farewell to the treasure pavilion and left. In the evening, Rong Mayen drove her silver Rolls-Royce Phantom back to the Zijin Tiangong Villa community. Zijin Tiangong Villa was located on Zijin Mountain in the suburbs. To get here from the city, one had to pass through a sparsely populated mountain road. Just as Rong Mayen reached this mountain road, a van suddenly overtook her and abruptly swerved, blocking the road in front of her. Screech! Rong Mayen's face changed, and she quickly hit the brakes. Fortunately, she avoided a collision with the van in front. But the next second, another van appeared and stopped behind her car. One in front and one behind, they blocked Rong Mayen's car completely. Next, more than 10 burly men got out of the two vans. Each of them held machetes and clubs, menacingly surrounding her. The leader was a bald man with a scar on his face. He stepped on the hood of Rong Mayen's car and arrogantly said, Hee, Miss Rong, come with us, will you? Faced with the unfriendly group of people, Rong Mayen remained very calm, without any panic. Who are you? How do you know my identity? The scar-faced man coldly smiled. I can't answer these questions. Please cooperate, Miss Rong. Get out of the car and come with us, or else don't blame us for getting rough. With that, he arrogantly tapped the hood of the car with his machete. Rong Mayen narrowed her eyes slightly. With a subtle movement of her right hand, she pressed the phone inside her handbag without being noticed. She smiled and said, Since you are so kind, how can I refuse? Rong Mayen opened the car door and got out. The scar-faced man carefully examined Rong Mayen, her exquisite figure and appearance making him unable to control his desire. Licking his lips greedily, he said, "Wow. Miss Rong from the Rong family, you look really attractive." If it weren't for the big shot behind him requesting to take Rong Mayen away intact, he would have already been unable to contain his inner restlessness and done something. He ordered his men behind him, "Come, put the hood on her head." Yes. A henchman came over with a black hood to cover Rong Mayen's head. Rong Mayen raised her right hand slightly, as if she was about to do something. But then a voice rang out, causing her to stop immediately. "Hey! What are you doing?" This shout startled the scar-faced man and the others. They quickly turned around and saw a young man on a yellow electric scooter, wearing a yellow helmet, stopping by the roadside. He looked like a delivery guy. They were here to kidnap Rong Mayen this time and didn't want any unexpected trouble. Scarface sneered, brandishing his knife menacingly. "Damn it, you stinky delivery guy, what are you yelling about? Mind your own business and get lost." In his eyes, a delivery guy like this would surely be scared off by their intimidation. However, to his surprise, the delivery guy not only didn't run but also took off his helmet, not even sparing a glance at Scarface, and instead said to Rong Mayen in surprise, "It's you?" He was on his way home from Treasure Pavilion and didn't expect to encounter Rong Mayen again here, as if she was being intercepted and kidnapped. Rong Mayen was equally surprised. "Mr. Yi?" Their conversation made Scarface and the others' faces change slightly. A henchman reminded, "Boss, this delivery guy seems to know her, we can't let him go now." Scarface's expression darkened as he ominously said to Yi, "Kid, don't blame my brothers for being ruthless, blame yourself for not checking the almanac before leaving the house today, you're in big trouble." Rong Mayen quickly warned, "Mr. Yi, run, they're after me, not you." However, with Yi Chen's character, how could he run away at the sight of this? He stood his ground, coldly addressing Scarface and the others. "You've misunderstood, it's actually you who didn't check the almanac before leaving. I suggest you release the person, leave now, and I'll pretend I didn't see anything." "Damn it! A delivery guy acting all high and mighty?" Scarface gestured to his two henchmen behind him. "You two, take care of this brat, send him to accompany the King of Hell in acting all high and mighty." "Yes." The two henchmen with knives viciously charged towards Yi Chen. Seeing this, Yi Chen remained calm, casually grabbing his helmet and throwing it at one of them. The man, however, underestimated the situation, thinking a mere helmet couldn't do much harm. So, he chose to take the hit with his body. But the moment the helmet hit him, he realized it was no ordinary helmet, it was like a cannonball. Bang! A loud noise. His body flew backward, crashing over 10 meters away, spitting out blood and passing out on the spot. The other man hadn't even reacted to what happened when Yi Chen suddenly disappeared. Swish! Reappearing, he was already in front of the man, slapping him across the face. Smack! Despite seeming weak, the slap sent him flying into the air, horizontally for 5 meters before hitting a tree by the roadside. Thud! He weakly fell from the tree to the ground, also passing out. This scene may seem slow in description, but in reality, it all happened in less than 3 seconds. Scarface and the remaining men were wide-eyed in shock. Were delivery guys these days all this fierce? Too damn powerful. Scarface's lips trembled. Who are you?" Yi Chen stood there, giving a faint smile, not bothering to answer his question. This disregard infuriated Scarface greatly. "Damn it! Don't think you can scare me just because you know some martial arts. I don't believe you can fight us all. Brothers, let's take him down, he must be killed." His henchmen were suddenly pumped up, shouting and rushing towards Yi Chen. "Humph, overestimating yourselves." Yi Chen shook his head, facing over 10 henchmen charging at him without fear. With unseen speed, he dashed towards them. Smack! 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 Each with a clean and precise slap, he knocked them all down, writhing in pain on the ground, groaning. Only Scarface remained, looking as if he had seen a ghost, his face pale with fear. He couldn't even hold onto his knife, dropping it to the ground with a clatter. From the moment he ordered his henchmen to attack to being the only one left defeated, not even half a minute had passed. This drastic turn of events almost made him collapse. And Rong Mayen, witnessing it all, her beautiful eyes shimmered with excitement and admiration. Although this was not the first time she had seen Yi Chen take action. But every time, it made her heart surge and blood boil. Is this how the powerful male protagonist in novels is portrayed? Yi Chen did not notice Rong Mayen's gaze. He walked slowly towards Scarface and calmly said, "You want to kill me, don't you? Here's your chance, come at me." Thud! Scarface knelt down decisively. He begged for mercy. "I was wrong. Big brother, spare me. Please don't kill me. It's all because of my big mouth. Please forgive me." Yi Chen rolled his eyes. He thought this guy looked tough, but turned out to be a coward. Yi Chen asked, "If you want to live, be honest. In broad daylight, you dare to take the risk of attacking and kidnapping. What is your purpose?" "Ah, this." Scarface looked conflicted. The background of this matter was significant, so he dared not speak. Yein narrowed his cold eyes slightly. Oh? You don't want to talk? I dare not. I dare not. After struggling for a moment, Scarface's eyes showed determination as he said, the reason I kidnapped Rong is. But before he could finish his sentence, Yein suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Just as he was about to react, it was too late. Scarface, kneeling in front of him, suddenly had his head burst open instantly. Hot blood and brain matter splattered all around. Yicheng's gaze sharpened, and with a wave of his hand, he created a barrier of air to block the blood and brain matter. This sudden scene frightened the remaining lackeys who hadn't fainted yet, and they exclaimed, What? What's happening? How did the boss's head explode? The boss is dead. Ah, what's going on? Yichen turned sharply to look into the left side of the forest, his eyes sharp. Although it was just a moment, he clearly judged that Scarface was killed by a sniper bullet. And the sniper who killed him was in the forest, approximately over 300 meters away. Yichen squinted. A silenced sniper rifle, intending to kill and cover up the truth? Do you really think you can succeed like this? Although the sniper tried to conceal his breath, Yichen locked onto him in an instant. Just as Yichen was about to dash into the forest to drag out the sniper, a sudden scream came from behind. Ah! Yichen turned around to see Rong Mei. Fortunately, Yichen was firm-minded. After taking a deep breath, he quickly calmed down. Tentatively, he asked, their car has already gone far, how long do you intend to keep hugging? Sorry, Mr. Yi, I was just too scared. Rong Mayen slowly released Yichen. At this moment, there was still a hint of fear in her eyes, and a shy blush hung on her pretty face, coupled with her innate charm. It made Yichen feel a genuine sense of pity and an indescribable restlessness from the bottom of his heart. She was truly exceptional. Yichen composed himself and then asked, Who are these people? Why did they kidnap you? Rong Mayen shook her head in confusion. I don't know either. Yichen smiled bitterly. Well, regardless, as long as you're safe. Should I call the police? Find those people? Unexpectedly, she directly refused. There's no need to call the police. Yichen was about to ask why out of instinct. Buzz. 5 black Audi cars came speeding from a distance and stopped in front of them. With a clatter, more than 20 burly men in black suits got out of the cars, all wearing sunglasses, exuding a strong aura. Clearly, they were well-trained bodyguards. The leader was a burly man around 30 years old, nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a black bear. He quickly approached and knelt in front of Rong Mayen respectfully. Miss, Huangjin is late in rescuing you, deserving death. Please punish me. Rong Mayen said, the villains have already been driven away. You may rise. Yes. Huangjin stood up, casting a glance at Yichen. In his indifferent gaze, there was some vigilance. Miss, who is this? Rong Mayen replied, if Mr. Yi hadn't coincidentally appeared to help, I'm afraid the situation would have been dire. Huangjin nodded to Yichen. In that case, thank you, Mr. Yi. Although he said so, his gaze towards Yichen was filled with suspicion. It seemed he couldn't believe that Yichen alone had defeated those villains. Yichen glanced at the group of bodyguards, especially at the burly man named Huangjin. He could sense that these people were all specially trained, far superior to ordinary bodyguards. To have such a large group of bodyguards escorting her, the woman's background was evidently not simple. Rong Mayen thanked Yichen again. Mr. Yi, regardless, I thank you for saving my life today. I am truly grateful. Yichen waved his hand and smiled. It was just a small effort. There's no need to talk about repaying anything. However, Rong Mayen, with a charming demeanor, said, How can I not repay a life-saving favor? If you don't mind, I can consider offering myself as a token of gratitude. After all, you're about to divorce, aren't you? Sweat. Yichen was taken aback. He hurriedly said, Ahem. Well, that's a bit too much of a joke. I happen to have something urgent, so I'll take my leave. Goodbye. Yichen didn't give Rong Mayen a chance to continue chatting. He directly got on his electric scooter, started it, and left. With so many bodyguards guarding her, she didn't have to worry about any further accidents. Watching Yichen's departing figure, Rong Mayen's lips curved into a smile. I didn't expect him to look quite cute when flustered. At this moment, Huangjin respectfully asked, Miss, should I send someone to immediately track down those who kidnapped you? Find out their identities. Rong Mayen shook her head. Forget it. Maybe it was just a random kidnapping, and I happened to run into it. I'm fine now, you can take your men back. Huangjin was somewhat worried, but your safety. Rong Mayen interrupted, just do as I say. Yes. Huangjin had to obey, leading his subordinates and leaving. After they disappeared, Rong Mayen walked to her silver Rolls-Royce Phantom. She lightly flicked the car hood with her index finger, wiping away the bloodstains left by the scar-faced man who had been shot in the head. Speaking to herself, I've only been in Jiangnan City for a few days after coming from the provincial capital, and I couldn't help but act, I'm really impatient. At this moment, she no longer had the frightened look of before. Instead, her face remained calm and composed, as if the roadside kidnapping had not affected her emotions in the slightest. She turned her head to the left side of the forest and said, "Everyone has left, come out." Rustle! A tall and slender young girl with a long ponytail emerged from the forest. She was carrying a sniper rifle on her shoulder, wearing a butterfly mask that covered her eyes. If Yi Chen were here, he would recognize her from the remaining details of her face. This girl was the personal assistant of Rong Mayen who appeared at the Jawuli banquet yesterday. Aing. Rong Mayen praised, "Your marksmanship has improved again recently." Aing calmly replied, "It's just a shot to the head at 400 meters, nothing difficult. I just follow the gestures of Miss." Yes, the person who just fired in the forest was not a henchman with a scarred face trying to silence someone. It was Aing who pulled the trigger. In the eyes of outsiders, Aing was just Rong Mayen's personal assistant or maid, with nothing special except for her good looks. But very few people knew that Aing, who seemed to have no strength, was actually the most trusted bodyguard of Rong Mayen. She was proficient in combat, assassination, firearms, and more, even more terrifyingly powerful than many self-proclaimed warlords in the military. And today, before Scarface and his gang kidnapped Rong Mayen, she had already lurked in this forest. When Rong Mayen was blocked by Scarface and others just now, she was already waiting for Rong Mayen to make a gesture to shoot at any time. However, when she saw Rong Mayen raise her hand halfway and then put it down suddenly, she did not shoot immediately. Then she saw Yi Chen appear on an electric scooter and knock down Scarface's henchman. Later, when Yi Chen was about to interrogate Scarface, Rong Mayen suddenly gestured to shoot. Although Aing did not understand the reason, Mrs. orders were unquestionable. So she immediately shot and killed Scarface from a distance. Aing glanced at the remaining bloodstains on the ground, furrowing her brows and asked, "Miss, how did you know that someone would ambush here today?" Rong Mayen calmly said, "In fact, when I was in the provincial capital, I felt several times that someone was secretly following me, but due to being on their turf, the other party did not make a move. Since coming to Jiangnan City, this situation has become more frequent, so I suspected that they were likely to take action before our meeting tomorrow to stop my purpose for this trip. And this place is the best location to strike, so I had you prepared here in advance, and unexpectedly, the prediction came true. It was Mr. Chen's appearance that was unexpected, so I didn't let you shoot immediately." Aing puzzled, "Then why didn't you let Yi Chen finish questioning Scarface at that time, but instead let me kill him? I think that guy must know who the mastermind is." Rong Mayen narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "Do you really think that if someone wanted to kidnap me, Rong Mayen, the mastermind would send these small fries? In my opinion, this operation seems more like a probe or a warning, so Scarface wouldn't know too much about the inside story. Besides, Mr. Yi was still there just now, and I didn't want to involve him too much." Aing unwillingly said, "But should we just let the enemy treat you like this? How could something that offends me, Rong Mayen, be easily let go?" Rong Mayen's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. She ordered, "Although Scarface is dead, his personal information can still be found. By following this lead, we can find key clues. Also, during the investigation, make sure to use the most trustworthy person, especially do not mention this to Huangjin and his men." Aing nodded, furrowing her brows. "Miss, do you think there might be the second master's spy among Huangjin's men, which is why?" Rong Mayen did not answer that question. Instead, she smiled and changed the subject, asking, "You just saw Mr. Ye's skills, how would you evaluate them?" Aing sneered, "Humph. Barely managing, anyway, compared to that Jiangnan war god, there's still a long way to go." Although she said that, in fact, the moment she was caught by Yi Chen's breath in the woods just now. Although it was only a short 2 seconds, she felt as if she was being targeted by a fierce beast of slaughter, unable to break free. Looking back at this moment, she still feels palpitations. At the same time, on a big tree far away where they couldn't see, Yi Chen squatted on a branch, with a blade of grass in his mouth, his eyes slightly narrowed. He had seen all their actions. Although the distance was too far to hear their conversation clearly or see the sniper's appearance clearly, Yi Chen discovered that the sniper was actually the woman's subordinate, the one she didn't want Scarface to reveal the truth. As for the panic and fear the woman showed in front of him just now, it was all a disguise. Wow! Behind this kidnapping, it seems far from being as simple as it appears on the surface, and it involves a lot. TSK. The city's tricks are really deep. It's better to stay away from this woman in the future. She's really unpredictable, and it's none of my business, better not to get involved." Yi Chen sighed. He jumped down from the tree, landed on the electric bike, and rode away directly. The next afternoon, at the Hongfeng Resort, This is the largest and most luxurious resort in Jiangnan City. It has top-notch leisure and entertainment facilities, including accommodation, leisure, meetings, dining, and more. It is said that Hongfeng Resort has a mysterious and powerful background, so its security facilities are impeccable. That's why Rong Mayen's business meeting chose to be held here. And the Hongfeng Resort was fully booked, so uninvited guests couldn't enter. Yichen arrived here more than an hour early. After the security personnel checked his invitation card at the entrance, Yichen entered the Hongfeng Resort. Walking on the shaded path, looking at the deep blue sky, it was truly refreshing. In his pocket, he carried the marriage certificate with Rong Mayen. I hope to see Rong Mayen today and that the process of canceling the engagement will go smoothly. After a while, Yichen arrived at a horse stable. The entire horse stable covered more than 10 acres, with well-kept lawns, providing horse riding activities for guests. Since the meeting hadn't started yet, there were some handsome men and beautiful women riding horses in the stable. Laughter filled the air. Yichen had intended to take a quick look and leave. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice rang out, "Oh, why do I find that no matter where I go, you, this country bumpkin, always follow? What qualifications do you have to enter the Hongfeng Resort?" Jibo approached with an unfriendly face. Beside Jibo were two women, Xiao Qingcheng and assistant Sun. Today, Xiao Qingcheng was wearing a pure white evening gown. The dress's close-fitting design outlined her graceful figure, and the perfect tailoring made her figure even more perfect. As soon as she appeared, she attracted countless gazes around the horse stable. Xiao Qingcheng frowned, not expecting to meet Yichen here today. Was this guy deliberately bothering her? Yichen didn't look sideways and calmly responded to Jibo, "How do you know I don't have the qualifications to enter?" This sentence made Jibo burst into laughter. Mockingly, he said, "Young man surnamed Ji, today only those with an invitation card to the meeting have the qualifications to enter. You have no status, no position, can't even get an invitation card. What qualifications do you have to come in?" Remembering the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Yichen yesterday, Jibo was full of anger, and meeting Yichen again today naturally meant he had to target him fiercely. Assistant Sun echoed, "Exactly. Do you know that the social elites present today are either business tycoons with assets of over 100 million or key figures in the political arena? Do you think you, with your background, deserve to come in?" Faced with the questioning, Yichen remained calm and said, "Isn't it just an invitation card? I have it." Jibo shook his head and sneered, "You really know how to act arrogantly. Fine, you say you have an invitation card, then quickly show it to all of us. I can't produce it, I'll have the staff kick you out. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know what an invitation card looks like, right? Let me show you an example." With that, Ji took out a red invitation card from his pocket. He held it up in front of Yichen, flaunting it. The front of the invitation card displayed the information of the Rong family business meeting host. Below was Rong Mayen's handwritten signature and a numerical code. The Arabic numeral 6 was written on this card. When the group of handsome men and beautiful women around the racetrack saw this invitation card, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! It's actually an invitation card numbered 6. The G family is truly remarkable. Our family's invitation card number is only 41. Our family's number is 53. Wait, what does this number mean? You don't know? This number actually represents the important ranking of the invited guests this time. The more important the guest, the lower the number. It is said that only the top 5 can make it, like the leaders of Lin City, Lord Long, and Lord Tiger, the top big shots in Jiangnan City. So, the fact that the G family got the 6th invitation card is enough to prove that the Rong family values them. In this way, today the G family will definitely become business partners with the Rong family." Listening to everyone's praise and comments, Jibo's smug expression became even stronger. He sneered, "Surname Yi, quickly show us your invitation card, will you? If your number is 250, that would be hilarious. Ha ha ha." The rest of the people present burst into laughter as well. Unexpectedly, Yichen remained calm. He pulled out an invitation card from his pocket to show everyone. "Is this the invitation card you all are talking about?" Jibo, who was originally feeling proud, immediately froze in expression. Yichen's invitation card had the same format and material as his, even Rong Mayen's signature was identical. It was obviously not a forgery. As they looked down, when they saw the number on the invitation card below, Jibo's eyes were about to pop out. It was actually the Arabic numeral 2. Oh my! What's going on here? Not only him, but the group of young men and women were also shocked. What? It's the second-ranked invitation card? What is this? What is this guy's identity? Why would Miss Rong give him the second invitation card? Before everyone could react from their shock, Yichen pulled out another invitation card from his pocket and said, "I forgot to mention, I actually have 2 invitation cards. When everyone saw this invitation card, they were collectively stunned. Their scalps tingled. Because the number on this card was 1. Jibo's eye twitched uncontrollably, as if he had seen a ghost. How? How do you have the first and second invitation cards? This is impossible. Impossible. They, the G family, as the designated partners of the Rong family, only received the 6th invitation card. Just that, his father Ji Wooly was already overjoyed. Unexpectedly, Yein, who was being mocked, not only pulled out 2 invitation cards in one go, but they were the most important first and second. In comparison, where could the G family put their face? The group of handsome men and beautiful women were also in shock and discussion. Am I seeing things? It's actually the first and second invitation cards. Is his status more prestigious than Lin City's leaders, Lord Long and Lord Tiger? Didn't they say each person only has 1 card? How does he have 2? Just now, young Master G was showing off with the 6th invitation card in front of others. Now thinking about it, I feel embarrassed for him. Yeah, showing off with the 6th invitation card in front of the first and second, it's so embarrassing. The discussions made Jibo embarrassed to the point where he wished he could find a hole to hide in. He quickly tucked his 6th invitation card into his pocket. Xiao Qingqing's eyes trembled, biting her lip tightly. She knew that her invitation card was only number 11. She didn't even make it to the top 10. She didn't understand. She was clearly much better than Yein, so why did the result turn out like this? There must be something wrong here. Turning to Yein, under the shocked gazes of everyone, he tucked the 2 invitation cards back into his pocket. He coldly said to Jibo, since the invitation cards have been verified, please refrain from questioning my eligibility to enter and wasting my time. In fact, Yein had not paid attention to the invitation card numbers before, nor did he know there were so many rules about them. So he couldn't understand why Rong Mayen would give him the 2 most important invitation cards. Jibo was still unwilling to give up and sneered, even if you have the invitation cards, so what? Who knows if you stole them from some big shot? Let me warn you, those who can get the number 1 and 2 invitation cards must be the top big shots in Jiangnan City. You can't afford to provoke such terrifying figures. Don't get caught red-handed later, you won't be able to handle the consequences. With these words, everyone present nodded in realization. It must be true. Including Xiao Qingcheng and assistant Sun also thought so. In their view, although Yein had become somewhat better after mentioning divorce, it didn't mean he could have any connection with Rong Mayen from the provincial capital. There was no reason for her to give him the 2 most important invitation cards, so the only explanation that made sense was that he obtained them through improper means. Faced with Jibo's doubts, Yein understood that no matter how much he explained, it would be useless. He said indifferently, no need for your reminder, it's your G family that still owes me 20 million and hasn't returned it. Tomorrow is the final repayment deadline. If you don't pay back by then, it will be your loss. 2 days ago at Ji Wooly's birthday banquet, he made a bet with the G family that if he could produce 20 million to bid for the tiger-shaped jade pendant, the G family would return the money, but later they denied the bet. So before leaving, Yein warned the G family to return the money with interest within 3 days. He hadn't forgotten about this matter. The handsome men and beautiful women around whispered, "What? The G family actually owes this guy 20 million? Do you know what's going on?" "I remember, this guy is Yein who caused a scene at the G family's banquet. My dad told me that the G family clearly lost 20 million in the bet but didn't admit it." "Ha? Isn't the G family always promoting integrity? I didn't expect their true nature to be like this." The discussions made Jibo's eyes flicker with panic. Today was a great day for the G family to secure a partner, and negative comments couldn't be allowed. He hurriedly explained, "Everyone, the G family has always been true to their word, it's just 20 million. The G family will return it to Yein tomorrow." Of course, he sneered inwardly. After the meeting today, when Miss Rong confirmed that their G family had become partners, it would be the end for Yein. As for that 20 million, he could go ask the King of Hell for it later. But no matter what, he had already been embarrassed by Yein one after another. He must regain control of the situation. He knew he was no match for Yein in a fight, so he provocatively said, "Yein, aren't you always fearless? This is a racecourse, dare to compete with me in horse riding?" Yein replied calmly, "Why should I agree to you?" Jibo mocked, "Oh, don't dare to agree? You're admitting defeat, right? Everyone, isn't that so?" The handsome men and beautiful women naturally chose to speak up for Jibo. "Look at his shabby clothes, you can tell he has never ridden a horse, how could he dare to compete? Riding horses is a noble sport for us, how could a mere commoner know how to ride?" Assistant Sun also sarcastically said, "Yein is inherently a violent man, he only knows how to fight, let alone participate in such a noble sport as horse riding." Faced with the mockery of the crowd, Yein remained expressionless. He had no interest in such childish games. He turned to leave. "Stop right there!" Jibo shouted loudly. He didn't want to let Yein leave just like that. "Surname Yi, as long as you agree to the challenge and win against me, not only will I promise to give you 20 million tomorrow, but I will also add an extra 20 million. How about it?" Yein shook his head. "Is it not enough?" Jibo looked arrogant. "I'll double it, 2 billion. Dare to compete? If you don't, just publicly admit you're backing out." The crowd gasped. 2 billion. Although the G family is one of the top 3 families in Jiangnan City, their total assets are only around 5 billion, mostly in real estate and fixed assets like shopping malls. Their cash flow is only about 500 million. Jibo actually took out half of the family's cash flow just to challenge Yein. It was truly insane. Why go to such lengths? Yein smiled helplessly. "Since you insist on the challenge, fine, I agree, might as well make some money." Jibo's eyes gleamed with success. He had been practicing horseback riding since he was 5, excelling in equestrian skills and even winning a gold medal in an amateur horse racing competition in Tianan province. Beating Yein, who had never even ridden a horse, would be a piece of cake. Jibo smirked. "Yein, if you lose, what will you do?" Yein shrugged. "Up to you." Jibo clapped his hands. "Great. If you lose, you'll lie down on the racetrack and let everyone here ride you like a horse, 1 lap each. Do you dare to agree?" Yein nodded without hesitation. Jibo was delighted. Turning to the group of handsome men and beautiful women, he boasted, "Everyone, I'm looking out for your entertainment. Why not thank me properly?" The crowd cheered. "Ji Dishao is mighty. I've been practicing horseback riding for years and never tried riding a person. Ha ha, this Yi guy is so foolish." In the horse racing circle of Jiangnan City, who doesn't know that Ji Dishao is a master? How dare he agree? He must have been tempted by the 2 billion wager, wanting to take a risk, but ending up losing everything. What a fool! Among them, only Xiao Qingchang remained silent. Her expression changed slightly. Frowning, she reprimanded, "Yein, must you be so reckless and seek attention?" Facing Xiao Qingchang's reprimand, Yein coldly smiled. "Ha, Miss Xiao, let me remind you once again, since you never believe in me, what decision I make has nothing to do with you. You." Xiao Qingchang was so angry that her chest heaved up and down, full of frustration. She clearly didn't want him to embarrass himself in public, so why couldn't he appreciate it? Truly incorrigible. Assistant Sun on the side advised, "Miss Xiao, this guy is incorrigible, you don't need to bother with him. If he wants to compete, let him. If he loses and ends up being ridden like a horse by everyone, it's his own fault." Xiao Qingchang took a deep breath and calmed down. "Yein, if you insist on humiliating yourself, then I won't interfere anymore." With that, she took 2 steps back, her expression filled with disappointment towards Yein. Although Yein had shown some flashes of excellence recently, it didn't mean he could excel in everything. Jibo had already set his eyes on a chestnut horse. He said to Yein, "Let's compete by riding this horse. Whoever stays on it longer wins." Yein raised an eyebrow. "Is it that simple?" Jibo nodded. "It's that simple. After all, demanding equestrian skills from someone like you is too harsh. We don't want people to say I'm bullying you." Jibo knew very well that the chestnut horses in front of them were spirited and not easy to control. Riding them was a challenge, let alone performing fancy equestrian moves. He chose this horse because he was certain that Yein wouldn't even be able to mount it. Therefore, the winner of this competition was destined to be Jibo. The staff at the racetrack reminded, "Ji Dishao, this horse is newly acquired, it has a volatile temperament, riding it can be dangerous. Should we change to another one?" Jibo snapped, "What's it to you? I choose this one." The staff immediately lowered their heads and remained silent. Jibo Buwan turned to Yein and asked, "Yi, is it okay if I choose this horse?" Yein smiled and replied, "No problem." "Good. Let me demonstrate for you first." Jibo Buwan looked smug, secretly cursing Yein for being ignorant and just good at deceiving people. He put on his protective gear and proudly addressed the crowd, "Everyone, let me show that Yi guy what true noble sportsmanship is." Walking up to the chestnut steed, he effortlessly mounted it, displaying a very smooth movement. Jibo Buwan held the reins in his right hand and raised his left hand to wave around to the onlookers, striking what he thought was a very handsome pose. The crowd praised him. "Wow! Ji young master, your mounting technique is truly impressive. Ji young master, make this horse run so we can see its strength." Jibo Buwan sneered at Yein, "Watch closely, I'll show you what real noble sportsmanship is." He loosened the reins, preparing to showcase his riding skills, but failed to notice Yichen's sudden change in demeanor. Yichen's relaxed gaze suddenly sharpened, releasing an invisible pressure that directly enveloped the chestnut steed. The horse neighed in fear, lifting its front hooves high and prancing in place. Whoa! Startled, Jibo Buwan tightly gripped the reins, angrily shouting, "You beast, behave! Stop it!" In his anxiety and anger, Jibo Buwan even kicked the horse's belly with his feet, further agitating the steed. With a sudden jerk, the horse threw Jibo Buwan off its back into the air, and in a stroke of misfortune, as Jibo Buwan fell, he was kicked in the stomach by the horse, sending him flying 4 to 5 meters away. He landed awkwardly on the ground, his head hitting the grass, looking quite disheveled. This sudden turn of events left everyone bewildered. Jibo Buwan had promised a demonstration of his riding skills, but instead of showcasing them, he was thrown off the horse, performing a mid-air somersault. Despite their inner criticisms, Jibo Buwan's noble status prompted the handsome men and beautiful women in the crowd to rush forward, expressing concern for his well-being. The staff hurried to control the restless chestnut steed. Jibo Buwan was helped to his feet, grimacing in pain. "Ouch, my back." If he hadn't been wearing protective gear, he might have ended up in the hospital with his brother Jibo Xiao. Xiao Qingcheng immediately blamed Yichen. "This is all your fault. If you hadn't agreed to the challenge, would Ji young master have fallen off the horse? What if something serious had happened?" She was not only worried about Jibo Buwan but also about the wrath of the Ji family, fearing they might retaliate against Yichen. Yichen frowned. "It was Jibo Buwan who insisted on challenging me, not the other way around. If he fell off the horse, it's his own lack of skill. Why blame me? If it were me who fell, would you blame Jibo Buwan instead? Miss Xiao, please don't be biased." Xiao Qingchang was left speechless by his rebuttal. Yichen then sarcastically mocked Jibo Buwan. "So, this is the kneeling sport you promised to demonstrate as noble sportsmanship. Quite an eye-opener." Enraged and embarrassed, Jibo Buwan, knowing he couldn't beat Yichen, vented his anger on the staff, slapping one of them directly. "What kind of horses do you have here? Damn it, almost got me killed. Do you know that?" The staff member, holding his cheek, replied in a plaintive tone, "Young Master Ji, you're misunderstanding. I did warn you that this chestnut steed has a fiery temperament, but you didn't listen." However, he also found the situation quite strange. Although this brown steed has a bad temper, it has never been like this before. "What's going on?" Jibo held his but unwillingly shouted at Yichen, "Stop laughing. It's your turn to ride now. You're definitely not as good as me." Even though he had just made a fool of himself. But Jibo believed that since this horse's temperament was beyond imagination, even he couldn't control it, let alone Yichen. "Of course, if you dare not ride it, it means you lose. You'll have to be everyone's horse." Yichen confidently said, "Just riding a horse, what's so difficult about it? Watch this." He didn't even put on any protective gear, and walked straight to the brown steed. Some people couldn't help but laugh at the scene. "Ha ha, not even wearing protective gear, he really doesn't know anything. Such a show-off, not even wearing protective gear for such a spirited horse? He'll regret it later. Watch, this guy will be kicked off before he even gets on the horse." Jibo's eyes flashed with resentment. He hoped that Yichen would fall off the horse even worse than him, maybe even lose half his life. Yichen ignored the mockery around him, raised his hand and gently patted the horse's neck 3 times. The horse, which was restless just a moment ago, immediately calmed down. It even nuzzled Yichen's hand affectionately. Everyone around was stunned. Why did this horse suddenly behave so well in front of him? However, what happened next left them even more dumbfounded. The brown steed actually bent down, knelt on its 4 legs, as if inviting Yichen to ride on its back. They even had a feeling. If this brown steed could speak, it would probably say at this moment, "Prince, please mount." Yichen easily and comfortably rode on its back. Once he was settled, the brown steed slowly stood up. The whole process was done with great care, afraid that Yichen might feel uncomfortable. "Go!" With Yichen holding the reins and giving a light command, the brown steed neighed and galloped across the grassy field like the wind. Yichen leaned lightly on the horse's back, his gaze firm, focused ahead. Under his command, the brown steed leaped over various obstacles in the field. The harmony between man and horse was impeccable, their movements graceful and fluid. The handsome men and beautiful women couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God! Such a handsome performance! How did he do it? Oh my goodness! I've never seen such equestrian skills even in the Olympic arena, it's terrifying. Today I've truly broadened my horizons." It's not that Yichen dares not to compete in horse riding, it's that his skills are so strong that he disdains competing with young Master Ji. Some were excited but couldn't help but remind young Master Ji, "Young Master Ji, look, your horse is gone." "Oh no, it's not, your horse ran away." "Oh, no, it's..." The horse was ridden away by Yichen. Jibo was so angry he almost spat out blood. "If you can't speak, then don't speak, damn it." He stared at Yichen, gritting his teeth, feeling unwilling. He couldn't accept that his most confident specialty was shattered in front of Yichen. Why is that? Xiao Qingchang was also biting his lip, feeling a mix of emotions. Why is he even good at horse riding? What is he not good at? 5 minutes later, Yichen returned to the crowd on horseback. The brown steed obediently knelt down on all fours, allowing Yichen to dismount. Yichen patted its head and said satisfactorily, "Well done. I'll come ride you again sometime." The steed neighed excitedly. This scene almost made the staff kneel down in shock. After all, in over 20 years of raising horses, they had never encountered such a bizarre situation. Even the top horse trainers couldn't achieve this. How did this young man do it? Little did they know, when Yichen was in the city of corruption before, his master often made him deal with fierce beasts like elephants, lions, tigers, and leopards to train him. Over time, Yichen had tamed all those fierce beasts. What's a mere horse to him? Yichen walked up to Jibo. Gently patting his shoulder, she said lightly, "Don't forget our bet. Tomorrow, your G family will give me a total of 220 million in cash. If you can't deliver, you'll bear the consequences." Leaving these words behind, Yichen didn't even glance at the others, striding away directly. He left behind a group of onlookers, including the disheveled Jibo in the wind. As Yichen left the racecourse and reached the entrance of the venue, "Yichen, wait." Xiao Qingcheng unexpectedly caught up with her assistant son. Yichen frowned and asked, "Xiao, what's the matter?" There was no emotion in his words, even a hint of resistance. Xiao Qingcheng's eyes trembled slightly. She took a deep breath. After hesitating for a few seconds, she said, "Yichen, I misunderstood you at the racecourse just now." Yichen raised an eyebrow. Xiao Qingcheng, with such a strong sense of pride, actually used the word misunderstanding? Yichen said calmly, "Is there anything else?" Xiao Qingcheng said seriously, "If possible, I hope you won't enter the venue hall. You should know that Miss Rong's meeting is not like Lord Long's bidding conference or the G family's banquet. The people present today are truly the top figures in Jiangnan City. You have made too many enemies before. If they target you together, the consequences will be unimaginable. Even if I can't protect you completely." Yichen said confidently, "What can those insignificant people do by teaming up? I have never cared about them, let alone need your protection, Xiao. Don't forget we are already in the process of divorce." Xiao Qingcheng's eyebrows furrowed instantly, feeling resentful. She mustered the courage to remind him, only to be rejected so decisively. "I've given you a way out. Why do you still insist on standing above? Don't you understand the word compromise, Yichen?" "Son," the assistant, couldn't help but speak up, "you have done so much to hurt Miss Xiao, yet she overlooks the past and thinks for your sake. You don't show gratitude, but instead repay kindness with resentment. Do you have no conscience?" These words made Yichen feel uncomfortable. He said coldly, "Understand one thing, it's me who overlooks the past, not your Miss Xiao. She's the one who should be grateful. If it weren't for my grandfather's kindness towards me in our 3 years of marriage, none of you would even have the qualification to attend this meeting today." This statement had no exaggeration. With his strength, if he really sought revenge on Xiao Qingcheng, the Xiao family would have been destroyed in an instant, so what else was there to discuss? However, to Xiao Qingcheng and Sun, this statement sounded utterly arrogant and conceited. Sun gritted his teeth in anger. "Miss Xiao, did you hear what this guy just said? This freeloading scoundrel, you shouldn't have bothered to remind him, your kindness is wasted on him." Xiao Qingcheng's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. She came to remind him not only because Yichen had saved her grandfather and because of their 3 years of marriage, but she didn't expect this guy to be so arrogant and heartless, twisting right and wrong. "Yes, I admit you have become somewhat better than before, but that doesn't give you the right to look down on others." Xiao Qingcheng sneered self-deprecatingly. "Fine, Yichen, today I'll pretend to be sentimental. If you have the ability, go ahead and enter the venue hall today. No matter what happens today, no matter what fate befalls you, I won't say another word to help you." Yichen remained calm. "I don't need your help, and my fate won't be embarrassing." Sun sneered disdainfully. "Ha, can't stand your pretentious behavior. I don't believe that besides Miss Xiao, at today's meeting, no big shot would be willing to help you or even strike up a conversation with you. I'll write my name backward if that happens." As Sun's words fell, a slightly elderly voice sounded excitedly, "Dr. Yi, you're actually attending the meeting too?" They turned to see the director of Jiangnan City's first hospital, Wu Xingye. Wu Xingye quickly approached and respectfully said to Yichen, "Master Yi, it's been a few days since we last met, and you look even more radiant." This scene made Assistant Sun's face change. Just a second ago, she said there wouldn't be any big shots approaching Yichen, and the next second, Wu Xingye did just that. Isn't this a slap in the face? And it didn't end there. Following that, an elderly voice sounded, "Master Yi, I am so excited to meet you here." The Treasure Pavilion's Master Xia Ping, dressed in a yellow tang suit, hurried over. Standing in front of Yichen, he looked humble, his eyes shining, like a young fanboy. "Ha? What is this?" Assistant's son's eye twitched. What on earth was happening? Wasn't Yichen considered a waste? Why were these two big shots in Jiangnan City actively approaching him with such respect? But it wasn't over yet. Another excited middle-aged voice followed. "Huh? Nephew Yi, you're here too? What? Another one?" Assistant's son quickly turned to look. This time, it was Han Tianzheng walking over with a smile on his face, accompanied by Han Ruan. Today, she was wearing a light yellow evening gown with a bare-shoulder design on the top, showcasing an elegant neckline and sexy collarbones. A pair of E-cup snow-white jade rabbits hidden beneath the neckline were about to pop out, very eye-catching. At this moment, Assistant's son felt her scalp tingling. She knew that each of these three individuals in front of her had more prestige than Xiao Qingcheng. She couldn't understand why Yichen, whom she considered a waste, was worth these three big shots coming over to greet him one after another with such respect. At this moment, her face turned red, burning hot. Xiao Qingcheng furrowed her brows. Wu Xingye and Xia Ping's respectful attitude towards Yichen was expected since she had seen it before. But she was puzzled as to why Han Tianzheng was being friendly towards Yichen. Although he had expressed support for Yichen at the Han family before, he had also slapped her face. However, at the Ji family banquet the day before yesterday, Li Xiuqin had clearly stood against Yichen, and Han Tianzheng's attitude was ambiguous, at least not speaking up for Yichen. Why today? Suddenly, her gaze fell on Han Ruan beside her. Could it be because of her? As expected, Han Tianzheng smiled kindly and said, "Nephew Yi, the misunderstanding and trouble caused by that wench to you before, uncle apologizes on her behalf. Please don't take it to heart. I have always admired you, he. After these few interactions with Yichen, Han Tianzheng increasingly felt that Yichen was extraordinary and had planned to have a private chat with him after today's meeting. Unexpectedly, Yichen also attended the meeting today. It was a good opportunity to get closer. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, and Han Tianzheng had left a good impression on Yichen. Since it was a misunderstanding, and the Han family's main issue has been clarified, there's nothing more to it. Han Tianzheng said with a friendly smile, "Hey, what's with calling our relationship the Han family's main issue? That's too formal. Just call me Uncle Han." He added, "Nephew Yi, you don't know, my daughter Yun has been talking about you at home these past 2 days. You two young people should chat more later, he. Han Ruan blushed and complained, "Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I talk about him?" Although she said that, she felt a bit guilty inside. The fact was that she had mentioned Yichen quite a bit at home these past 2 days. Sometimes when she was alone, she would inexplicably think of Yichen. She wanted to take the initiative to call him but couldn't bring herself to do it. This made her very frustrated, to the point where she couldn't muster any interest in anything. Strangely, at this moment, upon seeing Yichen, her frustration seemed to disappear. Yichen glanced at her. "Why is your face a bit red? Are you feeling unwell?" "Ha? Is my face red?" Han Ruan panicked, covering her cheeks, trying to suppress her anxious emotions. She retorted, "Yichen, don't listen to my dad's nonsense. I haven't been thinking about you." Yichen nodded, "Okay then." Han Ruan stared with wide eyes, her E-cup bouncing up and down in anger. "Hey, is it good to call it that way? It's your good fortune that I'm thinking of you. Why do you look so unwilling?" Yichen couldn't help but feel resentful for a moment. Yichen was not sure what Han Ruan was thinking. He checked the time on his phone. There was less than half an hour left before the meeting, and he wanted to see Rong Mayen early to propose canceling the engagement. He quickened his pace towards the hall. Wu Xingye caught up and said, "Dr. Yi, wait a moment, I have a medical question to discuss with you." Xia Ping also followed suit and said, "Master Yi, I have a question about carving knife techniques, please help me understand." Seeing this scene, Han Tianzheng narrowed his eyes. It should be noted that both Wu Xingye and Xia Ping were prominent figures in their respective fields in Jiangnan City. These people were inherently proud. Not to mention Han Tianzheng, even the Dragon Lord or the Tiger Lord, and even higher-ups in Linshur City. It was difficult to make them show humility. However, these two old guys. At this moment, one called Yichen a doctor, and the other called him a master. Their respectful attitudes were no different from being sycophantic. This once again confirmed to Han Tianzheng that his father's words were correct. Yichen was a proud son of heaven who could bring immense blessings to the Han family. He must be handled carefully. Han Tianzheng urged Han Ruan, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go in with Dad, deepen your emotional communication with Yi Xian nephew, Dad has long designated him as a son-in-law." With that, he pulled Han Ruan and followed closely. Throughout, these prominent figures in Jiangnan City, although they saw Xiao Qingcheng, no one took the initiative to strike up a conversation, all revolving around Yichen. It was as if this top female CEO in Jiangnan City, compared to Yichen, was like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. Assistant Sun couldn't help but complain, "President Xiao, don't take their ignorance to heart. Once you secure the partnership qualification with the Rong family today, they won't even have a chance to revolve around you." Humph. Xiao Qingcheng looked somewhat dim. The disregard from Han Tianzhong and the others made her uncomfortable, but she didn't particularly care. What she cared about the most was actually Han Tianzhong's words just now, asking Han Ruan to deepen her emotional communication with Yichen and saying that Yichen had long been designated as a son-in-law. Although she had initiated the divorce, Yichen's emotional life had nothing to do with her in the future. But this signal still made Xiao Qingcheng very unhappy, giving her a strong sense of crisis. She suddenly remembered the bet she made with her grandfather in the hospital that day. If in the future Yichen truly becomes respected by all, even if he is surrounded by a group of beautiful women, making me insignificant without a status, I would still be willing. Xiao Qingcheng took a deep breath. Biting her lip, she said, "It's impossible, it definitely won't happen. I, Xiao Qingcheng, will prove that without you, Yichen, I will only become more outstanding." The story shifts. At this moment, in a private room at the Maple Mountain Villa's rest area, a group of wealthy and influential businessmen led by Ji Wooly, totaling about 20 people, were chatting and laughing, very lively. Just now, they officially established a business alliance and elected Ji Wooly as the leader. Lai Jingye flattered, "I congratulate Master Ji in advance on becoming the leader. We will follow you in the future and will surely prosper." Xiaobin echoed, "Exactly, it is our honor to have Master Ji as our leader. Please motivate us more in the future." The other wealthy businessmen also praised and echoed in various ways. Standing at the center of the crowd, Ji Wooly was full of pride. "With such trust from all of you, Ji naturally won't mistreat anyone. After Miss Rong Mayen appoints the Ji family as business partners, we will definitely allocate resources from within to the alliance, so everyone can make money together." It should be noted that to join the business alliance, these wealthy members had to pay a membership fee of 10 million to the Ji family. Just from the membership fees alone, Ji Wooly made over 200 million in one go. How could he not be happy? Amidst the celebration of the crowd, there was also a discordant voice. "Master Ji, I don't mean to be pessimistic, but I just want to ask, what if something unexpected happens with the partner?" Everyone turned to look at Ji Wooly. In fact, they all had this worry in their hearts. If the appointment of the partner fails, their 10 million yuan joining fee would go down the drain. In response to this question, Ji Wooly confidently said, "You don't need to worry too much. This time, the partner in my Ji family is already decided internally. It's second master's order, even Miss Rong herself wouldn't disobey. Even if our Ji family fails to become the partner, I, Ji Wooly, will repay each of you double the 10 million joining fee you submitted." This reply received applause and praise from the crowd. "Great! Master Ji is reliable. With Master Ji's words, we will follow to the end." Ji Wooly stood with his hands behind his back, full of confidence. In his mind, he was already envisioning the commercial alliance he would lead, dominating the scene in Jiangnan City. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, suddenly, the door of the private room was pushed open. A disheveled Jibo rushed in. He knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down his face as he said, "Dad, you must help me." Jibo's sudden appearance interrupted Ji Wooly, who was enjoying the attention. Naturally, he was not pleased. "Nonsense! Why are you barging in here crying? Can't you see I'm discussing important matters with business partners? How disgraceful!" Jibo was frightened and quickly apologized. "Dad, I didn't mean to, I'm sorry, please don't be angry." Lai Jingye intervened. "Master Ji young master seems very anxious, perhaps it's something urgent. Why not listen to what he has to say, don't get angry and harm your health." "Humph." Ji Wooly coldly snorted. "Speak up, how can I help you?" Jibo, with his head lowered, described in great detail what had just happened at the racecourse. Of course, he omitted the details of his provocation and shifted all the blame onto Yichen. He claimed that Yichen had insulted the Ji family first, so he had to respond, and due to Yichen's tricks, he carelessly lost the bet. In the end, he owed Yichen 200 million in cash. Adding to the 20 million from yesterday, it totaled 220 million. Upon hearing this, Ji Wooly was so angry he almost spat out blood. "Damn it! Yichen, you've gone too far." He had just earned 200 million in joining fees with great effort to form the commercial alliance. Before he could even enjoy it, he was now being made a scapegoat for Yichen? In anger, Ji Wooly slapped Jibo directly. "Slap! You good for nothing. Look at the mess you've made. Losing 2 billion to that waste, you're not even as good as trash." Dad, I'm sorry. I won't do it again, please don't be angry. Jibo held his cheek, looking very aggrieved. He knew he had caused a big disaster this time, and since the truth would come out sooner or later, he decided to confess to his father proactively. Unexpectedly, he still received a slap. Blame it all on Yein. Xiaobin tried to mediate and pleaded, Master G, that scoundrel Yein is very cunning and malicious. It must have been a moment of carelessness that caused young Master G to lose 2 billion. Please don't be too angry. Others also chimed in, yes. Today is a joyous occasion, it's not good to get angry. I think Yein is the one at fault, he should be dealt with. Master G, as long as you give the order, we will follow you to deal with him. Hearing the crowd's support, Ji Wooly took a deep breath. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Yein, I originally planned to deal with you after the meeting, but since you've come to me today, don't blame me for using your life to pave the way for the rise of my G family. Inside the main hall of the Hongfeng Mountain Villa, there were less than 20 minutes left before the meeting officially began. Yein casually found a seat in front of the platform. As soon as he sat down, Wu Xingye and Xia Peng respectively sat on his left and right sides. Wu Xingye asked excitedly, Master Yi, regarding the goo insects you mentioned that day, after I went back and reviewed a lot of materials, there are still many things I don't understand. I would like to consult with you? Xia Peng humbly asked, Master Yi, I am dull-witted and indeed unworthy of being your disciple, but I still want to ask if there is a secret to reaching the pinnacle of carving? Wu Xingye furrowed his brows, displeased, and said, Old Xia, didn't you see that I was the one who consulted Master Yi first? Is it your turn to interrupt? Xia Peng coldly snorted, encountering Master Yi is rare, I humbly seek advice, what's it to you? Wu Xingye huffed, you old man who only knows how to mess with stones, can't you speak sensibly? Xia Peng retorted, you old quack who only knows how to dabble in herbs, can you shut up for a moment? The two old men, both well into their 60s, were bickering like children at this moment. In fact, those familiar with them knew that they were usually good friends, almost like old acquaintances. Unexpectedly, now they were at odds over competing for Yichen's attention. Yein, caught in the middle, was speechless. His head was about to explode. With a sudden inspiration, he said, Ahem, gentlemen, I'll go to the restroom first, you two continue chatting. He quickly stood up and left using the excuse of needing to urinate. Master Yi? Master Yi? Wu Xingye and Xia Peng also stood up, intending to follow Yein to the restroom. At that moment, Han Tianzhang appeared and stood in front of them. He smiled and said, Hee, don't be in a hurry, there are some things I'd like to discuss with you too. After Yein finished in the restroom, he went directly to the beverage area to pour himself a drink. Just as he took a sip, Han Ruan quickly caught up. She curiously asked, Yein, what are you doing at the meeting? Don't tell me you want to become a business partner with the Rong family? Yein straightforwardly shook his head and replied, not interested. Tisk. Han Ruan rolled her eyes and said, you're really good at boasting. Even my dad dreams of becoming a partner with the Rong family, and you say you're not interested? She knew that Yein was skilled in martial arts, medicine, and calligraphy. But becoming a partner with the Rong family was a great opportunity, and no one would not be interested. Yein shrugged, believe it or not. Han Ruan didn't pursue the topic further but instead asked with some anticipation, by the way, didn't you divorce Xiao Qingqing yesterday? How did it go? Yein smiled bitterly, the Civil Affairs Bureau said there is a 30-day cooling-off period, so I can only get the divorce certificate after 30 days. I see. Han Ruan's expression was slightly disappointed, and she muttered under her breath, the Civil Affairs Bureau is so inefficient, wasting my time. Yein didn't quite catch what she said and asked, what did you say? Nothing. Nothing. Han Ruan's cheeks blushed slightly, because she thought of her father's suggestion that marrying Yein would be the best way to get back at him. After all, they had an engagement, so it would be a perfect match. Just then, a somewhat displeased voice sounded, it's quite a leisurely and elegant scene here with you two. Xiao Qingqing walked over with her assistant. They were there to get drinks but unexpectedly ran into Yein and Han Ruan. Seeing the two of them chatting and laughing, Xiao Qingqing couldn't help but feel resentful and sarcastically remarked. What she didn't expect was that Han Ruan directly grabbed Yichen's arm, hugged him, and rubbed her e-cup against his arm. She provocatively smiled and said, oh, it's General Xiao. We're not as leisurely and elegant as you think, just discussing some things to please me. Yein? Don't talk nonsense. When did I try to please you? Clearly, it's your e-cup pleasing my arm, right? If my arm gets injured, you, Han Ruan, will be responsible for a lifetime. On the other hand, Xiao Qingqing's eyes twitched slightly, her face as cold as frost. If she had known this scene would happen, she wouldn't have made that sarcastic remark earlier. She thought to herself, we've been married for 3 years, When has Yichen ever pleased me? Not long after the divorce, you shouldn't lose your dignity trying to please Miss Han. Does having E-cup breasts really give you the right to do whatever you want? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. The more I think, the more wronged I feel. Just then, a furious shout rang out from a distance. Where is Yichen? Get out immediately and kneel down for punishment. At the sound, everyone turned to look. They saw a group of people walking into the reception room. Each one exuded a fierce aura. Leading them was the grim-faced Ji Wooly, accompanied by the swollen-faced Ji Buwan. Ji Wooly stopped in his tracks, furrowed his brow, and shouted, Yichen, you've hurt my son, disgraced my Ji family, committed a heinous crime. Why haven't you come out to kneel down for punishment? This reprimand immediately drew the attention of the entire reception room. Everyone was curious about what had happened to provoke the anger of the Ji family's head. Ji Buwan quickly scanned the room and spotted Yichen standing near the drinks area. He pointed over and said, Dad, look over there. The one surnamed Ji is there. Ji Wooly's gaze sharpened, commanding, follow me. Over 20 wealthy businessmen followed him as they strode towards Yichen. Seeing this, Han Ruan's face changed slightly. She quietly reminded Yichen, those people are up to no good. Why don't you leave instead of staying here? Yichen shook his head and said, I was invited to the meeting. I haven't even seen Rong Mayen's face. Why should I leave? Han Ruan frowned, it's already this late, and you still want to see Miss Rong's face? If you delay any longer, you won't even be able to save your life. Although Yichen displayed impressive martial arts skills, facing a group of people, no matter how skilled he was, he wouldn't be able to handle them all. Yichen remained calm. They want my life? They are far from capable. Han Ruan was getting anxious. She couldn't understand why Yichen was so stubborn. Wait a minute. Did he just say he wanted to see Rong Mayen's face? Oh boy. Is he thinking of leeching off other wealthy women? This scumbag. Han Ruan felt a surge of jealousy and displeasure. She directly pulled Yichen's arm out from between her E-cup breasts. Yichen? Everything was fine. Why suddenly pull it out? My arm was quite comfortable there. But he didn't have time to think much about it because Ji Wooly had already brought the group of people in front of Yichen. His eyes, with their inverted triangle shape, gleamed with icy coldness. Looking down on him, he ordered, Yichen, didn't you hear what I said? Why haven't you kneeled down for punishment? Yichen glanced at Ji Buwan and immediately guessed that this guy must have gone to Ji Wooly to complain, and no doubt he had added fuel to the fire. However, Yichen wouldn't waste his breath explaining to these fools. He gently swirled the drink in his cup. With composure, he said, I, Yichen, only kneel to my parents, elders, and master. You, Ji Wooly, are just a Ji family head who is not worthy of making me kneel. The scene erupted into an uproar. The Ji family, one of the top 3 families in Jiangnan City with assets of over 5 billion, was being referred to by Yichen as unworthy? It was too arrogant, too presumptuous. Ji Wooly's cold eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that with Yichen's character, he would not easily back down. That's why today he was determined to cut off Yichen's path, leaving no room for future trouble. Seizing this opportunity, he wanted to establish the Ji family's authority. Ji Wooly smirked, the brat really thinks he's above everyone else. Do you know that our Ji family has already been designated as the business partner of the Rong family? From now on, the Rong family is our backing. When you said the Ji family is not worthy, were you also implying that the Rong family is not worthy? Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Ji Wooly was trying to provoke Yichen. Anyone smart would deny it. They must not involve the Rong family. Unexpectedly, Yichen responded without hesitation, if the Rong family truly chooses your Ji family as a partner, it shows they are short-sighted and unable to distinguish right from wrong. Such a family naturally cannot be considered worthy. This statement shook everyone present. Oh my! Did you hear that? Yichen is so audacious, daring to say that even the Rong family can't show their face. Does this kid not know he's attending Miss Rong's gathering? How dare he insult the Rong family like this? Speaking such rebellious words. This kid is beyond redemption. Xiao Qingqing's expression turned serious. Previously, Yichen had caused a scene at Lord Long's bidding conference and the Ji family's birthday banquet. Could it be that he planned to stir up trouble at Miss Rong's gathering today? If the Rong family gets angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if she pleads, it would be futile. Alright, I'll give you credit for being gutsy. Ji Wooly couldn't help but applaud. Everyone present heard it. This Yichen is arrogant and disrespectful. Insulting my Ji family is one thing, but insulting the Rong family, I, Ji Wooly, will be the first to not tolerate it. Even if it means defending the honor of the Rong family to the death. The wealthy merchants allied with him behind him echoed, shouting, defend the honor of the Rong family to the death. The resounding shouts filled every corner of the reception hall. Seeing this, Yein just shook his head and sneered. These guys are all hypocrites, saying they'll defend the honor of the Rong family, but in reality, they're just seeking revenge for personal grievances. Truly hypocritical. Jibo gritted his teeth and sternly said, "What are you laughing at? Why don't you confess and accept punishment?" Yein raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "Oh? I'm curious, how should I confess to satisfy you?" Jibo felt a glimmer of joy. He must be thinking that Yein can't withstand our pressure and is ready to surrender. A malicious glint flashed in his eyes. He swaggered over to Yein, snatched the drink from his hand, and spat into it. With a sinister smile, he said, "Yi, drink this cup of beverage, and I'll tell you how to confess." Yein narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh, is it that simple? You think it's not enough? Fine. I'll add a little something extra for you." Jibo smirked. Turning to the others, he said, "Anyone else wants to add something extra, feel free to come over. It's a rare opportunity." Li Jingye raised his hand, saying, "I'm in." Xiaobin also added, "Count me in." Soon, more than 10 people stepped forward, each spitting into the cup. Jibo swirled the drink and handed it over. Mockingly, he said, "Drinking everyone's saliva might just bless you with a long life, ha ha." The onlookers burst into laughter, eagerly anticipating Yichen's reaction after drinking the beverage. Xiao Qingcheng furrowed her brows, considering whether Jibo's actions were going too far. Han Ruan was about to speak up to stop Yein from drinking it. Just then, something unexpected happened. Yein suddenly reached out, clamped Jibo's mouth shut with one hand, and poured the drink directly into his mouth with the other hand. The action was swift and decisive. Gulp! 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 Jibo couldn't react in time and had already swallowed the drink filled with everyone's saliva. The crowd was dumbfounded, stunned by this scene. Xiao Qingcheng and assistant Sun widened their eyes. Did Yein have the courage of a lion and the gall of a leopard to humiliate Jibo like this? Han Ruan breathed a sigh of relief, secretly giving Yein a thumbs up. Although Yein usually made her feel frustrated, seeing him make others feel the same way made her feel satisfied. Well done. Jibo felt his stomach churning violently, squatting on the ground and retching. He wondered if Li Jingye and the others who spat into the cup had eaten something foul. The whole drink now had a foul stench, making him extremely nauseous. He had intended to humiliate Yein but ended up shooting himself in the foot. How embarrassing. Yein looked down at Jibo with an innocent smile on his face. "Young Master Ji, how does this personally crafted drink taste? Feel free to give it a 5-star rating." The onlookers couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Li Jingye, Xiaobin, and the others were finding it hard to contain their amusement. If it weren't for the alliance with the Ji family, he would have burst out laughing long ago. After Jibo finished vomiting for a while, he stood up and wiped the corners of his mouth. As the esteemed young master of the Ji family, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? At this moment, he was trembling all over, his eyes bloodshot, and anger momentarily clouded his reason. "Damn it! Yein, I'll fight you today." Jibo clenched his fists tightly and swung at Yein. Unfortunately, his speed was like slow motion compared to Yein. Yein easily caught Jibo's fist, pulled it, and tripped him up. Jibo fell flat on his face. Thud! Coincidentally, his body landed right on the vomit he had just expelled. Oh my god! Jibo was shocked and tried to struggle to get up quickly. Unexpectedly, Yein heavily stepped on his back with his left foot. This kick almost knocked Jibo out of breath. "Yi, you bastard, let go of me now. Let go." Yein ignored the pleas, casually cleaned his ear with his pinky finger, blew on it, looking quite content. This scene shocked everyone present. Yein was so audacious, not only humiliating Jibo in public but also stepping on him. Arrogant to the extreme, lawless. The wealthy merchants led by Li Jingye and Xiaobin couldn't remain calm. They angrily scolded, "Yein, I warn you, release Jibo immediately, don't push your luck." Humiliating Jibo in front of the Ji family head, "You kid must be tired of living." It wasn't just them. Xiao Qingcheng's expression also changed slightly. "Yein, release Jibo now. Today is Miss Ron's debut, you should know your place and not act recklessly." Yein glanced at her and said, "Miss Xiao, if you don't need your eyes, you can donate them." Clearly, it was Jibo who spat in the cup first and made the first move. "I just retaliated passively, how is that acting recklessly?" Xiao Qingcheng frowned, "You know Jibo can't harm you, why can't you be more magnanimous? You haven't lost anything anyway." Yein sneered, "Ha, just because he can't harm me, I should be magnanimous no matter how he provokes me? Should honest people just endure being bullied? Should honest people be held at gunpoint?" Xiao Qingcheng's body trembled slightly, biting her lip, unable to find a reason to refute Yein. But she felt deeply unsettled. Before she mentioned divorce, no matter what happened, Yein would always accommodate her and listen to her. But since she brought up divorce, he hadn't listened to her at all, always arguing back. This contrasting treatment left her with an indescribable sense of loss. At this moment, Jibo turned to Ji Wooly for help. "Dad, please save me, I'm about to be crushed to death by him, it hurts so much." "Shut up, you disgraceful thing," Ji Wooly scolded with a dark expression. He walked a few meters forward slowly and said, "Release Bo immediately, Ji may consider sparing your life." Yein raised an eyebrow slightly. "Please understand, I am the one considering whether to spare your son's life now. Don't confuse the priorities." With that, Yein slightly increased the pressure under his foot. "Ah! Ah!" Jibo immediately let out a hysterical scream, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. It seemed that with a little more force, Jibo would be forced to defecate. "You brat!" Ji Wooly clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. In Jiangnan City, it was always their Ji family threatening others. Today, they were being threatened by someone else, which made him furious. Ji Wooly narrowed his eyes, weighed his options for a few seconds, and said coldly, "What do I need to do for Ji to release Bo?" Yein smiled lightly. "Since the Ji family head always likes to talk about kneeling and apologizing, why don't you perform a kneeling apology for me now? If I am satisfied, I will release Jibo, how about that?" Boom, this statement caused a commotion in the whole room. My heavens, did Yein actually make Master Ji kneel down to apologize? Is he out of his mind? I think I understand now, he really wants to offend the Ji family to the extreme, relentless. Master Ji is about to become a partner of the Rong family, how could he kneel down to Yein? What nonsense! Xiao Qingcheng looked serious. He thought to himself, Master Ji had already given you a way out, Yein, but instead of being grateful, you are pushing it further. How far do you want to take this? Han Ruan nervously swallowed. She knew Yein could be quite overbearing at times, but she didn't expect him to be this audacious. Truly worthy of being the fiancé my grandfather arranged for me, with such a temper. The next part will be exciting. At this moment, Ji Wooly's face turned almost as dark as the bottom of a pot. Making him kneel down and apologize in public? That's absolutely impossible. Yein, Ji has already given you a chance to live, but you not only fail to appreciate it, but also overstep your bounds. Even if I have to give up my son's life today, I will cut off your path. Upon hearing this, Jibo trembled in fear. Dad, what are you saying? I am your son, I don't want to die, sob. Normally arrogant and domineering, he was now shamefully crying. With snot and tears streaming down, along with various vomit stains on his body, he looked quite disheveled. Where was his so-called noble demeanor as the young master? Yein remained indifferent. Since you don't want his life, I will grant your wish. Just as he was about to make a move, a cold shout suddenly rang out, "Stop!" Clatter! Suddenly, more than 30 people rushed in from all directions. They were dressed in black martial arts uniforms, tall and sturdy, with a red maple leaf pattern on the chest of their uniforms. Each of them exuded a strong aura, far beyond the usual bodyguards one would encounter. Seeing these people appear, the expressions of everyone present changed, instinctively becoming tense. Oh my, they are experts from the Red Maple Hall. They actually alarmed them all. It is said that even the weakest expert from the Red Maple Hall can take on 10 opponents, very terrifying. Today is the first time I've seen them. With the experts from the Red Maple Hall here, Yein shouldn't think about being arrogant anymore. Seeing the various expressions of the crowd, Yein was somewhat puzzled. Red Maple Hall? Are they very powerful? Beside him, Han Ruan widened her eyes in disbelief. What? You haven't even heard of the Red Maple Hall? Yein shook his head. Since returning from the fallen city to Jiangnan City 3 years ago, he had been living a reclusive life in the Xiao family and had little knowledge of the external forces in Jiangnan City. Of course, he also had no interest in knowing. After all, the small Jiangnan City was too weak in his eyes, not worth mentioning. Han Ruan explained, the force behind the Red Maple Villa is the Red Maple Hall, responsible for guarding the villa. No matter how powerful or influential a force is in Jiangnan City, they dare not provoke trouble at the Red Maple Villa. The reason is that the founder of the Red Maple Hall is very influential. He was once the mysterious king of Jiangnan City, overlooking everything from the highest point in Jiangnan City. Not to mention the 3 major families of Jiangnan City, even the 4 major families in the provincial capital had to treat him with respect. After all, he represented the peak of Jiangnan City's combat power. Oh, that sounds impressive. Who is he? He is the Jiangnan war god, Lin Feng. You don't know him either? Damn! Yein rolled his eyes. After all the boasting, it turned out to be the guy he had slapped down with one hand. Now he was locked up in the fallen city cleaning toilets. Han Ruan continued, he used to be invincible throughout Jiangnan City, and even in the Tianan province, he was one of the top experts. Unfortunately, 3.5 years ago, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. However, the Red Maple Hall he founded is still in Jiangnan City, waiting for the return of the Jiangnan war god. Although the group is leaderless now and not as powerful as before, a camel is still bigger than a horse even when it's skinny. Legend has it that half a year ago, Zhang Xiuhu personally led the Black Tiger Society to compete with the Red Maple Hall for the territory of the Red Maple Villa. The Black Tiger Society had a total of 3,000 brothers, but they were defeated by just over 100 people from the other side. Since then, the Black Tiger Society has never dared to touch the Red Maple Villa again. The Red Maple Hall operates discreetly. When mentioning the power in Jiangnan City on ordinary days, people often overlook it. In fact, it is very terrifying. No matter what happens, you should not provoke them. Yi Chen nodded, not paying too much attention. In Han Ruan's eyes, the Red Maple Hall was a terrifying force that should not be offended. But in Yi Chen's eyes, even the founder Lin Feng was just a trivial matter, let alone the Red Maple Hall. As long as the Red Maple Hall did not provoke him, Yi Chen would not bother to cause trouble with them. While the two were whispering to each other, a middle-aged man in the training attire of the Red Maple Hall slowly walked to the front. He had a medium build, a shaved head, and very sharp eyes. Unlike other experts of the Red Maple Hall, there were 2 red maple leaf symbols on his training attire chest. His appearance caused a stir. There are actually 2 red maple leaf symbols on his training attire? Is he one of the 8 stewards of the Red Maple Hall? It is said that besides the Jiangnan war god Lin Feng, the Red Maple Hall also has 4 elders and 8 stewards, all of them terrifying experts with unparalleled combat power. They rarely show themselves, but today we are fortunate to see one. Today is Miss Rong's business meeting, and the Red Maple Hall is responsible for security measures. It is only natural for one of the stewards to personally take action. The middle-aged steward walked to the center of the crowd. He clasped his fists and said, "Everyone, I am Feng Yao, a steward of the Red Maple Hall. Today is Miss Rong's business meeting, and the Red Maple Hall is in charge of all security measures at the Red Maple Villa. Anyone who causes trouble or disrupts the meeting will be considered as going against the Red Maple Hall and will be removed from the venue. Please cooperate." The crowd nodded in agreement. Ji Wooly stepped forward and said, "Steward Feng, please help me make a decision." He pointed to Yi Chen. He immediately distorted the truth. This young man has been barking like a mad dog since he entered the reception room, saying many insulting things about the Rong family and Miss Rong. My son Jibo tried to stop him, but he was forced to drink a beverage with spit in it, knocked over and stepped on, and threatened that Ji must kneel and apologize to spare his life, which is simply too much. This is not only disrespectful to Miss Rong but also a challenge to the dignity of the Red Maple Hall. I ask Steward Feng and the public to enforce justice and make a decision. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers all looked at Ji Wooly tacitly. They thought to themselves that he was indeed capable of turning Yi Chen into an enemy of the Red Maple Hall with just a few words, using this as a pretext to harm him. Truly cunning and devious, all 108 schemes are focused on treachery. Feng Yao nodded and said, "Master Ji, please rest assured, I am here for this matter." He glanced at Yi Chen, a young man in his 20s, who seemed to lack any aura of a skilled fighter. How dare he cause trouble on the territory of the Red Maple Hall? He raised his right hand and pointed at Yi Chen, commanding, "You, remove your foot from Jibo, apologize, leave the venue obediently, and let this matter end here." "Is that all?" Ji Wooly frowned upon hearing this. He had hoped that Steward Feng would punish Yi Chen severely, at least leaving him disabled, but he only asked for an apology and to leave the venue. Although he was displeased, Ji Wooly did not dare to voice his opinion. After all, he could seek revenge on Yi Chen after the meeting ended. However, what Feng Yao did not expect was that Yi Chen not only did not remove his foot from Jibo but calmly asked, "Why should I obey your command?" Boom! This retort immediately caused an uproar on the scene. My goodness! Yi Chen doesn't even listen to Steward Feng's orders? Is he crazy? Steward Feng must have considered him a first-time offender, that's why he was lenient. I didn't expect this kid to be so shameless. He's gone mad. This kid must be crazy. He's asking for trouble. Xiao Qingchang and Han Ruan both had a change in their expressions. Yi Chen actually dared to offend even the steward of the Hongfeng Hall. What is there that he wouldn't dare to do? Steward Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. His voice carried a hint of anger. This is the territory of the Hongfeng Hall. When I speak on behalf of the Hongfeng Hall, it is the rule. If you don't follow the rules, you will have to pay the price. With your abilities? I'm afraid you can't bear the consequences. Seeing Steward Feng getting angry, the group led by Ji Wooly couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. They thought to themselves that Yi Chen really had a knack for finding trouble where there was none. Provoking Steward Feng's anger, he's in for it now. Yi Chen shook his head in disappointment and smiled. I thought that the organization created by Lin Feng could at least barely reach a mediocre level. I never expected that a steward would be unable to distinguish right from wrong. In my opinion, the Hongfeng Hall probably doesn't even reach a mediocre level. It's better to pack up and leave early. The scene erupted into chaos once again. Yi Chen not only offended Steward Feng but also mocked the Hongfeng Hall altogether. Such behavior was akin to an old man drinking poison, tired of living. Feng Yao's face finally darkened. For so many years, it was the first time someone dared to publicly ridicule him, to ridicule the Hongfeng Hall. Unforgivable. A surge of killing intent emanated from him. Heaven forgives sins, but self-inflicted sins are unforgivable. Daring to insult Lord Lin Feng, spreading rumors that the Hongfeng Hall can't distinguish right from wrong. Today, I, Feng Yao, will make you understand the price of speaking recklessly. Seeing Feng Yao's burst of killing intent, the people present had mixed reactions. Ji Wooly and the others couldn't contain their joy, wishing for Feng Yao to tear Yi Chen apart and avenge them. Xiao Qingcheng felt nervous. It's over. Yi Chen has caused such a commotion, even if she steps forward to plead, she won't be able to save him. But she couldn't just stand by and watch. Setting aside their 3 years of marriage, even if Yi Chen had saved her grandfather's life, she couldn't just stand by and watch. Just as she was about to speak, Assistant Sun quietly intervened. You must not get involved for the sake of that useless person. Everything that happens to him is his own fault. It has nothing to do with you. Moreover, even if you help, that jerk won't appreciate it. Why bother putting yourself in an awkward position? This. Xiao Qingcheng bit her lip. Indeed, as Assistant Sun said, she had helped Yi Chen out many times before. And what was the result? It was not appreciated, but rather met with ingratitude. After hesitating, Xiao Qingcheng decided to wait and see for a while. When Yi Chen was truly in dire straits, it wouldn't be too late to speak up. Han Ruan was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. Hey, didn't I warn you a long time ago not to conflict with the Hongfeng Hall? Why don't you listen? Yi Chen shrugged indifferently. It's not a big deal. Why panic? You. Han Ruan was exasperated. Although she admired Yi Chen's domineering personality, brother, don't be too overbearing. Jibo gasped for breath, looking fierce and arrogant. Haha. Yi, if you don't let go of me, you're in trouble now, right? Serves you right. If you let me go now, maybe I'll have the mercy to plead for you and spare your life. Nonsense. Yi Chen slightly increased the pressure under his feet, and Jibo let out another miserable scream. His body began to convulse. Ji Wooly's eyelids twitched in fear. He hurriedly pleaded anxiously, Steward Feng, please act quickly. Our Ji family is the designated partner of Miss Rong. If something happens to my son, you will have a hard time explaining to Miss Rong. Feng Yao's face darkened, and he reprimanded, I'll remind you once more, release him. Yi Chen shook his head, I won't let go. You're asking for death. Feng Yao roared, just as he was about to rush forward. Hold on. You are not allowed to harm Divine Dr. Yi. An old voice suddenly rang out. An old man walked quickly out of the crowd and stood in front of Feng Yao. It turned out to be Wu Xingye. Everyone present was stunned. The esteemed director of the Jiangnan City First Hospital, why would he come to Yi Chen's aid? Wait a minute. Wu Xingye actually referred to Yi Chen as a divine doctor? Source text. 100. Translated text. Could this kid really understand medical skills as the rumors suggest? Wu Xingye said solemnly, Feng, don't be impulsive. Let me speak a few words of justice. Feng Yao furrowed his brows. Wu Xingye, as the director of the First Hospital of Jiangnan City, held a prestigious and respected position. Although Feng Yao was not afraid of him, he still had to give him some face. Director Wu, what words of justice do you have to say? Wu Xingye said seriously, Dr. Yi acts openly and honestly. I can testify that today at the venue, he did not cause trouble on his own initiative. Instead, it was Master Ji who interfered and distorted the truth. Please observe this, Feng. Feng Yao furrowed his brows and turned to Ji Wooly. Master Ji, how do you explain Director Wu's words? Ji Wooly's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. Damn, why is Wu Xingye speaking up for Yi Chen? Unexpected turn of events. Ji Wooly naturally denied, Feng, I don't understand what Director Wu is saying. The fact is that Yi Chen caused trouble at the venue and injured my son. This is not just my claim, but everyone behind me can attest to it. The wealthy businessmen led by Lai Jingye and Xieb all tacitly expressed, Master Ji's words are true. Everything was caused by Yi Chen's troublemaking. Director Wu, I don't know what relationship you have with that Yi person. By protecting him against your conscience, are you trying to deceive the Red Maple Hall? Director Wu, let me remind you, it's better not to get involved in some things, so as not to invite trouble upon yourself. Everyone had something to say, even turning the tables. Wu Xingye's blood boiled as he listened. These guys usually talked about righteousness and morality, but now they were willing to abandon their dignity for their own gain. Feng Yao's expression was grave. Director Wu, as the saying goes, the eyes of the masses are sharp. You are the only one testifying for Yi Chen at the scene, but even that may not be convincing enough. Before he finished speaking, a displeased voice rang out. Who said only one person is testifying for Master Yi? Xiaoping, dressed in yellow tang clothing, stepped forward. His face showed anger. I, Xiaoping, am willing to testify for Master Yi. Anyone who dares to treat him unfairly today will have to cross over me. The crowd was shocked. Even this proud old man was standing up for Yi Chen? Wu Xingye and Xiaoping were both respected figures in Jiangnan City, not aligning with any power, nor being opportunistic. Today, they were unexpectedly defending Yi Chen, which was simply unbelievable. But that wasn't all. Han Tianjing also stepped out from the crowd. He spoke with authority. I also testify for nephew Yi. The instigator of this incident is not him, but someone else. The crowd was completely dumbfounded. While Wu Xingye and Xiaoping were respected but financially weaker, Han Tianjing was different. He was the head of one of the three major families in Jiangnan City, the richest man in the city, with assets close to 10 billion. His status and influence were clearly greater. Not to mention commanding others, he was a big shot who could rally support with just a word. At that moment, the onlookers looked at each other in surprise. Hey, can someone tell me what's going on? Even Master Han is standing up for Yi Chen? Isn't this kid the useless son-in-law kicked out by the Shao family? Why would he be worth the help of three big shots? Could it be that Yi Chen is really well connected? Did Shao Qingcheng turn a blind eye before filing for divorce? Tisk tsk, things just got interesting. At this moment, Shao Qingcheng bit her lip. Even she couldn't easily ask for help from these three big shots. But now, they were risking their own safety, willing to offend the Ji family to support Yi Chen. This challenged her usual confidence and pride, leaving her feeling seriously challenged. Han Ruan breathed a sigh of relief. Since Dad was willing to go this far, it seemed he really wanted Yi Chen as a son-in-law. But this lady wasn't fully prepared yet. Ah, so embarrassed. Yi Chen glanced at Wu Xingye and the other three. Although with his abilities, he didn't really need this, but Yi Chen still appreciated the goodwill of these three people. He would repay them when the opportunity arose. He turned to Feng Yao and asked, Feng, what do you have to say now? Feng Yao's face darkened, and after a few seconds of consideration, he turned to Ji Wooly and said, you might need to explain things to Mr. Feng. Just a reminder, speak the truth, or you know the consequences of deceiving the Red Maple Hall. Ji Wooly was instantly covered in sweat. He had carefully planned to use someone else to do his dirty work, but it was ruined by Wu Xingye and the other two. He could understand Wu Xingye and Xiaoping speaking up for Yi Chen, but he never expected Han Tianjing to get involved. No wonder Han Tianjing was absent when the commercial alliance was formed. He thought it was due to some temporary matter, but it turned out he was already in cahoots with Yi Chen. Ji Wooly felt deeply betrayed and couldn't help but glare angrily at Han Tianjing. Feng Yao spoke again, Master Ji, did you not hear what Mr. Feng said? Ji Wooly quickly smiled apologetically, I heard. I was just thinking carefully. It seems that Yi Chen didn't provoke any trouble at the venue. His conflict with my son might just be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Feng Yao furrowed his brows slightly, his voice turning cold. Master Ji, don't you think your answer is a bit hasty? Ji Wooly felt no embarrassment and added, please don't be angry, I think these are all minor matters. The most important thing is that Yi Chen just insulted the Jiangnan war god and disrespected the Red Maple Hall, which is undeniable evidence. If you don't investigate, it might not reflect well on you and the Red Maple Hall if this spreads. Feng Yao narrowed his cold eyes. Heh. Did Ji Wooly really think he could use himself as a tool for killing? Ji Wooly, seeing Feng Yao unmoved, discreetly exchanged a glance with Lai Jingye and the others. They understood and immediately began to fan the flames. Master Ji is right, just a Yi Chen insulting the Red Maple Hall, yet facing no consequences. If this spreads, who would fear the Red Maple Hall? In my opinion, the Red Maple Hall is now like a headless dragon, afraid to offend anyone. Just bluffing. Without the Jiangnan war god, the Red Maple Hall is nothing. These opinions made Feng Yao's expression turn sour. Since Lord Lin Feng suddenly disappeared 3.5 years ago, the influence of the Red Maple Hall had plummeted, no longer as glorious as before. This had always been a knot in the hearts of Feng Yao and the other high-ranking members of the Red Maple Hall. Hearing these opinions now, Feng Yao couldn't accept it. The Red Maple Hall was built by Lord Lin Feng's hard work, and they would spend their lives defending its honor. Feng Yao's eyes flashed with determination. He commanded the surrounding Red Maple Hall experts, first, take Director Wu, Master Xia Ping, and Master Han to the side. Remember not to harm them." "Yes." 6 Red Maple Hall experts immediately came forward, each pair escorting Han Tianjing and the other 2 to the side. Han Tianjing and the others were not martial artists, so despite their struggles, they were powerless and could only shout sternly, "Feng, what are you doing? Do you dare to lay a hand on us, Master Yi? Let go of me. If you dare to harm Master Yi, I, Xia, will not let this go." Treating the guests invited by Miss Rong in such a rude manner, aren't you afraid of her retribution? Feng Yao clasped his hands in apology to the 3 of them. "Gentlemen, I have no intention of offending you, nor the Rong family's intentions. As a steward of the Red Maple Hall, I have a responsibility to uphold its reputation. Moreover, this is a matter between us and Yi Chen. It has nothing to do with you, so please refrain from interfering." Han Tianjing and the others' faces changed. Oh no, Feng Yao was getting serious. This was trouble. On the other hand, Ji Wuli and the others were delighted. Ha! After trying to fan the flames for so long, Feng Yao was finally losing his temper. Now no one could save Yi Chen. Feng Yao slowly walked towards Yi Chen. "Kid, do you think humiliating me, a member of the Red Maple Hall, is not as serious as challenging the power of the 18 lines? Your crime is grave. Why don't you kneel down and confess now?" Yi Chen sighed helplessly. "In my opinion, the Red Maple Hall is indeed not as strong as the 18 lines, so where is the humiliation? Also, why do you guys always like to make people kneel? Are you used to kneeling to others normally?" The people present were shocked once again. Damn! Does this Yi Chen not know the word death? At this point, not only does he not admit his mistake, but he also provokes Feng Yao? Feng Yao gritted his teeth. "Fine. Very well. It's been a long time since I've seen such an arrogant young man. Today, I will personally take care of you, Yi Chen. Of course, to avoid rumors that we at the Red Maple Hall bully the young, I promise to only use 3 moves at most. If after 3 moves, you still manage to catch a breath, consider yourself lucky." Yi Chen raised an index finger, wearing a confident smile. Feng Yao raised an eyebrow. "Oh, do you want Feng Yao to show you one move? Very well, 1 move it is, that should be enough." Yi Chen shook his head. "You misunderstand, I meant to defeat you with just this 1 finger. The scene erupted in chaos. Damn, can this Yi Chen back up his words? Saying that 1 finger can defeat Feng Yao? Yi Chen, oh Yi Chen, you always manage to bring something new to the table." The experts from the Red Maple Hall present shook their heads and sneered. "Ha! Feng Yao has followed Lord Lin Feng for many years, learned many true teachings, his strength has long surpassed ordinary levels, reaching the realm of a warrior, unfathomable. Defeating a high-level warrior with just 1 finger, even Lord Lin Feng might not be able to do that, let alone this ignorant brat. Just wait, Feng Yao will show him what a terrifying moment is." Xiao Qingqing's face changed drastically. Anxiously, he said, "Yi Chen, I know you can fight, but the strength of the Red Maple Hall steward is not something you can match. Why do you insist on hitting a wall?" Yi Chen replied calmly, "In this world, there is no wall that can stop me. Why should I turn back?" Xiao Qingqing was speechless. "No one is stopping you." At this moment, Han Ruan coldly said, "If you don't believe in Yi Chen, that's fine, but stop always belittling others, it only shows your incompetence." Xiao Qingqing frowned. "I'm just stating the facts." Han Ruan sneered. "Heh, well, so am I." "You!" Xiao Qingqing's face turned pale with anger. As for Han Ruan, although she believed Yi Chen was skilled in fighting, the idea of defeating Feng Yao with just 1 finger seemed too exaggerated. "You damn bastard better make good on your words. I'll help you shut up, Xiao Qingqing. Don't make me end up being slapped back by her later." At this moment, a fierce look flashed in Feng Yao's eyes. "Defeat me with 1 finger? Arrogant! If you can really do it, not only will I forgive your previous words and actions, but I will also personally apologize on behalf of the Red Maple Hall. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see that scene." Suddenly, his body surged forward, turning into a stream of shadows, heading straight towards Yi Chen. In just over 10 meters, he reached Yi Chen in less than a second. His right hand formed into a palm, aiming straight at Yi Chen. Whoosh! This palm contained all his strength, equivalent to the force of 1,000 pounds. Feng Yao was confident that with this palm, even an ox would be knocked down. As for Yi Chen, he would surely meet his end on the spot. At the critical moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Yi Chen suddenly moved. At a speed invisible to Feng Yao's naked eye, he raised his right index finger and pressed it against Feng Yao's chest. Ha! In an instant, a strong sense of danger exploded in Feng Yao's mind. His scalp went numb instantly. His intuition told him he had to dodge. But it was already too late. As Yi Chen lightly tapped his index finger on Feng Yao's chest, boom! A loud bang erupted in front of his chest. Feng Yao was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He slid more than 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, and he couldn't even stand up. The outcome was clear. Feng Yao had been defeated by a single finger of Yi Chen.